Section 1 of Short Science Fiction Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Lake Placid, Florida. The Blind Man's World by Edward Bellamy, 1898. The narrative to which this note is introductory was found among the papers of the late Professor S. Erasmus Larrabee, and, as an acquaintance of the gentleman to whom they were bequeathed, I was requested to prepare it for publication. This turned out a very easy task, for the document proved of so extraordinary a character that, if published at all, it should obviously be without change. It appears that the professor did really, at one time in his life, have an attack of vertigo, or something of the sort, under circumstances similar to those described by him, and to that extent his narrative may be found on fact. How soon it shifts from that foundation, or whether it does at all, the reader must conclude for himself. It appears certain that the professor never related to anyone, while living, the stranger features of the experience here narrated, but this might have been merely from fear that his standing as a man of science would be thereby injured. The Professor's Narrative. At the time of the experience of which I am about to write, I was professor of astronomy and higher mathematics at Abercrombie College. Most astronomers have a specialty, and mine was the study of the planet Mars, our nearest neighbor, but one in the Sun's little family. When no important celestial phenomena in other quarters demanded attention, it was on the ruddy disk of Mars that my telescope was oftenest focused. I was never weary of tracing the outlines of its continents and seas, its capes and islands, its bays and straits, its lakes and mountains. With intense interest I watched from week to week of the martial winter of the advance of the polar ice cap toward the equator, and its corresponding retreat in the summer, testifying across the gulf of space as plainly as written words to the existence on that orb of a climate like our own. A specialty is always in danger of becoming an infatuation, and my interest in Mars at the time of which I write had grown to be more than strictly scientific. The impression of the nearness of this planet, heightened by the wonderful distinctness of its geography as seen through a powerful telescope, appealed strongly to the imagination of the astronomer. On fine evenings I used to spend hours, not so much critically observing as brooding over its radiant surface, till I could almost persuade myself that I saw the breakers dashing on the bold shore of Kepler Land, and heard the muffled thunder of avalanches descending the snow-clad mountains of Mitchell. No earthly landscape had the charm to hold my gaze of that far-off planet, whose oceans, to the unpractised eye, seem but darker and its continents lighter, spots and bands. Astronomers have agreed in declaring that Mars is undoubtedly inhabitable by beings like ourselves, but, as may be supposed, I was not in a mood to be satisfied with considering it merely habitable. I allowed no sort of question that it was inhabited. What manner of beings these inhabitants might be I found a fascinating speculation. The variety of types appearing in mankind even on this small earth makes it most presumptuous to assume that the denizens of different planets may not be characterized by diversities far profounder. Wherein such diversities, coupled with a general resemblance to man, might consist, whether in mere physical differences or in different mental laws, the lack of certain of the great passional motors of men or the possessions of quite others, were weird themes of never-failing attractions for my mind. The Eldorado visions with which the virgin mystery of the New World inspired the early Spanish explorers were tame and prosaic compared with the speculations which it was perfectly legitimate to indulge, when the problem was the conditions of life on another planet. It was the time of the year when Mars is most favourably situated for observation, and, anxious not to lose an hour of the precious season, I had spent the greater part of several successive nights in the observatory. I believed that I had made some original observation as to the trend of the coast of Kepler Land between Lagrange Peninsula and Christie Bay, and it was to this spot that my observations were particularly directed. On the fourth night other work detained me from the observing chair till after midnight. When I had adjusted the instrument and took my first look at Mars, I remember being unable to restrain a cry of admiration. The planet was fairly dazzling. It seemed nearer and larger than I had ever seen it before, and its peculiar ruddiness more striking. In 30 years of observations, I recall, in fact, no occasion when the absence of exhalations in our atmosphere has coincided with such cloudlessness in that of Mars as on that night. I could plainly make out the white masses of vapor at the opposite edges of the lighted disk, which are the mists of its dawn and evening. The snowy mass of Mount Hall over against Kepler Land stood out with wonderful clearness, and I could unmistakably detect the blue tint of the ocean of Delarue, which washes its base, a feat of vision often, indeed, accomplished by stargazers, though I had never done it to my complete satisfaction before. I was impressed with the idea that if I ever made an original discovery in regard to Mars, it would be on that evening, and I believed that I should do it. I trembled with mingled exultation and anxiety, and was obliged to pause to recover my self-control. Finally, I placed my eye to the eyepiece, and directed my gaze upon the portion of the planet in which I was especially interested. My attention soon became fixed and absorbed much beyond my wont, when observing, and that in itself applied no ordinary degree of abstraction. To all mental intents and purposes I was on Mars. Every faculty, every susceptibility of sense and intellect, seemed gradually to pass into the eye, and become concentrated in the act of gazing. Every atom of nerve and will-power combined in the strain to see a little, and yet a little, and yet a little, clearer, far, deeper. The next thing I knew I was on the bed that stood in a corner of the observing room, half raised on an elbow, and gazing intently at the door. It was broad daylight. Half a dozen men, including several of the professors and a doctor from the village, were around me. Some were trying to make me lie down, others were asking me what I wanted, while the doctor was urging me to drink some whiskey. Mechanically repelling their offices, I pointed to the door and ejaculated, "President Bixby, coming," giving the impression to the one idea which my dazed mind at that moment contained. And sure enough, even as I spoke the door opened, and the venerable head of the college, somewhat blown with climbing the steep stairway, stood on the threshold. With a sensation of prodigious relief, I fell back on my pillow. It appeared that I had swooned while in the observing chair the night before, and had been found by the janitor in the morning, my head fallen forward on the telescope, as if still observing, but my body cold, rigid, pulseless, and apparently dead. In a couple of days I was all right again, and should soon have forgotten the episode but for a very interesting conjecture which had suggested itself in connection with it. This was nothing less than that, while I lay in that swoon, I was in a conscious state outside and independent of the body, and in that state received impressions and exercised perceptive powers. For this extraordinary theory I had no other evidence than the fact of my knowledge in the moment of awakening that President Bixby was coming up the stairs. But slight as this clue was, it seemed to me unmistakable in its significance. That knowledge was certainly in my mind on the instant of arousing from the swoon. It certainly could have not been there before I fell into the swoon. I must therefore have gained it in the meantime, that is to say, I must have been in a conscious, percipient state while my body was insensible. If such had been the case, I reasoned that it was altogether unlikely that the trivial impression was to President Bixby had been the only one which I had received in that state. It was far more probable that it had remained over in my mind, on waking from the swoon, merely because it was the latest of a series of impressions received while outside the body. These impressions were of a kind most strange and startling, seeing that they were those of a disembodied soul exercising faculties more spiritual than those of the body, I could not doubt. The desire to know what they had been grew upon me, till it became a longing which left me no repose. It seemed intolerable that I should have secrets from myself, that my soul should withhold its experiences from my intellect. I would gladly have consented that the acquisitions of half my waking lifetime should be blotted out, if so be in exchange I might be shown the record of what I had seen and known during those hours of which my waking memory showed no trace. None the less for the conviction of its hopelessness, but rather all the more, as the perversity of our human nature will have it, the longing for this forbidden lore grew on me, till the hunger of Eve in the garden was mine. Constantly brooding over desire that I felt to be vain, tantalized by the possession of a clue which only mocked me, my physical condition became at length affected. My health was disturbed and my rest at night was broken. A habit of walking in my sleep, from which I had not suffered since childhood, recurred, and caused me frequent inconvenience. Such had been, in general, my condition for some time, when I awoke one morning with the strangely weary sensation by which my body usually betrayed the secret of the impositions put upon it in sleep, of which otherwise I should often have suspected nothing. In going into the study connected with my chamber, I found a number of freshly written sheets on the desk. Astonished that anyone should have been in my rooms while I slept, I was astounded, on looking more closely, to observe that the handwriting was my own. How much more than astounded I was on reading the matter that had been set down, the reader may judge if he shall peruse it. For these written sheets apparently contained the longed for but despaired of record of those hours when I was absent from my body. They were the lost chapter of my life, or rather, not lost at all, for it had been no part of my waking life, but a stolen chapter, stolen from that sleep memory on whose mysterious tablets may well be inscribed tales as much more marvellous than this as this is stranger than most stories. It will be remembered that my last recollection before waking in my bed, on the morning after the swoon, was of contemplating the coast of Keplerland with an unusual concentration of attention. As well as I can judge, and that is no better than anyone else, it is the moment that my bodily powers succumbed, and I became unconscious that the narrative which I found on my desk begins. Even had I not come as straight and swift as the beam of light that made my path, a glance about would have told me to what part of the universe I had fared. No earthly landscape could have been more familiar. I stood on the high coast of Keplerland where it trends southward. A brisk westerly wind was blowing and the waves of the ocean of Delabu were thundering at my feet, while the broad blue waters of Christie Bay stretched away to the southwest. Against the northern horizon, rising out of the ocean like a summer thunderhead, for which I at first mistook it, towered the far distant, snowy summit of Mount Hall. Even had the configuration of land and sea been less familiar, I should none the less have known that I stood on the planet whose ruddy hue is at once the admiration and puzzle of astronomers. Its explanation I now recognized in the tint of the atmosphere, a coloring comparable to the haze of Indian summer, except that its hue was a faint rose instead of purple. Like the Indian summer haze, it was impalpable, and without impeding the view bathed all objects near and far in a glamour not to be described. As the gaze turned upward, however, the deep blue of space so far overcame the roseate tint that one might fancy he were still on earth. As I looked about me I saw many men, women, and children. They were in no respect dissimilar, so far as I could see, to the men, women, and the children of the earth, save for something almost childlike in the untroubled serenity of their faces, unfurrowed as they were by any trace of care, of fear, or of anxiety. This extraordinary youthfulness of aspect made it difficult indeed, save by careful scrutiny, to distinguish the young from the middle-aged, maturity from advanced years. Time seemed to have no tooth on Mars. I was gazing about me, admiring this crimson-lighted world, and these people who appeared to hold happiness by a tenure so much firmer than men's, when I heard the words, "You are welcome," and, turning, saw that I had been accosted by a man with the stature and bearing of middle age, though his countenance, like the other faces which I had noted, wonderfully combined the strength of a man's with the serenity of a child's. I thanked him and said, "You do not seem surprised to see me, though I certainly am to find myself here." "Assuredly not," he answered. "I knew, of course, that I was to meet you today. And not only that, but I may say I'm already in a sense acquainted with you, through a mutual friend, Professor Edgerly. He was here last month, and I met him at that time. We talked of you and your interest in our planet. I told him I expected you." "Edgerly!" I exclaimed. "It is strange that he has said nothing of this to me. I met him every day." But I was reminded that it was in a dream that Edgerly, like myself, had visited Mars, and on awakening had recalled nothing of his experience, just as I should recall nothing of mine. When will man learn to interrogate the dream soul of the marvels it sees in its wanderings? Then he will no longer need to improve his telescopes to find out the secrets of the universe. "Do your people visit the earth in the same manner?" I asked my companion. "Certainly," he replied, "but there we find no one able to recognize us and converse with us as I am conversing with you, although myself in the waking state. You, as yet, lack the knowledge we possess of the spiritual side of the human nature which we share with you. That knowledge must have enabled you to learn much more of the earth than we know of you," I said. "Indeed it has," he replied. "From visitors such as you, of whom we entertain a concourse constantly, we have acquired familiarity with your civilization, your history, your manners, and even your literature and languages. Have you not noticed that I am talking with you in English, which is certainly not a tongue indigenous to this planet?" "Among so many wonders I scarcely observed that," I answered. "For ages," pursued my companion, "we have been waiting for you to improve your telescopes so as to approximate the power of ours, after which communication between the planets would be easily established. The progress which you make is, however, so slow that we expect to wait ages yet." "Indeed, I fear you will have to," I replied. "Our opticians already talk of having reached the limits of their art." "I do not imagine that I spoke in any spirit of petulance," my companion resumed. "The slowness of your progress is not so remarkable to us as that you make any at all, burdened as you are by a disability so crushing that if we were in your place I fear we should sit down in utter despair." "To what disability do you refer?" I asked. "You seem to be men like us." "And so we are," was the reply, "save in one particular, but there the difference is tremendous. Endowed otherwise like us, you are destitute of the faculty of foresight, without which we should think our other faculties well nigh valueless." "Foresight!" I repeated. "Certainly you cannot mean that it is given to you to know the future." "It is given not only to us," was the answer, "but so far as we know, to all other intelligent beings of the universe except yourselves. Our positive knowledge extends only to our system of moons and planets and some of the nearer foreign systems, and it is conceivable that the remoter parts of the universe may harbour other blind races like your own. But it certainly seems unlikely that so strange and lamentable a spectacle should be duplicated. One such illustration of the extraordinary deprivations under which a rational existence may still be possible ought to suffice for the universe." But no one can know the future except by inspiration of God, I said. All our faculties are by inspiration of God, was the reply. But there is surely nothing in foresight to cause it to be so regarded more than any other. Think a moment of the physical analogy of the case. Your eyes are placed in the front of your heads. You would deem it an odd mistake if they were placed behind. That would appear to you an arrangement calculated to defeat their purpose. Does it not seem equally rational that the mental vision should range forward, as it does with us, illuminating the path one is to take, rather than backward, as with you, revealing only the course you have already trodden, and therefore have no more concern with? But it is no doubt a merciful provision of Providence that renders you unable to realize the grotesqueness of your predicament, as it appears to us. But the future is eternal, I exclaimed. How can a finite mind grasp it? Our foreknowledge implies only human faculties, was the reply. It is limited to our individual careers on this planet. Each of us foresees the course in his own life, but not that of other lives, except so far as they are involved with his. That such a power as you describe could be combined with merely human faculties is more than our philosophers have ever dared to dream, I said. And yet, who shall say, after all, that it is not in mercy that God has denied it to us? If it is a happiness, as it must be, to foresee one's happiness, it must be most depressing to foresee one's sorrows, failures, yes, and even one's death. For if you foresee your lives to the end, you must anticipate the hour and manner of your death. Is it not so? Most assuredly, was the reply. Living would be a very precarious business, were we uninformed of its limit. Your ignorance of the time of your death impresses us as one of the saddest features of your condition. And by us, I answered, it is held to be one of the most merciful. Foreknowledge of your death would not, indeed, prevent your dying once, continued my companion. But it would deliver you from the 1,000 deaths you suffer through uncertainty whether you can safely count on the passing day. It is not the death you die, but these many deaths you do not die, which shadow your existence. Poor blindfolded creatures that you are, cringing at every step in apprehension of the stroke that perhaps is not to fail till old age, never raising a cup to your lips with the knowledge that you will live to quaff it, never sure that you will meet again the friend you part with for an hour, from those whose hearts no happiness suffices to banish the chill of an ever-present dread. What idea can you form of the godlike security with which we enjoy our lives and the lives of those we love? You have a saying on earth, tomorrow belongs to God. But here tomorrow belongs to us, even as today. To you, for some inscrutable purpose, he sees fit to dole out life moment by moment, with no assurance that each is not to be the last. To us he gives a lifetime at once, 50, 60, 70 years, a divine gift indeed. A life such as yours would, I fear, seem of little value to us, for such a life, however long, is but a moment long, since that is all you can count on. And yet, I answered, though knowledge of the duration of your lives may give you an enviable feeling of confidence while the end is far off, is that not more than offset by the daily growing weight with which the expectation of the end, as it draws near, must press upon your minds? On the contrary, was the response. Death, never an object of fear, as it draws near becomes more and more a matter of indifference to the moribund. It is because you live in the past that death is grievous to you. All your knowledge, all your affections, all your interests are rooted in the past, and on that account, as life lengthens, it strengthens its hold on you, and memory becomes a more precious possession. We, on the contrary, despise the past, and never dwell upon it. Memory with us, far from being the morbid and monstrous growth it is with you, is scarcely more than a rudimentary faculty. We live wholly in the future and the present. What with foretaste and actual taste, our experiences, whether pleasant or painful, are exhausted of interest by the time they are past. The accumulated treasures of memory, which you relinquish so painfully in death, we count no loss at all. Our minds being fed wholly from the future, we think and feel only as we anticipate. And so, as the dying man's future contracts, there is less and less about which he can occupy his thoughts. His interest in life diminishes as the ideas which it suggests grow fewer, till at last death finds him with his mind a tabula rasa, as with you at birth. In a word, his concern with life is reduced to a vanishing point before he is called on to give it up. In dying he leaves nothing behind. And the after death, I asked, is there no fear of that? Surely, was the reply. It is not necessary for me to say that a fear which affects only the more ignorant on earth is not known at all to us, and would be counted blasphemous. Moreover, as I have said, our foresight is limited to our lives on this planet. Any speculation beyond them would be purely conjectural, and our minds are repelled by the slightest taint of uncertainty. To us the conjectural and the unthinkable may be called almost the same. But even if you do not fear death for itself, I said, you have hearts to break. Is there no pain when the ties of love are sundered? Love and death are not foes on our planet, was the reply. There are no tears by the bedsides of our dying. The same beneficent law which makes it so easy for us to give up life forbids us to mourn the friends we leave, or them to mourn us. With you, it is the intercourse you have had with friends that is the source of your tenderness for them. With us, it is the anticipation of the intercourse we shall enjoy which is the foundation of fondness. As our friends vanish from our future with the approach of their death, the effect on our thoughts and affections is as it would be with you, if you forgot them by lapse of time. As our dying friends grow more and more indifferent to us, we, by operation of the same law of our nature, become indifferent to them, till at last we are scarcely more than kindly and sympathetic watchers about the beds of those who regard us equally without keen emotions. So at last God gently unwinds instead of breaking the bands that bind our hearts together, and makes death as painless to the surviving as to the dying. Relations meant to produce our happiness are not the means also of torturing us, as with you. Love means joy, and that alone, to us, instead of blessing our lives for a while only to desolate them later on, compelling us to pay with a distinct and separate pang for every thrill of tenderness, exacting a tear for every smile. There are other partings than those of death. Are these too without sorrow for you? I asked. Assuredly, was the reply. Can you not see that so it must needs be with beings freed by foresight from the disease of memory? All the sorrow of parting, as of dying, comes with you from the backward vision which precludes you from beholding your happiness till it is past. Suppose your life destined to be blessed by a happy friendship. If you could know it beforehand, it would be a joyous expectation, brightening the intervening years and cheering you as you traverse desolate periods. But no, not till you meet the one who is to be your friend do you know of him. Nor do you guess even then what he is to be to you, that you may embrace him at first sight. Your meeting is cold and indifferent. It is long before fire is fairly kindled between you, and then it is already time for parting. Now, indeed, the fire burns well, but henceforth it must consume your heart. Not till they are dead or gone do you fully realize how dear your friends were, and how sweet was their companionship. But we see our friends afar coming to meet us, smiling already in our eyes, years before our ways meet. We greet them at first meeting, not coldly, not uncertainly, but with exultant kisses, in an ecstasy of joy. They enter at once into the full possession of hearts long warmed and lighted for them. We meet with that delirium of tenderness with which you part. And when to us at last the time of parting comes, it only means that we are to contribute to each other's happiness no longer. We are not doomed like you, in parting, to take away with us the delight we brought our friends, leaving the ache of bereavement in its place, so that their last state is worse than their first. Parting here is like meeting with you, calm and unpassioned. The joys of anticipation and possession are the only food of love with us, and therefore love always wears a smiling face. With you he feeds on dead joys, past happiness, which are likewise the sustenance of sorrow. No wonder love and sorrow are so much alike on earth. It is a common saying among us that, were it not for the spectacle of the earth, the rest of the worlds would be unable to appreciate the goodness of God to them, and who can say that this is not the reason the piteous sight is set before us? You have told me marvelous things, I said, after I had reflected. It is, indeed, but reasonable that such a race as yours should look down with wondering pity on the earth. And yet, before I grant so much, I want to ask you one question. There is known in our world a certain sweet madness, under the influence of which we forget all that is unwanted in our lot, and would not change it for a God's. So far is this sweet madness regarded by men as a compensation, and more than a compensation, for all their miseries, that if you know not love as we know it, if this loss be the price you have paid for your divine foresight, we think ourselves more favored of God than you. Confess that love, with its reserves, its surprises, its mysteries, its revelations, is necessarily incompatible with a foresight which weighs and measures every experience in advance. Of love's surprises we certainly know nothing, was the reply. It is believed by our philosophers that the slightest surprise would kill beings of our constitution like lightning, though of course this is merely theory, for it is only by the study of earthly conditions that we are able to form an idea of what surprise is like. Your power to endure the constant buffetings of the unexpected is a matter of supreme amazement to us, nor, according to our ideas, is there any difference between what you call pleasant and painful surprises. You see, then, that we cannot envy you these surprises of love which you find so sweet, for to us they would be fatal. For the rest, there is no form of happiness which foresight is so well calculated to enhance as that of love. Let me explain to you how this befalls. As the growing boy begins to be sensible of the charms of woman, he finds himself, as I dare say it is with you, preferring some type of face and form to others. He dreams oftenest of fair hair, or maybe of dark, of blue eyes or brown. As the years go on, his fancy, brooding over what seems to it the best and loveliest of every type, is constantly adding to this dream face, this shadowy form, traits and lineaments, hues and contours, till at last the picture is complete, and he becomes aware that on his heart thus subtly has been depicted the likeness of the maiden destined for his arms. It may be years before he is to see her, but now begins with him one of the sweetest offices of love, one to you unknown. Youth on earth is a stormy period of passion, chafing in restraint or rioting in excess. But the very passion whose awakening makes this time so critical with you is here a reforming and educating influence, to whose gentle and potent sway we gladly confide our children. The temptations which lead our young men astray have no hold on a youth of our happy planet. He hoards the treasures of his heart for its coming mistress. Of her alone he thinks, and to her all his vows are made. The thought of license would be treasop to his sovereign lady, whose right to all the revenues of his being he joyfully owns. To rob her, to abate her high prerogatives, would be to impoverish, to insult himself. For she is to be his, and her honor, her glory are his own. Through all this time that he dreams of her by night and day, the exquisite reward of his devotion is the knowledge that she is aware of him as he of her, and that in the inmost shrine of a maiden heart his image is set up to receive the incense of a tenderness that needs not to restrain itself through fear of possible cross or separation. In due time their converging lives come together. The lovers meet, gaze a moment into each other's eyes, then throw themselves each on the other's breast. The maiden has all the charms that ever stirred the blood of an earthly lover, but there is another glamour over her which the eyes of earthly lovers are shut to, the glamour of the future. In the blushing girl her lover sees the fond and faithful wife, in the blithe maiden the patient, pain-consecrated mother. On the virgin's breast he beholds his children. He is prescient, even as his lips take the first fruits of hers, of the future years during which she is to be his companion, his ever-present solace, his chief portion of God's goodness. We have read some of your romances describing love as you know it on earth, and I must confess, my friend, we find them very dull. I hope, he added, as I did not speak at once, that I shall not offend you by saying we find them also objectionable. Your literature possesses in general an interest for us in the picture it presents of the curiosity inverted life which the lack of foresight compels you to lead. It is a study especially prized for the development of the imagination, on account of the difficulty of conceiving conditions so opposed to those of intelligent beings in general. But our women do not read your romances. The notion that a man or woman should ever conceive the idea of marrying a person other than the one whose husband or wife he or she is destined to be is profoundly shocking to our habits of thought. No doubt you will say that such instances are rare among you, but if your novels are faithful pictures of your life, they are at least not unknown. That these situations are inevitable under the conditions of earthly life we are well aware, and judge you accordingly, but it is needless that the minds of our maidens should be pained by the knowledge that there anywhere exists a world where such travesties upon the sacredness of marriage are possible. It is, however, another reason why we discourage the use of your books by our young people, and that is the profound effect of sadness, to a race accustomed to view all things in the morning glow of the future, of a literature written in the past tense and relating exclusively to things that are ended. And how do you write of things that are past except in the past tense? I asked. We write of the past when it is still the future, and of course in the future tense, was the reply. If our historians were to wait till after the events to describe them, not alone would nobody care to read about things already done, but the histories themselves would probably be inaccurate, for memory, as I have said, is a very slightly developed faculty with us, and quite too indistinct to be trustworthy. Should the earth ever establish communications with us, you will find our histories of interest, for our planet, being smaller, cooled and was peopled ages before yours, and our astronomical records contain minute accounts of the earth from the time it was a fluid mass. Your geologists and biologists may yet find a mine of information here. In the course of our further conversation it came out that, as a consequence of foresight, some of the commonest emotions of human nature are unknown on Mars. They for whom the future has no mystery can, of course, know neither hope nor fear. Moreover, every one being assured that he shall attain to and what not, there can be no such thing as rivalship, or emulation, or any sort of competition in any respect, and therefore all the brood of heart-burnings and hatreds, engendered on earth by the strife of man with man, is unknown to the people of Mars, save from the study of our planet. When I asked if there were not, after all, a lack of spontaneity, of sense of freedom, in leading lives fixed in all details beforehand, I was reminded that there was no difference in that respect between the lives of the people of Earth and of Mars, both alike being according to God's will in every particular. We knew that will only after the event, they before. That was all. For the rest, God moved them through their wills as He did us. so that they had no more sense of compulsion in what they did than we on earth have in carrying out an anticipated line of action, in cases where our anticipations chance to be correct. Of the absorbing interest which the study of the plan of their future lives possessed for the people of Mars, my companion spoke eloquently. It was, he said, like the fascination to a mathematician of a most elaborate and exquisite demonstration, a perfect algebraical equation, with the glowing realities of life in place of figures and symbols. When I asked if it never occurred to them to wish their futures different, he replied that such a question could only have been asked by one from earth. No one could have foresight or clearly believe that God had it, without realizing that the future is as incapable of being changed as the past. And not only this, but to foresee events was to foresee their logical necessity so clearly that to desire them different was as impossible as seriously to wish that 2 and 2 make 5 instead of 4. No person could ever thoughtfully wish anything different, for so closely are all things, the small with the great, woven together by God that to draw out the smallest thread would unravel creation through all eternity. While we had talked, the afternoon had waned, and the sun had sunk below the horizon, the roseate atmosphere of the planet imparting a splendor to the cloud coloring, and a glory to the land and seascape, never paralleled by an earthly sunset. Already the familiar constellations appearing in the sky reminded me how near, after all, I was to the earth, for with the unassisted eye I could not detect the slightest variation in their position. Nevertheless, there was one wholly novel feature in the heavens, for many of the host of asteroids which circle in the zone between Mars and Jupiter were vividly visible to the naked eye. But the spectacle that chiefly held my gaze was the earth, swimming low on the verge of the horizon. Its disk, twice as large as that of any star or planet as seen from the earth, flashed with a brilliancy like that of Venus. "It is indeed a lovely sight," said my companion, although to me always a melancholy one, from the contrast suggested between the radiance of the orb and the benighted condition of its inhabitants. "We call it the blind man's world." As he spoke he turned toward a curious structure which stood near us, though I had not before particularly observed it. "What is that?" I asked. "It is one of our telescopes," he replied. "I'm going to let you take a look, if you choose, at your home, and test for yourself the powers of which I have boasted." And having adjusted the instrument to his satisfaction, he showed me where to apply my eye to what answered to the eyepiece. I could not repress an exclamation of amazement, for truly he had exaggerated nothing. The little college town which was my home lay spread out before me, seemingly almost as near as when I looked down upon it from my observatory windows. It was early morning, and the village was waking up. The milkmen were going their rounds, and workmen, with their dinner pails, were hurrying along the streets. The early train was just leaving the railroad station. I could see the puffs from the smokestack, and the jets from the cylinders. It was strange not to hear the hissing of the steam, so near I seemed. There were the college buildings on the hill, the long rows of windows flashing back the level sunbeams. I could tell the time by the college clock. It struck me that there was an unusual bustle around the buildings, considering the earliness of the hour. A crowd of men stood about the door of the observatory, and many others were hurrying across the campus in that direction. Among them I recognized President Bixby, accompanied by a college janitor. As I gazed, they reached the observatory, and, passing through the group about the door, entered the building. The president was evidently going up to my quarters. At this it flashed over me quite suddenly that all this bustle was on my account. I recalled how it was that I came to be on Mars, and in what condition I had left affairs in the observatory. It was high time I were back there to look after myself. Here abruptly ended the extraordinary document which I found that morning on my desk. That is the authentic record of the conditions of life in another world which it purports to be. I do not expect the reader to believe. He will no doubt explain it as another of the curious freaks of somnambulism set down in the books. Probably it was merely that. Possibly it was something more. I do not pretend to decide the question. I have told all the facts of the case, and I have no better means of forming an opinion than the reader. Nor do I know, even if I fully believed it the true account it seems to be, that it would have affected my imagination much more strongly than it has. That story of another world has, in a word, put me out of joint with ours. The readiness with which my mind has adapted itself to the martial point of view concerning the earth has been a singular experience. The lack of foresight among the human faculties, a lack I had scarcely thought of before, now impresses me, ever more deeply, as a fact out of harmony with the rest of our nature, belying its promise, a moral mutilation, a deprivation arbitrary and unaccountable. The spectacle of a race doomed to walk backward, beholding only what has gone by, assured only of what is past and dead, comes over me from time to time with a sadly fantastical effect which I cannot describe. I dream of a world where love always wears a smile, where the partings are as tearless as our meetings, and death is king no more. I have a fancy, which I like to cherish, that the people of that happy sphere, fancied though it may be, represent the ideal and normal type of our race, as perhaps it once was, as perhaps it may yet be again. End of section 1. Section 2 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Zen by Jerome Bixby. Because they were so likable and intelligent and adaptable, they were vastly dangerous. It's difficult, when you're on one of the asteroids, to keep from tripping, because it's almost impossible to keep your eyes on the ground. They never got around to putting portholes in spaceships. Unnecessary when you're flying by GB, and psychologically inadvisable. Besides, so an asteroid is about the only place, apart from Luna, where you can really see the stars. There are so many stars in an asteroid sky that they look like clouds, like massive, heaped-up silver clouds, floating slowly around the inner surface of a vast ebony sphere that surrounds you and your tiny foothold. They are near enough to touch, and you want to touch them, but they are so frighteningly far away, and so beautiful. There's nothing in creation half so beautiful as an asteroid sky. You don't want to look down, naturally. I had left the Lucky Pierre to search for fossils. I'm David Coons, the Lucky Pierre's paleontologist. Somewhere off in the darkness on either side of me were Joe Hargraves, gadgeting for mineral deposits, and Ed Reese, hopefully on the lookout for something alive. The Lucky Pierre was back of us, her body out of sight behind a low black ridge, only her gleaming nose poking above like a porpoise coming up for air. When I looked back, I could see, along the jagged rim of the ridge, the busy reflected flickerings of the bubble camp the techs were throwing together. Otherwise all was black, except for our blue-white torch beams that darted here and there over the gritty rocky surface. The 29 of us were ETI Team 17, whose assignment was the asteroids. We were 4 years and 3 months out of Terra, and we'd reached Vesta right on schedule. 10 minutes after landing, we had known that the clod was part of the crust of Planet X, or Sorn, to give it its right name, one of the few such parts that hadn't been blown clean out of the solar system. That made Vesta extra special. It meant settling down for a while. It meant a careful, months-long scrutiny of Vesta's every square inch and a lot of her cubic ones, especially by the life scientists. Fossils, artifacts, animate life, a surface chunk of Sorn might harbor any of these, or all. Some we tackled already had a few. In a day or so, of course, we'd have the one-man beetles and crew boats out, and the floodlights orbiting overhead, and Vesta would be as exposed to us as a molecule on a microscreen. Then work would start in earnest. But in the meantime, and as usual, Hargraves, Reese, and I were out prowling, our weighted boots clomping along in darkness. Captain Feldman had long ago given up trying to keep his science-minded charges from galloping off alone like this. In spite of being a military man, Feld's a nice guy. He just shrugs and says, "Scientists," when we appear brightly at the airlock, waiting to be let out. So the three of us went our separate ways, and soon were out of sight of one another. Ed Reese, the biologist, was looking hardest for animate life, naturally, but I found it. I had crossed a long rounded expanse of rock, lava, wonderfully colored, and was descending into a boulder-cluttered pocket. I was nearing the bottom of the chunk, the part that had been the deepest beneath Sorn's surface before the blow-up. It was the likeliest place to look for fossils. But instead of looking for fossils, my eyes kept rising to those incredible stars. You get that way particularly after several weeks of living in steel, and it was lucky that I got that way this time, or I might have missed the zen. My feet tangled with a rock. I started a slow, light gravity fall, and looked down to catch my balance. My torch beam flickered across a small, red-furred teddy bear shape. The light passed on. I brought it sharply back to the target. My hair did not stand on end, regardless of what you've heard me quoted as saying. Why should it have, when I already knew Yurt so well? Considered him, in fact, one of my closest friends. The Zen was standing by a rock, one paw resting on it, ears cocked forward, its stubby hind legs braced, ready to launch it into flight. Big yellow eyes blinked unemotionally at the glare of the torch, and I cut down its brilliance with a twist of the polarizer lens. The creature stared at me, looking ready to jump halfway to Mars or straight at me if I made a wrong move. I addressed it in its own language, clucking my tongue and whistling through my teeth. Zen. In the blue-white light of the torch, the Zen shivered. It didn't say anything. I thought I knew why. 3,000 years of darkness and silence. I said, "I won't hurt you," again speaking in its own language. The Zen moved away from the rock, but not away from me. It came a little closer, actually, and peered up at my helmeted, mirror-glassed head, unmistakably the seat of intelligence, it appears, of any race anywhere. Its mouth, almost human shape, worked. Finally words came. It hadn't spoken except to itself for 3,000 years. "You are not Zen," it said. "Why, how do you speak Zenachia?" It took me a couple of seconds to untangle the squeaking syllables and get any sense out of them. But what I had already said to it were stock phrases that Yurt had taught me. I knew still more, but I couldn't speak Zenachia fluently by any means. Keep this in mind, by the way. I barely knew the language, and the Zen could barely remember it. To save space, the following dialogue is reproduced without mumblings, blank stares, and what did you says. In reality, our talk lasted over an hour. "I am an Earthman," I said. Through my earphones when I spoke, I could faintly hear my own voice as the Zen must have heard it in Vesta's all but non-existent atmosphere. Tiny, metallic, cricket-like. "Earthman?" I pointed at the sky, the incredible sky. "From out there. From another world." I thought about that for a while. I waited. We already knew that the Zens had been better astronomers at their peak than we were right now, even though they'd never mastered space travel. So I didn't expect this one to boggle at the notion of creatures from another world. It didn't. Finally it nodded, and I thought, as I had often before, how curious it was that this gesture should be common to Earthmen and Zen. "So, Earthmen," it said, "and you know what I am?" When I understood, I nodded too. Then I said, "Yes," realizing that the nod wasn't visible through the one-way glass of my helmet. "I am last of Zen," it said. I said nothing. I was studying it closely, looking for the features which Yurt had described to us, the lighter red fur of arms and neck, the peculiar formation of flesh and horn on the lower abdomen. They were there. From the coloring I knew this Zen was a female. The mouth worked again, not with emotion I knew, but with the familiar act of speaking. "I have been here for, she hesitated, "I don't know, for 500 of my years." "For about 3,000 of mine," I told her. And then blank astonishment sank home in me, astonishment at the last two words of her remark. I was already familiar with the Zen's enormous intelligence, knowing Yurt as I did. But imagine thinking to qualify years with my when just out of nowhere a visitor from another planetary orbit pops up. And there had been no special stress given the distinction, just clear, precise thinking, like Yurt's. I added, still a little awed, "We know how long ago your world died." "I was a child then," she said. "I don't know what happened. I have wondered." She looked up at my steel and glass face. I must have seemed like a giant. Well, I suppose I was. "This, what we are on, was part of Sorn. I know. It was," she fumbled for a word. "Was it atom explosion?" I told her how Sorn had gotten careless with its hydrogen atoms and had blown itself over half of creation. This the ETI's teams had surmised from scientific records found on Eros, as well as from geophysical evidence scattered throughout the other bodies. "I was a child," she said again after a moment. "But I remember things different from this. Air, heat, light. How do I live here?" Again I felt amazement at its intelligence. And it suddenly occurred to me that astronomy and nuclear physics must have been taught in Sorn's elementary schools, else that my years and atom explosion would have been all but impossible. And now this old creature, remembering back 3,000 years to childhood, probably to those elementary schools, remembering, and defining the differences in environment between then and now, and more, wondering at its existence in the different now. And then I got my own thinking straightened out. I recalled some of the things we had learned about Zen. Their average lifespan had been 12,000 years or a little over. So the Zen before me was, by our standards, about 25 years old. Nothing at all strange about remembering, when you are 25, the things that happened to you when you were 7. But the Zen's question, even my rationalization of my reaction to it, had given me a chill. Here was no cuddly teddy bear. This creature had been born before Christ. She had been alone for 3,000 years, on a chip of bone from her dead world beneath a sepulchre of stars. The last and greatest Martian civilization, the Lahari, had risen and fallen in her lifetime, and she was 25 years old. "How do I live here?" she asked again. I got back to my own framework of temporal reference, so to speak, and began explaining to a Zen what a Zen was. I found out later from Yurt that biology, for the reasons which follow, was one of the most difficult studies. So difficult that nuclear physics actually preceded it. I told her that the Zen had been, all the evidence indicated, the toughest, hardest, longest-lived creatures God had ever cooked up, practically independent of their environment, no special ecological niche, just raw, stubborn, tenacious life, developed to a fantastic extreme, a greater force of life than any other known, one that could exist almost anywhere under practically any conditions, even floating in mid-space, which, asteroid or no, this Zen was doing right now. The Zens breathed all right, but it was nothing they'd had to do in order to live. It gave them nothing their incredible metabolism couldn't scrounge up out of rock or cosmic rays or interstellar gas or simply do without for a few thousand years. If the human body is a furnace, then the Zen's body is a feeder pile. Maybe that, I thought, was what evolution always worked toward. "Please, will you kill me?" the Zen said. I'd been expecting that. 2 years ago, on the bleak surface of Eros, Yurt had asked Ingstrom to do the same thing. But I asked why, although I knew what the answer would be too. The Zen looked up at me. She was exhibiting every ounce of emotion a Zen is capable of, which is a lot, and I could recognize it, but not in any familiar terms. A tiny motion here, a quiver there, but very quiet and still for the most part. And that was the violent expression, restraint. Yurt, after 2 years of living with us, still couldn't understand why we found this confusing. Difficult, aliens or being alien. "I've so often tried to do it myself," the Zen said softly, "but I can't. I can't even hurt myself. Why do I want you to kill me?" She was even quieter. Maybe she was crying. "I'm alone. 500 years, Ertman. Not too long. I'm still young, but what good is it, life, when there are no other Zen?" "How do you know there are no other Zen?" "There are no others," she said almost inaudibly. "I suppose a human girl might have shrieked it." "A child," I thought, "when your world blew up, and you survived. Now you're a young 3,000-year-old woman, uneducated, afraid, probably crawling with neurosis. Even so, in your 1,000-year terms, young lady, you're not too old to change." "Will you kill me?" she asked again. And suddenly I was having one of those eye-popping third-row center views of the whole scene. The enormous, beautiful sky, the dead clod, Vesta, the little creature who stood there staring at me, the brilliant, ignorant, human-like alien, old young creature who was asking me to kill her. For a moment the human quality of her thinking terrified me. The feeling you might have waking up some night and finding your pet puppy sitting on your chest, looking at you with wise eyes and white fangs gleaming. Then I thought of Yurt, smart, friendly Yurt, who had learned to laugh and wisecrack, and I came out of the heebie-jeebies. I realized that here was only a sick girl, no tiny monster, and if she were as resilient as Yurt, well, it was his problem. He'd probably pull her through. But I didn't pick her up. I made no attempt to take her back to the ship. Her tiny white teeth and tiny yellow claws were harder than steel. And she was, I knew, unbelievably strong for her size. If she got suspicious or decided to throw a phobic tizzy, she could scatter shreds of me over a square acre of Vesta in less time than it would take me to yelp. "Will you?" she began again. I tried shakily. "Hell no, wait here." Then I had to translate it. I went back to the Lucky Pierre and got Yurt. We could do without him, even though he had been a big help. We taught him a lot. He'd been a child at the blow-up too, and he taught us a lot. But this was more important, of course. When I told him what had happened, he was very quiet, crying perhaps, just like a human being, with happiness. Cap Feldman asked me what was up, and I told him, and he said, "Well, I'll be blessed." I said, "Yurt, are you sure you want us to keep hands off? Just go off and leave you?" "Yes, please." Feldman said, "Well, I'll be blessed." Yurt, who spoke excellent English, said, "Bless you all." I took him back to where the female waited. From the ridge I knew the entire crew was watching through binocs. I set him down and he fell to study her intently. "I'm not a Zen," I told her, giving my torch full brilliance for the crew's sake, "but Yurt is here. Do you know what you look like?" She said, I can see enough of my own body to, and yes. Yurt, I said, here's the female we thought we might find. Take over. Yurt's eyes were fastened on the girl. What do I do now? She whispered worriedly. I'm afraid that's something only a Zen would know, I told her, smiling inside my helmet. I'm not a Zen. Yurt is. She turned to him. You will tell me? If it becomes necessary. He moved closer to her, not even looking back to talk to me. Give us some time to get acquainted, will you, Dave? And you might leave some supplies and a bubble at the camp when you move on, just to make things pleasanter. By this time he had reached the female. They were as still as space, not a sound, not a motion. I wanted to hang around, but I knew how I'd feel if a Zen, say, wouldn't go away if I were the last man alive and had just met the last woman. I moved my torch off them and headed back for the Lucky Pierre. We all had a drink to the saving of a great race that might have become extinct. Ed Reese, though, had to do some worrying before he could get down to his drink. What if they don't like each other? He asked anxiously. They don't have much choice, Captain Feldman said, always the realist. Why do homely women fight for jobs on the most isolated space outposts? Reese grinned. That's right. They look awful good after a year or two in space. Make that 25 by Zen standards or 3,000 by ours, said Joe Hargraves, and I'll bet they look beautiful to each other. We decided to drop our investigation of Vesta for the time being and come back to it after the honeymoon. 6 months later, when we returned, there were 1,200 Zen on Vesta. Captain Feldman was a realist, but he was also a deeply moral man. He went to Yurt and said, It's indecent. Couldn't the two of you control yourselves at least a little? 1,200 kids! We were rather surprised ourselves, Yurt said complacently. But this seems to be how Zen reproduce. Can you have only half a child? Naturally, Feld got the authorities to quarantine Vesta. Good God, the Zen could push us clear out of the solar system in a couple of generations. I don't think they would, but you can't take such chances, can you? End of section 2. Section 3 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Clean and Wholesome Land by Ralph Sholto. Utopia had been reached. All the problems of mankind had been solved. It was the perfect state. If you doubted it, you died. While Professor Cargill lectured from the rostrum, Neil Pardue prowled the dark auditorium. This, he knew, was the place to find them. Here was where they whispered and plotted and schemed, feeling safe in this pure, hard core of patriotism. Safe because Cargill was the director of education in the new state, just as Pardue was the director of public security. Safe because Cargill's lectures were given before a command audience, with attendance strictly mandatory. The insistence was not really necessary, of course. The people would have come to hear Cargill regardless. He was a compelling, magnetic personality. Even now his great voice was booming out. And upon this anniversary of the new state, we can look out with great pride upon a clean and wholesome land. With strong emotion, we can look upon the physical manifestation of our glorious principles, that only through self-effacement, through frantic love for the state, can the individual come to complete physical and mental fruition. Upon this anniversary, we see our enemies, both within and without, broken and completely subjugated. This was the place they whispered and schemed and plotted. Pardue prowled the aisles, his eyes piercing the darkness, spotting them, cataloguing them. And thus he came upon Emil Hillerman, his deputy of vital intelligence, sitting dutifully in the end seat of a middle aisle. Hillerman's thick lips hung lax, his eyes squinted laboriously as he sought to follow the thread of Cargill's lecture. Pardue tapped Hillerman on the shoulder. The latter started guiltily. He whirled and sought to identify Pardoe in the semi-darkness. Pardoe said, "Please step outside with me. I have some questions." There was fear in Hillerman's bearing as he got clumsily to his feet and followed Pardoe. But none of Cargill's speech was missed. A battery of loudspeakers carried it even into the foyer where Pardoe stopped and turned on Hillerman. He regarded the man through cold, calculating eyes. He seemed to be both enjoying Hillerman's discomfort and also listening to Cargill's booming words. These pale weaklings, these traitors with twitching muscles and twitching minds, who skulked in dark places, have been finally and decisively defeated, even their vaunted leader. "What have you been doing?" Pardoe asked, relative to Carl Leinster. The frightened Hillerman licked his fat lower lip as he sought for words. Everything possible. But Leinster is clever, you know that. You know that yourself." Pardoe's eyes bored into those of the intelligence director. They were noted for their icy penetration, but upon this night they were like steel knives. It was as though he surveyed Hillerman from behind the bulwark of some new and hostile information. Even as he stared, Cargill was booming from the rostrum. Carl Leinster, their peerless leader, and Cargill's voice crackled with the inflection of pure contempt. A degenerate, a dope addict, whose greatness lay only in the realms of his sensual dreams. A weak, pitiful figure bereft of followers, cringing alone in. When Pardoe spoke, his voice held a new sharpness to complement the new ice in his eyes. He said, "In half an hour I'm attending a meeting of the council. They will want a report. What about Leinster?" Hillerman looked quickly to right and left, then back at his chief. He hesitated as though fearing the consequences of what he was about to reveal. "You know of the Wyckoff chemical transformation process." "Certainly I know of it," Pardoe blazed. "What about it?" But Hillerman seemed to lose the courage he'd screwed up to continue in this direction. He straightened, and a little of the hangdog servility dropped away. "I'm doing all that is humanly possible to apprehend Leinster. All that any man could do. The secret jails are full. My interrogators work night and day. Even a superficial check on my records would show that more has been done in the last 6 months and is being done now than—" Pardoe raised an impatient hand, opening a gap of silence into which the voice of Cargill poured. "Land in which the voice of dissenter is not heard, in which Leinster and men of his despicable ilk are forever crushed and beaten." Pardoe was scowling. Almost unconsciously he had held the pause, with hand upraised, until Cargill finished his passage. As Cargill stopped for breath, Pardoe jerked his hand down sharply, completing the gesture. "I have no time for any more of this, and I resent having to seek you out. Next time report to my office as is proper and keep me posted as to your activities. Next—" Pardoe eyed Hillerman for one blank moment and allowed the threat to reflect clearly that possibly there would not be any more next times. Then he turned and strolled swiftly from the foyer. Cargill's voice had hardly faded when he picked it up again on his car radio. It was a foregone conclusion that every radio in the land would be tuned to the lecture. So great was Cargill's popularity that every citizen traveling in a car would wish to hear it and turn on his receiver. It was foolish not to have a radio properly tuned when Cargill spoke. He was saying, "And so under the banner of complete solidarity, we will march forward, a solid phalanx against which no force can stand. Now that our own house is swept clean of vermin, rid forever of carrion like Leinster and his ilk, we can." Pardoe had travelled swiftly through the streets at high speed reserved for higher servants of the new state. The lesser servants of the new state had learned caution, and thus no regrettable deaths or maimings occurred. The lesser servants have grown wary and fleet of foot. Pardoe switched off his motor but left his audio blaring. Cargill's voice followed him up the broad steps of the executive building, and was just fading out when Pardoe was able to pick it up again from the loudspeaker under the great arches. He entered the building and traversed the vast foyer to a niche which housed a private elevator. He entered the lift, deserting it on the 9th floor, where he entered an unobtrusive door and joined a group which consisted of the new state's well-guarded pool of power and brains. There was Blanchard of Finance, Keeley, Director of Foreign Education, Masachek, Overlord of the nation's larder, and 7 others. When Pardoe entered, all conversation stopped, and every man looked up from a luxurious overstuffed chair. Pardoe must certainly have swelled inwardly with pride at this unconscious tribute. It was well known that he held a key position on the chessboard of politics. His was in reality the most important job of all. It was to Pardoe that this powerful group of men looked for that which they most treasured, their own personal safety. A chair was waiting for Pardoe. He said, "I'm sorry to be late, gentlemen. I have been on a personal tour of inspection. I'm sure you will forgive me, however. I have a most interesting report." He seated himself, timing the action so it coincided with the ebb of applause coming over the speaker. Applause from the loyal multitudes who had just heard Professor Cargill end his lecture. As it was now permissible, Blanchard reached under the table and snapped a button. The speaker went silent. "An interesting report?" Keeley asked. "Amazingly so," Pardoe said. "I have just unearthed a traitor in a high place." Every man in the group strove not to react, and this striving was in itself a reaction. "Most interesting," Blanchard murmured. "Are you ready to name names?" "That is my intention, but in order to forestall a great many questions, let me give you a complete background. Lederman, ambassador without portfolio, and very close to the man of almost sacred name who never attended these meetings, felt strong enough to evince impatience. The name, man, first name, then the details." Pardoe smiled coldly. "Very well. The name is Carl Leinster." Lederman sprang from his chair, his face bordering on purple. "Is this a joke, Pardoe? We all know Leinster is the arch traitor of our times, the leader of the resistance movement. Talk sense." Pardoe, not in the least disconcerted, smiled coldly. "I'm sorry. Perhaps I should have said Emil Hillerman, my deputy, of vital intelligence, the man who holds immeasurable power in his 2 hands." Blanchard was not given to outbursts, but his lips were grim as he said, "We're waiting for you to talk sense, Pardoe. The confusion comes from your not allowing me to tell it as I wished. There is a gap between Leinster and Hillerman, one which, with your permission, I will fill." "Talk, man, talk." "You have all heard of Formula 652, known also as the Wyckoff chemical transformation process." There were expressions of both understanding and bewilderment. Noting these, Pardoe said, "For those of you who haven't made a point of looking into the thing, I'll explain. Wyckoff, in case you don't recall, was a chemical engineer of more than average ability who stumbled onto this formula before he died, most regretfully, 4 years ago, in 1984. Lederman continued to scowl. "We all know each other, Pardoe. Call a spade a spade. Wyckoff was a reactionary scoundrel whom you did away with for reasons of security." "Precisely," Pardoe said. "In its essence the formula is a process for taking over a man's brain, his body, his personality." "You mean?" Pardoe refused to be interrupted. "We were of the opinion that Wyckoff, though he and Leinster were great friends, was not able to impart his knowledge to the latter. We took him into custody shortly after he perfected the formula, and were fortunate in persuading him to give it to us." "But he gave it to Leinster also?" "We were certain, at the time of his death, that he had not been able to do that. We are still certain." Keeley, with a gesture, requested the floor. "I wonder if you could go into a little more detail concerning the formula, for those of us who—" "Of course," Pardoe said. "The formula is a combination of 6 chemicals, and the process of transformation is relatively simple, yet highly dangerous to both subjects involved. It means sure death for the proposed host, if not delicately handled will also result in death for the usurper." The transformation requires 3 hours to perform. Once completed successfully, the usurper can never return to his own body. It must be destroyed. Also, the mentality of the host vanishes after it is pushed from its original brain tissue through the influence of the formula. Then if Wyckoff didn't give the formula to Leinster, it was stolen from our vaults, or wherever it was kept? Exactly. Certain investigations I have made prove beyond doubt that Leinster got to my deputy Hillerman. I never considered Hillerman very bright, but I thought him to be honest and loyal. Beyond all doubt, with his aid, Leinster stole the formula, possibly got it verbally, and used it to take Hillerman's body from him. Pardoe smiled grimly. Therefore, gentlemen, we have a traitor in a high place, my deputy of vital intelligence. Pardoe sat silent now, seeming to enjoy the fear he had engendered in his colleagues. Sat silent until Lederman said, "You've arrested him, of course." "No, I have not." "Then get at it, man, get at it." "I have no intention of arresting Hillerman." Lederman's eyes widened, as did those of the rest of the company. But Blanchard, even under the impact of such a bombshell, had the presence of mind to glance at his watch. Immediately he snapped on the loudspeaker. The voice of Professor Cargill blared forth. "And upon this anniversary of the new state, we can look with pride upon a clean and wholesome land." It was the rebroadcast from recordings of Cargill's speech, and no man in his right mind would have refrained from tuning it in because everyone wanted to hear it at least twice. Lederman, almost apoplectic, ignored the speech. "Not arresting him? Are you mad?" "I am quite sane, and the situation is well in hand." Pardoe grinned, and there was wickedness in the grin. Wickedness and intelligence. "As I said before, Hillerman was not a smart man. His job was too much for him, and I would have been faced soon with the necessity of replacing him regardless. Leinster, on the other hand, is of grade A intellect. But, gentlemen, he is frightened, badly frightened in his new environment, and in order to ensure his own safety, is doing an excellent job. Ever since the transformation, that department has gained in efficiency until it now ranks as one of the highest in our entire government." Slowly, Pardoe's strategy dawned on the group. Blanchard suddenly smiled. Then Pardoe scowled and went on with a new and sudden ferocity. "I have the proof, and I have Leinster Hillerman under my palm, so he stays, continues to do a good job for us. But he'll be watched, gentlemen. He won't be able to go to the bathroom without being under surveillance. We will learn a great deal from him, all we need to know." "Then you'll arrest him?" the boss of the state larder wanted to know. Pardoe came to his feet, his fist slammed down on the table. "I shall not arrest him, ever. When the time comes, I shall personally shoot him down in the street, like a dog. There will come a day, gentlemen, when you will witness this act of vengeance, when I shall make such an example of Leinster Hillerman as the resistance will not forget, a moral crumbling example, I promise you, in which Leinster and his ilk are forever crushed and beaten," the speaker said. Blanchard took the floor. "Gentlemen, I am moved to vote thanks and confidence for our colleague, Neil Pardoe." The Director of Public Security stood at attention and essayed a sharp, military bow. It was a moment of rare triumph. "Thank you, gentlemen," he said. An hour later, Leinster Pardoe was alone in his apartments. He stripped off his uniform with an air of grim satisfaction. While he undressed, he thought of the martyrs to the cause, the men who had died. He thought of Wyckoff, and wished Wyckoff could have had the pleasure of knowing who had usurped the body of Neil Pardoe, Pardoe the butcher, the infamous Pardoe. From the speaker came the third and final rebroadcast of Cargill's speech. "A clean and wholesome land." "A clean and wholesome land," Leinster murmured, and the tone of his voice was a prayer. End of section 3. Section 4 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Off Course by Reynolds. Shore and Bagora. It was a great day for the earth. The first envoy from another world was about to speak. That is, if he could forget that horse for a minute. First on the scene were Larry Dermott and Tim Casey of the State Highway Patrol. They assumed they were witnessing the crash of a new type of Air Force plane and slipped and skidded desperately across the field to within 30 feet of the strange craft, only to discover that the landing had been made without accident. Patrolman Dermott shook his head. "They're getting queerer looking every year. Get a load of it. No wheels, no propeller, no cockpit." They left the car and made their way toward the strange egg-shaped vessel. Tim Casey loosened his .38 in his holster and said, "Sure, I'm beginning to wonder if it's one of ours. No insignia and—" A circular door slid open at that point, and Damery Tass stepped out, yawning. He spotted them, smiled, and said, "Glork." They gaped at him. "Glork is right," Dermott swallowed. Tim Casey closed his mouth with an effort. "Do you mind the color of his face?" he blurted. "How could I help it?" Damery Tass rubbed a blue-nailed pink hand down his purplish countenance and yawned again. "Goromatigan horp serratium," he said. Patrolman Dermott and Patrolman Casey shot stares at each other. "'Tis double talk he's after giving us," Casey said. Damery Tass frowned. "Hamara?" he asked. Larry Dermott pushed his cap to the back of his head. "That doesn't sound like any language I've even heard about." Damery Tass grimaced, turned and re-entered his spacecraft to emerge in half a minute with his hands full of contraption. He held a box-like arrangement under his left arm. In his right hand were two metal caps connected to the box by wires. While the patrolman watched him, he set the box on the ground, twirled two dials, and put one of the caps on his head. He offered the other to Larry Dermott. His desire was obvious. Trained to grasp a situation and immediately respond in manner best suited to protect the welfare of the people of New York State, Dermott cleared his throat and said, "Tim, take over while I report." "Hey," Casey protested, but his fellow minion had left. "Mandaya," Damery Tass told Casey, holding out the metal cap. "Faith, and do I look balmy?" Casey told him. "I wouldn't be putting that dingus on my head for all the Colleens in Ireland." "Mandaya," the stranger said impatiently. "Bejazus," Casey snorted. "Ye can't." Dermott called from the car. "Tim, the captain says to humor this guy. We're going to keep him here until the officials arrive." Tim Casey closed his eyes and groaned. "Humor him, he's after saying." "Orders it is," he shouted back. "Sure, and did you tell him he's in Technicolor? Bagora, he looks like a man from Mars." "That's what they think," Larry yelled, "and the governor's on his way. We're to do everything possible short of violence to keep this character here. Humor him, Tim." Damery Tass snapped, pushing the cap into Casey's reluctant hands. Muttering his protests, Casey lifted it gingerly and placed it on his head. Not feeling any immediate effect, he said, "There, dissatisfied ye are now, I'm supposin'." The alien stooped down and flicked a switch on the little box. It hummed gently. Tim Casey suddenly shrieked and sat down on the stubble and grass of the field. "Bagora," he yelped, "I've been mothered." He tore the cap from his head. His companion came running. "What's the matter, Tim?" he shouted. Damery Tass removed the metal cap from his own head. "Sure, and nothin' is after being the matter with him," he said. "Evidently the boy's never been a wearin' of a curate helmet afore. 'Twill hurt him not at all." "You can talk," Dermott blurted, skidding to a stop. Damery Tass shrugged. "Faith, and why not? As I was after sayin', I shared the curate helmet with Tim Casey." Patrolman Dermott glared at him unbelievingly. "You learned the language just by sticking that Rube Goldberg deal on Tim's head?" "Sure, and why not?" Dermott muttered, "And with it he has to pick up the corniest brogue west of Dublin." Tim Casey got to his feet indignantly. "I'm after resentin' that, Larry Dermott." "Sure, and the way we talk in Ireland is." Demery Tass interrupted, pointing to a bedraggled horse that made its way to within 50 feet of the vessel. "Now what could that be after bein'?" The patrolman followed his stare. "It's a horse. What else?" "A horse?" Larry Dermott looked again, just to make sure. "Yeah, not much of a horse, but a horse." Demery Tass sighed ecstatically. "And just what is a horse, if I may be so bold as to be askin'?" "It's an animal you ride on." The alien tore his gaze from the animal to look his disbelief at the other. "Are you after meaning that you climb upon the crayture's back and ride him? Faith now, quit your blarney." He looked at the horse again, then down at his equipment. "Begorra," he muttered, "I'll share the carrot helmet with the crayture." "Hey, hold it," Dermott said anxiously. He was beginning to feel like a character in a Shaggy Dog story. Interest in the horse was ended with the sudden arrival of a helicopter. It swooped down on the field and settled within 20 feet of the alien craft. Almost before it had touched, the door was flung open and the flying windmill disgorged two bestarred and efficient-looking army officers. Casey and Dermott snapped them a salute. The senior general didn't take his eyes from the alien and the spacecraft as he spoke, and they bugged quite as effectively as they had those of the patrolman when they'd first arrived on the scene. "I'm Major General Browning," he rapped. "I want a police cordon thrown up around this, vessel. No newsmen, no sightseers, nobody without my permission. As soon as Army personnel arrives, we'll take over completely." "Yes, sir," Larry Dermott said. "I've got a report on the radio that the governor's on his way, sir. How about him?" The general muttered something under his breath. Then, "When the governor arrives, let me know. Otherwise, nobody gets through." Demery Tass said, "Faith, and what goes on?" The general's eyes bugged still further. "He talks," he accused. "Yes, sir," Dermott said. "He had some kind of machine. He put it over Tim's head, and seconds later he could talk." "Nonsense," the general snapped. Further discussion was interrupted by the screaming arrival of several motorcycle patrolmen, followed by 3 heavily laden patrol cars. Overhead, pursuit planes zoomed in and began darting about nervously above the field. "Sure, and it's quite a reception I'm after gettin'," Demery Tass said. He yawned. "But what I'm a-wantin' is a chance to get some sleep. Faith, and I've been awake for almost a decade." Demery Tass was hurried, via helicopter to Washington, where he disappeared for several days, being held incommunicado while White House, Pentagon, State Department, and Congress tried to figure out just what to do with him. Never in the history of the planet had such a furor arisen. Thus far, no newspaper men had been allowed within speaking distance. Administration higher-ups were being subjected to a volcano of editorial heat, but the longer the space alien was discussed, the more they viewed with alarm the situation his arrival had precipitated. There were angles that hadn't at first been evident. Obviously he was from some civilization far beyond that of Earth's. That was the rub. No matter what he said, it would shake governments, possibly overthrow social systems, perhaps even destroy established religious concepts. But they couldn't keep him under wraps indefinitely. It was the United Nations that cracked the Iron Curtain. Their demands that the alien be heard before their body was too strong and had too much public opinion behind them to be ignored. The White House yielded, and the date was set for the visitor to speak before the Assembly. Excitement, anticipation blanketed the world. Shepherds in Sinkiang, multimillionaires in Switzerland, fakers in Pakistan, gonchos in Argentine were raised to a zenith of expectation. Panhandlers debated the message to come with pedestrians. Jinrikisha men argued it with their passengers. Miners discussed it deep beneath the surface. Pilots argued with their co-pilots thousands of feet above. It was the most universally awaited event of the ages. By the time the delegates from every nation, tribe, religion, class, color, and race had gathered in New York to receive the message from the stars, the majority of Earth had decided that Demaritas was the plenipotentiary of a super-civilization which had been viewing developments on this planet with misgivings. It was thought this other civilization had advanced greatly beyond Earth's, and that the problems besetting us, social, economic, scientific, had been solved by the super-civilization. Obviously, then, Demaritas had come, an advisor from a benevolent and friendly people, to guide the world aright. And 9/10 of the population of Earth stood ready and willing to be guided. The other 10th liked things as they were, and were quite convinced that the space envoy would upset their apple carts. Vilhjalmur Anderson, Secretary General of the UN, was to introduce the space emissary. "Can you give me an idea at all of what he's like?" he asked nervously. President McCord was upset as the Dane. He shrugged in agitation. "I know almost as little as you do." Sir Alfred Oxford protested. "But my dear chap, you've had him for almost 2 weeks. Certainly in that time—" The president snapped back. "You probably won't believe this, but he's been asleep until yesterday. When he first arrived he told us he hadn't slept for a decal, whatever that is. So we held off our discussion with him until morning. Well, he didn't wake in the morning, nor the next. 6 days later, fearing something was wrong, we woke him." "What happened?" Sir Alfred asked. The president showed embarrassment. "He used some rather ripe Irish profanity on us, rolled over, and went back to sleep." Vilhjalmur Anderson asked, "Well, what happened yesterday?" "We actually haven't had time to question him. Among other things, there's been some controversy about whose jurisdiction he comes under. The State Department claims the Army shouldn't." The Secretary General sighed deeply. "Just what did he do?" "The Secret Service reports he spent the day whistling Mother Machree and playing with his dog, cat, and mouse." "Dog, cat, and mouse? I say," blurted Sir Alfred. The president was defensive. He had to have some occupation, and he seems to be particularly interested in our animal life. He wanted a horse but compromised for the others. I understand he insists all 3 of them come with him wherever he goes. I wish we knew what he was going to say, Anderson worried. "Here he comes," said Sir Alfred. Surrounded by FBI men, Demaritas was ushered to the speaker's stand. He had a kitten in his arms, a Scotty followed him. The alien frowned worriedly. "Sure," he said, "and what can all this be? Is some ordinance I've been after breaking?" McCord, Sir Alfred, and Anderson hastened to reassure him and made him comfortable in a chair. Vilhjalmur Anderson faced the thousands in the audience and held up his hands, but it was 10 minutes before he was able to quiet the cheering, stamping delegates from all Earth. Finally, "Fellow Terrans, I shall not take your time for a lengthy introduction of the envoy from the stars. I will only say that, without doubt, this is the most important moment in the history of the human race. We will now hear from the first being to come to Earth from another world." He turned and gestured to Demaritas, who hadn't been paying overmuch attention to the chairman in view of some dog and cat hostilities that had been developing about his feet. But now the alien's purplish face faded into a light blue. He stood and said hoarsely, "Faith, and what was that last you said?" Vilhjalmur Anderson repeated, "We will now hear from the first being ever to come to Earth from another world." The face of the alien went a lighter blue. "Sure, and you wouldn't just be a-frightening a body, would ye? You don't claim to tell me this planet isn't after being a member of the Galactic League?" Anderson's face was blank. "Galactic League?" "Kushla Makri," Demaritas moaned. "I've gone and put me foot in it again. I'll be after getting cert for this." Sir Alfred was on his feet. "I don't understand. Do you mean you aren't an envoy from another planet?" Demaritas held his head in his hands and groaned. "An envoy, he's sayin', and meself only a second-rate collector of specimens for the Carthus Zoo." He straightened and started off the speaker stand. "Sure, and I must blast off immediately." Things were moving fast for President McCord, but already an edge of relief was manifesting itself. Taking the initiative, he said, of course, if that is your desire." He signaled to the bodyguard who had accompanied the alien to the assemblage. A dull roar was beginning to emanate from the thousands gathered in the tremendous hall, murmuring, questioning, disbelieving. Viljamar Anderson felt that he must say something. He extended a detaining hand. "Now you are here," he said urgently, "even though by mistake. Before you go, can't you give us some brief word? Our world is in chaos. Many of us have lost faith. Perhaps—" Damari Tass shook off the restraining hand. "Do I look daft? Begorry, I should have been a knowin' something was queer. All your weapons and your strange ideas. Faith, I wouldn't be surprised if ye hadn't yet established a planet-wide government. Sure, and I'll go still further. Ye probably have wars on this benighted world. No wonder it is ye haven't been invited to join the Galactic League and take your place among the civilized planets." He hustled from the rostrum and made his way, still surrounded by guards, to the door by which he had entered. The dog and the cat trotted after, undismayed by the furor about them. They arrived about 4 hours later at the field on which he had landed, and the alien from space hurried toward his craft, still muttering. He had been accompanied by a general and by the president, but all the way he had refrained from speaking. He scurried from the car and toward the spacecraft. President McCord said, "You've forgotten your pets. We would be glad if you would accept them as—" The alien's face faded a light blue again. "Faith, and I'd almost forgotten," he said. "If I take a creature from his quarantine planet, my name'd be Nork. Keep your dog and your kitty." He shook his head sadly and extracted a mouse from a pocket. "And this amazing little creature as well." They followed him to the spacecraft. Just before entering, he spotted the bedraggled horse that had been present on his landing. A longing expression came over his highly colored face. "Just one thing," he said. "Faith now, were they pulling my leg when they said you were after riding on the back of those things?" The president looked at the woebegone nag. "It's a horse," he said, surprised. "Man has been riding them for centuries." Damari Tass shook his head. "Sure, and 'twould have been my makin' if I could have taken one back to Carthus." He entered his vessel. The others drew back, out of range of the expected blast, and watched, each with his own thoughts, as the first visitor from space hurriedly left Earth. End of section 4. Section 5 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Citadel by Algis Boudries. He was looking for a privacy his strange personality needed, and never quite seemed to achieve it. All his efforts were, somehow, great triumphs of the race, and great failures for him. The aging man was sweating profusely, and he darted sidelong glances at the windowless walls of the outer office. By turns he sat stiffly in a corner chair, or paced uneasily, his head swiveling constantly. His hand was clammy when Meade shook it. "Hello, Mr. Meade," he said in a husky, hesitant voice, his eyes never quite still, never long on Meade's face, but darting hither and yon, his glance rebounding at every turn from the walls, the floor, the ceiling, the closed outer door. Christopher Meade, Assistant Under-Secretary for External Affairs, returned the handshake, smiling. "Please come into my office," he said quickly. "It's much more spacious." "Thank you," the aging man said gratefully, and hurried into the next room. Meade rapidly opened the windows, and some of the man's nervousness left him. He sank down into the visitor's chair in front of Meade's desk, his eyes drinking in the distances beyond the windows. "Thank you," he repeated. Meade sat down behind his desk, leaned back, and waited for the man's breathing to slow. Finally he said, "It's good to see you again, Mr. Holliday. What can I do for you?" Martin Holliday tore his glance away from the window long enough to raise his eyes to Meade's face, and then dropped them to the hands he had folded too deliberately in his lap. His voice husked into unintelligibility, and he had to begin again. I'd like to take an option on a new planet," he finally said. Meade nodded. "I don't see why not." He gestured expressively at the star chart papered over one wall of his office. "We've certainly got plenty of them, but what happened with your first one?" "Mr. Holliday, I certainly won't be offended if you prefer to look out the window," Meade said quickly. "Thank you." After a moment, he began again. "It didn't work out," he said, his glance flickering back to Meade for an instant before he had to look out the window again. "I don't know where my figuring went wrong. It didn't go wrong. It was just things. I thought I could sell enough subdivisions to cover the payments and still keep most of it for myself, but it didn't work out." He looked quickly at Meade with a flash of groundless guilt in his eyes. "First, I had to sell more than I had intended, because I had to lower the original price. Somebody'd optioned another planet in the same system, and I hadn't counted on the competition. Then, even after I'd covered the option and posted surety on the payments, there were all kinds of expenses. I couldn't lease the mineral rights." He looked at Meade again, as though he had to justify himself. "I don't know how that deal fell through. The company just withdrew, all of a sudden." "Do you think there might have been anything peculiar about that?" Meade asked. "I mean, could the company have made a deal with the colonists for a lower price after you'd been forced out?" Holliday shook his head quickly. No, nothing like that. The colonists and I got along fine. It wasn't as though I hadn't put the best land up for sale, or tried to make myself rich. Why, after I had to sell some of the remaining land, I knew it wasn't worth staying any more. Some of them offered to lend me enough money to keep 50,000 square miles for myself." He smiled warmly, his eyes blank while he focused on memory. "But that wasn't it, of course," he went on. "I had my original investment back, but I couldn't tell them why I couldn't stay. It was people, even if I never saw them. It was the thought of people, with aircraft and rockets and roads." "I understand, Mr. Holliday," Meade said in an effort to spare him embarrassment. Holliday looked at him helplessly. "I couldn't tell them that, could I, Mr. Meade? They were good, friendly people who wanted to help me. I couldn't tell them it was people, could I?" He wet his dry lips and locked his eyes on the view outside the window. "All I want, Mr. Meade, is half a planet to myself," he said softly. He shook his head. "Well, it'll work out this time. This time I won't have to sell so much, and I'll have a place to spend what time I've got left in peace, without this. He gestured helplessly in an effort to convey his tortured consciousness of his own fear. Meade nodded quickly as he saw his features knot convulsively. "Of course, Mr. Holliday. We'll get you an option on a new planet as quickly as we can." "Thank you," Holliday said again. Can we handle it today? I've had my credit transferred to a local bank." "Certainly, Mr. Holliday. We won't keep you on Earth a moment longer than absolutely necessary." He took a standard form out of a desk drawer and passed it to Holliday for his signature. "I'll be smarter this time," the aging man said, trying to convince himself as he uncapped his pen. "This time it'll work out." "I'm sure it will, Mr. Holliday," Meade said. Marlowe was obese. He sat behind his desk like a tuskless sea lion crouched behind a rock, and his cheeks merged into jowls and obliterated his neck. His desk was built specially so that he could get his thighs under it. His office chair was heavier and wider by far than any standard size, its casters rolling on special composition base that had been laid down over the carpeting, for Marlowe's weight would have cut any ordinary rug to shreds. His jacket stretched like a pleo film to enclose the bulk of his stooped shoulders, and his eyes surveilled his world behind the embattlemented heaviness of the puffing flesh that filled their sockets. A bulb flickered on his interphone set, and Marlowe shot a glance at the switch beneath it. "Secretary, quite contrary," he muttered inaudibly. He flicked the switch. "Yes, Mary?" His voice rumbled out of the flabby cavern of his chest. "Mr. Meade has just filed a report on Martin Holliday, Mr. Secretary. Would you like to see it?" "Just give me a summary, Mary." Under his breath he whispered, "Summary that mummery, Mary," and a thin smile fell about his lips while he listened. "Gave him Carlshaven 4, eh?" he observed when his secretary'd finished. "Okay, thanks, Mary." He switched off and sat thinking. Somewhere in the bowels of the body administrative, he knew, notations were being made and cross-filed. The addition of Carlshaven 4 to the list of planets under colonization would be made, and Holliday's asking prices for land would be posted with emigration, together with a prospectus abstracted from the General Galactic Survey. He switched the interphone on again. Mary, supply me with a copy of the GenServe on the entire Carlshaven system. Tell Mr. Meade I'll expect him in my office sometime this afternoon. You schedule it, and we'll go into it further." "Yes, Mr. Secretary. Will 15:15 be all right?" 15:15's fine, Mary," Marlowe said gently. "Yes, sir," his secretary replied, abashed. "I keep forgetting about proper nomenclature." "So do I, Mary, so do I," Marlowe sighed. "Anything come up that wasn't scheduled for today?" It was a routine question, born of futile hope. There was always something to spoil the carefully planned daily schedules. "Yes and no, sir." Marlowe cocked an eyebrow at the interphone. "Well, that's a slight change anyway. What is it?" "There's a political science observer from Dovenel, that's more too on our map, sir, who requested permission to talk to you. He's here on the usual exchange program, and he's within his privileges in asking, of course. I assume it's an ordinary thing. What's our foreign policy? How do you apply it? Can you give specific instances, and the like?" Precisely, Marlowe thought. For ordinary questions there were standard answers, and Mary had been his secretary for so long that she could supply them as well as he could. "Dovenel, more too, eh?" Obviously there was something special about the situation, and Mary was leaving the decision to him. He scanned through his memorized star catalogues, trying to find the correlation. "Mr. Secretary." Marlowe grunted. "Still here. Just thinking. Isn't Dovenel that nation we just sent Harrison to?" "Yes, sir, on the same exchange program." Marlowe chuckled. "Well, if we've got Harrison down there, it's only fair to let their fellow learn something in exchange, isn't it? What's his name?" "Daly Shoed Clavan, sir." Marlowe muttered to himself. "Daly Shoed Clavan? Irish, corned beef and cabbage." His mind filed it away together with a primary color picture of Jiggs and Maggie. "All right, Mary, I'll talk to him, if you can find room in the schedule somewhere. Tell you what, let him in at 15:30. Meade and I can finish a working example for him. Does that check all right with your book?" "Yes, sir. There'll be time if we carry over on the Saroe incidents." "Saroe's waited 6 years, 4 months, and 23 days. They'll wait another day. Let's do that, then. Huh, Mary?" Marlowe switched off and picked up a report which he began to read by the page block system, his eyes almost unblinking between pages. "Harrison, eh?" he muttered once, stopping to look quizzically at his desktop. He chuckled. At 15:15 the light on his interphone blinked twice, and Marlowe hastily initialed a directive with his right hand while touching the switch with his left. "Yes, Mary?" "Mr. Meade, sir." "Okay." He switched off, pushed the directive into his outbox, and pulled the GenServe and the folder on Martin Holliday out of the hold tray. "Come in, Chris," he said as Meade knocked on the door. "How are you today, Mr. Marlowe?" Meade asked as he sat down. 4 ounces heavier, Marlowe answered dryly. "I presume you're not. Cigarette, Chris?" Apparently, the use of the first name finally caught Meade's notice. He looked thoughtful for a moment, then took a cigarette and lit it. "Thanks, Dave." "Well, I'm glad that's settled," Marlowe chuckled, his eyes almost disappearing in wrinkles of flesh. "How's Mary?" Meade grinned crookedly. "Miss Wholesome is in fine fettle today, thank you." Marlowe rumbled a laugh. Meade at once made the mistake of addressing the woman as Mary, under the natural assumption that if Marlowe could do it, everyone could. "Mary, I fear," Marlowe observed, "lives in more stately times than these. She'll tolerate informality from me because I'm in direct authority over her, and direct authority, of course, is law. But you, Meade, are a young whippersnapper." "But that's totally unrealistic," Meade protested. "I don't respect her less by using her first name. It's just friendliness, that's all." "Look," Marlowe said, "it makes sense, but it ain't logical, not on her terms. Mary Folsom was raised by a big, tough, tight-lipped authoritarian of a father who believed in bringing kids up by the book. By the time she got tumbled out into the world, all big men were unquestionable authority, and all young men were callow whippersnappers. Sure, she's unhappy about it, inside. But it makes her a perfect secretary for me, and she does her job well. We play by her rules on the little things, and by the world's rules on the big ones. Capiche?" "Sure, Dave, but—" Marlowe picked up the folder on Holiday and gave Meade one weighty but understanding look before he opened it. "Your trouble, Chris, is that your viewpoint is fundamentally sane," he said. "Now about Holiday. Martin, options, 06-26-8729, 063-108-1004. I didn't get time to read the GenServe on the Carlshaven planets, so I'll ask you to brief me." "Yes, sir." "What's 4 like?" "Good, arable land. A little mountainous in spots, but that's good. Loaded with minerals, industrial stuff, like silver. Some tin, but not enough to depress the monetary standard. Lots of copper. Coal beds, petroleum basins, the works. Self-supporting practically from the start. A real asset to the Union in 56 years. Marlowe nodded. "Good. Nice picking, Chris. Now, got a decoy?" "Yes, sir. Carlshaven 2's a falsee. I've got a dummy option on it in the works, and will be able to undercut Holiday's prices for his land by about 20%. "Falsee, huh? How long do you figure until the colony can't stick on it any longer?" "A fair-sized one, with lots of financial backing. Might even make it permanently. But we won't be able to dig up that many loafers, and naturally, we can't give them that big a subsidy. Eventually we'll have to ferry them all out, in about 8 years, say. But that'll give us enough time to break Holiday." Marlowe nodded again. "Sounds good." "Something else," Meade said. "Two's mineral poor." He looked hesitantly at Marlowe. "What's up, boy?" "Well, sir," Meade began, then stopped. "Nothing important, really." Marlowe gave him a surprising look full of sadness and brooding understanding. "You're thinking he's an old, frightened man, and why don't we leave him alone?" "Why, yes, sir." "Dave." "Yes, Dave." "You're quite right. Why don't we?" "We can't, sir. I know that. But it doesn't seem fair." "Exactly, Chris. It ain't right, but it's correct." The light on Marlowe's interphone blinked once. Marlowe looked at it in momentary surprise. Then his features cleared, and he muttered, "Cabbage." He reached out toward the switch. "We've got a visitor, Chris. Follow my lead." He reviewed his information on Devonalid titular systems while he touched the switch. "Ask Scud Claven to come in, Mary." Daily Shud Claven was almost a twin for the pictured, typical Devonalid in Marlowe's library. Since the pictures were usually idealized, it followed that Claven was an above-average specimen of his people. He stood a full 8 feet from fetters to crest, and had not yet begun to thicken his toes in compensation for the stoop that marked advancing middle age for his race. Marlowe, looking at him, smiled inwardly. No Devonalid could be so obviously superior, and still only a lowly student. Well, considering Harrison's qualifications, it might still not be tit for tat. Meade began to get to his feet, and Marlowe hastily planted a foot atop his nearest shoe. The assistant winced and twitched his lips, but at least he stayed down. "Davy Shute Clavin," the Devonalid pronounced in good English. "David Marlowe, Secretary for External Affairs, Solar Union," Marlowe replied. Ood Clavin looked expectantly at Meade. "Christopher Meade, Assistant Under Secretary for External Affairs," the assistant said, orienting himself. "If you would do us the honor of permitting us to stand," Marlowe asked politely. "On the contrary, Marlowe, if you would do me the honor of permitting me to sit, I should consider it a privilege." "Please do so. Mr. Meade, if you would bring our visitor a chair." They lost themselves in formalities for a few minutes, Marlowe being urbanely correct, Meade following after as best he could through the maze of Devonalid mores. Finally they were able to get down to the business at hand, Ood Clavin sitting with considerable comfort in the carefully designed chair which could be snapped into almost any shape, Marlowe bulking behind his desk, Meade sitting somewhat nervously beside him. "Now, as I understand it, Ood Clavin," Marlowe began, "you'd like to learn something of our policies and methods." "That is correct, Marlowe and Meade." The Devonalid extracted a block of opaque material from the flat wallet at his side and steadied it on his knee. "I have your permission to take notes?" "Please do. Now, as it happens, Mr. Meade and I are currently considering a case which perfectly illustrates our policies." Ood Clavin immediately traced a series of ideographs on the note block, and Marlowe wondered if he was actually going to take their conversation down verbatim. He shrugged mentally. He'd have to ask him, at some later date, whether he'd missed anything. Undoubtedly, there'd be a spare recording of the tape he himself was making. "To begin, as you know, our government is founded upon principles of extreme personal freedom. There are no arbitrary laws governing expression, worship, the possession of personal weapons, or the rights of personal property. The state is construed to be a mechanism of public service, operated by the body politic, and the actual regulation and regimentation of society is accomplished by natural socio-economic laws, which, of course, are both universal and unavoidable. We pride ourselves on the high status of the individual in comparison to the barely tolerable existence of the state. We do, naturally, have ordinances and injunctions governing crimes, but even these are usually superseded by civil action at the personal level." Marlowe leaned forward a trifle. "Forgetting exact principles for a moment, Ood Clavin, you realize that the actuality will sometimes stray from the ideal. Our citizens, for example, do not habitually carry weapons except under extraordinary conditions. But that is a civil taboo, rather than a fixed amendation of our Constitution. I have no doubt that some future generation, mores having shifted, will, for example, revive the Code Duello." Ood Clavin nodded. "Quite understood. Thank you, Marlowe." "Good. Now to proceed. Under conditions such as those, the state and its agencies cannot lay down a fixed policy of any sort, and expect it to be in the least permanent. The people will not tolerate such regulation, and with each new shift in social mores, and the institution of any policy is itself sufficient to produce such a shift within a short time, successive policies are repudiated by the body politic, and new ones must be instituted." Marlowe leaned back and spread his hands. "Therefore," he said with a rueful smile, "it can be fairly said that we have no foreign policy, effectively speaking. We pursue the expedient, Ood Clavin, and hope for the best. The case which Mr. Meade and I are currently considering is typical. The Union, as you know, maintains a General Survey Corps whose task it is to map the galaxy, surveying such planets as harbor alien races or seem suitable for human colonization. Such a survey team, for example, first established contact between your people and ours. Exchange observation rights are worked out, and representatives of both races are given the opportunity to acquaint themselves with the society of the other. In the case of unoccupied, habitable planets, however, the state's function ceases with the filing of a complete and definitive survey at the Under-Ministry for Immigration. The state, as a state, sponsors no colonies and makes no establishments except for the few staging bases which are maintained for the use of the Survey Corps. We have not yet found any need for the institution of an offensive service analogous to a planetary army, nor do we expect to. War in space is possible only under extraordinary conditions, and we foresee no such contingency. All our colonization is carried out by private citizens who apply to Mr. Meade here for options on suitable unoccupied planets. Mr. Meade's function is to act as a consultant in these cases. He maintains a roster of surveyed human habitable planets, and either simply signs the requested planet or recommends one to fit specified conditions. The cost of the option is sufficient to cover the administrative effort involved, together with sufficient profit to the government to finance further surveys. The individual holding the option is then referred to Immigration, which provides copies of a prospectus taken from the General Survey Report, and advertises the option holders asking prices on subdivisions. Again, there is a reasonable fee of a nature similar to ours, devoted to the same purposes. Then the state ceases to have any voice in the projected colonization whatsoever. It is a totally private enterprise, a simple real estate operation, if you will, with the state acting only as an advertising agency, and occasionally as the lessor of suitable transportation from Earth to the new planet. The colonists, of course, are under our protection, maintaining full citizenship unless they request independence, which is freely granted. If you would like to see it for purposes of clarification, you're welcome to examine our file on Martin Holliday, a citizen who is fairly typical of these real estate operators, and who has just filed an option on his second planet. Smiling, Marlowe extended the folder. "Thank you, I should like to," Oudclaven said, and took the file from Marlowe. He leafed through it rapidly, pausing, after asking Marlowe's leave, to make notes on some of the information, and then handed it back. "Most interesting," Oudclaven observed. "However, if you'll enlighten me, this man Martin Holliday, wouldn't there seem to be very little incentive for him, considering his age, even if there is the exception of a high monetary return, particularly since his first attempt, while not a failure, was not an outstanding financial success?" Marlowe shrugged helplessly. "I tend to agree with you thoroughly, Oudclaven, but," he smiled, "you'll agree, I'm sure, that one Earthman's boredom is another's incentive. We are not a rigorously logical race, Oudclaven." "Quite," the Devonalid replied. Marlowe stared at his irrevocable clock. His interphone light flickered, and he touched the switch absently. "Yes, Mary?" "Will there be anything else, Mr. Secretary?" "No, thank you, Mary. Good night." "Good night, sir." There was no appeal. The day was over, and he had to go home. He stared helplessly at his empty office, his mind automatically counting the pairs of departing footsteps that sounded momentarily as clerks and stenographers crossed the walk below his partly open window. Finally he rolled his chair back and pushed himself to his feet. Disconsolate, he moved irresolutely to the window and watched the people leave. Washington, aging, crowded Washington, mazed by narrow streets, carrying the burden of the severe, unimaginative past on its grimy architecture, respired heavily under the sinking sun. The capital ought to be moved, he thought, as he thought every night at this time. Nearer the heart of the empire, out of this steamy bog, out of this warren. His heavy lips moved into an ironical comment on his own thoughts. No one was ever going to move the Empire's traditional seat. There was too much nostalgia concentrated here, along with the humidity. Someday, when the Union was contiguous with the entire galaxy, men would still call Washington, an old, out-of-the-way Earth, their capital. Man was not a rigorously logical race, as a race. The thought of going home broke out afresh, insidiously avoiding the barriers of bemusement which he had tried to erect, and he turned abruptly away from the window, moving decisively so as to be able to move at all. He yanked open a desk drawer and stuffed his jacket pockets with candy bars, ripping the film from one and chewing it on its end, while he put the papers in his briefcase. Finally, he could not delay any longer. Everyone else was out of the building, and the robots were taking over. Metal treads spun along the corridors, bearing brooms, and the robot switchboards guarded the communications of the ministry. Soon the char robots would be bustling into this very office. He sighed and walked slowly out, down the empty halls where no human eye could see him waddling. He stepped into his car, and as he opened the door, the automatic recording said, "Home, please," in his own voice. The car waited until he was settled and then accelerated gently, pointing for his apartment. The recording had been an unavoidable but vicious measure of his own. He'd had to resort to it, for the temptation to drive to a terminal, to an airport, or a rocket field, or a railroad station, anywhere, had become excruciating. The car stopped for a pedestrian light, and a sports model bounced jauntily to a stop beside it. The driver cocked an eyebrow at Marlowe and chuckled, "Hey, fatso, which one of you is the Buick?" Then the light changed, the car spurted away, and left Marlowe cringing. He would not get an official car and protect himself with its license number. He would not be a coward. He would not. His fingers shaking, he tore the film from another candy bar. Marlowe huddled in his chair, the notebook clamped on one broad thigh by his heavy hand, his lips mumbling nervously while his pencil point checked off meter. "Dwell in aching discontent," he muttered. "No, not that." He stared down at the floor, his eyes distant. "Bitter discontent," he whispered. He grunted softly with breath that had to force its way past the constricting weight of his hunched chest. "Bitter dwell." He crossed out the third line, substituted the new one, and began to read the first two verses to himself. "We are born of humankind. This is our destiny, to bitter dwell in discontent wherever we may be, to struggle with the burden of that which heals on us, to stake our fresh beginnings when frailer breeds have done." He smiled briefly, content. It still wasn't perfect, but it was getting closer. He continued, "To pile upon the ashes of races in decease, such citadels of our kind's own, as fortify no." "What are you doing, David?" his wife asked over his shoulder. Flinching, he pulled the notebook closer into his lap, bending forward in an instinctive effort to protect it. The warm, loving, sighing voice went on, "Are you writing another poem, David? Why, I thought you'd given that up." It's nothing really, Leonora. Nothing much, just a thing I've had running around in my head. Wanted to get rid of it." His wife leaned over and kissed his cheek clumsily. "Why, you big old dear, I'll bet it's for me. Isn't it, David? Isn't it for me?" He shook his head in almost desperate regret. I'm afraid not, Snorer. It's about something else, Leonora." "Oh." She came around the chair, and he furtively wiped his cheek with a hasty hand. She sat down facing him, smiling with entreaty. "Would you read it to me anyway, David? Please, dear." "Well, it's not finished yet. Not right." "You don't have to, David. It's not important. Not really." She sighed deeply. He picked up the notebook, his breath cold in his constricted throat. "All right," he said, the words coming out huskily. "I'll read it, but it's not finished yet." "If you don't want to." He began to read hurriedly, his eyes locked on the notebook, his voice a suppressed, hoarse, spasmodic whisper. Such citadels of our own kind, as fortify no peace, no wall can offer shelter, no roof can shield from pain. We cannot rest, we are the damned, we must go forth again. Unnumbered we must. David, are you sure about those last lines? She smiled apologetically. I know I'm old-fashioned, but couldn't you change that? It seems so harsh. And I think you may have unconsciously borrowed it from someone else. I can't help thinking I've heard it before somewhere. Don't you think so? I don't know, my dear. You may be right about that word, but it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, I'm not going to try to get it published or anything. I know, dear, but still. He was looking at her desperately. I'm sorry, dear, she said contritely. Please go on. Don't pay any attention to my stupid comments. They're not stupid. Please, dear, go on. His fingers clamped the edge of the notebook. Unnumbered we must wander, break, and bleed and die. Implacable as the ocean, our tide must drown the sky. What is our expiation? For what primeval crime? That we must go on marching until the crash of time. What hand has shaped so cruelly? What whim has cast such fate? Where is, in our creation, the botch that makes us great? Oh, that's good, darling. That's very good. I'm proud of you, David. I think it stinks, he said evenly. But anyway, there are 2 more verses. David! Grimly he spat out the last 8 lines. Why are we ever gimleted? By empire's irony, or discontent the cancer price of Earthman's galaxy? Leonora, recoiling from his cold fury, was a shaking pair of shoulders and a mass of lank hair supported by her hands on her face while she sobbed. Are our souls so much perverted we cannot relent, or are the stars the madman's cost for his inborn discontent? Good night, Leonora. The light flickered on Marlowe's interphone. Good morning, Mr. Secretary. Good morning, Mary. What's up? Harrison's being deported from Davenil, sir. There's a civil crime charged against him, quite a serious one. Marlowe's eyebrows went up. How much have we got on it? Not too much, sir. Harrison's report hasn't come in yet. But the story's on the news broadcasts now, sir. We haven't been asked to comment yet, but immigration has been called by several news outlets, and the Ministry for Education just called here and inquired whether it would be all right to publish a general statement of their exchange students' careful instructions against violating local customs. Marlowe's glance brooded down the mass of papers piled in the tray of his inbox. Give me a tape of a typical broadcast, he said at last. Hold everything else. Present explanation to all news outlets. None now. Statement forthcoming after preliminary investigation later in the day. The Ministry regrets this incident deeply, and will try to settle matters as soon and as amicably as possible, etc., etc. Okay? Yes, sir. He swung his chair around to face the screen led into a side wall, and colors began to flicker and run in the field almost immediately. He steadied and sharpened, and the broadcast tape began to roll. Dateline. Davenil, Sector 3, Day 183, 2417 GST. Your local news reporter on this small planet at the Union's rim was unable today to locate for comment any of the high officials of this alien civilization directly concerned with the order for the deportation of exchange student observer Hubert Harrison, charged with theft and violent assault on the person of a Davenilid citizen. Union citizen Harrison was unavailable for comment at this time, but Topical News will present his views and other such clues when more ensues. Marlowe grunted. Journalese was getting out of hand again. That last rhyming sentence was sure to stick in the audience's brains. It might be only another advertising gimmick, but if they start doing it with the body of the news itself, it might well be to feed Topical enough false leads to destroy what little reputation for comprehensibility they had left. He touched his interphone switch. Mary, what was the hooper on that broadcast? Under 1%, sir. Which meant that so far the body politic hadn't been reached. Thank you. Is there anything else coming in? Not at the moment, sir. What's cabbage? What's Dalish und Claven doing? His residence is the Solar Hotel, sir. The management reports that he is still in his room, and has not reserved space on any form of long-distance transportation. He has not contacted us either, and there's a strong probability that he may still be unaware of what's happened. How many calls did he make yesterday, either before or after he was here, and to whom? I can get you a list in 10 minutes, sir. Do that, Mary. He switched off, sat slapping the edge of his desk with his hand, and switched on again. Mary, I want the GenServes on the Dovenil area to a depth of 10 cubic lights. Yes, sir. And get me Mr. Meade on the phone, please. Yes, sir. Marlowe's lips pulled back from his teeth as he switched off. He snatched a candy bar out of his drawer, tore the film part way off, then threw it back in the drawer as his desk phone chimed. Here, Chris. Here, Mr. Marlowe. Look, Chris, has Holliday left Earth yet? Yes, sir, yes, Dave. Where is he? Luna, en route to Carlshaven. He was lucky enough to have me arrange for his accidentally getting a ride on a GenServe ship that happened to be going out that way, if you follow me. Meade grinned. Get him back. The smile blanked out. I can't do that, Mr. Marlowe. He'd never be able to take it. You should have seen him when I put him on the shuttle. We doped him up with Easy Rest, and even then his subconscious could feel the bulkheads around him, even in his sleep. Those shuttles are small, and they don't have ports. We can't help that. We need him, and I've got to talk to him first, personally. Meade bit his lip. Yes, sir. Dave. Yes, Dave. Daly Chute Claven sat easily in his chair opposite Marlowe. He rested one digit on his notebook and waited. Oot Claven, Marlowe said amiably. You're undoubtedly aware by now that your opposite number on Dovenil has been charged with a civil crime and deported. The Devonalid nodded. An unfortunate incident, one that I regret personally, and which I am sure my own people would much rather not have had happen. Naturally, Barlow smiled. I simply wanted to reassure you that this incident does not reflect on your own status in any way. We are investigating our representative, and will take appropriate action, but it seems quite clear that the fault is not with your people. We have already forwarded reparations and a note of apology to your government. As further reparation, I wish to assure you personally that we will cooperate with your personal observations in every possible way. If there is anything at all you wish to know, even that might, under ordinary conditions, be considered restricted information, just call on us. Ud Claven's crest stirred a fraction of an inch, and Marlowe chuckled inwardly. Well, even a brilliant spy might be forgiven an outward display of surprise under these circumstances. The Dovenilid gave him a piercing look, but Marlowe presented a featureless facade of bulk. The secretary chuckled in his mind once more. He doubted if Ud Claven would accept the hypothesis that Marlowe did not know he was a spy. But the Devonalid must be a sorely confused being at this point. Thank you, Marlowe, he said finally. I am most grateful. I am sure my people will construe it as yet another sign of the Union's friendship. I hope so, Ud Claven, Marlowe replied. Having exchanged his last friendly lie, they went through the customary Dovenilid formula of leave-taking. Marlowe slapped his interphone switch as soon as the alien was gone. Mary, what's the latest on Holiday? His shuttle lands at Idlewild in half an hour, sir. All right. Get Mr. Meade. Have him meet me out front, and get an official car to take us to the field. I want somebody from immigration to go with us. Call Idlewild and have them set up a desk and chairs for 4 out in the middle of the field. Call the Ministry for Traffic, and make sure that field stays clear until we're through with it. My ministerial prerogative, and no back talk. I want that car in 10 minutes. Yes, sir. Mary's voice was perfectly even, without the slightest hint that there was anything unusual happening. Marlowe switched off and twisted his mouth. He picked up the GenServe on the Dovenil area and began skimming it rapidly. He kept his eyes carefully front as he walked out of his office, past the battery of clerks in the outer office, and down the hall. He kept them rigidly fixed on the door of his personal elevator, which, during the day, was human-operated under the provisions of the Human Employment Act of 2302. He met Meade in front of the building and did not look into the eyes of Bussard, the man from immigration, as they shook hands. He followed them down the walk in a sweaty agony of obliviousness, and climbed into the car with carefully normal lack of haste. He sat sweating, chewing a candy bar, for several minutes before he spoke. Then slowly, he felt his battered defenses reassert themselves, and he could actually look at Bussard before he turned to Meade. "Now then," he rapped out a shade too abruptly before he caught himself. "Here's the GenServe on the Dovenil area, Chris. Anything in it you don't know already?" "I don't think so, sir." "Okay. Dig me up a habitable planet. Even a long-term falsee will do, close to Dovenil, but not actually in their system. If it is at all possible, I want that world in a system without any rich planets, and I don't want any rich systems anywhere near it. If you can't do that, arrange for the outright sale of all mineral and other resource rights to suitable companies. I want that planet to be habitable, but I want it to be impossible for any people on it to get at enough resources to achieve a technological culture. Can do?" Meade shook his head. "I don't know." "You've got about 15 minutes to find out. I'm going to start talking to Holliday, and when I tell him I've got another planet for him, I'll be depending on you to furnish one. Sorry to pile it on like this, but must be." Meade nodded. "Right, Mr. Marlowe. That's why I draw pay." "Good boy. Now, Rabbit, Bussard, I want you to be ready to lay out a complete advertising and prospectus program. Straight routine work, but about 4 times normal speed. The toughest part of it will be following the lead that Chris and I set. Don't be surprised at anything, and act like it happens every day." "Yes, Mr. Marlowe." "Right." Bussard looked uncomfortable. Mr. Marlowe." "Yes?" "About this man Harrison. I presume all this is the result of what happened to him on Dovenil. Do you think there's any foundation in truth for what they say he did? Or do you think it's just an excuse to get him off their world?" Marlowe looked at him coldly. "Don't be an ass," he snorted. Martin Holliday climbed slowly out of the shuttle's lock and moved fumblingly down the stairs, leaning on the attendant's arm. His face was a molted gray, and his hand shook uncontrollably. He stepped down to the tarmac, and his head turned from side to side as his eyes gulped in the field's distances. Marlowe sat behind the desk that had been put up in the middle of its emptiness, his eyes brooding as he looked at Holliday. Bussard stood beside him, trying nervously to appear noncommittal, while Meade went up to the shaking old man, grasped his hand, and brought him over to the desk. Marlowe shifted uncomfortably. The desk was standard size, and he had to sit far away from it. He could not feel at ease in such a position. His thick fingers went into the side pocket of his jacket and peeled the film off a candy bar, and he began to eat it, holding it in his left hand, as Meade introduced Holliday. "How do you do, Mr. Holliday?" Marlowe said, his voice higher than he would have liked it, and he shook the man's hand. I'm quite pleased to meet you, Mr. Secretary," Holliday replied. His eyes were darting past Marlowe's head. "This is Mr. Bussard, of Immigration, and you know Mr. Meade, of course. Now I think we can all sit down." Meade's chair was next to Holliday's, and Bussard's was to one side of the desk, so that only Marlowe, unavoidably, blocked his complete view of the stretching tarmac. "First of all, Mr. Holliday, I'd like to thank you for coming back. Please believe me when I say we would not have made such a request if it were not urgently necessary." "It's all right," Holliday said in a slow, apologetic voice. I don't mind." Marlowe winced, but he had to go on. "Have you seen the news broadcast recently, Mr. Holliday?" The man shook his head in embarrassment. No, sir. I've been asleep most of the time. I understand, Mr. Holliday. I didn't really expect you had under the circumstances. The situation is this. Some time ago, our survey ships, working out in their usual expanding pattern, encountered an alien civilization on a world designated More 2 on our maps, and which the natives called Dovenil. It was largely a routine matter, no different from any other alien contact which we've had. They had a relatively high technology, embracing the beginnings of interplanetary flight, and our contract teams were soon able to work out a diplomatic status mutually satisfactory to both. Social observers were exchanged, in accordance with the usual practice, and everything seemed to be going well. Holliday nodded out of painful politeness, not seeing the connection with himself. Some of his nervousness was beginning to fade, but it was impossible for him to be really at ease with so many people near him, with all of Earth's billions lurking at the edge of the tarmac. However, Marlowe went on as quickly as he could, today our representative was deported on a trumped-up charge. Undoubtedly, this is only the first move in some complicated scheme directed against the Union. What it is, we do not know yet. But further observation of the actions of their own representative on this planet has convinced us that they are a clever, ruthless people, living in a society which would have put Machiavelli to shame. They are single-minded of purpose, and welding into a tight group whose major purpose in life is the service of the state in its major purpose, which, by all indications, is that of eventually dominating the universe. You know our libertarian society. You know that the Union government is almost powerless, and that the Union itself is nothing but a loose federation composed of a large number of independent nations tied together by very little more than the fact that we are all Earthmen. We are almost helpless in the face of such a nation as the Dovenilids. They have already outmaneuvered us once, despite our best efforts. There is no sign that they will not be able to do so again, at will. We must somehow discover what the Dovenilids intend to do next. For this reason, I earnestly request that you accept our offer of another planet than the one you have optioned, closer to the Dovenilid system. We are willing, under these extraordinary circumstances, to consider your credit sufficient for the outright purchase of half the planet, and Mr. Boussard here will do his utmost to get you suitable colonists for the other half as rapidly as it can be done. Will you help us, Mr. Holliday?" Marlowe sank back in his chair. He became conscious of a messy feeling in his left hand, and looked down to discover the half-eaten candy bar had melted. He tried furtively to wipe his hand clean on the underside of the desk, but he knew Boussard had noticed, and he cringed and cursed himself. Holliday's face twisted nervously. I don't know." "Please don't misunderstand us, Mr. Holliday," Marlowe said. "We do not intend to ask you to spy for us, nor are we acting with the intention of now establishing a base of any sort on the planet. We simply would like to have a Union world near the Dovenilid system. Whatever Dovenil does will not have gathered significant momentum by the end of your life. You will be free to end your days exactly as you have always wished, and the precautions we have outlined will ensure that there will be no encroachments on your personal property during that time. We are planning for the next generation, when Dovenil will be initiating its program of expansion. It is then that we will need an established outpost near their borders." "Yes," Holliday said hesitantly. "I can understand that. I don't know," he repeated. "It seems all right. And as you say, it won't matter during my lifetime, and it's more than I'd really hoped for." He looked nervously at Meade. "What do you think, Mr. Meade? You've always done your best for me." Meade shot one quick glance at Marlowe. "I think Mr. Marlowe's doing his best for the Union," he said finally, "and I know he's fully aware of your personal interests. I think what he's doing is reasonable under the circumstances, and I think his proposition to you, as he's outlined it, is something which you cannot afford to not consider. The final decision is up to you, of course." Holliday nodded slowly, staring down at his hands. Yes, I think you're right, Mr. Meade." He looked up at Marlowe. "I'll be glad to help. and I'm grateful for the consideration you have shown me." "Not at all, Mr. Holliday. The Union is in your debt." Marlowe wiped his hand on the underside of the desk again, but he only made matters worse, for his fingers picked up some of the chocolate he had removed before. "Mr. Meade, will you give Mr. Holliday the details on the new planet?" he said, trying to get his handkerchief out without smearing his suit. He could almost hear Boussard snickering. Holliday signed the new option contract and shook Marlowe's hand. "I'd like to thank you again, sir. Looking at it from my point of view, it is something for nothing, at least, while I'm alive. And it's a very nice planet, too, from the way Mr. Meade described it, even better than Carlshaven." "Nevertheless, Mr. Holliday," Marlowe said, "you have done the Union a great service. We would consider it an honor if you allowed us to enter your planet in our records under the name of Holliday." He kept his eyes away from Meade. Martin Holliday's eyes were shining. "Thank you, Mr. Marlowe," he said huskily. Marlowe could think of no reply. Finally, he simply nodded. "It's been a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Holliday. We've arranged transportation, and your shuttle will be taking off very shortly." Holliday's face began to bead with fresh perspiration at the thought of bulkheads enclosing him once more, but he managed to smile, and then asked hesitantly, May I wait for the shuttle out here, sir?" "Certainly. We'll arrange for that. Well, good-bye, Mr. Holliday." "Good-bye, Mr. Marlowe. Good-bye, Mr. Boussard. And good-bye, Mr. Meade. I don't suppose you'll be seeing me again." "Good luck, Mr. Holliday," Meade said. Marlowe twisted awkwardly in the car's back seat, wiping futilely at the long smear of chocolate on his trouser pocket. Well, he thought, at least he'd given the old man his name on the star maps until Earthmen stopped roving. At least he'd given him that. Meade was looking at him. "I don't suppose we've got time to let him die in peace, have we?" he asked. Marlowe shook his head. "I suppose we'll have to start breaking him immediately, won't we?" Marlowe nodded. "I'll get at it right away, sir." "Dave, does everybody have to hate me? Can't anyone understand? Even you, Creed, even you, Meade." Daily-shoed Clavin, stooped and withered, sat hopelessly opposite Marlowe, who sat behind his desk like a grizzled polar bear, his thinning mane of white hair unkempt and straggling. "Marlowe, my people are strangling," the old Dovenilid said. Marlowe looked at him silently. "The Holiday Republic has signed treaty after treaty with us, and still their citizens raid our mining planets, driving away our own people, stealing the resources we must have if we are to live." Marlowe sighed. "There's nothing I can do." "We have gone to the Holiday government repeatedly," Clavin pleaded. "They tell us the raiders are criminals, that they're doing their best to stop them, but they still buy the metal the raiders bring them." "They have to," Marlowe said. "There are no available resources anywhere within practicable distances. If they're to have any civilization at all, they've got to buy from the outlaws." "But they are members of the Union," Clavin protested. "Why don't you do anything to stop them?" "We can't," Marlowe said again. "They're members of the Union, yes, but they're also a free republic. We have no administrative jurisdiction over them, and if we attempted to establish one, our citizens would rise in protest all over our territory." "Then we're finished. Dovenel is a dead world." Marlowe nodded slowly. "I'm very sorry. If there's anything I can do, or that the ministry can do, we will do it, but we cannot save the Dovenilid state." Clavin looked at him bitterly. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you for your generous offer of a gracious funeral." "I don't understand you," he burst out suddenly. "I don't understand you people. Diplomatic lies, yes. Expediency, yes. But this madness, this fanatical, illogical devotion of the state in the cause of the people who will tolerate no state. This I cannot understand." Marlowe looked at him, his eyes full of tears. "Clavin," he said, "you are quite right. We are a race of maniacs, and that is why Earthmen rule the galaxy. For our treaties are not binding, and our promises are worthless. Our government does not represent our people. It represents our people as they once were. The delay in the democratic process is such that the treaty signed today fulfills the promise of yesterday. But today the body politic has formed a new opinion, is following a new logic, which is completely at variance with that of yesterday. And Earthman's promise, expressed in words or deeds, is good only at the instant he makes it. A second later, new factors have entered into the old circumstances, and a new chain of logic is formed in his head, to be altered again a few seconds later. He thought suddenly of that poor claustrophobic devil Holiday, harried from planet to planet, never given a moment's rest, and civilizing, spreading the race of humankind wherever he was driven. Civilizing with a fervor no hired dummy could have accomplished, driven by his fear to sell with all the real estate agent's talent that had been born in him, selling for the sake of money with which to buy that land he needed for his peace, and always being forced to sell a little too much. Bud Clavin rose from his chair. "You are also right, Marlowe. You are a race of maniacs, gibbering across the stars. And know, Marlowe, that the other races of the universe hate you." Marlowe, with a tremendous effort, heaved himself out of his chair. "Hate us?" He lumbered around the desk and advanced on the frightened Dovenilid, who was retreating backwards before his path. "Can't you see it? Don't you understand that, if we are to pursue any course of action over a long time, if we are ever going to achieve a galaxy in which an Earthman can some day live in peace with himself, we must each day violate all the moral codes and creeds which we held inviolate the day before? That we must fight against every ideal, every principle which our fathers taught us, because they no longer apply to our new logic? You hate us." He thrust his fat hand, its nails bitten down to the quick and beyond, in front of the cringing alien's eyes. "You poor, weak, single-minded, ineffectual thing. We hate ourselves." End of section 5. Section 6 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. McIlvaine's Star by August Derleth. McIlvaine sat down to his machine, turned complex knobs, and a message flamed across the void. Old Thaddeus McIlvaine discovered a dark star and took it for his own. Thus he inherited a dark destiny. Or did he? "Call them what you like," said Tex Harrigan. "Lost people or strayed, crackpots or warped geniuses. I know enough of them to fill an entire department of queer people. I've been a reporter long enough to have run into quite a few of them." "For example," I said, recognizing Harrigan's mellowness. "Take Thaddeus McIlvaine," said Harrigan. "I've never heard of him." "I suppose not," said Harrigan, "but I knew him. He was an eccentric old fellow who had a modest income, enough to keep up his hobbies, which were 3. He played cards and chess at a tavern called Bixby's on North Clark Street. He was an amateur astronomer, and he had the fixed idea that there was life somewhere outside this planet and that it was possible to communicate with other beings. But unlike most others, he tried it constantly with queer machinery he had rigged up. Well now, this old fellow had a trio of cronies, with whom he played on occasion down at Bixby's. He had no one else to confide in. He kept them up with his progress among the stars and his communication with other life in the cosmos beyond our own, and they made a great joke out of it. From all I could gather, I suppose, because he had no one else to talk to. McIlvaine took it without complaint. Well, as I said, I never heard of him until one morning the city editor, it was old Bill Henderson then, called me in and said, "Harrigan, we've just got a lead on a fellow named Thaddeus McIlvaine, who claims to have discovered a new star. Amateur astronomer up North Clark. Find him and get a story." So I set out to track him down. It was a great moment for Thaddeus McIlvaine. He sat down among his friends almost portentously, adjusted his spectacles, and peered over them in his usual manner, halfway between a querulous oldster and a reproachful schoolmaster. "I've done it," he said quietly. "Aye, and what?" asked Alexander testily. "I discovered a new star." "Oh," said Leopold flatly, "a cinder in your eye." "It lies just off Arcturus," McIlvaine went on, "and it would appear to be coming closer." "Give it my love," said Richardson with a wry smile. "Have you named it yet? Or don't the discoverers of new stars name them any more? McIlvaine's star, that's a good name for it. A hard port of Arcturus, with special displays on windy nights." McIlvaine only smiled. "It's a dark star," he said presently. "It doesn't have light." He spoke almost apologetically, as if somehow he had disappointed his friends. "I'm going to try and communicate with it." "That's the ticket," said Alexander. "Cut for a deal," said Leopold. That was how the news about McIlvaine's star was received by his cronies. Afterward, after McIlvaine had dutifully played several games of euchre, Richardson conceived the idea of telephoning the Globe to announce McIlvaine's discovery. "The old fellow took himself seriously," Harrigan went on, "and yet he was so damned mousy about it. I mean, you got the impression that he had been trying for so long that now he hardly believed in his star himself any longer. But there it was. He had a long, detailed story of its discovery, which was an accident, as those things usually are. They happen all the time, and his story sounded convincing enough. Just the same, you didn't feel that he really had anything. I took down notes, of course. That was routine. I got a picture of the old man, with never an idea we'd be using it. To tell the truth, I carried my notes around with me for a day or so before it occurred to me that it wouldn't do any harm to put a call into Yerkes Observatory up in Wisconsin. So I did, and they confirmed McIlvaine's star. The Globe had the story, did it up in fine style. It was 2 weeks before we heard from McIlvaine again." That night McIlvaine was more than usually diffident. He was not like a man bearing a message of considerable importance to himself. He slipped into Bixby's, got a glass of beer, and approached the table where his friend sat, almost with trepidation. "It's a nice evening for me," he said quietly. Richardson grunted. Leopold said, "By the way, Mac, whatever became of that star of yours, the one the papers wrote up?" "I think," said McIlvaine cautiously, "I'm quite sure. I have got in touch with them. Only," his brow wrinkled and furrowed, "I can't understand their language." "Ah," said Richardson with an edge to his voice, "the thing for you to do is to tell them that's your star, and they'll have to speak English from now on, so you can understand them. Why, next thing we know, you'll be getting yourself a rocket or a spaceship and going over to that star to set yourself up as king or something." "King Thaddeus the First," said Alexander loftily. "All you star-dwellers may kiss the royal foot." "That would be unsanitary, I think," said McIlvaine, frowning. Poor McIlvaine. They made him the butt of their jests for over an hour before he took himself off to his quarters, where he sat himself down before his telescope and found his star once more, almost huge enough to blot out Arcturus, but not quite, since it was moving away from that amber star now. McIlvaine's star was certainly much closer to Earth than it had been. He tried once again to contact it with his homemade radio, and once again he received a succession of strange, rhythmic noises which he could not doubt were speech of some kind or other, a rasping, grating speech to be sure, utterly unlike the speech of McIlvaine's own kind. It rose and fell, became impatient, urgent, despairing. McIlvaine sensed all this and strove mightily to understand. He sat there for perhaps 2 hours when he received the distant impression that someone was talking to him in his own language. But there was no longer any sound on the radio. He could not understand what had taken place, but in a few moments he received the clear conviction that the inhabitants of his star had managed to discover the basic elements of his language by the simple process of reading his mind, and were now prepared to talk with him. What manner of creatures inhabited the earth, they wished to know. McIlvaine told them. He visualized one of his own kind and tried to put him into words. It was difficult, since he could not rid himself of the conviction that his interlocutors might be utterly alien. They had no perception of man and doubted man's existence on any other star. There were plant people on Venus, ant people on Andromeda, six-legged and four-armed beings which were equal parts mineral and vegetable on Betelgeuse, but nothing resembling man. "You are evidently alone of your kind in the cosmos," said his interstellar correspondent. "What about you?" cried McIlvaine with unaccustomed heat. Silence was his only answer, but presently he conceived a mental image which was remarkable for its vividness. But the image was nothing he had ever seen before, of thousands upon thousands of miniature beings, utterly alien to man. They resembled amphibious insects, with thin, elongated heads, large eyes, and antennae set upon a scaled, four-legged body, with rudimentary beetle-like wings. Curiously, they seemed ageless. He could detect no difference among them. All appeared to be the same age. "We are not, but we rejuvenate regularly," said the creature with whom he corresponded in this strange manner. Did they have names? McIlvaine wondered. "I am Guru," said the star's inhabitant. "You are McIlvaine." "And the civilization of their star?" Instantly he saw in his mind's eye vast cities, which rose from beneath a surface which appeared to bear no vegetation recognizable to any human eye, in a terrain which seemed to be desert, of monolithic buildings, which were windowless and had openings only of sufficient size to permit the free passage of its dwarfed dwellers. Within the buildings was evidence of a great and old civilization. You see, McIlvaine really believed all this. What an imagination the man had! Of course, the boys at Bixby's gave him a bad time. I don't know how he stood it, but he did. And he always came back. Richardson called the story in. He took a special delight in deviling McVane, and I was sent out to see the old fellow again. You couldn't doubt his sincerity, and yet he didn't sound touched. "But of course, that part about the insect-like dwellers of the star comes straight out of Wells, doesn't it?" I put in. "Wells and scores of others," said Harrigan. "Wells was probably the first writer to suggest insectivorous inhabitants on Mars. His were considerably larger, though." "Go on." "Well, I talked with McIlvaine for quite a while. He told me all about their civilization and about his friend Guru. You might have thought he was talking about a neighbor of his I had only to step outside to meet. Later on I dropped around at Bixby's and had a talk with the boys there. Richardson let me in on the secret. He had decided to rig up a connection to McIlvaine's machine and do a little talking to the old fellow, making him believe Guru was coming through in English. He meant to give McIlvaine a harder time than ever, and once he had him believing everything he planned to say, they would wait for him at Bixby's and let him make a fool of himself. It didn't work out that way, however. "McIlvaine, can you hear me?" McIlvaine started with astonishment. His mental impression of Guru became confused. The voice speaking English came clear as a bell, as if from no distance at all. "Yes," he said hesitantly. "Well then, listen to me, listen to Guru. We have now had enough information from you to suit our ends. Within 24 hours, we, the inhabitants of Ali, will begin a war of extermination against Earth." "But why?" cried McIlvaine, astounded. The image before his mind's eye cleared. The cold, precise features of Guru betrayed anger. "There is interference," the thought image informed him. "Leave the machine for a few moments while we use the disintegrators." Before he left the machine, McIlvaine had the impression of a greater machine being attached to the means of communication, which the inhabitants of his star were using to communicate with him. McIlvaine's story was that a few moments later there was a blinding flash just outside his window, continued Harrigan. There was also a run of instantaneous fire from the window to his machine. When he had collected his wits sufficiently, he ran outside to look. There was nothing there but a kind of grayish dust in a little mound, as if, as he put it, somebody had cleaned out a vacuum bag. He went back in and examined the space from the window to the machine. There were 2 thin lines of dust there, hardly perceptible, just as if something had been attached to the machine and let outside. Now the obvious supposition is naturally that it was Richardson out there, and that the lines of dust from the window to the machine represented the wires he had attached to his microphone while McIlvaine was at Bixby's entertaining his 2 other cronies. But this is fact, not fiction, and the point of the episode is that Richardson disappeared from that night on. "You investigated, of course?" I asked. Harrigan nodded. "Quite a lot of us investigated. The police might have done better. There was a gang war on in Chicago just at that time, and Richardson was nobody with any connections. His nearest relatives weren't anxious about anything but what they might inherit. To tell the truth, his cronies at Bixby's were the only people who worried about him. McIlvaine was much as the rest of them. Oh, they gave the old man a hard time all right. They went through his house with a fine-tooth comb. They dug up his yard, his cellar, and generally put him through it, figuring he was a natural to hang a murder rap on. But there was just nothing to be found, and they couldn't manufacture evidence when there was nothing to show that McIlvaine ever knew that Richardson was planning to have a little fun with him. And no one had seen Richardson there. There was nothing but McIlvaine's word that he had heard what he said he heard. He needn't have volunteered that, but he did. After the police had finished with him, they wrote him off as a harmless nut. But the question of what happened to Richardson wasn't solved from that day to this. "People have been known to walk out of their lives," I said, "and never come back." "Oh, sometimes they do. Richardson didn't. Besides, if he walked out of his life here, he did so without more than the clothing he had on. So much was missing from his effects, nothing more." "And McIlvaine?" Harrigan smiled thinly. "He carried on. You couldn't expect him to do anything less. After all, he had worked out most of his life trying to communicate with the worlds outside, and he had no intention of resigning his contact, no matter how much Richardson's disappearance upset him. For a while he believed that Guru had actually disintegrated Richardson. He offered that explanation, but by that time the dust had vanished, and he was laughed out of face. So he went back to the machine and Guru and the little excursions to Bixby's." "What's the latest word from that star of yours?" asked Leopold when McIlvaine came in. "They want to rejuvenate me," said McIlvaine with a certain shy pleasure. "What's that?" asked Alexander sourly. "They say they can make me young again. Like them up there. They never die. They just live so long. And then they rejuvenate. They begin all over. It's some kind of a process they have. And I suppose they're planning to come down and fetch you up there and give you the works, is that it?" asked Alexander. "Well, no," answered McIlvaine. "Guru says there's no need for that. It can be done through the machine. They can work it like the disintegrators. It puts you back to 30 or 20 or whatever you like." "Well, I'd like to be 25 myself again," admitted Leopold. "I'll tell you what, Mac," said Alexander. "You go ahead and try it. Then come back and let us know how it works. If it does, we'll all sit in. Better make your will first, though, just in case." "Oh, I did, this afternoon." Leopold choked back a snicker. "Don't take this thing too seriously, Mac. After all, we're short one of us now. We'd hate to lose you, too." McIlvaine was touched. "Oh, I wouldn't change," he hastened to assure his friends. "I'd just be younger, that's all. They'll just work on me through the machine, and overnight I'll be rejuvenated." "That's certainly a little trick that's got it all over the monkey glands," conceded Alexander, grinning. "Those little bugs on that star of yours have made scientific progress, I'd say," said Leopold. "They're not bugs," said McIlvaine with faint indignation. "They're people, maybe not just like you and me, but they're people just the same." He went home that night filled with anticipation. He had done just what he had promised himself he would do, arranging everything for his rejuvenation. Guru had been astonished to learn that people on earth simply died when there was no necessity of doing so. He had made the offer to rejuvenate McIlvaine himself. McIlvaine sat down to his machine and turned the complex knobs until he was in rapport with his dark star. He waited for a long time, it seemed, before he knew his contact had been closed. Guru came through. "Are you ready, McIlvaine?" he asked soundlessly. "Yes, all ready," said McIlvaine, trembling with eagerness. "Don't be alarmed now. It will take several hours," said Guru. "I'm not alarmed," answered McIlvaine. And indeed he was not. He was filled with an exhilaration akin to mysticism, and he sat waiting for what he was certain must be the experience above all others in his prosaic existence. "McIlvaine's disappearance coming so close on Richardson's gave us a beautiful story," said Harrigan. "The only trouble was, it wasn't new when the Globe got around to it. We had lost our informant in Richardson. It never occurred to Alexander or Leopold to telephone us or anyone about McIlvaine's unaccountable absence from Bixby's. Finally, Leopold went over to McIlvaine's house to find out whether the old fellow was sick. A young fellow opened up. 'Where's McIlvaine?' Leopold asked. 'I'm McIlvaine,' the young fellow answered. 'Thaddeus McIlvaine,' Leopold explained. 'That's my name,' was the only answer he got. 'I mean the Thaddeus McIlvaine who used to play cards with us over at Bixby's,' said Leopold. He shook his head. 'Sorry, you must be looking for someone else.' 'What are you doing here?' Leopold asked then. 'Why, I inherited what my uncle left,' said the young fellow. And sure enough, when Leopold talked to me and persuaded me to go around with him to McIlvaine's lawyer, we found that the old fellow had made a will and left everything to his nephew, a namesake. The stipulations were clear enough. Among them was the express wish that if anything happened to him, the elder Thaddeus McIlvaine, of no matter what nature, but particularly something allowing a reasonable doubt of his death, the nephew was still to be permitted to take immediate possession of the property and effects. "Of course, you called on the nephew," I said. Harrigan nodded. "Sure. That was the indicated course in any event. It was routine for both the press and the police. There was nothing suspicious about his story. It was straightforward enough, except for one or two little details. He never did give us any precise address. He just mentioned Detroit once. I called up a friend on one of the papers there and put him up to looking up Thaddeus McIlvaine. The only young man of that name he could find appeared to be the same man as the present inhabitant's uncle, though the description fit pretty well. There was a resemblance then. Oh, sure. One could have imagined that old Thaddeus McIlvaine had looked somewhat like his nephew when he himself was a young man. But don't let the old man's rigmarole about rejuvenation make too deep an impression on you. The first thing the young fellow did was to get rid of that machine of his uncle's. Can you imagine his uncle having done something like that?" I shook my head, but I could not help thinking what an ironic thing it would have been if there had been something to McIlvaine's story, and in the process to which he had been subjected from out of space, he had not been rejuvenated so much as sent back in time, in which case he would have no memory of the machine nor of the use to which it had been put. It would have been as ironic for the inhabitants of McIlvaine's star, too. They would doubtless have looked forward to keeping this contact with Earth open and failed to realize that McIlvaine's construction differed appreciably from theirs. He virtually junked it. Said he had no idea what it could be used for, and didn't know how to operate it. And the telescope? Oh, he kept that. He said he had some interest in astronomy and meant to develop that if time permitted. So much ran in the family then. Yes, more than that. Old McIlvaine had a trick of seeming shy and self-conscious. So did this nephew of his. Wherever he came from, his origins must have been backward. I suspect he was ashamed of them, and if I had to guess, I'd put him in the Kentucky Hill Country or the Ozarks. Modern concepts seemed to be pretty well too much for him, and his thinking would have been considerably more natural at the turn of the century. I had to see him several times. The police chivied him a little, but not much. He was so obviously innocent of everything that there was nothing for them in him. And the search for the old man didn't last long. No one had seen him after that last night at Bixby's, and since everyone had already long since concluded that he was mentally a little off-center, it was easy to conclude that he had wandered away somewhere, probably an amnesiac. That he might have anticipated that is indicated in the hasty preparation of his will, which came out of the blue, said Barnval, who drew it up for him. I felt sorry for him. For whom? The nephew. He seemed so lost, you know, like a man who wanted to remember something, but couldn't. I noticed that several times when I tried to talk to him, I had the feeling each time that there was something he wanted desperately to say. It hovered always on the rim of his awareness, but somehow there was no bridge to it, no clue to put it into words. He tried so hard for something he couldn't put his finger on. What became of him? Oh, he's still around. I think he found a job somewhere. As a matter of fact, I saw him just the other evening. He had apparently just come from work, and he was standing in front of Bixby's with his face pressed to the window looking in. I came up nearby and watched him. Leopold and Alexander were sitting inside, a couple of lonely old men looking out, and a lonely young man looking in. There was something in McIlvain's face, that same thing I had noticed so often before, a kind of expression that seemed to say there was something he ought to know, something he ought to remember, to do, to say, but there was no way in which he could reach back to it. Or forward, I said with a wry smile. As you like, said Harrigan. Pour me another, will you? I did, and he took it. That poor devil, he muttered. He'd be happier if he could only get back to where he came from. Wouldn't we all? I asked. But nobody ever goes home again. Perhaps McIlvain never had a home like that. You'd have thought so if you could have seen his face looking in at Leopold and Alexander. Oh, it may have been a trick of the street light there. It may have been my imagination. But it sticks to my memory, and I keep thinking how alike the two were. Old McIlvain trying so desperately to find someone who could believe him, and his nephew now trying just as hard to find someone to accept him or a place he could accept on the only terms he knows. End of section 6. Section 7 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sun King by Gaston Deroux. The people of Parsia forgot their God, and worshipped only murder and sin. But then the virgin Tuche gave birth to a male child. Before the flood, even before Egypt's greatness, the world was divided into 3 main countries, named Japheth, Shem, and Arabenia. There were other less populated lands and places. Europa in the west, Helesta in the north, and the 2 great lands of the far west, called North and South Gautama. Now, at the juncture of the borders of the 3 greatest countries lay a mighty city named Oas. It was the capital city of the Arabian nation called Parsia. Its temple of skulls was the greatest known to any traveler, but the temples built to the god Mazda and his son Ehua Mazda were empty and unadorned. The people had forgotten God. Soki, king of Oas, sent out his armies throughout Japheth, China, conquering and slaying, bringing back ever more skulls for the Golgotha temples, more gold and more slaves for the enriching of King Soki. His harem was the greatest of buildings of the mighty city, and his wives beyond man's ability to count. Tuche was one of the finest ornaments of the city of Oas. Tuche was slim, her breasts were 2 mounds of magic, her eyes were pools of mystic green depths, her legs were subtle, sinuous beauty. But Tuche was a virgin, and in all that city of 1,000,000 sinful souls, she alone held aloof from the sins of the flesh. Which was very strange, for Tuche became big with child, though she had not been with a man. Which came to the ears of Soki upon his great black throne supported on a tower of human skulls, in his palace of Gran, across from the great Golgotha, which was built entirely of human skulls, the skulls of people conquered by the armies of Persia, over which the city of Oas reigned. Soki shook his big belly under the lion's skin, let slip his serpent-skinned headdress, and let the battle-axe that was his symbol of office drop from his hand as he shook with mirth at the great and thumping lie told by Tuche. I suppose her child was fathered by Mazda, peering into her womb with his all-light. He laughed, Soki, for in Oas it was not the fashion to worship the god Mazda any more. The great skull temples had their priests and their sacrifices, but no more did people bow down in the temples of Mazda, or have anything but ridicule for those few who did still worship in the old way. His serpent-skin headdress and battle-axe scepter, too, were relics from the past, just as the belief in Mazda, but more potent relics by far. With them he was the Sun King, Lord of Battles, Master of Life and Death, Creator of the Universe, Lord of Souls, Maker of the Law, etc. Without them he was just old Soki, getting fatter and more stupid every day. Bring this harlot before me, to see if she can produce a miracle to prove her child is not a common one. If she cannot, she will be stoned to death at once, do you hear? I have no time to be bothered with the lies of every sinning woman who seeks to hide her bastard's origin. Asha, the philosopher who had told his king of the birth of the child, nodded his head sadly and left the presence. Why did kings have to get so blown up as to be inhuman? He sympathized with the girl and her predicament. If it had been his to say, he would have had the child proclaimed divine 1,000 times in preference to shedding 1 drop of her blood. But then, he had seen Tuche sauntering home from the well, with her water jug on her head, and her hips the focal point of all eyes in the street. Asha smiled, and took his grey-headed, bent, unnoticed figure back down the streets to the house of Tuche. As he went, he pondered gloomily on the fate of this great city under the heartless and ignorant Soki. Surely, something dreadful would happen to Parsia, laying as it did at the juncture of the lands of the 3 mightiest kingdoms of the world. Japheth, China, Shem, Africa, and Arabenia. Any one of them could crush them, did they get themselves organized for it. And Soki preyed upon them all ruthlessly, knowing they could never stop warring interiorly long enough to attack him. Old Asha thought of the future, which his star studies were supposed to give him power to foretell, and of the great flood that was to come and wipe out all the old boundaries and nations. He thought of the peculiar grey-blue sky, which the wise men had taught him bore up within its whirling self-vast oceans of water, waiting for the time to drop the whirling water-shell upon them all. He thought of Europa, the great land in the west, and all her peoples. He thought of Helest, that mighty and gracious land in the north, and all her beautiful and strong and courageous people. And he thought of the true great lands of the far west, called North and South Gautama. And he was sad, for they were all to die in the great deluge to come. But the time was not yet come. Sadly he pushed among the stalwart copper-colored men of Oas, gazing a little wistfully at the women's proud breasts and the strong young thews of their lovers beside them. If only he were young again, Asha sighed, and knocked upon the low rude door of the house of Tuche. The smile of the beautiful Tuche made him welcome, very proud to have the wise man come from the court inquire after her child. "He worries me, wise Asha," said Tuche, moving slim and supple, as a panther to sit protectively beside the little cradle of bent ash boughs lashed together with strips of hide. "He talks like a grown man, and him not yet weaned." Old Asha looked down upon the overlarge infant solemnly looking back at him. He nearly fainted when the tiny red lips opened, and a strange, small voice, cultured and adult, said, "I am not the child you see, but your god, Mazda, speaking through the child's lips." Asha pondered only for a moment, then turned in anger upon the woman, Tuche. "I pitied you, harlot, because the king has ordered your death if you did not produce a miracle. But I did not think you would hide a man behind the child's cradle to befool me. Old Asha, what do you take me for?" Tuche broke into tears, bending her graceful neck and sobbing to hear that the king had decreed death for her. But the peculiar voice came again from the child's mouth. "Take me in your arms, Asha." Feeling very foolish, but unable to refuse for some mysterious reason, Asha bent and picked up the child. "O man, temper thy judgment with patience and wisdom." Asha knew now that it was the child's voice truly, and at last asked, "Why do you come in such a weak and helpless guise, O Lord Mazda? I had hoped to see a god appear in stronger shape." "Nevertheless, through this helpless child in your arms, this city shall be overthrown, your self-made King of Kings, and I shall deliver all the slaves and strike off all the bonds from the old time. Mazda will have this city for his own, or it will be destroyed forever." Now Asha was filled with wonder and asked the babe of many abstruse things, receiving answers beyond his understanding. So, at last convinced, he put the babe down, turned to Tuche. "Listen, maiden, who in my eyes is without fault. I cannot go to my king and tell him one word of what this child has revealed, for I would only die with both of you as a liar and worse. You must take this child and hide him away from the eyes and the ears of the men of this city. You in your innocence do not understand the ways of kings and courts and warriors and such things. Flee, for if you are here tomorrow, you will die and your child will die with you." Asha took himself out then, and made his way sadly along the crowded streets to his home. There he packed up a few belongings and left to go into hiding himself, for he knew better than try to tell Soki any such cock-and-bull story. Yet if he went at all to Soki, he had to tell something, and either way someone would be doomed, if not himself. Tuche took up the babe and fled through the city by night to the home of one Kojan, a maker of songs. This man had long made love to her with his poetry and his voice from afar, and she knew he would hide her and protect her. Her heart was in her throat, because she wondered if he would believe in her virtue now that she had had a child, or in her love for him when he felt that another had given her child when he had been denied the privilege. Slender and dark-eyed and handsome he stood in his doorway, looking upon this girl who had come to him with her babe in her arms. A babe by another! His heart was hurt. Tears came unbidden to his eyes as he turned and allowed her to enter. For a long time he could not speak, the shame and the hurt and pride and the strange new sudden emotions in him not suffering him to talk. At last he said, "Tuche, I love you, and I cannot deny you anything. If you put this shame upon me, I will bear it as my own. Consider this your home, and me as your slave. If I did not love you, I would not bear this, but I do." Tuche saw the conflicting emotions upon his face, how his dark red lips struggled to remain firm, how his thin, wide nostrils trembled, how his eyes were wet with unshed tears, how his shoulders bowed as with a sudden burden. "O my dear Kajan, I have no other friend to whom I can turn, and that I thought of you, who has only loved me from afar with your eyes and your soft sad songs, should tell you that I bring you no shame or insult. This is not the child of another man, for I have been with no man, ever. This is a child of the legends, a son of a god in the skies, our god, Mazda. He is a miracle, as hard for me to believe as for you, but it is true." Tuche could not stand the unbelieving eyes of Kojan, who thought that Tuche lied, and looked down at the sleeping babe in her arms, saying with a pitiful voice, "Please, little stranger who talks like a wise man, wake and tell my Kojan that you are not the son of a man, but the son of one whom no maid could resist or run away from, ever. Tell him, little one." And Mazda heard Tuche imploring speech of her child, and made it to speak with his own voice. "Kojan, what my mother says is true. I am the child of the All-Light, endowed with powers beyond ordinary men to accomplish my Lord's mysterious purposes here on earth. Do not hold my mother the less for my birth." Kojan sank slowly to his knees, realization stealing over him as he heard the adult words issue from the suckling babe's mouth. The unleashed tears began to pour from his eyes in relief, for he knew now that Tuche might not love him yet as she would when she learned love, but at least she had given herself to no other mortal man. And the miracle of the child of a god there before him lighted up his face as his inward soul, so that he took up his flute and lifted his rich deep voice in a joyous song, the song of Zarathustra. For the legend of their people had the name of the babe to come as Zarathustra, and Kojan knew that its name was thus now. Tuche dwelt for some time in the house of Kojan, and the songs of Kojan were circulated among the singers of the city, so that everyone knew he sheltered the child of the god Mazda in his home. The songs of Kojan came at last to the king's ears, and as one of the songs proclaimed Zarathustra as stronger in one finger than all the power of Soki, he let out a great oath and set his soldiers to find Tuche and the babe. But Kojan heard of the search. He took Tuche and her babe out of the gates in the night and went off into the forest and joined a band of Listians, who are raisers of goats and a fine, strong people. Now when the search failed to find the babe, Soki proclaimed that every male child of the city Oas should be slain if the child was not found. And within a week Soki was sorry, because his own wife gave birth to a little son whose life was already forfeited by royal decree, unless Tuche and her child were found. And they were not to be found in all Parisia. Asha, the old philosopher, who had been in hiding all this time, now came out of his hole and went to the king to give him counsel. As Asha progressed through the city, mothers with male children in their arms on all sides were making their way through the streets to the gates to flee the city. For no decree of a king of Oas may be repealed, but is law for evermore. The king sat upon his throne of skulls, gnawing his nails off his fingers, for he had either to slay his own son or say that a law once made by a king could be unmade. If he allowed the law to be thus abused even by himself, such was the nature of his people they would have no respect for him, and might even kill him for a fool who could not enforce his own decrees when they hurt him a little. So it was that when Asha presented himself before the king, Soki asked, "What shall I do, O Asha? My son has smiled in my face." Asha was prepared for this, and answered, "Thou shalt send me and thy son and thy daughter's son and every male infant to the slaughter pens, and have us all beheaded and cast into the fire. Otherwise it will become true as the infant Zarathustra prophesied. His hand will smite Oas city, and it will fall as a heap of straw." So the king appointed a day for the slaughter, and 90,000 male infants were adjudged to death. Kojan, from the safety of the forest, made a scornful song about the tyrant of Oas who went to war against babies, and it was sung everywhere in the city, and the king could do nothing about it, for it was cleverly worded, seeming to approve, though in satire only. When the day for the slaughter arrived, there were but 1,000 appeared with their babes out of the 90,000 adjudged to death, all the rest having fled to the forest as had Cojan. The king saw an excuse in this to get out of killing his own son, and stood pondering how to escape his own decree. His wife, Betraj, came before him, holding out her son, saying, "Here, O king, take thou thy flesh and blood, and prove the inexorable justice of the king's decrees." But the king said, "Let the officers go and collect all the others who have fled beyond the walls, and until are gathered here before me, no matter how long it takes, let the decree be suspended." Now the god Mazda moved the soldiers' minds to see their king had not the backbone to enforce his own decree when it hurt himself, and they, one and all, took up stones and stoned the king to death. Asha, standing stripped for the slaughter, was made king by the clamor of the men who stoned Soki to death. A great voice came out of the sky and announced to the people that God had given them a new and righteous ruler. Asha bowed his head and accepted the task put upon him. The people gave thanks to Mazda the god, and Asha proclaimed him all to the city. Off in the forest, Tuche lifted her eyes to those of Cojan, and thanked him for saving her son. And Cojan touched her with his fingertips, and kissed her on the lips, and the child crowed lustily to see their love. These two walked through the forest of the goats, Tuche bringing beauty like a spring breeze with her, and Cojan singing and touching his harp with magic fingers, so that joy and love walked before them, announcing them to the Listians, the people of the forest. When Zarathustra, the infant child the woman bore in her arms, lifted up his piping voice and spoke to these rude wild people, their worship sprang into life, for surely these were gods come to them. And thus all the people gave up the worship of murder and became Zarathustrians. End of section 7. Section 8 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Disowned by Victor Endersby. The sky sagged downward, bellying blackly with a sudden summer rain, giving me a vision of catching my train in sodden clothing after the short cut across the fields, which I was taking in company with my brother Tristan and his fiancée. The sullen atmosphere ripped apart with an electric glare. Our ears quivered to the throbbing sky, while huge drops, jarred loose from the air by the thunder impact, splattered sluggishly, heavily about us. Little breezes swept out from the storm center, lifting the undersides of the long grass leaves to view in waves of lighter green. I complained peevishly. "Ah, mop up," said Tristan. "You've plenty of time, and there's a big oak. It's as dry under there as a cave." "I think that'll be fun," twittered Alice, "to wait out a thunderstorm under a tree." "Under a tree?" I said. "Hardly. I'm not hankering to furnish myself as an exhibit on the physiological effects of a lightning stroke. No, sir." "Rats," said Tristan. "All that's a fairy tale. Trees being dangerous in a thunderstorm." The rain now beat through our thin summer clothing, as Tristan seized Alice's hand and towed her toward the spreading shelter. I followed them at first, then began to lag with an odd unwillingness. I had been only half serious in my objection, but all at once that tree exercised an odd repulsion on me. An imaginary picture of the electric fluid coursing through my shriveling nerve channels grew unpleasantly vivid. Suddenly I knew I was not going under the tree. I stopped dead, pulling my hat brim down behind to divert the rivulet coursing down the back of my neck, calling to the others in a voice rather cracked from embarrassment. They looked at me curiously, and Alice began to twit me, standing in the rain, while Tristan desired to know whether we thought we were a pair of goldfish. In his estimation, we might belong to the pristine tribe all right, but not to that decorative branch thereof. To be frank, he used the term suckers. Feeling exceptionally foolish, I planted myself doggedly in the soaking grass as Alice turned to dash for the tree. Then the thing happened. The thing which to this hour makes the fabric of space with its unknown forces seem an insecure and eerie garment for the body of man. Over the slight rise beyond the tree, as the air crackled, roared and shook under the thunder blasts, there appeared an object moving in long, leisurely bounds, drifting before the wind, and touching the ground lightly each time. It was about 18 inches in diameter, globular, glowing with coruscating fires, red, green, and yellow, a thing of unearthly and wholly sinister beauty. Alice poised with one foot half raised and shrieked at Tristan, half terrified, half elated at the sight. He wheeled quickly there under the tree, and slowly backed away as the thing drifted in to keep him company in his shelter. We could not see his face, but there was a stiffness to his figure indicating something like fear. Suddenly, things I had read rose into my memory. This was one of those objects variously called fireballs, globe lightning, meteors, and the like. I also recalled the deadly explosive potencies said to be sometimes possessed by such entities, and called out frantically, "Tristan, don't touch it! Get away quickly, but don't disturb the air." He heard me, and as the object wavered about in the comparative calm under the tree, drifting closer to him, started to obey. But it suddenly approached his face, and seized with a reckless terror, he snatched off his hat and batted at it as one would at a pestilent bee. Instantly there was a blinding glare, a stunning detonation, and a violent air wave which threw me clear off my feet and onto the ground. I sat up blindly with my vision full of opalescent lights and my ears ringing, unable to hear, see, or think. Slowly my senses came back. I saw Alice struggling upright in the grass before me. She cast a quick glance toward the tree, then, still on her knees, covered her face and shuddered. For a long time, it seemed, I gazed toward the tree without sight conveying any mental effect whatever. Quite aside from my dazed state, the thing was too bizarre. It gave no foothold to experience for the erection of understanding. My brother's body lay, or hung, or rested. What term could describe it? With his stomach across the underside of a large limb, a few feet above where he had stood. He was doubled up like a hairpin, his abdomen pressed tightly up against this bough, and his arms, legs, and head extended stiffly, straightly, skyward. Getting my scattered faculties and discordant limbs together, I made my way to the tree, the gruesome thought entering my mind that Tristan's body had been transfixed by some downward-pointing snag as it was blown up against the limb, and that the strange stiffness of his limbs was due to some ghastly, sudden rigor mortis brought on by electric shock. Dazed with horror and grief, I reached up to his clothing and pulled gently, braced for the shock of the falling body. It remained immovable against the bough. A harder tug brought no results either. Gathering up all my courage against the vision of the supposed snag tearing its rough length out of the poor flesh, I leaped up, grasping the body about chest and hips, and hung. It came loose at once, without any tearing resistance such as I had expected, but manifesting a strong elastic pull upward, as though someone were pulling it with a rope. As I dropped back to the ground with it, the upward resistance remained unchanged. Nearly disorganized entirely by this phenomenon, it occurred to me that his belt or some of his clothing was still caught, and I jerked sideways to pull it loose. It did not loosen, but I found myself suddenly out from under the tree, my brother dragging upward from my arms until my toes almost left the ground. and there was obviously no connection between him and the tree, or between him and anything else but myself, for that matter. At this I went weak, my arms relaxed despite my will, and an incredible fact happened. I found the body sliding skyward through my futile grasp. Desperately I caught my hands clasped together about his wrist, this last grip almost lifting me from the earth. His legs and remaining arms streamed fantastically skyward. Through the haze which seemed to be finally drowning my amazed and tortured soul, I knew that my fingers were slipping through one another, and that in another instant my brother would be gone. Gone where? Why and how? There was a sudden shriek, and the impact of a frantic body against mine, as Alice, whom I'd quite forgotten, made a skyward running jump and clasped the arm frantically to her bosom with both her own. With vast relief, I loosened my cramped fingers, only to feel her silken garments begin to slide skyward against my cheek. It was more instinct than sense which made me clutch at her legs. God! Had I not done that? As it was, I held both forms anchored with only a slight pull, waiting dumbly for the next move, quite non-composed by this time, I think. "Quick, Jim!" she shrieked. "Quick, under the tree! I can't hold him long!" Very glad indeed to be told what to do, I obeyed. Under her direction we got the body under a low limb and wedged up against it, where our feet both now on the ground, we balanced it with little effort. Feverishly, once more at her initiative, we took off our belts and strapped it firmly, whereupon we collapsed in one another's arms, shuddering beneath it. The blasé reader may consider that we here manifested the characters of sensitive weaklings. But let him undergo the like. The supernatural, or seemingly so, has always had the power to chill the hottest blood. And here was an invisible horror reaching out of the sky for its prey, without any of the ameliorating trite features which would temper an encounter with the alleged phenomena of Ghostland. For a time we sat under that fatal tree, listening to the dreary drench of rain pouring off the leaves, quivering nerve-shaken to the thunderclaps. Lacking one another, we had gone mad. It was the beginning of a mutual dependence in the face of the unprecedented, which was to grow into something greater during the bizarre days to follow. There was no need of words for each of us to know that the other was struggling frantically for a little rational light on the outer catastrophe in which we were entangled. It never once occurred to us that my brother might still be alive, until a long, shuddering groan sounded above us. In combined horror and joy we sprang up. He was twisting weakly in the belts, muttering deliriously. We unfastened him and pulled him to the ground, where I sat on his knees while she pressed down on his shoulders, and so kept him recumbent, both horrified at the insistent lift of his body under us. She kissed him frantically and stroked his cheeks, I feeling utterly without resource. He grew stronger, muttered wildly, and his eyes opened, staring upward through the tree limbs. He became silent and stiffened, gazing fixedly upward with a horror in his wild blue gaze which chilled our blood. What did he see there? What dire otherworld thing dragging him into the depths of space? Shortly his eyes closed, and he ceased to mutter. I took his legs under my arms. The storm was clearing now, and we set out for home with gruesomely buoyant steps, the insistent pull remaining steady. Would it increase? We gazed upward with terrified eyes, becoming calmer by degree as conditions remained unchanged. "Jim, we can't take him in like this." I stopped. "Why not?" "Oh, because it's too ridiculously awful. I don't know just how to say it. Oh, can't you see it for yourself?" In a dim way, I saw it. No cultured person cares to be made a centre of public interest, unless on grounds of respect. To come walking in this fashion, buoyed balloon-like by the body of this loved one, and before the members of a frivolous, gaping house party, even I could imagine the mingled horror and derision, the hysterics among the women, perhaps. Nor would it stop there. Rumors, and heaven only knows what distortions such rumors might undergo, having their source in the incredible, would range our social circle like wildfire. And the newspapers, for our families are established and known, no, it wouldn't go. I tied Tristan to a stile and called up Jack Briggs, our host, from a neighboring house, explained briefly that Tristan had met with an accident, asked him to say nothing, and explained where to bring the machine. In 10 minutes he had maneuvered the heavy sedan across the rough, wet fields. And then we had another problem on our hands, to let Jack into what had happened without shocking him into uselessness. It was not until we got him to test Tristan's airy buoyancy with his own hands that we were able to make him understand the real nature of our problem. And after that, his comments remained largely gibberish for some time. However, he was even quicker than we were to see the need for secrecy. He had vivid visions of the political capital which opposing newspapers would make of any such occurrence at his party, and so we arranged a plan, according to which we drove to the back of the house, explained to the curious who rushed out that Tristan had been injured by a stroke of lightning, and rushed the closely wrapped form up to his room, feeling a great relief at having something solid between us and the sky. While Jack went downstairs to dismiss the party as courteously as possible, Alice and I tied my brother to the bed with trunk straps, whereupon the bed and patient plumped lightly but decisively against the ceiling as soon as we removed our weight. While we gazed upward open-mouthed, Jack returned. His faculties were recovering better than ours, probably because his affections were not so involved, and he gave the answer at once. "Ah, hell," he said, "pull the damn bed down and spike it to the floor." This we did. Then we held a short but intense consultation. Whatever else might be the matter, obviously Tristan was suffering severely from shock and, for all we knew, maybe from partial electrocution. So we called up Dr. Grosnoff in the nearest town. Grosnoff, after our brief but disingenuous explanation, threw off the bed covers in a businesslike way, then straightened up grimly. "May I ask," he said with sarcastic politeness, "since when a straitjacket has become first aid for a case of lightning stroke?" "He was delirious," I stammered. "Delirious, my eye! He's as quiet as a lamb, and you've tied him down so tightly that the straps are cutting right into him. Of all the—" He stopped, evidently feeling words futile, and before we could make an effective attempt to stop him, whipped out a knife and cut the straps. Tristan's unfortunate body instantly crashed against the ceiling, smashing the lathing and plaster, and remaining half embedded in the ruins. A low cry of pain arose from Alice. Dr. Grosnoff staggered to a chair and sat down, his eyes fixed on the ceiling with a steady stare, the odd caricature of a man coolly studying an interesting phenomenon. My brother appeared to be aroused by the shock, struggling about in his embedment, and finally sat up. Down, I mean. Then he stood, on the ceiling, and began to walk. His nose had been bruised by the impact, and I noticed with uncomprehending wonder that the blood moved slowly upward over his lip. He saw the window and walked across the ceiling to it upside down. There he pushed the top of the window down and leaned out, gazing up into the sky with some sort of fascination. Instantly he crouched on the ceiling, hiding his eyes, while the house rang with shriek after shriek of mortal terror, speeding the packing of the parting guests. Alice seized my arm, her fingers cutting painfully into the flesh. "Jim," she screamed, "I see it now, don't you? His gravity's all changed around. He weighs up. He thinks the sky's under him." The human mind is so constructed that merely to name a thing oddly smooths its unwanted outlines to the grasp of the mind. The conception of a simple reversal of my brother's weight, I think, saved us all from the padded cell. That made it so commonplace, such an everyday sort of thing, likely to happen to anybody. The ordinary phenomenon of gravitation is no whit more serious, in all truth, than that which we are now witnessing, but we are born to it. Dr. Grosnoff recovered in a manner which showed considerable caliber. "Well," he grunted, "that being the case, we'd best be looking after him. Nervous shock, possible electric shock and electric burns, psychasthenia. That's going to be a long-drawn affair, bruises, maybe a little concussion, and possibly internal injury. That was equivalent to a 10-foot unbroken fall flat on his stomach, and I'll never forgive myself if— Get me that chair." With infinite care and reassuring words, the big doctor with our help pulled my brother down, the latter frantically begging us not to let him fall again. Holding him securely on the bed and trying to reassure him, Grosnoff said, "Straps and ropes won't do. His whole weight hangs in them. They'll cut him unmercifully. Take a sheet, tie the corners with ropes, and let him lie in that like a hammock." It took many reassurances as to the strength of this arrangement before Tristan was at comparative peace. Dr. Grosnoff effected an examination by slacking off the ropes until Tristan lay a couple of feet clear of the bed, then himself lay on the mattress face up, prodding the patient over. The examination concluded, he informed us that Tristan's symptoms were simply those of a general physical shock, such as would be expected in the case of a man standing close to the center of an explosion, though from our description of the affair, he could not understand how my brother had survived at all. The glimmering of an explanation of this did not come until long afterward. So far as physical condition was concerned, Tristan might expect to recover fully in a matter of weeks. Mentally, the doctor was not so sure. The boy had gone through a terrible experience, and one which was still continuing. Might continue no one knew how long. We were, said the doctor, up against a trick played by the great Sphinx nature, and one which, so far as he knew, had never before taken place in the history of all mankind. "There is faintly taking shape in my mind," he said, "the beginning of a theory as to how it came about. But it is a theory having many ramifications and involving much in several lines of science, with most of which I am but little acquainted. For the present I have no more to say than that if a theory of causation can be worked out, it will be the first step toward cure. But it may be the only step. Don't build hopes." Looking Alice and me over carefully, he gave us each a nerve sedative and departed, leaving us with the feeling that there was a man of considerable wider learning than might be expected of a small-town doctor. In point of fact, we learned that this was the case. The specialist has been described as a man who knows more and more about less and less. In Dr. Grosnoff's mind, the less and less outweighed the more and more. Tristan grew stronger physically. Mentally, he was intelligent enough to help us and help himself by keeping his mind as much as possible off his condition, sometimes by sheer force of will. Meantime, Dr. Grosnoff, realizing that his patient could not be kept forever tied in bed, had assisted me in preparing for his permanent care at home. The device was simple. We had just taken his room, remodeled the ceiling as a floor, and fitted it with furniture upside down. Most of the problems involved in this were fairly simple. The matter of a bath rather stumped us for a while, until we hit upon a shower. The jets came up from under Tristan's feet, from the point of view of his perception. He told us that one of the strangest of all his experiences was to see the wastewater swirl about in the pan over his head, and being sucked up the drain as though drawn by some mysterious magnet. My brother and I shared a flat alone, so there was no servant problem to deal with, but he was going to need care as well as companionship, and I had to earn my living. For Alice, it was a case where the voice of the heart chimed with that of necessity, and I was best man at perhaps the weirdest marriage ceremony which ever took place on this earth. Held down in bed with a roped sheet, all betraying signs carefully concealed, Tristan was married to Alice by an unsuspecting dominie who took it all for one of those ordinary, though romantic, sick-bed affairs. From the first, Tristan felt better and more secure in his special quarters, and was now able to move about quite freely within his limits, though such were his mental reactions that for his comfort we had to refinish the floor to look like plaster ceiling, to eliminate as far as possible the upside-down suggestions left in the room, and to keep the windows closely shaded. I soon found that the sight of me, or anyone else, walking upside down to him, was very painful. Only in the case of Alice did other considerations remove the unpleasantness. Little by little the accumulation of experience brought to my mind the full and vivid horror of what the poor lad had suffered and was suffering. Why, when he had looked out of that window into the sky, he was looking down into a bottomless abyss, from which he was sustained only by the frail plaster and planking under his feet. The whole earth, with its trees and buildings, was suspended over his head, seemingly about to fall at any moment with him into the depths. The sun at noon glared upward from the depths of an inferno, lighting from below the sombre earth suspended overhead. Thus the warm comfort of the sun, which has cheered the heart of man from time immemorial, now took on an unearthly, unnatural semblance. I learned that he could never quite shake off the feeling that the houses were anchored into the earth, suspended only by the embedment of their foundations in the soil, that trees were suspended from their roots, which groaned with a strain, that soil was held to the bedrock only by its cohesion. He even dreaded lest, during storms, the grip of the muddy soil be loosened, and the fields fall into the blue. It was only when clasped tight in Alice's arms that the horrors wholly left him. All the reasoning we might use on his mind, or that he himself could bring to bear on it, was useless. We found that the sense of up and down is ineradicably fixed by the balancing apparatus of the body. Meanwhile, his psychology was undergoing strange alterations. The more I came to appreciate the actual conditions he was living under, the more apparent it seemed to me that he must have a cast-iron mental stamina to maintain sanity at all. But he not only did that, he began to recover normal strength, and to be irked unbearably by his constant confinement. So it came about that he began to venture a little at time to time from his room, wandering about on the ceiling of the rest of the house. However, he could not yet look out of windows, but sidled up to them with averted face to draw any blinds that were up. As he grew increasingly restless, we all felt more and more that the thing could not continue as it was. Some way out must be found. We had many a talk with Grosnoff, at last inducing him to speak about the still half-formed theory which he had dimly conceived at the first. "For many decades," he said, "there have been a few who regarded the close analogies between magnetism and gravitational action as symptomatic of a concealed identity between them. Einstein's field theory practically proves it on the mathematical side. Now it is obvious that if gravitation is a form of magnetism, and if so, it belongs to another plane of magnetic forces than that which we know and use, then the objects on a planet must have the opposite polarity from that of the planet itself. Since the globe is itself a magnet, with a positive and negative pole, its attraction power is not that of a magnet on any plane, because then the human race would be divided into two species, each polarized in the opposite to its own pole. When an individual of either race reached the equator, he would become weightless, and when he crossed it, would be repelled into space." "Lord," I said, "there would be a plot for one of your science fiction writers." "I can present you with another," said Dr. Grosnoff. "How do we know whether another planet would have the opposite sign to our own bodies?" "Well," I chuckled, "they'll find that out soon enough when the first interplanetary expedition tries to land on one of 'em." Grunted the medico. "That'll be the least of their troubles." "But you said the polarity couldn't be that of a magnet. Then what?" Don't you remember the common pith ball of your high school physics days? An accumulation of positive electricity repels an accumulation of the negative. If indeed we can correctly use accumulation for negativity, and it is my idea that the earth is the container of a gigantic accumulation of this meta or hyperelectricity which we are postulating, and our bodies contain a charge of the opposite sign. But, Doctor, the retention of a charge of static electricity by a body in the presence of one of the opposite sign requires insulation of the containing bodies. For instance, lightning is a breaking down of the air insulation between the ground and a cloud. In our case, we are constantly in contact with the earth, and the charges would equalize. Please bear in mind, Jim, that we are not talking about electricity as now handled by man, but about some form of it yet hypothetical. We don't know what kind of insulation it would require. We may be constitutionally insulated. And you think the fireball broke down that insulation by the shock to Tristan's system? I asked. The logic of the thing was shaping up hazily, but unmistakably. But then, why don't we frequently see people kiting off the earth as the result of explosions? How do you know they haven't? Don't we have plenty of mysterious disappearances as the result of explosions, and particularly strangely large numbers of missing in a major war? My blood chilled. The world was beginning to seem a pretty awful place. Grosnoff saw my disturbance and placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "I'm afraid," he said, smiling, "that I rather yielded to the temptation to get a rise out of you. That suggestion might be unpleasantly true under special circumstances. But I particularly have an eye out for the special capacities of that weird and rare phenomenon, the fireball. It isn't impossible that the energy of the fireball went into the repolarization rather than into a destructive concussion, hence Tristan's escape." "You mean its effect is quantitatively different from that of any other explosion?" "It may be so. It is known to be an electric conglomeration of some kind, but that's all." Meantime, circumstances weren't going well with us. The financial burden of Tristan's support, added to the strain of the situation, was becoming overwhelming. Tristan knew this and felt it keenly. This brought him to a momentous decision. He looked down at us from the ceiling one day, with an expression of unusual tenseness, and announced that he was going out permanently, and to take part in the world again. "I've gotten now so I can bear to look out the windows quite well. It's only a matter of time and practice until I can stand in the open. After all, it isn't any worse than being a steel worker or a steeplejack. Even if the worst came to the worst, I'd rather be burst open by the frozen vacuum of interstellar space than to splash upon a sidewalk before an admiring populace. And people do that every day." Dr. Grosnoff, who was present, expressed great delight. His patient was coming along well mentally at least. Alice sat down trembling. "But good Lord, Tristan," I said, "what possible occupation could you follow?" "Oh, I've brooded over that for weeks, and I've come across the Rubicon. I think we're a long way past such petty things as personal pride. Did it ever occur to you that what from one point of view is a monstrous catastrophe, from another is an asset?" "What in the dickens are you talking about?" I asked. "I'm talking about he gulped painfully, "the stage." Alice wrung her hands, crying bitterly. "Wonderful! Splendid! Tristan L'Huber, the world's unparalleled upside-down man. He doesn't know whether he's on his head or his heels. He's always up in the air about something. But you can't upset him. Vaudeville tonight. The Bodongo Brothers, brilliant Bernese Balancers, Archigani, the prima donna of Sealdom, and Tristan L'Huber, the balloon man. He uses an anchor for a parachute. And last, indeed, the L'Huber family will have arrived sensationally in the public eye. There are," Alice raved, 2 billion people on the earth today, counting 3 generations per century. There have been about 12 billion of us in the last 200 years, And out of all those, and all the millions and billions before that, we had to be picked for this loathsome cosmic joke. Just little us, for all that distinction. Why, oh why? If our romance had to be spoiled by a tragedy smeared across the billboards of notoriety, why couldn't it have been in some decent, human sort of way? Why this ghastly absurdity? From time immemorial, said Grosnoff, there have been men who sought to excite the admiration of their fellows, to get themselves worshipped, to dominate, to collect perquisites, by developing some wonderful personal power or another. From Icarus on down, levitation or its equivalent has been a favorite. The ecstatics of medieval times, the Hindu yogis, even the daydreaming schoolboy, have had visions of floating in air before the astounding multitudes by a mere act of will. The frequency of flying dreams may indicate such a thing as a possibility in nature. Tradition says many have accomplished it. If so, it was by a reversal of polarity through an act of will. Those who did it, yogis, believed in successive lives on earth. If they were right about the one, why not the other? Suppose one who had developed that power of will carried it to another birth, where it lay dormant in the subconscious until set off uncontrolled by some special shock. Alice paled. Then Tristan might have been. He might. Then again, maybe my brain is addled by this thing. In any case, the moral is, don't monkey with nature. She's particular. Tristan's vaudeville scheme was not as easily realized as said. The first manager to whom we applied was stubbornly skeptical in spite of Tristan's appearance standing upside down in stilts heavily weighted at the ground ends, and even after his resistance was broken down in a manner which left him gasping and a little woozy, began to reason unfavorably in a hard-headed way. Audiences, he explained, were off levitation acts. Too old. No matter what you did, they'd lay it to concealed wires and yawn. Even if you called a committee from the audience, the committee itself would merely be sore at not being able to solve the trick. The audience would consider the committee a fake or merely dumb. And all that would take too much time for an act of that kind. Oh yeah, I know. It's got me going all right. But I can't think like me about this sort of thing. I got to think like the audience does, or go out of business. After which solid but unprofitable lesson in psychology, we dropped the last vestige of pride and tried a circus sideshow, but the results were similar. Nah, the rubes don't wear celluloid collars anymore. You can't slip wire tricks over on 'em. But he can do this in a big topless tent, or even out in an open field if you like. Nope, steel rods run up the middle of a rope has been done before. Steel rods on a rope which the people see uncoiled from the ground in front of their eyes? Well, they'd think of something else then. I'm telling you, it won't go. Sure, people like to be fooled, but they want it to be done right. Yes, I sneered, and a hell of a lot of people have fooled themselves right about this matter too. He looked at me curiously. Say, have you really got something up your sleeve? You'd be surprised. Thus he grudgingly gave us a chance for a tryout, and he was surprised indeed. But on thinking it over, he decided like the vaudeville man. Listen, Tristan said suddenly in a voice of desperation. I'll do a parachute jump into the sky and land on an airplane. Tristan, shrieked Alice in horror. The circus man nearly lost his cigar, then bit it in two. Say, what the... I'll call that right now. I'll get you the plane and shoot if you'll put up a deposit to cover the cost. If you do that, we'll have the best money in the tents. If you don't, I keep the money. If I don't, said Tristan distinctly, I'll have not the slightest need for the money. But the airplane idea was out. We could think of no way for him to make the landing on such a swiftly moving vehicle. Again, Alice solved it. If you absolutely must break my heart and put me in a sanitarium, she sobbed, get a blimp. Of course, and that's what we did, on the first attempt coming unpleasantly close to doing just that to Alice. The blimp captain was obviously skeptical, and betrayed signs of a peeve at having his machine hired for a hoax, but money was money, and he agreed to obey our instructions meticulously. His tone was perfunctory, however, despite my desperate attempts to impress him with the seriousness of the matter, and that nonchalance of his came near to having dire consequences. The captain was supplied with a sort of boat-hook with instructions to steer his course to reach the parachute ropes as it passed him on its upward flight. And he was seriously warned of the fact that, after the chute reached 2,000 or 3,000 feet, its speed would increase because of the rarefaction of the air, and in case of a miss, it would become constantly harder to overtake. These directions he received with a scornful half-smile. Obviously, he never expected to see the chute open. We got all set, the blimp circling overhead, Tristan upside down in his seat suspended skyward, a desperately grim look on his face, and Alice almost in collapse. We were all spared the agony of several hundred feet of unbroken fall. The chute was open on the ground, and rose at a leisurely speed, but too fast at that for the comfort of any of us. I don't think the wondering crowd and the dumbfounded circus people ever saw a stranger sight than that chute drifting upward into the blue. We heard nothing of hidden wires, then or ever after. The white circle grew pitifully small and forlorn against the fathomless azure, and suddenly we noticed that the blimp seemed to be merely drifting with the wind, making no attempt to get under or over Tristan. Our hearts labored painfully. Had the engines broken down? Alice buried her face against my sleeve with a moan. "I can't look. Tell me." I tried to, in a voice which I vainly tried to make steady. All at once the blimp went into frenzied activity. We learned afterwards that its crew of 3, the captain included, had been so completely paralyzed by the reality of the event that they had forgotten what they were there for until almost too late. Now we heard the high note of its overdriven engines as it rolled and rocked toward the rising chute. For a moment the white spot showed against its side, then tossed and pitched wildly in the wake of the propellers as driven too hastily and frenziedly. The ship overshot its mark and the captain missed his grab. I could only squeeze Alice tightly and choke as the aerial objects parted company and the blue gap between them widened. Instantly, avid to retrieve his mistake, the captain swung his craft in a wild careen around and a spiral upward. But he tried to do too many things at a time, make too much altitude and headway both at once. The blimp pitched steeply upward to a standstill, barely moving toward the parachute. Quickly it sloped downward again and gathered speed, nearing the chute, and then making a desperate zoom upward on its momentum. Mistake number 3. He had waited too long before using his elevator, and the chute fled hopelessly away just ahead of the up-tilted nose of the blimp. I could only moan, and Alice made no sound or movement. Next we saw the blimp's water ballast streaming earthward in the sun, and it was put into a long, steady spiral in pursuit of the parachute, whose speed, or so it seemed to my agonized gaze, was now noticeably on the increase. The altitude seemed appallingly great. The blimp's ceiling, I knew, was only about 20,000, and my brother, even if not frozen to death by that time, would be traveling far faster then than any climbing speed the blimp could make. As his fall increased in speed, the climb of the bag decreased. At last, with a quiver of renewed hope, I saw the blimp narrowing down its spirals. It was overtaking. Smaller and smaller grew both objects, but so did the gap between them. At last they merged, the tiny white dot and the little gray minnow. In one long agony I waited to see whether the gap would open out again. Lord of hosts, the blimp was slanting steeply downward. The parachute had vanished. Then at last I paid some attention to the totally limp form in my arms, and a few minutes later, amid an insane crowd, a pitiful, embarrassed, and nerve-shaking dirigible navigator was helping me lift my heavily wrapped, shivering brother from the gondola, while the mechanics turned their attention to the overdriven engines and racked framing. Did I say, helping me lift? Such is the force of habit, but verily, a new nomenclature would have to come into being to deal adequately with such a life as my poor brother's. Tristan seized my hand. "Jim," he said through chattering teeth, "I'm cured. End of the awful fear. That second time he missed, I just gave up entirely. I didn't care any longer. And then somehow I felt such a sense of peace and freedom. There weren't any upside-down things around to torture me, no sense of insecurity. I just was, in a great blue quiet. It wasn't like falling at all. No awful shock to meet, no sickness or pain, just quietly floating along from here to there, with no particular dividing line between anywhere. The cold hurt, of course, but somehow it didn't seem to matter, and was getting better when they caught me. But now I can do things you never even imagined." Thus began my brother's real public career. He had arrived. After that he was able to name his own compensation, and shortly during his tours began to sport a private dirigible of his own, which he often used for jumps between stands. He told me jokingly that it was very fitting transportation for him, as his 160-pound lift saved quite a bit of expense for helium. He developed an astonishing set of tricks. After the jump, he would arrive on the field suspended above the dirigible, doing trapeze tricks. After that, in the show tent, he would go through some more of them, with a few hair-raisers of his own invention, one of which consisted of apparently letting go the rope by accident and shooting skyward with a wild shriek, only to be caught at the end of a fine, especially woven piano wire attached to a spring safety belt, the cable being in turn fastened to the end of the rope. Needless to say, Alice was unable to wax enthusiastic about any of these feats, though she loyally accompanied him in his travels. She would sit in the tent gazing at him with horrible fascination, and month by month grew thinner and more strained. Tristan felt her stress deeply, but was making money so fast that we all felt that in a short time, if not able to finance the recovery of a cure, at least he could retire and live a safer life. And he found his ideal haven of rest in a Pennsylvania coal mine. Thus, the project grew in his mind, of buying an abandoned mine and fitting it with comfortable and spacious inverted quarters, environed with fungus gardens, air ferns and the like, plants which could be trained to grow upside down, he emerging only for necessary sunbaths. As time went on, I really grew accustomed to the situation, though seeing less and less of Tristan and Alice. During summers they were on tour, and in winter were quartered in Tristan's coal mine, which had become a reality. One summer day when the circus stopped at a small town where I was taking vacation, I was overjoyed at the opportunity to see them. I timed myself to get there as the afternoon performance was over, but arrived a little early, and went on into the untopped tent. Tristan waved an inverted greeting at me from his poise on his trapeze, and I watched for a few minutes. There was an odd mood about the crowd that day, largely due to a group of loud-mouthed hillbillies from the back country, the sort of which is so ignorant as to live in perpetual fear of getting something slipped over, and so believes everything it is told, looking for something ulterior behind every exterior. Having duly exposed to their own satisfaction the strong man's wooden dumbbells, the snake charmer's rubber serpents, the fat woman's pillows, and the bearded lady's false whiskers, I don't know what they did about the living skeleton. These fellows were now gaping before Tristan's platform, and growing hostile as their rather inadequate brains failed to cook up any damaging explanation. "Yeah," yelled a long-necked, flap-eared youth suddenly. "He's got an iron bar in that rope." They had come too late to see the parachute drop. Tristan grinned and pulled himself down the rope, which of course fell limp behind him. At this, the crowd jeered and booed to the hasty youth, who became so resentfully abusive of Tristan that one of the attendants pushed him out of the tent. As he passed me, I caught fragments of wrathy words. Wished I'd had a. Show 'em whether it's a fake." Tristan closed his act by dropping full length to the end of his invisible wire, then pulled himself down, got into his stilts, and was unfastening the belt when the manager rushed in with a request that he repeat, for the benefit of a special party just arrived on a delayed train. "Go on and look at the animals, old man," Tristan called to me. "I'll be with you in about half an hour." I strolled out idly, meeting on the way the flap-eared youth, who seemed bent on making his way back into the tent, wearing a mingled air of furtiveness, of triumph, and anticipation. Wondering casually just what kind of fool the lad was planning to make of himself next, I wandered on toward the main entrance, only to be stopped by an appalling uproar behind me. There was a raucous, gurgling shriek of mortal terror, the loud composite "ooh" of a shocked or astonished crowd, a set of fervent curses directed at someone, loud confused babbling, and then a woman's voice raised in a seemingly endless succession of hysterical shrieks. Thinking that an animal had gotten loose, or something of that kind, I wheeled. Unmistakably the racket came from Tristan's own tent. Cold dread clutching at my heart, and with lead on my boot soles, I rushed frantically back. At the entrance I was held by a mad onrush of humanity for some moments. When I reached the platform, Tristan was not in sight. Then I noticed the long-necked boy sitting on the platform with his face in his hands, shrieking, "I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to. Damn it, don't touch me. I thought sure it was fake." I saw a new, glittering jackknife lying on the platform beside the limp, foot-long stub of Tristan's rope. Slowly, frozenly, I raised my eyes. The blue abyss was traceless of any object. End of Section 8. Section 9 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Circuit Riders by R.C. Fitzpatrick. On the board, they were just little lights that glowed. But out there in the night of the city jungle, they represented human passions, virulent passions, and deadly crimes to be. He was an old man and very drunk or very sick. It was the middle of the day and the day was hot, but the old man had on a suit, and a sweater under the suit. He stopped walking and stood still, swaying gently on widespread legs, and tried to focus his eyes. He lived here, somewhere around here. He continued on, stumbling up the street. He finally made it home. He lived on the second floor and dragged himself up the narrow staircase with both hands clutching the railing. But he was still very careful on the paper bag under his arm. The bag was full of beer. Once in the room, he managed to take off his coat before he sank down on the bed. He just sat there, vacant and lost and empty, and drank his beer. It was a hot, muggy August afternoon, Wednesday in Pittsburgh. The broad rivers put moisture in the air, and the high hills kept it there. Light breezes were broken up and diverted by the hills before they could bring more than a breath of relief. In the East Liberty Precinct station, the doors and windows were wide open to snare the vagrant breezes. There were 8 men in the room, a desk sergeant, 2 beat cops waiting to go on duty, the audio controller, and DeAngelis operator, 2 reporters, and a local book businessman. From the back of the building, the jail proper, a voice of a prisoner asking for a match floated out to the men in the room, and a few minutes later they heard the slow, exasperated steps of the turnkey as he walked over to give his prisoner a light. At 3:32 p.m., the DeAngelis board came alive as half a dozen lights flashed red, and the needles on the dials below them trembled in the 70s and 80s. Every other light on the board showed varying shades of pink, registering in the 60s. The operator glanced at the board, started to note the times and intensities of 2 of the dials in his log, scratched them out, then went on with his conversation with the audio controller. The younger reporter got up and came over to the board. The controller and the operator looked up at him. "Nothing," said the operator, shaking his head in a negative. "Bad call at the ball game, probably." He nodded his head towards the lights on the DeAngelis. "They'll be gone in 5-10 minutes." The controller reached over and turned up the volume on his radio. The radio should not have been there, but as long as everyone did his job and kept the volume low, the captain looked the other way. The set belonged to the precinct. The announcer's voice came on. "Ing up, he's fuming. Doak is holding Serret back. What a beef! Brutog's got his nose not 2 inches from Frascoli's face. And brother, is he letting him have it? Oh, here comes Gilbert off the mound. He's stalking over. When Gil puts up a holler, you know he thinks it's a good one. Brutog keeps pointing at the foul line. You can see from here the chalk's been wiped away. He's insisting the runner slid out of the base path. Frascoli's walking away, but Danny's going right aft." The controller turned the volume down again. The lights on the DeAngelis board kept flickering, but by 3:37 all but 2 had gone out, one by one. These 2 showed readings in the high 60s. One flared briefly to 78.2, then went out. Brutog was no longer in the ball game. By 3:41 only one light still glowed, and it was steadily fading. Throughout the long, hot, humid afternoon the board held its reddish, irritated overtones, and occasional reading flashed in and out of the 70s. At 4 o'clock the new duty section came on. The DeAngelis operator, whose name was Chuck Matesick, was replaced by an operator named Charlie Blaney. "Nothing to report," Chuck told Charlie. "Rhubarb down at the point at the Forbes Municipal Field, but that's about all." The new operator scarcely glanced at the model board. It was that kind of day. He noted an occasional high in his logbook, but most signals were ignored. At 5:14 he noted a severe reading of 87, which stayed on the board. At 5:16 another light came on, climbed slowly through the 60s, then soared to 77 where it held steady. Neither light was an honest red. Their angry overtones chased each other rapidly. The DeAngelis operator called over to the audio controller. "Got us a case of crinkle fender, I think." "Where?" the controller asked. "Can't tell yet," Blaney said. "A hothead and a citizen with righteous indignation. They're clear enough, but not too sharp." He swiveled in his chair and adjusted knobs before a large circular screen. Pale streaks of light glowed briefly as the sweep passed over them. There were milky dots everywhere. A soft light in the lower left-hand corner of the screen cut an uncertain path across the grid, and 2 indeterminate splotches in the upper half of the scope flared out to the margin. "Morningside," the operator said. The splashes of light separated. One moved quickly off the screen. The other held stationary for several minutes, then contracted and began a steady, jagged advance toward the center of the grid. 1 inch down, half an inch over, 2 inches down, then 4 inches on a diagonal line. "Like I said," said Blaney, "an accident." 8 minutes later, at 5:32, a slightly pompous and thoroughly outraged young salesman marched through the doors of the station house and over to the desk sergeant. "Some clown just hit me," he began. "With his fist?" asked the sergeant. "With his car," said the salesman. "My car with his car. He hit my car with his car." The sergeant raised his hand. "Simmer down, young feller. Let me see your driver's license." He reached over the desk for the man's cards with one hand, and with the other he sorted out an accident form. "Just give it to me slowly." He started filling out the form. The DeAngelis operator leaned back in his chair and winked at the controller. "I'm a whiz," he said to the young reporter. "I'm a phenom. I never miss." The reporter smiled and walked back to his colleague, who was playing gin with the book, Businessman. The lights glowed on and off all evening, but only once had they called for action. At 10:34, two sharp readings of 92.2 and 94 even had sent Blaney back to his dials and screen. He narrowed it down to a 4-block area when the telephone rang to report a fight at the Red Antler Grill. The controller dispatched a beat cop already in the area. 22 minutes later, two very large and very obedient young toughs stumbled in, followed by an angry officer. In addition to the marks of the fight, both had a lumbering, off-balance walk that showed that the policeman had been prodding them with his riot club. It was called an electronic persuader. It also doubled as a carbine. Police no longer carried sidearms. He pointed to the one on the left. "This one hit me." He pointed to the one on the right. "This one kicked me." The one on the left was certain he would never hit another cop. The one on the right knew he would never kick another cop. "Book 'em," the sergeant said. He looked at the two youths. "You're going to the can. You want to argue?" The youth looked down. No one else said anything. The younger reporter came over and took down the information as the cop and the two toughs gave it to the sergeant. Then he went back to his seat at the card table and took a mini typer from his pocket. He started sending to the paper. "You ought to send that stuff direct," the card player said. "I scribble too bad," the reporter answered. "Bat crap," said the older man. "That little jewel can transcribe chicken scratches." The cub scrunched over his mini typer. A few minutes later he looked up at his partner. "What's a good word for hoodlum?" The other reporter was irritated. He was also losing at gin. "What are you, a Steinbeck?" He laid down his cards. "Look, kid, just send it, just the way you get it. That's why they pay rewrite men. We're reporters. We report, okay?" He went back to his cards. At 11:40 a light at the end of the second row turned pinkish, but no reading showed on the dial below. It was only one of a dozen bulbs showing red. It was still pinkish when the watch was changed. Blaney was replaced by King. "Watch this one," Blaney said to King, indicating an entry in the log. It was numbered 820-83059-78-4A. "I've had it on 4 times now, all in the high 70s. I got a feeling." The number indicated date, estimated area and relation to previous alerts in the month, estimated intent, and frequency of report. The A meant intermittent. The only last 3 digits would change. "If it comes on again, I think I'd lock a circuit on it right away." The rules called for any continuous reading over 75 to be contacted and connected after its 6th appearance. "What about that one?" King said, pointing to a 70.4 that was unblinking in its intensity. "Some drunk," said Blaney, "or a baby with a head cold. Been on there for 20 minutes. You can watch for it if you like." His tone suggested that it to be a waste of time. "I'll watch it," said King. His tone suggested he knew how to read the circuit, and if Blaney had any suggestions he could keep them to himself. Joe Millsop finally staggered home, exhausted. He was half drunk and worn out from being on his feet all day, but the liquor had finally done its work. He could think about the incident without flushing hot all over. He was too tired, and too sorry for himself to be angry at anyone. And with his newfound alcoholic objectivity he could see now where he had been in the wrong. Old Bloomgarten shouldn't have chewed him out in front of a customer like that. But what the hell? He shouldn't have sassed the customer, even if she was just a dumb broad who didn't know what she wanted. He managed to get undressed before he stumbled into bed. His last coherent thought before he fell into a drugged sleep was that he'd better apologize in the morning. 820-18-3059-78-4A stayed off the board. At 1:18 a.m., the DeAngelis flared to a 98.4, then started inching down again. The young reporter sat up, alert from where he had been dozing. The loud clang of a bell had brought him awake. The older reporter glanced up from his cards and waved him down. "Forget it," he said. "Some wife just opened the door and saw lipstick on her husband's neck." "Oh, honey, how could you? $50. She was crying. "Don't, Mother. I thought I could make some money, some real money." The youngster looked sick. "I had 4 9s. 4 9s. How could I figure him for a straight flush? He didn't have a thing showing." "How could you?" sobbed the mother. "Oh, how could you?" The book businessman dealt the cards. The reporter picked his up and arranged them in his hand. He discarded one. The businessman ignored it and drew from the deck. He discarded. The reporter picked up the discard and threw away a card from his hand. The businessman drew from the deck and discarded the same card he'd drawn. The reporter picked it up, tapped it slowly in place with his elbow, placed his discard face down, and spread his hand. "Gin," he said. "Rah," said the businessman. "Damn it, you play good. You play real good." A light on the DeAngelis flashed red and showed a reading of 65.4 on the dial. "Can't beat skill," said the reporter. "Count." 56, said the businessman. "That's counting gin," he added. "Game," the reporter announced. "I'll figure the damage." "You play good," said the businessman in disgust. "You only say that 'cause it's true," the reporter said. "But it's sweet of you all the same." "Shut up," said the businessman. The reporter looked up, concerned. "You stuck?" he asked solicitously. He seemed sincere. "Certainly I'm stuck," the businessman snarled. "Then stay stuck," said the reporter in a kindly tone. He patted the businessman on the cheek. The same light on the DeAngelis flashed red. This time the dial registered 82. The operator chuckled and looked over at the gamblers, where the reporter was still adding up the score. "How much you down, Bernie?" he asked the businessman. $4.96, the reporter answered. "You play good," Bernie said again. The DeAngelis went back to normal, and the operator went back to his magazine. The bulb at the end of the second row turned from light pink to a soft rose. The needle on its dial finally flickered onto the scale. There were other lights on the board, but none called for action. It was still just a quiet night in the middle of the week. The room was filthy. It had a natural filth that clings to a cheap room, and a man-made careless filth that would disfigure the Taj Mahal. It wasn't so much that things were dirty, it was more that nothing was clean. Pittsburgh was no longer a smoky city. That problem had been solved before the mills had stopped belching smoke. Now, with atomics and filters on every stack in every home, the city was clean. Clean as the works of man could make it, yet still filthy as only the minds of man could achieve. The city might be clean, but there were people who were not, and the room was not. Overhead the ceiling light still burned, casting its harsh glare on the trashy room, and the trashy, huddled figure on the bed. He was an old man, lying on the bed fully clothed, even to his shoes. He twisted fretfully in his sleep. The body tried to rise, anticipating nature even when the mind could not. The man gagged several times and finally made it up to a sitting position before the vomit came. He was still asleep, but his reaction was automatic. He grabbed the bottom of his sweater and pulled it out before him to form a bucket of sorts. When he finished being sick, he sat still, swaying gently back and forth, and tried to open his eyes. He could not make it. Still asleep, he ducked out of the fouled sweater, made an ineffectual dab at his mouth, wadded the sweater in a ball, and threw it over in front of the bathroom door. He fell back on the bed, exhausted, and went on with his fitful sleep. At 4:15 in the morning a man walked into the station house. His name was Henry Tilton. He was a reporter for the evening press. He waved a greeting to the desk sergeant and went over to kibitz the card game. Both players looked up, startled. The reporter playing cards said, "Hello, Henry." He looked at his watch. "Whoosh, I didn't realize it was that late." He turned to the businessman. Hurry up, finish the hand. Got to get my beauty sleep. What do you mean, hurry up, said Bernie. You're into me for $15. Get it back from Hank there, the reporter said. He nodded at the newcomer. Want this hand? You're 14 points down. Loverboy's got 68 on game, but you're a box up. Sure, said Tilton. He took the cards. The morning news reporters left. The businessman dealt a new hand. Tilton waited 4 rounds, then knocked with 10. Bernie slammed down his cards. You lousy reporters are all alike. I'm going home. He got up to put on his coat. I'll be back about 10. You still be here? Sure, said Tilton, with the score. He folded the paper and put it in his pocket. The businessman walked out, and Tilton went over to the DeAngelis board. Anything? He asked. Nah, said King. He pointed to the lights. Just lovers' quarrels tonight, all pink and peaceful. Tilton smiled and ambled back to the cell block. The operator put his feet up on the desk, then frowned and put them down again. He leaned toward the board and studied the light at the end of the second row. The needle registered 66. The operator pursed his lips, then flicked a switch that opened the photo file. Every 5 minutes an automatic camera photographed the DeAngelis board, developed the film, and filed the picture away in its storage vault. King studied the photographs for quite a while, then pulled his logbook over and made an entry. He wrote 820-93142-1X. The last 3 digits meant that he wasn't sure about the intensity, and the X signified a continuous reading. King turned to the audio controller. Do me a favor, Gus, but strictly unofficial. Contact everybody around us. Oakland, Squirrel Hill, Point Breeze, Lawrenceville, Bloomfield. Everybody in this end of town. Find out if they've got one low-intensity reading that's been on for hours. If they haven't had it since before midnight, I'm not interested. Something up? The controller asked. Probably not, said the operator. I'd just like to pin this one down as close as I can. On a night like this, my screen shows nothing but milk. Give you a lift home? The older reporter asked. Thanks, said the cub, shaking his head, but I live out by the Younghoe River. So? The old man shrugged. Half-hour flight, hop in. I don't understand, said the cub. What, me offering you a lift? No, said the cub. Back there in the station house, you know. You mean the DeAngelis? Not that exactly, said the cub. I understand a DeAngelis board. Everybody broadcasts emotions, and if they're strong enough, they can be received and interpreted. It's the cops I don't understand. I thought any reading over 80 was dangerous and had to be looked into, and anything over 90 was plain murder and had to be picked up. Here they've been ignoring 80s and 90s all night long. You remember that children's story you wrote last Christmas about an Irish imp named Shano Claus? His companion asked him. Certainly, the cub said, scowling. I'll sell it someday. You remember the fashion editor killed it because she thought Cian was a girl's name, and it might be sacrilegious. You're right, I remember, the cub said, his voice rising. Like to bet you didn't register over 90 that day? As a matter of fact, I'll head for the nearest precinct and bet you 5 you're over 80 right now. He laughed aloud, and the young man calmed down. I had that same idea myself at first, about 90 being against the law. That's one of the main troubles, the law. Every damn state in the Dominion has its own ideas on what is dangerous. The laws are all fouled up. But what most of them boil down to is this. A man has to have a continuous reading of over 90 before he can be arrested. Not arrested, really, detained. Just a reading on the board doesn't prove a thing. Some people walk around boiling at 90 all their lives, like editors. But the sweet old lady down the block, who's never sworn in her life, she may hit 65 and reach for a knife. And that doesn't prove a thing. 90 sometimes means murder, but usually not. Up to 110 usually means murder, but sometimes not, and anything over 120 always means murder. and it still doesn't prove a thing. And then again, a psychotic or a professional gunsoul may not register at all. They kill for fun, or for business. They're not angry at anybody. It's all up to the DeAngelis operators. They're the kingpins. They make the system work. Not Simon DeAngelis who invented it, or the technician who installs it, or the police commissioner who takes the results to City Hall. The operators make it or break it. Sure, they have rules to follow, if they want. But a good operator ignores the rules, and a bad operator goes by the book, and he's still no damn good. It's just like radar was 60, 70 years ago. Some got the knack, some don't. Then the DeAngelis doesn't do the job, said the cub. Certainly it does, the older man said. Nothing's perfect. It gives the police a jump on a lot of crime. Premeditated murder, for one. The average citizen can't kill anyone unless he's mad enough, and if he's mad enough, he registers on the DeAngelis. And ordinary robbers get caught. Their plans don't go just right, or they fight among themselves. Or, if they just don't like society, a good DeAngelis operator can tell quite a bit if he gets a reading at the wrong time of day or night, or in the wrong part of town. But what about the sweet old lady who registers 65 and then goes berserk? That's where your operator really comes in. Usually that kind of a reading comes too late. Grandma's swinging the knife at the same time the light goes on in the station house, but if she waits to swing, or builds herself up to it, then she may be stopped. You know those poor operators are supposed to log any reading over 60, and report downtown with anything over 80. Sure they are. If they logged everything over 60, they'd have writer's cramp the first hour they were on watch. And believe me, Sonny, any operator who reported downtown on every reading over 80 would be back pounding a beat before the end of his first day. They just do the best they can, and you'd be surprised at how good that can be. The old man woke up, but kept his eyes closed. He was afraid. It was too quiet, and the room was clammy with an early morning chill. He opened his eyelids a crack and looked out the window. Still dark outside. He lay there trembling and brought his elbows in tight to his body. He was going to have the shakes. He knew he'd have the shakes, and it was still too early. Too early. He looked at the clock. It was only 5:15. Too early for the bars to be open. He covered his eyes with his hands and tried to think. It was no use. He couldn't think. He sobbed. He was afraid to move. He knew he had to have a drink. And he knew if he got up he'd be sick. "Oh, Lord," he breathed. The trembling became worse. He tried to press it away by hugging his body with his arms. It didn't help. He looked wildly around and tried to concentrate. He thought about the bureau. No. The dresser. No. His clothes. He felt feverishly about his body. No. Under the bed. No. Wait, maybe. He'd brought some beer home. Now he remembered. Maybe there was some left. He rolled over on his stomach and groped under the bed. His tremulous fingers found the paper bag and he dragged it out. It was full of empty cans. The carton inside was ripped. He tore the sack open. Empty cans. No! There was a full one. 2 full ones. He staggered to his feet and looked for an opener. There was one on the bureau. He stumbled over and opened his first beautiful, lovely can of beer. He put his mouth down close to the top so that none of the foam could escape. He'd be all right till 7 now. The bars opened at 7. He'd be all right till 7. He did not notice the knife lying beside the opener. He did not own a knife and had no recollection of buying one. It was a hunting knife and he was not a hunter. The light at the end of the second row was growing gradually brighter. The needle traveled slowly across the dial. 68.2. 68.4. 68.6. King called over to the audio controller. "They all report in yet?" The controller nodded. "Squirrel Hill's got your signal on. Same reading as you have. Bloomfield thinks they may have it. Oakland's not too sure. Everybody else is negative." The controller walked over. "Which one is it?" King pointed to the end of the second row. "Can you get it on your screen?" "Hell yes, I've got him on my screen." King swiveled in his chair and turned on the set. The scope was covered with pale dots. "Which one is he? There?" He pointed to the left. "That's a guy who didn't get the raise he wanted. There?" He pointed to the center. "That's the girl with bad dreams. She has them every night. There? That's my brother. He's in the Veterans Hospital and wanted to come home a week ago." "So don't get excited," said the controller. "I only asked." "I'm sorry, Gus," King apologized. "My fault. I'm a little edgy. Probably nothing at all." "Well, you got it narrowed down anyway," Gus said. "If you've got it, and Squirrel Hill's got it, then he's in Shadyside. If Oakland doesn't have him, then he's on this side of Aiken Avenue." The controller had caught King's fever. The it had become a him. "And if Bloomfield doesn't have him, then he's on the other side of Baum Boulevard. Only Bloomfield might have him." "Well, what the hell? You've still got him located in the lower half of Shadyside. Tell you what, I'll send a man up Ellsworth, get Bloomfield to cruise Baum Boulevard in a scout car, and have Squirrel Hill put a patrol on Wilkins. We can triangulate." "No," said King, "not yet." "Thanks anyway, Gus, but there's no point in stirring up a tempest in a teapot. Just tell them to watch it. If it climbs over 75, we can narrow it down then." "It's your show," said Gus. The old man finished his second can of beer. The trembling was almost gone. He could stand and move without breaking out in a cold sweat. His hand ran through his hair and looked at the clock. 6:15. Too early. He looked around the room for something to read. There were magazines and newspapers scattered everywhere. The papers all folded back to the sports section. He picked up a paper, not even bothering about the date, and tried to interest himself in the batting averages of the Intercontinental League. Yamamura was on top with .387. The old man remembered when Yamamura came up as a rookie, but right now he didn't care. The page trembled and the type kept blurring. He threw the paper down. He had a headache. The old man got up and went over to the bathroom. He steadied himself against the door jamb and kicked the wadded sweater out of sight beneath the dresser. He went into the bathroom and turned on the water. He ran his hands over his face and thought about shaving, but he couldn't face the work involved. He managed to run a comb through his hair and rinse out his mouth. He came back into the room. It was 6:30. Maybe Freddy's was open. If Freddy wasn't, then maybe the grill. He'd have to take his chances. He couldn't stand it here any longer. He put on his coat and stumbled out. At 8 o'clock the watch was changed. Matesick replaced King. "Anything?" asked Matesick. "Just this one, Chuck," said King. "I may be a fool, but this one bothers me." King was a diplomat where Blaney was not. King showed him the entry. The dial now stood at 72.8. "It's been on there all night since before I had the watch, and it's been climbing, just slow and steady, but all the time climbing. I locked a circuit on him, but I'll take it off if you want me to." "No," said Matesick. "Leave it on. That don't smell right to me neither." The old man was feeling better. He'd been in the bar 2 hours, and he'd had 2 pickled eggs, and the bartender didn't bother him. The beer was all right, but a man needed whiskey when he was sick. He'd have 1, maybe 2 more, and then he'd eat some breakfast. He didn't know why, but he knew he mustn't get drunk. At 9 o'clock the needle on the dial climbed past 75. Matesick asked for coverage. That meant that 2 patrolmen would be tied up, doing nothing but searching for an echo. And it might be a wild goose chase. He was complaining to the captain, but the captain wasn't listening. He was looking at the photographs in the DeAngelis file. "You don't like this?" the captain asked. Matesick said he didn't like it. And King said he didn't like it? King thinks the same way I do. He's been on there too damn long and too damn consistent. Pick him up, the captain turned and ordered the audio controller. If we can't hold him, we can at least get a look at him. It's not too clear yet, said Matesick. It'll take a spread. I know what it'll take, the captain roared. Don't tell me my job. Put every available man on this. I want the guy brought in. The old man walked back to his room. He was carrying a dozen cans of beer, but the load was light, and he walked upright. He felt fine, like $1,000,000, and he was beginning to remember. When he entered the room, he saw the knife, and when he saw the knife, he smiled. A man had to be smart, and a man had to be prepared. They were smart, wicked and smart, but he was smarter. He'd bought the knife a long, long time ago, in a different world. They couldn't fool him that way. They were clever, all right. They fooled the whole world. He put his beer on the bureau, then walked into the bathroom and turned on the water in the tub. He came back out and started to undress. He was humming to himself. When he finished undressing, he went over to the bureau and opened a can of beer. He carried it back into the bathroom, put it beside the tub, and lowered himself into the water. Ah, that was the ticket. Water and being clean. Clean and being water. Being water and being candy and being smart. They fooled the whole world, but not him. The whole wide world, but they couldn't fool him. He was going to fool them. All pretty and innocent. Ha, innocent, he knew. They were rotten. They were rotten all the way through. They fooled the whole world, but they were rotten, and he was the only one who knew. He finished the beer and stood up in the tub. The water ran off his body in greasy runlets. He didn't pull the plug. He stepped out of the tub and over to the bathroom mirror. His face looked fine, not puffy at all. He'd fooled them. He sprinkled himself with lilac water, put the bottle to his lips, and swished some of it in his mouth. Oh yes, he'd fooled them. A man couldn't be too clever. They were clever, so he had to be clever. He began to shave. The captain was on an audio circuit talking to an assistant commissioner. Yes, sir. I know that. Yes, sir. It could be, but it might be something else. Yes, sir. I know Squirrel Hill has problems, but we need help. Yes. Commissioner, it's over 90 now. The captain signaled wildly to Matesick. Matesick held up 4 fingers, then 2. 94.2 and still going up. No, sir, we don't know. Some guy gonna quit his job or kill his boss. Maybe he found out his wife is cheating on him. We can't tell until we pick him up. Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. The captain hung up. I hate politicians, he snarled. Watch it, Captain, said Matesick. I'll get you on my board. Get me on it, hell, the captain said. I've never been off. The old man finished dressing. He knotted his tie and brushed off the front of his suit with his hand. He looked fine. He'd fool them. He looked just like everybody else. He crossed to the bureau and picked up the knife. It was still in the scabbard. He didn't take it out. He just put it in his pocket. Good, it didn't show. He walked out on the street. The sun was shining brightly, and the heat waves were coming up from the sidewalk. Good, good. This was the best time. People, the real people, would be working or lying down asleep, but they'd be out. They were always out all sweet and innocent in the hot sun. He turned down the street and ambled toward the drugstore. He didn't want to hurry. He had lots of time. He had to get some candy first. That was the ticket, candy. Candy worked. Candy always worked. Candy was good, but candy was wicked. He was good, but they were wicked. Oh, you had to be smart. That has to be him, Matesick said. The screen was blotched and milky. but a large splash of the light in the lower left-hand corner outshone everything else. "He's somewhere around Negley Avenue." He turned to the captain. "Where do you have your men placed?" "In a box," the captain said. "Fifth and Negley. Aiken and Negley. Center and Aiken. And Center and Negley. And 3 scout cars overhead." The old man walked up Ellsworth to the Liberty School. There were always lots of young ones around Liberty School. The young ones were the worst. "I'm losing him." "Where are you?" "Center and Aiken." "Anybody getting him stronger?" "Yeah, me, Negley and Fifth." Never mind, we've got him. We see him now." "Where?" "Bellefonte and Ivy, Liberty School." She was a friendly little thing, and pretty. Maybe 5, maybe 6. And her mommy had told her not to talk to strangers. But the funny old man wasn't talking. He was sitting on the curb, and he was eating candy, and he was offering some to her. He smiled at the little girl, and she smiled back. The scout car settled to earth on automatic. 2 officers climbed out of the car and walked quietly over to the old man, one on either side. They took an arm and lifted him gently to his feet. "Hello there, old-timer." "Hi, little girl." The old man looked around, bewildered. He dropped his candy and tried to reach his knife. They mustn't interfere. It was no use. The officers were very kind and gentle, and they were very, very firm. They let him off as though he were an old friend. One of the officers called back over his shoulder, "Bye-bye, little girl." The little girl dutifully waved bye. She looked at the paper sack on the sidewalk. She didn't know what to do, but the nice old man was gone. She looked around, but no one was paying any attention. They were all watching the softball game. Suddenly she made a grab and clutched the paper bag to her body. Then she turned and ran back up the street to tell her mommy how wonderful lucky she was. End of section 9. Section 10 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wind by Charles L. Fontenay. When you have an engine with no fuel, and fuel without an engine, and a life and death deadline to meet, you have a problem indeed. Unless you are a stubborn Dutchman, and Jan van Artevelde was the stubbornest Dutchman on Venus. Jan Wilhelm van Artevelde claimed descent from William of Orange. He had no genealogy to prove it, but on Venus there was no one who could disprove it either. Jan Wilhelm van Artevelde smoked a clay pipe, which only a Dutchman can do properly, because the clay bit grates on less stubborn teeth. Jan needed all his Dutch stubbornness, and a good deal of pure physical strength besides, to maneuver the roach-flat ground car across the tumbled terrain of Delhorn into the teeth of the howling gale that swept from the west. Huge wheels twisted and jolted against the rocks outside, and Jan bounced against his seat belt, wrestled the steering wheel, and puffed at his pipe. The mild aroma of Heerenbaai tobacco filled the airtight ground car. There came a new swaying that was not the roughness of the terrain. Through the thick windshield Jan saw all the ground about him buckle and heave for a second or two before it settled to rugged quiescence again. This time he was really heaved about. Jan mentioned this to the ground car radio. "That's about the 3rd time in a half an hour," he commented. "The place tosses like the Uselmeer on a rough day." "You just don't forget it isn't the Zuiderzee," retorted Heemskerk from the other end. "You sink there and you don't come up 3 times. "Don't worry," said Jan. "I'll be back on time, with a broom at the masthead." "This I shall want to see," chuckled Heemskerk, a logical reaction, considering the scarcity of brooms on Venus. 2 hours earlier the 2 men had sat across a small table playing chess, with little indication there would be anything else to occupy their time before blast-off of the stubby gravity boat. It would be their last chess game for many months, for Jan was a member of the Dutch colony at Oostpoort in the northern hemisphere of Venus, while Heemskerk was the pilot of the G-boat from the Dutch spaceship Vanderdecken, scheduled to begin an earthward orbit in a few hours. It was near the dusk of the 485-hour Venerian day, and the twilight gale already had arisen, sweeping from the comparative chill Venerian nightside into the superheated dayside. Oostpoort, established near some outcroppings that contained uranium ore, was protected from both the dawn gale and the twilight gale, for it was in a valley in the midst of a small range of mountains. Jan has just figured out a combination by which he hoped to cheat Heemskerk out of one of his nights, when Dekker, the burgomeester of Oostpoort, entered the spaceport ready room. "There's been an emergency radio message," said Dekker. "They've got a passenger for the Earth ship over at Rathole." "Rathole?" repeated Heemskerk. "What's that? I didn't know there was another colony within 2,000 kilometers." "This isn't a colony in the sense Oostpoort is," explained Dekker. "The people are the families of a bunch of laborers left behind when the colony folded several years ago. It's about 80 kilometers away, right across the Horn, but they don't have any vehicles that can navigate when the wind's up." Heemskerk pushed his short-billed cap back on his close-cropped head, leaned back in his chair, and folded his hands over his comfortable stomach. "Then the passenger will have to wait for the next ship," he pronounced. "The Vanderdecken has to blast off in 30 hours to catch Earth at the right orbital spot, and the G-boat has to blast off in 10 hours to catch the Vanderdecken." "This passenger can't wait," said Dekker. "He needs to be evacuated to Earth immediately. He's suffering from the Venus shadow." Jan whistled softly. He had seen the effects of that disease. Dekker was right. "Jan, you're the best driver in Oostpoort," said Dekker. "You will have to take a ground car to Rathole and bring the fellow back." So now Jan gripped his clay pipe between his teeth and piloted the ground car into the teeth of the twilight gale. Den Hoorn was a comparatively flat desert sweep that ran along the western side of the Oost Mountains, just over the mountain from Oostpoort. It was a thin fault area of planet whose crust was particularly subject to earthquakes, particularly at the beginning and end of each long day when temperatures of the surface rocks changed. On the other side of it lay Rathole, a little settlement that eked out a precarious living from the Venerian vegetation. Jan had never seen it. He had a little difficulty driving up and over the mountain, for the Dutch settlers had carved a rough road through the ravines. But even the 2.5-meter wheels of the ground car had trouble amid the tumbled rocks of Den Hoorn. The wind hit the car in full strength here, and though the body of the ground car was suspended from the axles, there was constant danger of its being flipped over by a gust if not handled just right. The 3 earth shocks that had shaken Den Hoorn since he had been driving made his task no easier, but he was obviously lucky at that. Often he had to detour far from his course to skirt long, deep cracks in the surface, or steep breaks where the crust had been raised or dropped several meters by past quakes. The ground car zigzagged slowly westward. The tattered violet and indigo clouds boiled low above it, but the wind was as dry as the breath of an oven. Despite the heavy cloud cover, the afternoon was as bright as an Earth day. The thermometer showed the outside temperature to have dropped to 40 degrees centigrade in the west wind, and was still going down. Jan reached the edge of a crack that made further progress seem impossible. 100 meters wide, of unknown depth, it stretched out of sight in both directions. For the first time he entertained serious doubts that Den Hoorn could be crossed by land. After a moment's hesitation, he swung the ground car northward and raced along the edge of the chasm as fast as the car would negotiate the terrain. He looked anxiously at his watch. Nearly 3 hours had passed since he left Oostpoort. He had 7 hours to go, and he was still at least 16 kilometers from Rathole. His pipe was out, and he could not take his hands from the wheel to refill it. He had driven at least 8 kilometers before he realized that the crack was narrowing. At least as far again, the two edges came together, but not at the same level. A sheer cliff 3 meters high now barred his passage. He drove on. Apparently it was the result of an old quake. He found a spot where rocks had tumbled down, making a steep, rough ramp up the break. He drove up it and turned back southwestward. He made it just in time. He had driven less than 300 meters when a quake more severe than any of the others struck. Suddenly behind him the break reversed itself, so that where he had climbed up coming westward he would now have to climb a cliff of equal height returning eastward. The ground heaved and buckled like a tempestuous sea. Rocks rolled and leaped through the air, several large ones striking the ground car with ominous force. The car staggered forward on its giant wheels like a drunken man. The quake was so violent that at one time the vehicle was hurled several meters sideways, and almost overturned, and the wind smashed down on it unrelentingly. The quake lasted for several minutes, during which Jan was able to make no progress at all, and struggled only to keep the ground car upright. Then, in unison, both earthquake and wind died to absolute quiescence. Jan made use of this calm to step down on the accelerator and send the ground car speeding forward. The terrain was easier here, nearing the western edge of Den Horn, and he covered several kilometers before the wind struck again, cutting his speed down considerably. He judged he must be nearing Rat Hole. Not long thereafter, he rounded an outcropping of rock and it lay before him. A wave of nostalgia swept over him. Back at Oostpoort, the power was nuclear, but this little settlement had made use of the cheapest, most obviously available power source. It was dotted with more than a dozen windmills. Windmills! Tears came to Jan's eyes. For a moment he was carried back to the flat lands around Gravenheg. For a moment he was a tow-headed, round-eyed boy again, clumping in wooden shoes along the edge of the tulip fields. But there were no canals here. The flat land, stretching into the darkening west, was spotted with patches of cactus and leather-leaved Venerian plants. Amid the windmills, low domes protruded from the earth, indicating that the dwellings of Rat Hole were, appropriately, partly underground. He drove into the place. There were no streets as such, but there were avenues between lines of heavy chains strung to short iron posts, evidently as handholds against the wind. The savage gale piled dust and sand in drifts against the domes, then, shifting slightly, swept them clean again. There was no one moving abroad. Just inside the community, Jan found half a dozen men in a group, clinging to one of the chains and waving to him. He pulled the ground car to a stop beside them, stuck his pipe into a pocket of his plastic Venus suit, donned his helmet and got out. The wind almost took him away before one of them grabbed him, and he was able to grasp the chain himself. They gathered around him. They were swarthy, black-eyed men with curly hair. One of them grasped his hand. "Benvenido, senor," said the man. Jan recoiled and dropped the man's hand. All the Orangemen blood, he claimed, protested in outrage. Spaniards! All these men were Spaniards! Jan recovered himself at once. He had been reading too much ancient history during his leisure hours. The hot monotony of Venus was beginning to affect his brain. It had been 500 years since the Netherlands revolted against Spanish rule. A lot of water over the dam since then. A look at the men around him, the sound of their chatter, convinced him that he need not try German or Hollandisch here. He fell back on the international language. "Do you speak English?" he asked. The man brightened but shook his head. "No hablo inglés," he said. "Pero el médico lo habla. Venga conmigo." He gestured for Ian to follow him and started off, pulling his way against the wind along the chain. Jan followed, and the other men fell in behind in single file. 100 meters farther on, they turned, descended some steps, and entered one of the half-buried domes. A gray-haired, bearded man was in the well-lighted room, apparently the living room of a home, with a young woman. "El médico," said the man who had greeted Jan, gesturing, "él habla inglés." He went out, shutting the airlock door behind him. "You must be the man from Oostpoort," said the bearded man, holding out his hand. "I am Dr. Sanchez. We are very grateful you have come." "I thought for a while I wouldn't make it," said Jan ruefully, removing his Venus helmet. "This is Miss Murillo," said Sanchez. The woman was a Spanish blonde, full-lipped and beautiful, with golden hair and dark liquid eyes. She smiled at Jan. "Encantada de conocerlo, señor," she greeted him. "This is the patient, doctor?" asked Jan, astonished. She looked in the best of health. "No, the patient is in the next room," answered Sanchez. "Well, as much as I'd like to stop for a pipe, we'd better start at once," said Jan. "It's a hard drive back, and blast-off can't be delayed." The woman seemed to sense his meaning. She turned and called, "Diego!" A boy appeared in the door, a dark-skinned, sleepy-eyed boy of about 8. He yawned. Then, catching sight of the big Dutchman, he opened his eyes wide and smiled. The boy was healthy-looking, alert, but the mark of the Venus shadow was on his face. There was a faint mottling, a criss-cross of dead white lines. Mrs. Murillo spoke to him rapidly in Spanish, and he nodded. She zipped him into a Venus suit and fitted a small helmet on his head. "Good luck, amigo," said Sanchez, shaking Jan's hand again. "Thanks," replied Jan. He donned his own helmet. "I'll need it, if the trip over was any indication." Jan and Diego made their way back down the chain to the ground car. There was a score of men there now, and a few women. They let the pair go through, waved farewell as Jan swung the ground car around and headed back eastward. It was easier driving with the wind behind him, and Jan hit 100 kilometers an hour several times before striking the rougher ground of Den Horn. Now, if he could only find a way over the bluff raised by that last quake. The ground of Den Horn was still shivering. Jan did not realize this until he had to brake the ground car almost to a stop at one point, because it was not shaking in severe, periodic shocks as it had earlier. It quivered constantly, like the surface of quicksand. The ground far ahead of him had a strange color to it. Jan watched for the cliff he had to skirt and scale, had picked up speed over some fairly even terrain, but now he slowed again, puzzled. There was something wrong ahead. He couldn't quite figure it out. Diego, beside him, sat quietly so far, peering eagerly through the windshield, not saying a word. Now suddenly he cried out in a high, thin tenor, "Cuidado, cuidado, un abismo!" Jan saw it at the same time and hit the brake so hard the ground car would have stood on its nose had its wheels been smaller. They skidded to a stop. The chasm that had caused him such a long detour before had widened, evidently in the big quake that had hit earlier. Now it was a canyon, half a kilometer wide. 5 meters from the edge he looked out over blank space at the far wall, and could not see the bottom. Cursing choice Dutch profanity, Jan wheeled the ground car northward and drove along the edge of the abyss as fast as he could. He wasted half an hour before realizing that it was getting no narrower. There was no point in going back southward. It might be 100 kilometers long or 1,000, but he never could reach the end of it and thread the tumbled rocks of Den Horn to Oostpoort before the G-boat blast-off. There was nothing to do but turn back to Rat Hole and see if some other way could not be found. Jan sat in the half-buried room and enjoyed the luxury of a pipe filled with some of Theodorus Niemeyer's mild tobacco. Before him, Dr. Sanchez sat with crossed legs, cleaning his fingernails with a scalpel. Diego's mother talked to the boy in low, liquid tones in a corner of the room. Jan was at a loss to know how people whose technical knowledge was as skimpy as it obviously was in Rat Hole were able to build these semi-underground domes to resist the earth shocks that came from Den Horn. But this one showed no signs of stress. A religious print and a small pencil sketch of Signora Murillo, probably done by the boy, were awry on the inward curving walls, but that was all. Jan felt justifiably exasperated at these Spanish-speaking people. If some effort had been made to take the boy to Oostpoort from here, instead of calling on us to send a car, Den Hoorn could have been crossed before the crack opened, he pointed out. An effort was made, replied Sanchez quietly. Perhaps you do not fully realize our position here. We have no engines except the stationary generators that give us current for our air conditioning and our utilities. They are powered by the windmills. We do not have gasoline engines for vehicles, so our vehicles are operated by hand. You push them? Demanded Jan incredulously. No. You've seen pictures of the pump cars that once were used on terrestrial railroads? Ours are powered like that, but we cannot operate them when the Venerian wind is blowing. By the time I diagnosed the Venus shadow in Diego, the wind was coming up, and we had no way to get him to Oostpoort. Grunted Jan. He shifted uncomfortably and looked at the pair in the corner. The blond head was bent over the boy protectingly, and over his mother's shoulder Diego's black eyes returned Jan's glance. If the disease has just started, the boy could wait for the next Earth ship, couldn't he? Asked Jan. I said I had just diagnosed it, not that it had just started, senor, corrected Sanchez. As you know, the trip to Earth takes 145 days, and it can be started only when the two planets are at the right position in their orbits. Have you ever seen anyone die of the Venus shadow? Yes, I have, replied Jan in a low voice. He had seen 2 people die of it, and it had not been pleasant. Medical men thought it was a deficiency disease, but they had not traced down the deficiency responsible. Treatment by vitamins, diet, antibiotics, infrared and ultraviolet rays, all were useless. The only thing that could arrest and cure the disease was removal from the dry, cloud-hung surface of Venus and return to a moist, sunny climate on Earth. Without that treatment, once the typical model's texture of the skin appeared, the flesh rapidly deteriorated and fell away in chunks. The victim remained unfevered and agonizingly conscious until the deterioration reached a vital spot. If you have, said Sanchez, you must realize that Diego cannot wait for a later ship, if his life is to be saved. He must get to Earth at once. Jan puffed at the Heerenbij Tabak and cogitated. The place was aptly named. It was a ratty community. The boy was a dark-skinned little Spaniard of Mexican origin, perhaps, but he was a boy and a human being. A thought occurred to him. From what he had seen and heard, the entire economy of Rat Hole could not support the tremendous expense of sending the boy across the millions of miles to Earth by spaceship. Who's paying his passage? He asked. The Dutch Central Venus Company isn't exactly a charitable institution. Your Senor Decker said that it would be taken care of, replied Sanchez. Jan relit his pipe silently, making a mental resolution that Decker wouldn't take care of it alone. Salaries for the Venerian service were high, and many of the men at Oostpoort would contribute readily to such a cause. Who is Diego's father? He asked. He was Ramon Murillo, a very good mechanic, answered Sanchez, with a sliding, sidelong glance at Jan's face. He has been dead for 3 years. Jan grunted. The copters at Oostpoort can't buck this wind, he said thoughtfully, or I'd come in one of those in the first place, instead of trying to cross Den Hoorn by land. If you have any sort of aircraft here, it might make it downwind, if it isn't wrecked on takeoff. I'm afraid not, said Sanchez. Too bad. There's nothing we can do then. The nearest settlement west of here is more than 1,000 kilometers away, and I happen to know they have no planes either. Just copters, so that's no help. Wait, said Sanchez, lifting the scalpel and tilting his head. I believe there is something, though we cannot use it. This was once an American naval base, and the people here were civilian employees who refused to move north with it. There was a flying machine they used for short-range work, and one was left behind, probably with a little help from the people of the settlement, but— What kind of machine? Copter or plane? They call it a flying platform. It carries 2 men, I believe. But, Signor, I know them. I've operated them before I left Earth. Man, you don't expect me to try to fly one of those things in this wind. They're tricky as they can be, and the passengers are absolutely unprotected. Signor, I have asked you to do nothing. No, you haven't, muttered Jan, but you know I'll do it. Sanchez looked into his face, smiling faintly and a little sadly. I was sure you would be willing, he said. He turned and spoke in Spanish to Mrs. Murillo. The woman rose to her feet and came to them. As Jan arose, she looked up at him, tears in her eyes. Gracias, she murmured, un millón de gracias. She lifted his hands in hers and kissed them. Jan disengaged himself gently, embarrassed. But it occurred to him, looking down on the bowed head of the beautiful young widow, that he might make some flying trips back over here in his leisure time. Language barriers were not impassable, and feminine companionship might cure his neurotic, history-born distaste for Spaniards, for more than one reason. Sanchez was tugging at his elbow. Signor, I've been trying to tell you, he said. It is generous and good of you, and I wanted Signora Murillo to know what a brave man you are. But have you forgotten that we have no gasoline engines here? There is no fuel for the flying platform. The platform was in a warehouse which, like the rest of the structures in Rat Hole, was a half-buried dome. The platform's ring-shaped base was less than a meter thick, standing on 4 metal legs. On top of it, in the center, was a railed circle that would hold 2 men, but would crowd them. 2 small gasoline engines sat on each side of this railed circle, and between them on a third side was the fuel tank. The passengers entered it on the 4th side. The machine was dusty and spotted with rust. Jan, surrounded by Sanchez, Diego, and a dozen men, inspected it thoughtfully. The letters USN SES were painted in white on the platform itself, and each engine bore the label Hiller. Jan peered over the edge of the platform at the twin ducted fans in their plastic shrouds. They appeared in good shape. Each was powered by one of the engines, transmitted to it by heavy rubber belts. Jan sighed. It was an unhappy situation. As far as he could determine, without making tests, the engines were in perfect condition. 2 perfectly good engines, and no fuel for them. You're sure there's no gasoline anywhere on Rat Hole? He asked Sanchez. Sanchez smiled ruefully, as he had once before, at Jan's appellation for the community. The inhabitants' term for it was simply La Ciudad Nuestra, our town. But he made no protest. He turned to one of the other men and talked rapidly for a few moments in Spanish. None, Signor, he said, turning back to Jan. The Americans, of course, kept much of it when they were here, but the few things we take to Oostpoort to trade could not buy precious gasoline. We have electricity in plenty, if you can power the platform with it. Jan thought that over, trying to find a way. No, it wouldn't work, he said. We could rig batteries on the platform and electric motors to turn the propellers. But batteries big enough to power it all the way to Oostpoort would be so heavy the machine couldn't lift them off the ground. If there were some way to carry a power line all the way to Oostpoort, or to broadcast the power to it. But it's a light load machine, and must have an engine that gives the necessary power from very little weight. Wild schemes ran through his head. If they were on water instead of land, he could rig up a sail. He could still rig up a sail, for a ground car, except for the chasm out on Den Horn. The ground car! Jan straightened and snapped his fingers. Doctor, he exclaimed, send a couple of men to drain the rest of the fuel from my ground car. And let's get this platform above ground and tie it down until we can get it started. Sanchez gave rapid orders in Spanish. 2 of the men left at a run, carrying 5-gallon cans with them. 3 others picked up the platform and carried it up a ramp outside. As soon as they reached ground level, the wind hit them. They dropped the platform to the ground, where it shuddered and swayed momentarily, and 2 of the men fell successfully on their stomachs. The wind caught the third and somersaulted him half a dozen times before he skidded to a stop on his back with outstretched arms and legs. He turned over cautiously and crawled back to them. Jan, his head just above ground level, surveyed the terrain. There was flat ground to the east, clear in a fairly broad valley for at least half a kilometer before any of the domes protruded up into it. "This is as good a spot for takeoff as we'll find," he said to Sanchez. The men put 3 heavy ropes on the platform's windward rail and secured it by them to the heavy chain that ran by the dome. The platform quivered and shuddered in the heavy wind, but its base was too low for it to overturn. Shortly the 2 men returned with the fuel from the ground car, struggling along the chain. Jan got above ground in a crouch, clinging to the rail of the platform, and helped them fill the fuel tank with it. He primed the carburetors and spun the engines. Nothing happened. He turned the engines over again. One of them coughed, and a cloud of blue smoke burst from its exhaust, but they did not catch. "What is the matter, Senor?" asked Sanchez from the dome entrance. "I don't know," replied Jan. "Maybe it's that the engines haven't been used in so long. I'm afraid I'm not a good enough mechanic to tell." "Some of these men were good mechanics when the Navy was here," said Sanchez. "Wait." He turned and spoke to someone in the dome. One of the men of Rat Hole came to Jan's side and tried the engines. They refused to catch. The man made carburetor adjustments and tried again. No success. He sniffed, took the cap from the fuel tank and stuck his finger inside. He withdrew it, wet and oily, examined it. He turned and spoke to Sanchez. "He says your ground car must have a diesel engine," Sanchez interpreted to Jan. "Is that correct?" "Why, yes, that's true." "He says the fuel will not work then, Senor. He says it is low-grade fuel and the platform must have high-octane gasoline." Jan threw up his hands and went back into the house. "I should have known that," he said unhappily. "I would have known if I had thought of it." "What is to be done then?" asked Sanchez. "There's nothing that can be done," answered Jan. "They may as well put the fuel back in my ground car." Sanchez called orders to the men at the platform. While they worked, Jan stared out at the furiously spinning windmills that dotted Rat Hole. "There's nothing that can be done," he repeated. "We can't make the trip overland because of the chasm out there in Den Horn. And we can't fly the platform because we have no power for it." Windmills. Again, Jan could imagine the flat land around them as his native Holland, with the Zuyder Zee sparkling to the west, where here the desert stretched under darkling clouds. Jan looked at his watch. A little more than 2 hours before the G-boat's blast-off time, and it couldn't wait for them. It was nearly 8 hours since he had left Oostpoort, and the afternoon was getting noticeably darker. Jan was sorry. He had done his best, but Venus had beaten him. He looked around for Diego. The boy was not in the dome. He was outside, crouched in the lee of the dome, playing with some sticks. Diego must know of his ailment, and why he had to go to Oostpoort. If Jan was any judge of character, Sanchez would have told him that. Whether Diego knew it was a life or death matter for him to be aboard the Vanderdecken when it blasted off for Earth, Jan did not know. But the boy was around 8 years old, and he was bright, and he must realize the seriousness involved in a decision to send him all the way to Earth. Jan felt ashamed of the exuberant foolishness which had led him to spout ancient history and claim descent from William of Orange. It had been a hobby, an artificial topic for conversation that amused him and his companions, a defense against the monotony of Venus that had begun to affect his personality perhaps a bit more than he realized. He did not dislike Spaniards. He had no reason to dislike them. They were all humans, the Spanish, the Dutch, the Germans, the Americans, even the Russians. fighting a hostile planet together. He could not understand a word Diego said when the boy spoke to him, but he liked Diego and wished desperately he could do something. Outside, the windmills of Rathole spun merrily. There was power, the power that lighted and air-conditioned Rathole, power in the air all around them. If he could only use it! But to turn the platform on its side and let the wind spin the propellers was pointless. He turned to Sanchez. "Ask the men if there are any spare parts for the platform," he said. "Some of those legs it stands on, transmission belts, spare propellers." Sanchez asked. "Yes," he said, "many spare parts but no fuel." Jan smiled a tight smile. "Tell them to take the engines out," he said. "Since we have no fuel, we may as well have no engines." Peter Heemskerk stood by the ramp to the stubby G-boat and checked his watch. It was X-15, 15 minutes before blast-off time. Heemskerk wore a spacesuit. Everything was ready, except climbing aboard, closing the airlock and pressing the firing pin. What on Venus could have happened to Van Artevelde? The last radio message they had received more than an hour ago had said he and the patient took off successfully in an aircraft. What sort of aircraft could he be flying that would require an hour to cover 80 kilometers with the wind? Heemskerk could only draw the conclusion that the aircraft had been wrecked somewhere in Den Hoorn. As a matter of fact, he knew that preparations were being made now to send a couple of ground cars out to search for it. This, of course, would be too late to help the patient Van Artevelde was bringing, but Heemskerk had no personal interest in the patient. His worry was all for his friend. The two of them had enjoyed chess and a good beer together on his last 3 trips to Venus, and Heemskerk hoped very sincerely that the big blond man wasn't hurt. He glanced at his watch again. X-12. In 2 minutes, it would be time for him to walk up the ramp into the G-boat. In 7 minutes, the backward count before blastoff would start over the area loudspeakers. Heemskerk shook his head sadly. And Van Artevelde had promised to come back triumphant, with a broom at his masthead. It was a high, thin whine borne on the wind, carrying even through the walls of his space helmet, that attracted Heemskerk's attention and caused him to pause with his foot on the ramp. Around him, the rocket mechanics were staring up at the sky, trying to pinpoint the noise. Heemskerk looked westward. At first he could see nothing. Then there was a moving dot above the mountain, against the indigo umbrella of clouds. It grew, it swooped, it approached and became a strange little flying disk with 2 people standing on it, and something sticking up from its deck in front of them. A broom? No. The platform hovered and began to settle nearby, and there was Van Artevelde leaning over its rail and fiddling frantically with whatever it was that stuck up on it, a weird, angled contraption of pipes and belts topped by a whirling blade. A boy stood at his shoulder and tried to help him. As the platform descended to a few meters above ground, the Dutchman slashed at the contraption. The cut ends of belts whipped out wildly, and the platform slid to the ground with a rush. It hit with a clatter, and its 2 passengers tumbled prone to the ground. "Jan!" boomed Heemskerk, forcing his voice through the helmet diaphragm and rushing over to his friend. "I was afraid you were lost." Jan struggled to his feet and leaned down to help the boy up. "Here's your patient, Pieter," he said. "Hope you have a spacesuit in his size." "I can find one, and we'll have to hurry for blastoff. But first, what happened? Even that damn thing ought to get here from Rathole faster than that." "Had no fuel," replied Jan briefly. "My engines were all right, but I had no power to run them, so I had to pull the engines and rig up a power source." Heemskerk stared at the platform. On its railing was rigged a tripod of battered metal pipes, atop which a big 4-blade propeller spun slowly in what wind was left after it came over the western mountain. Over the edges of the platform, running from the 2 propellers in its base, hung a series of tattered transmission belts. "Power source," repeated Heemskerk. "That?" "Certainly," replied Jan with dignity. The power source any good Dutchman turns to in an emergency. A windmill. End of section 10. Section 11 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Exile by H.B. Fife. The Dome of Eyes made it almost impossible for Terrans to reach the world of Tipacht. For those who did land there, there was no returning, only the bitterness of respect and justice. The Tipachtan student, whose blue robe, in George Kenton's opinion, clashed with the dull purple of his scales, twiddled a three-clawed hand for attention. Kenton nodded to him from his place on the dais before the group. "Then can you give us no precise count of the stars in the galaxy, George?" Kenton smiled dryly, and ran a wrinkled hand through his graying hair. In the clicking Tipachtan speech, his name came out more like George. Questions like this had been put to him often during the 10 years since his rocket had hurtled through the meteorite belt and down to the surface of Tipacht, leaving him the only survivor. Barred off as they were from venturing into space, the highly civilized Tipachtans constantly displayed the curiosity of dreamers in matters related to the universe. Because of the veil of meteorites and satellite fragments whirling about their planet, their astronomers had acquired tortuous skills but only scraps of real knowledge. As I believe I mentioned in some of my recorded lectures, Kenton answered in their language, "The number is actually as vast as it seems to those of you peering through the Dome of Eyes. The scientists of my race have not yet encountered any beings capable of estimating the total." He leaned back and scanned the faces of his interviewers, faces that would have been oddly humanoid were it not for the elongated snouts and pointed, sharp-toothed jaws. The average Tipachtan was slightly under Kenton's height of 5 feet 10, with a long, supple trunk. Under the robes their scholars affected, the shortness of their two-bowed legs was not obvious, but the sight of the short, thick arms carried high before their chests still left Kenton with a feeling of misproportion. He should be used to it after 10 years, he thought, but even the reds or purples of the scales or the big teeth seemed more natural. "I sympathize with your curiosity," he added. "It's a marvel that your scientists have managed to measure the distance of so many stars." He could tell that they were pleased by his admiration, and wondered yet again why any little show of approval by him was so eagerly received. Even though he was the first stellar visitor in their recorded history, Kenton remained conscious of the fact that in many fields he was unable to offer the Tipachtans any new ideas. In one or two ways, he believed, no Terran could teach their experts anything. "Then will you tell us, George, more about the problems of your first space explorers?" came another question. Before Kenton had formed his answer, the golden curtains at the rear of the austerely simple chamber parted. Claft, the Tipachtan, serving the current year as Kenton's chief aide, hurried toward the dais. The 20-odd members of the group fell silent on their polished stone benches, turning their pointed visages to follow Claft's progress. The aide reached Kenton and bent to hiss and cluck into the latter's ear in what he presumably considered an undertone. The Terran laboriously spelled out the message inscribed on the limp, satiny paper held before his eyes. Then he rose and took one step toward the waiting group. "I regret I shall have to conclude this discussion," he announced. "I am informed that another ship from space has reached the surface of Tipacht. My presence is requested in case the crew are of my own planet." Claft excitedly skipped down to lead the way up the aisle, but Kenton hesitated. Those in the audience were scholars or officials to whom attendance at one of Kenton's limited number of personal lectures was awarded as an honor. They would hardly learn anything from him directly that was not available in recordings made over the course of years. The Tipachtan scientists, historians, and philosophers had respectfully but eagerly gathered every crumb of information Kenton knowingly had to offer, and some he thought he had forgotten. Still, he sensed the disappointment at his announcement. "I shall arrange for you to await my return here in town," Kenton said, and there were murmurs of pleasure. Later, aboard the jet helicopter that was basically like those Kenton remembered using on Terra 20 light-years away, he shook his head at Claff's respectful protest. "But George, it was enough that they were present when you received the news. They can talk about that the rest of their lives. You must not waste your strength on these people who come out of curiosity." Kenton smiled at his aide's earnest concern. Then he turned to look out the window as he recalled the shadow that underlay such remonstrances. He estimated he was about 48 now, as nearly as he could tell from the somewhat longer revolutions of Teapot. The time would come when he would age and die. Whose wishes would then prevail? Maybe he was wrong, he thought. Maybe he shouldn't stand in the way of their biologists and surgeons. But he'd rather be buried, even if that left them with only what he could tell them about the human body. To help himself forget the rather preoccupied manner in which some of the Teapotcan scientists occasionally eyed him, he peered down at the big dam of the hydroelectric project being completed to Kenton's design. Power from this would soon light the town built to house the staff of scientists, students, and workers assigned to the institute, organized about the person of Kenton. Now, there was an example of their willingness to repay him for whatever help he had been, he reflected. They hadn't needed that for themselves. In some ways, compared to those of Terra, the industries of Teapot were underdeveloped. In the first place, the population was smaller and had different standards of luxury. In the second, a certain lack of drive resulted from the inability to break out into interplanetary space. Kenton had been inexplicably lucky to have reached the surface even in a battered hulk. The shell of the meteorites was at least 100 miles thick and constantly shifting. "We do not know if they have always been meteorites," the Teapotans had told Kenton, "or whether part of them come from a destroyed satellite, but our observers have proven mathematically that no direct path through them may be predicted more than a very short while in advance." Kenton turned away from the window as he caught the glint of Teapot's sun on the hull of the spaceship they also had built for him. Perhaps, would it be fair to encourage the newcomer to attempt the barrier? For 10 years, Kenton had failed to work up any strong desire to try it. The Teapotans called the ever-shifting lights of the dome eyes after a myth in which each tiny satellite bright enough to be visible was supposed to watch over a single individual on the surface. Like their brothers on Terra, the native astronomers could trace their science back to a form of astrology, and Kenton often told them jokingly that he felt no urge to risk a physical encounter with his own personal eye. The helicopter started to descend, and Kenton remembered that the city named in his message was only about 20 miles from his home. The brief twilight of Teapot was passing by the time he set foot on the landing field, and he paused to look up. The brighter stars visible from this part of the planet twinkled back at him, and he knew that each was being scrutinized by some amateur or professional astronomer. Before an hour had elapsed, most of them would be obscured by the tiny moonlets, some of which could already be seen. These could easily be mistaken for stars or the other 5 planets of the system, but in a short while the tinier ones in groups would cause a celestial haze resembling a miniature Milky Way. Claff, who had descended first, leaving the pilot to bring up the rear, noticed Kenton's pause. "Glory glitters till it is known for a curse," he remarked, quoting a Teapotcan proverb often applied by the disgruntled scientists to the dome of eyes. Kenton observed, however, that his aide also stared upward for a long moment. The Teapotans loved speculating about the unsolvable. They had even found clubs to argue whether 2 satellites had been destroyed or only one. Half a dozen officials hastened up to escort the party to the vehicle awaiting Kenton. Claff succeeded in quieting the lesser members of the delegation so that Kenton was able to learn a few facts about the new arrival. The crash had been several hundred miles away, But someone had thought of the hospital in this city which was known to have a doctor rating as an expert in human physiology. The survivor, only one occupant of the wreck, alive or dead, had been discovered, had accordingly been flown here. With the clanging of bells, the little convoy of ground cars drew up in front of the hospital. A way was made through the chittering crowd around the entrance. Within a few minutes, Kenton found himself looking down at a pallet upon which lay another Terran. A man, he thought, then curled a lip wryly at the sudden, unexpected pang of disappointment. Well, he hadn't realized until then what he was really hoping for. The spaceman had been cleaned up and bandaged by the native medicos. Kenton saw that his left thigh was probably broken. Other dressings suggested cracked ribs and lacerations on the head and shoulders. The man was dark-haired but pale of skin, with a jutting chin and a nose that had been flattened in some earlier mishap. The flaring set of his ears somehow emphasized an overall leanness. Even in sleep, his mouth was thin and hard. Thrown across the controls after his belt broke loose, Kenton guessed. "I bow to your wisdom, George," said the plump Tepoctan doctor who appeared to be in charge. Kenton could not remember him, but everyone on the planet addressed the Terran by the sound they fondly thought to be his first name. "This is Dr. Chuckselkey," murmured Claft. Kenton made the accepted gesture of greeting with one hand and said, "You seem to have treated him very expertly." Chuckselkey ruffled the scales around his neck with pleasure. "I have studied Terran physiology," he admitted complacently. "From your records and drawings, of course, George, for I have not yet had the good fortune to visit you." "We must arrange a visit soon," said Kenton. "Claft will." He broke off at the sound from the patient. "A Terran," mumbled the injured man. He shook his head dazedly, tried to sit up, and subsided with a groan. "Why, he looked scared when he saw me," thought Kenton. "You're all right now," he said soothingly. "It's all over and you're in good hands. I gather there were no other survivors of the crash?" The man stared curiously. Kenton realized that his own language sputtered clumsily from his lips after 10 years. He tried again. "My name is George Kenton. I don't blame you if I'm hard to understand. You see, I've been here 10 years without ever having another Terran to speak to." The spaceman considered that for a few breaths, then seemed to relax. "Al Burkin," he introduced himself laconically. 10 years?" "A little over," confirmed Kenton. "It's extremely unusual that anything gets through to the surface, let alone a spaceship. What happened to you?" Burkin's stare was suspicious. "Then you ain't heard about the new colonies?" "Nah, you must have come here when all the planets were open." "We had a small settlement on the second planet," Kenton told him. "You mean there are new Terran colonies?" "Yeah, jet hoppers spreading all over the other 5. None of the land-hungry poops figured a way to set down here, though, or they'd be creeping around this planet, too." "How did you happen to do it? Run out of fuel?" The other eyed him for a few seconds before dropping his gaze. Kenton was struck with sudden doubt. The outposts of civilization were followed by less desirable developments as a general rule, prisons for instance. He resolved to be wary of the visitor. "You might say I was exploring," Burkin replied at last. "That's why I come alone. Didn't want anybody else hurt if I didn't make it. Say, how bad am I banged up?" Kenton realized guiltily that the man should be resting. He had lost track of the moments he had wasted in talk while the others with him stood attentively about. He questioned the doctor briefly and relayed the information that Burkin's leg was broken, but that the other injuries were not serious. "They'll fix you up," he assured the spaceman. "They're quite good at it, even if the sight of one does not make you think a little of an iguana. Rest up now, and I'll come back again when you're feeling better." For the next 3 weeks, Kenton flew back and forth from his own town nearly every day. He felt that he should not neglect the few meetings which were the only way he could repay the Tepoctans for all they did for him. On the other hand, The chance to see and talk with one of his own kind drew him like a magnet to the hospital. The doctors operated upon Burkin's leg, inserting a metal rod inside the bone by a method they had known before Kenton described it. The new arrival expected to be able to walk, with care, almost any day, although the pin would have to be removed after the bone had healed. Meanwhile, Burkin seemed eager to learn all Kenton could tell him about the planet, Teapot. About himself, he was remarkably reticent. Kenton worried about this. "I think we should not expect too much of this Terran," he warned Claft uneasily. "You, too, have citizens who do not always obey your laws, who sometimes, that is, who are born to die under the axe, as we say," interrupted Claft, as if to ease the concern plain on Kenton's face. "In other words, criminals. You suspect this Al Burkin is such a one, George?" "It is not impossible," admitted Kenton unhappily. "He will tell me little about himself. It may be that he was caught in Teapot's gravity while fleeing from justice." To himself, he wished he had not told Burkin about the spaceship. He didn't think the man exactly believed his explanation of why there was no use taking off in it. Yet he continued to spend as much time as he could visiting the other man. Then, as his helicopter landed at the city port one gray dawn, the news reached him. "The other Terran has gone," Claft reported, turning from the breathless messenger as Kenton followed him from the machine. "Gone? Where'd they take him?" Claft looked uneasy, embarrassed. Kenton repeated his question, wondering about the group of armed police on hand. "In the night," Claft hissed and clucked, "when none would think to watch him. They tell me, and quite rightly, I think." "Get on with it, Claft, please." "In the night, then, Al Burkin left the chamber in which he lay. He can walk some now, you know, because of Dr. Chuxelkey's metal pin. He stole a ground car and is gone." "He did?" Kenton had an empty feeling in the pit of his stomach. "Is it known where he went? I mean, he has been curious to see some of Teapot. Perhaps—" He stopped, his own words braying in his ears. Claft was clicking two claws together, a sign of emphatic disagreement. "Al Burkin," he said, "was soon followed by 3 police constables in another vehicle. They found him heading in the direction of our town." "Why did he say he was traveling that way?" asked Kenton, thinking to himself of the spaceship. Was the man crazy? "He did not say," answered Claft expressionlessly. "Taking them by surprise, he killed 2 of the constables and injured the 3rd before fleeing with one of their spears." Clinton felt his eyes bulging with dismay. "Yes, for they carried only the short spears of their authority, not expecting to need fire weapons." Kenton looked from him to the messenger, noticing for the first time that the latter was an under-officer of police. He shook his head distractedly. It appeared that his suspicions concerning Burkin had been only too accurate. Why was it one like him who got through? He asked himself in silent anguish. After 10 years, the Toboctans had been thinking well of Terrans, but now— He did not worry about his own position. That was well enough established. Whether or not he could again hold up his head before the purple-scaled people who had been so generous to him. Even if they had been aroused to a rage by the killing, Kenton told himself he would not have been concerned about himself. He had reached a fairly ripe age for a spaceman. In fact, he had already enjoyed a decade of borrowed time. But they were more civilized than that wanton murderer, he realized. He straightened up, forcing back his early morning weariness. "We must get into the air immediately," he told Claft. "Perhaps we may see him before he reaches." He broke off at the word spaceship, but he noticed a reserved expression on Claft's pointed face. His aide had probably reached a conclusion similar to his own. They climbed back into the cabin and Claft gave brisk orders to the lean young pilot. A moment later, Kenton saw the ground outside drop away. Only upon turning around did he realize that two armed Tipoctans had materialized in time to follow Claft inside. One was a constable, but the other he recognized for an officer of some rank. Both wore, slung across their chests, weapons resembling long-barreled pistols with large, oddly indented butts to fit Tipoctan claws. The constable, in addition, carried a contraption with a quadruple tube for launching tiny rockets, no thicker than Kenton's thumb. These, he knew, were loaded with an explosive worthy of respect on any planet he had heard of. To protect him, he wondered, or to get Birkin. The pilot headed the craft back toward Kenton's town in the brightening sky of early day. Long before the buildings of Kenton's Institute came into view, they received a radio message about Birkin. "He has just been seen on the road passing the dam," Claft reported soberly after having been called to the pilot's compartment. "He stopped to demand fuel from some maintenance workers, but they had been warned and fled." "Couldn't they have seized him?" demanded Kenton, his tone sharp with the worry he endeavored to control. "He has that spear, I suppose, but he is only one and injured." Claft hesitated. "Well, couldn't they?" The aide looked away, out one of the windows at some sun-dyed clouds ranging from pink to orange. He grimaced and clicked his showy teeth uncomfortably. "Perhaps they thought you might be offended, George," he answered at last. Kenton settled back in the seat especially padded to fit the contours of his Terran body, and stared silently at the partition behind the pilot. In other words, he thought, he was responsible for Birkin, who was a Terran, one of his own kind. Maybe they really didn't want to risk hurting his feelings, but that was only part of it. They were leaving it up to him to handle what they considered his private affair. He wondered what to do. He had no actual faith in the idea that Birkin was delirious, or acting under any influence but that of a criminally self-centered nature. "I shouldn't have told him about the ship," Kenton muttered, gnawing the knuckle of his left thumb. "He's on the run, all right. Probably scared the colonial authorities will trail him right down through the dome eyes. Wonder what he did." He caught himself and looked around to see if he had been overheard. Claft and the police officers peered from their respective windows, in calculated withdrawal. Kenton, disturbed, tried to remember whether he had spoken in Terran or Tipoctan. Would Birkin listen if he tried reasoning, he asked himself. Maybe if he showed the man how they had proved the unpredictability of the openings through the shifting dome of eyes. An exclamation from the constable drew his attention. He rose, and room was made for him at the opposite window. In the distance, beyond the town landing field they were now approaching, Kenton saw a halted ground car. Across the plain, which was colored a yellowish tan by short, grass-like growth, a lone figure plodded toward the upthrust bulk of the spaceship that had never flown. "Never mind landing at the town," snapped Kenton. "Go directly out to the ship." Claft relayed the command to the pilot. The helicopter swept a descending curve across the plain toward the gleaming hull. As they passed the man below, Birkin looked up. He continued to limp along at a brisk pace with the aid of what looked like a short spear. "Go down," Kenton ordered. The pilot landed about 100 yards from the spaceship. By the time his passengers had alighted, however, Birkin had drawn level with them, about 50 feet away. "Birkin!" shouted Kenton. "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing that no one ran after him, Birkin slowed his pace, but kept walking toward the ship. He watched them over his shoulder. "Sorry, Kenton," he shouted with no noticeable tone of regret. "I figure I better travel on for my health." "It's not so damn healthy up there," called Kenton. "I told you how there's no clear path." Yeah, you told me. That don't mean I gotta believe it." "Wait, don't you think they tried sending unmanned rockets up? Every one was struck and exploded." Birkin showed no more change of expression than if the other had commented on the weather. Kenton had stepped forward 6 or 8 paces, irritated despite his anxiety at the way Birkin persisted in drifting before him. Kenton couldn't just grab him, bad leg or not. He could probably break the older man in two. He glanced back at the Topoctans beside the helicopter, Claft, the pilot, the officer, the constable with the rocket weapon. They stood silently looking back at him. The call for help that had arisen to his lips died there. "Not their party," he muttered. He turned again to Birkin, who still retreated toward the ship. "But he'll only get himself killed and destroy the ship. Or if some miracle gets him through, that's worse. He's nothing to turn loose on a civilized colony again." A twinge of shame tugged down the corners of his mouth as he realized that keeping Birkin here would expose a highly cultured people to an unscrupulous criminal who had already committed murder the very first time he had been crossed. "Birkin," he shouted, "for the last time, do you want me to send them to drag you back here?" Birkin stopped at that. He regarded the motionless Topoctans with a derisive sneer. "They don't look too eager to me," he taunted. Kenton growled a Topoctan expression the meaning of which he had deduced after hearing it used by the dam workers. He whirled to run toward the helicopter. Hardly had he taken 2 steps, however, when he saw startled changes in the carefully blank looks of his escort. The constable half raised his heavy weapon, and Claft sprang forward with a hissing cry. By the time Kenton's aging muscles obeyed his impulse to sidestep, the spear had already hurtled past. It had missed him by an error of over 6 feet. He felt his face flushing with sudden anger. Birkin was running as best he could toward the spaceship, and had covered nearly half the distance. Kenton ran at the Topoctans, brushing aside the concerned Claft. He snatched the heavy weapon from the surprised constable. He turned and raised it to his chest. Because of the shortness of Topoctan arms, the launcher was constructed so that the butt rested against the chest with the sighting loops before the eyes. The little rocket tubes were above head height, to prevent the handlers catching the blast. The circles of the sights weaved and danced about the running figure. Kenton realized to his surprise that the effort of seizing the weapon had him panting. Or was it the fright at having a spear thrown at him? He decided that Birkin had not come close enough for that, and wondered if he was afraid of his own impending action. It wasn't fear, he complained to himself. The poor slob only had a spear, and a man couldn't blame him for wanting to get back to his own sort. He was limping, hurt. How could they expect him to realize? Then, abruptly, his lips tightened to a thin line. The sights steadied on Birkin as the latter approached the foot of the ladders leading to the entrance port of the spaceship. Kenton pressed the firing stud. Across the 100-yard space streaked 4 flaring little projectiles. Kenton, without exactly seeing each, was aware of the general lines of flight diverging gradually to bracket the figure of Birkin. One struck the ground beside the man just as he set one foot on the bottom rung of the ladder, and skittered away past one fin of the ship before exploding. The others burst against the hull, scattering metal fragments. Another puffed on the upright of the ladder just above Birkin's head. The spaceman was thrown back from the ladder. He balanced on his heels for a moment with outstretched fingers reaching toward the grips from which they had been torn. Then he crumpled into a limp huddle on the yellowing turf. Clinton sighed. The constable took the weapon from him, reloaded deftly, and proffered it again. When the Terran had not reached for it, the officer held out a claw hand to receive it. He gestured silently, and the constable trotted across the intervening ground to bend over Birkin. "He is dead," said Claft when the constable straightened up with a curt wave. Will you have someone see to him, please?" Kenton requested, turning toward the helicopter. "Yes, George," said Claft. "George?" "Well?" "It would be very instructive. That is, I believe Dr. Shuxelkey would like to—" "All right," yielded Kenton, surprised at the harshness of his own voice. "Just tell him not to bring around any sketches of the various organs for a few months." He climbed into the helicopter and slumped into his seat. Presently, he was aware of Claft edging into the seat across the aisle. He looked up. "The police will stay until cars from town arrive. They are coming now," said his aide. Kenton stared at his hands, wondering at the fact that they were not shaking. He felt dejected, empty, not like a man who had just been at a high pitch of excitement. "Why did you not let him go, George?" "What? Why, he would have destroyed the ship you worked so hard to build. There is no safe path through the dome of eyes." "No predictable path," Claft corrected. "But what then? We should have built you another ship, George, for it was you who showed us how." Kenton flexed his fingers slowly. "He was just so good. You know the murder he did here. We can only guess what he did among my own, among Terrans. Should he have a chance to go back and commit more crimes?" "I understand, George, the logic of it," said Claft. "I meant, it's not my place to say this, but you seem unhappy." "Possibly," grunted Kenton wryly. "We too have criminals," said the aide, as gently as was possible in his clicking language. "We do not think it necessary to grieve for the pain they bring upon themselves." "No, I suppose not," sighed Kenton. It's just—" He looked up at the pointed visage, at the strange eyes regarding him sympathetically from beneath the sloping, purple-scaled forehead. "It's just that now I'm lonely. Again," he said. End of section 11. Section 12 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Outbreak of Peace by H.B. Fife. When properly conducted, a diplomatic mission can turn the most smashing of battle successes into a fabulous Pyrrhic victory. It was a great pity, Space Marshal Wilbur Hennings reflected as he gazed through the one-way glass of the balcony door, that the local citizens had insisted upon decorating the square before their capital with the hulk of the first spaceship ever to have landed on Pollux 5. 150 years probably seemed impressive to them, amid the explosive spread of Terran colonies and federations. Actually, in the Marshal's opinion, it was merely long enough to reveal such symbols as more than antiquated but less than historically precious. "I presume you have a plan to have me march past that heap," he complained, tugging at the extremely historical sword that completed the effect of his dazzling white and gold uniform. Commodore Miller, his aide, stiffened nervously. "Around to the right of it, sir," he gestured. "As you see, the local military are already keeping the route clear of onlookers. We thought it would be most impressive if your party were to descend the outer stairway from the palace balcony here, to heighten the importance of— to draw out the pomp and circumstance of opening the conference? Well, sir, and then across the square to the conference hall of the Capitol, outside which you will pause for a few gracious words to the crowd. And that will probably be my last opportunity to enjoy the morning sunlight. Oh well, it seems much too bright here in any case." The Commodore absently reached out to adjust a fold in his chief's sky-blue sash, and the Marshal as absently parried the gesture. "I shall be hardly less than half an hour crossing the square," he predicted sourly. "With the cheering throngs they have undoubtedly arranged, and the sunlight reflecting from all that imitation marble, it will be no place to collect one's thoughts." He turned back to the huge chamber constituting the office of the suite supplied him by his Polluxian hosts. The skeleton staff of men and women remaining occupied chairs and benches along only one wall, since the bulk of the delegation had been sent out to make themselves popular with the local populace. Hennings presumed the bulk of the local populace to be consisted of Polluxians, assigned to making themselves popular with his Ursan Federation delegation. His people would be listening politely to myriad reasons why the Polluxians had a natural right to occupy all the star systems from here to Castor, a dozen light years farther from Terra. No one would mention the true motive, their illogical choice in naming themselves the Twin Empire. "Well now," he said crisply, Once more over the main points of the situation. No, Commodore, not the schedule of experts that will accompany me to the table. I rely upon you to have perfected that. But have there been any unforeseen developments in the actual fighting? A cluster of aides, mostly in uniform but including a few in discreetly elegant civilian attire, moved forward. Each one was somehow followed within arm's reach by an aide of his own, so that the advance presented overtones of a small sortie. Hennings first nodded to the first, a youngish man whose air suggested technical competence more than the assurance of great authority. The officer placed his briefcase upon the glistening surface of a large table and touched a switch on the flap. "It's as well to be sure, sir," the Commodore approved. "Our men have been unable to detect any devices, but the walls may have ears." "They won't scan through this scrambler, sir," asserted the young officer. Hennings accepted a seat at the table and looked up to one of the others. "Myrelli Star," an older officer reported briskly. "The same situation prevails, with both sides having landed surface troops in force upon Myrelli 2, Myrelli 3, and Myrelli 5. The fourth planet being inhabited by a partly civilized, non-human race protected under the Terran Convention. Recent engagements? No, sir. Maneuvering continues, but actual encounters have declined in frequency. Casualties are modest and evenly matched. General Nilsson on Myrelli 3 continues to receive Paluxian agents seeking his defection." "I never thought to ask," murmured Hennings. "Is he really a distant connection of the Paluxian-Nilsson family?" "It is improbable, sir, but they are polite enough to accept the pretense. Of course, he rejects every offer in a very high-minded manner, and seems to be making an adequate impression of chivalry." He stepped back at Hennings' nod, to be replaced by another officer. "One minor space skirmish in the Agoki system to report, sir. The admiral in command appears to have recouped after the error of 2 days ago, when that Paluxian detachment was so badly mauled. He arranged the capture of 3 of our cruisers." "Was that not a trifle rash?" demanded Hennings. "Intelligence is inclined to think not, sir. The ships were armed only with weapons listed as general knowledge items. The crews were not only trained in prisoner-of-war tactics, but also well supplied with small luxuries. The Paluxian fleet in that system is known to have been in space for several months, so a friendly effect is anticipated." Hennings considered the condensed report proffered for his perusal. He noted that the Paluxians had been quite gentlemanly about notifying Ursun headquarters of the capture and of the complete lack of casualties. He also saw that while the message was ostensibly directed to the Federation flagship, it had been beamed in such a fashion as to be conveniently intercepted by the secret Ursun Federation headquarters on Agoki 7. "That was a bit rude of them," he commented. "We have never dragged their secrets into the open." "On the other hand, sir," the Commodore suggested, "it may be an almost sophisticated method of permitting us to enjoy our superior finesse." "I am just as pleased to have the reminder," said Hennings. "It will serve to alert us all the more when we sit down with them over there." An elegant civilian, a large man with patient, drooping features, stated that nothing had occurred to change the economic situation. Another reported that unofficial channels of information were holding up as well as could be expected. A uniformed officer summarized the battle situation in 2 more star systems. "Those are positions we actually desire to hold, are they not?" Hennings asked. "Is action to be taken there?" "Plans call for local civilian riots at the height of the conference, sir." "But can we lay no groundwork sooner than that?" "Sometime in the foreseeable future, at least." "Take it up with propaganda. Blauvelt. It seems to me that the briefing mentioned an indigenous race on one of these planets." Blauvelt dropped his eyes momentarily, equivalent in that gathering to a blush of intense embarrassment. Hennings coughed apologetically. "Well now, I should not pry into arrangements I must later be able to deny convincingly with a clear conscience. I can only plead, my dear Blauvelt, the tenseness of the past several days." The officer murmured inaudibly, fumbled with his papers, and edged to the rear rank. Someone, at Commodore Miller's fluttering, obtained a vacuum jug of ice water and a glass for the marshal, but Hennings chose instead to produce a long cigar from a pocket concealed beneath his resplendent collection of medals. "My apologies to all of you," he said thoughtfully. "I fear that any of you who may expect contact with the local population had better see Dr. Ibn Talal about the hypnosis necessary to counteract my little indiscretion. And now, what remains?" "Nothing but the prisoner exchange, sir," Commodore Miller announced after collecting the eyes of the principal officers. Hennings got his cigar going. He listened to confirmation of a previous report that had massive exchange of sick and wounded prisoners had been accomplished, and learned that the Ursins now suspected that they had accepted unknowingly about as many secret agents as they had sent the Paluxians. "Oh well," he sighed, "as long as the amenities were preserved. We must be as friendly as possible about that sort of thing, or run the risk of antagonizing them." Seeing that the Commodore was tense with impatience, the Marshal rose to his feet. An aide deftly received the cigar for disposal, and the party drifted expectantly toward the balcony doors. From among that part of the staff which would remain to man headquarters, an officer was dispatched to alert the Paluxian honor guard. One more touch before the die is cast, thought the Marshal, as two young officers opened the balcony doors to admit the blare of trumpets. Cheers rolled successively across the square, rising like distant waves from somewhere beneath the gigantic banner that draped the Capitol opposite with fiery letters spelling out "Peace Conference." With a dramatic gesture, Hennings held up the sheaf of reports they had just reviewed. Smiles disappeared in response to his own serious mien. "So much for the hostiles," he snapped. He tossed the reports to the officer who would remain in charge. "Now for the actual war." Pivoting on his heel, he led them smartly out to the ornate balcony stairway that curved down into the sea of cheering Paluxians. End of section 12. Section 13 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A World by the Tail by Seaton McKettrick. This is about the best hated author on earth, who was necessarily pampered and petted because of his crime against humanity. Exactly 3 minutes after the Galactic left the New York apartment of Professor John Hamish McLeod, Ph.D., SCD, a squad of UBI men pushed their way into it. McLeod heard the door chime, opened the door, and had to back up as 8 men crowded in. The one in the lead flashed a fancily engraved ID card and said, "Union Bureau of Investigation, your Professor McLeod." It was a statement, not a question. "No," McLeod said flatly, "I am not. I've never heard of such a name." He waited while the UBI man blinked once, then added, "If you're looking for Professor McLeod, I'm he." It always irritated him when people mispronounced his name, and in this case there was no excuse for it. "All right, Professor McLeod," said the UBI agent, pronouncing it properly this time. "However you want it. Mind if we ask you a few questions?" McLeod stared at him for half a second. 8 men, all of them under 35, in top physical condition. He was 15 years older and the oldest, and had confined his exercise, in the words of Chauncey Depew, to acting as a pallbearer for my friends who take exercise. Not that he was really in poor shape, but he certainly couldn't have argued with 8 men like these. "Come in," he said calmly, waving them into the apartment. 6 of them entered, the other 2 stayed outside in the hall. 5 of the 6 remained standing. The leader took the chair that McLeod offered him. "What are your questions, Mr. Jackson?" McCloud asked. Jackson looked very slightly surprised, as if he were not used to having people read the name on his card during the short time he allowed them to see it. The expression vanished almost instantaneously. "Professor," he said, "we'd like to know what subjects you discussed with the galactic who just left." McCloud allowed himself to relax back in his chair. "Let me ask you 2 questions, Mr. Jackson. 1. What the hell business is it of yours? 2. Why do you ask me when you already know?" Again there was only a flicker of expression over Jackson's face. "Professor McCloud, we are concerned about the welfare of the human race. Your, cooperation is requested." "You don't have to come barging in here with an armed squad just to ask my cooperation," McCloud said. "What do you want to know?" Jackson took a notebook out of his jacket pocket. "We'll just get a few facts straight first, Professor," he said, leafing through the notebook. "You were first approached by a galactic 4 years ago, on January 12, 1990. Is that right?" McCloud, who had taken a cigarette from his pack and started to light it, stopped suddenly and looked at Jackson as though the UBI man were a 2-headed embryo. "Yes, Mr. Jackson, that is right," he said slowly, as though he were speaking to a low-grade moron. "And the capital of California is Sacramento. Are there any further matters of public knowledge you would like to ask me about? Would you like to know when the War of 1812 started, or who was buried in Grant's tomb?" Jackson's jaw muscles tightened, then relaxed. "There's no need to get sarcastic, Professor. Just answer the questions." He looked back at the notebook. "According to the record, you, as a zoologist, were asked to accompany a shipment of animals to a planet named, Galactin. You did so. You returned after 18 months. Is that correct?" "To the best of my knowledge, yes," McCloud said, with heavy, biting sarcasm. "And the date of the Norman conquest was AD 1066. Jackson balled his fist suddenly and closed his eyes. "McCloud, stop it!" He was obviously holding himself under rigorous restraint. He opened his eyes. "There are reasons for asking these questions, Professor. Very good reasons. Will you let me finish?" McCloud had finished lighting his cigarette. He snapped his lighter off and replaced it in his pocket. "Perhaps," he said mildly, "may I make a statement first?" Jackson took a deep breath, held it for a moment, then exhaled slowly. "Go ahead." "Thank you." There was no sarcasm in McCloud's voice now, only patience. "First, for the record, I'll say that I consider it impertinent of you to come in here, demanding information without explanation. No, Jackson, don't say anything. You said I could make a statement. Thank you. Second, I will state that I'm perfectly aware of why the questions are being asked." "No reaction, Mr. Jackson? You don't believe that? Very well, let me continue. On January 12, 1990, I was offered a job by certain citizens of the galactic civilization. These citizens of the galactic civilization wanted to take a shipload of terrestrial animals to their own planet, Galactin. They knew almost nothing about the care and feeding of terrestrial animals. They needed an expert. They should have taken a real expert, one of the men from the Bronx Zoo, for instance. They didn't. They requested a zoologist. Because the request was made here in America, I was the one who was picked. Any one of 7 other men could have handled the job, but I was picked. So I went, thus becoming the first Earthman ever to leave the solar system. I took care of the animals. I taught the galactics who were with me to handle and feed them. I did what I was paid to do, and it was a hard job. None of them knew anything about the care and feeding of elephants, horses, giraffes, cats, dogs, eagles, or any one of the other 100 of terrestrial life forms that went aboard that ship. All of this was done with the express permission of the Terrestrial Union government. I was returned to Earth on July 17, 1991. I was immediately taken to UBI headquarters and subjected to rigorous questioning. Then I was subjected to further questioning while connected to a polyelectroencephalograph. Then I was subjected to hearing the same questions over again, while under the influence of various drugs, in sequence and in combination. The consensus at that time was that I was not lying, nor had I been subjected to what is commonly known as brainwashing. My memories were accurate and complete. I did not know then, nor do I know now, the location of the planet Galactican. This information was not denied me by the Galactics. I simply could not understand the terms they used. All I can say now, and all I could say then, is that Galactican is some 3.5 kiloparsecs from Sol in the general direction of Sagittarius. You don't know any more about that now than you did then, Jackson interrupted, suddenly and quickly. That's what I said, McCloud snapped, and that's what I mean. Let me finish. I was handsomely paid for my work in galactic money. They use the English word credit, but I'm not sure the English word has exactly the same meaning as the galactic term. At any rate, my wages, if such I may call them, were confiscated by the Earth government. I was given the equivalent in American dollars, after 80% income tax had been deducted. I ended up with just about what I would have made if I had stayed home and drawn my salary from Columbia University and the American Museum of Natural History. Please, Mr. Jackson, I only have a little more to say. I decided to write a book in order to make the trip pay off. Interstellar Arc was a popularized account of the trip that made me quite a nice piece of change because every literate and half-literate person on Earth is curious about the Galactics. The book tells everything I know about the trip and the people. It is a matter of public record. Since that is so, I refuse to answer a lot of darn fool questions, by which I mean that I refuse to answer any more questions that you already know the answers to. I'm not being stubborn, I'm just sick and tired of the whole thing. Actually, the notoriety that had resulted from the trip and the book had not pleased McCloud particularly. He had never had any strong desire for fame, but if it had come as a result of his work in zoology and the related sciences, he would have accepted the burden. If his The Ecology of Martian Polar Regions had attracted 1/100th of the publicity and sold 100th of the number of copies that Interstellar Arc had sold, he would have been gratified indeed. But the way things stood, he found the whole affair irksome. Jackson looked at his notebook as if he expected to see answers written there instead of questions. He looked back up at McCloud. "All right then, Professor. What about this afternoon's conference? That isn't a matter of public record." "And technically it isn't any of your business either," McCloud said tiredly. "But since you have the whole conversation down on tape, I don't see why you bother asking me. I'm well aware that you can pick up conversations in my apartment." Jackson pursed his lips and glanced at another of the agents, who raised his eyebrows slightly. McCloud got it in spite of the fact that they didn't intend him to. His place was bugged, all right, but somehow the Galactic had managed to nullify their instruments. No wonder they were in such a tizzy. McCloud smiled, pleased with himself and with the world for the first time that afternoon. He decided, however, that he'd better volunteer the information before they threatened him with the Planetary Security Act. That threat would make him angry, he knew, and he might say something that would get him in real trouble. It was all right to badger Jackson up to a certain point, but it would be foolish to go beyond that. "However," he went on with hardly a break, "since, as you say, it is not a matter of public record, I'm perfectly willing to answer any questions you care to ask." "Just give us a general rundown of the conversation," Jackson said. "If I have any questions, I'll ask them at the proper time." McCloud did the best he could to give a clear picture of what the Galactic had wanted. There was really very little to it. The Galactic was a member of a race that McCloud had never seen before, a humanoid with red skin, fire engine, not Amerindian, and rather a pleasant-looking face, in contrast to the rather crocodilian features of the Galactic resident. He had introduced himself by an unpronounceable name, and then had explained that since the name meant mild or merciful in one of the ancient tongues of his planet, it would be perfectly all right if McLeod called him Clement. Within minutes it had been Clem and Mac. McLeod could see that Jackson didn't quite believe that. Galactics of whatever race were aloof, polite, reserved, and sometimes irritatingly patronizing. Never buddy-buddy. McLeod couldn't help what Jackson might think. What was important was that it was true. What Clem wanted was very simple. Clem was, after a manner of speaking, a literary agent. Apparently the galactic system of book publishing didn't quite work the way the terrestrial system did. Clem took his commission from the publisher instead of the author, but was considered a representative of the author, not the publisher. McLeod hadn't quite understood how that sort of thing would work out, but he let it pass. There were a lot of things he didn't understand about galactics. All Clem wanted was to act as McLeod's agent for the publication of Interstellar Arc. "And what did you tell him?" Jackson asked. "I told him I'd think it over." Jackson leaned forward. "How much money did he offer?" he asked eagerly. "Not much," McLeod said. "That's why I told him I'd think it over. He said that, considering the high cost of transportation, relaying, translation, and so on, he couldn't offer me more than 1,000th of the 1% royalties." Jackson blinked. "One what?" 1,000th of 1%. If the book sells 100,000 copies as a credit copy, they will send me a nice, juicy check for one lousy credit. Jackson scowled. "They're cheating you." Clem said it was the standard rate for a first book. Jackson shook his head. "Just because we don't have interstellar ships and are confined to our own solar system, they treat us as though we were ignorant savages. They're cheating you high, wide, and handsome." "Maybe," said McLeod, "but if they really wanted to cheat me, they could just pirate the book. There wouldn't be a thing I could do about it." "Yeah, but to keep up their facade of high ethics, they toss us a sop, and we have to take whatever they hand out. You will take it, of course." It was more of an order than a question. "I told him I'd think it over," McLeod said. Jackson stood up. "Professor McLeod, the human race needs every galactic credit it can lay its hands on. It's your duty to accept the offer, no matter how lousy it is. We have no choice in the matter. And a galactic credit is worth $10 American, £4 UK, or 40 rubles Soviet. If you sell 100,000 copies of your book, you can get yourself a meal in a fairly good restaurant, and Earth will have one more galactic credit stashed away. If you don't sell that many, you aren't out anything." "I suppose not," McLeod said slowly. He knew that the government could force him to take the offer. Under the Planetary Security Act, the government had broad powers, very broad. "Well, that isn't my business right now," Jackson said. "I just wanted to find out what this was all about. You'll hear from us, Professor McLeod." "I don't doubt it," said McLeod. The 6 men filed out the door. Alone, McLeod stared at the wall and thought. Earth needed every galactic credit it could get, that was certain. The trouble came in getting them. The Earth had absolutely nothing that the galactics wanted. Well, not absolutely maybe, but so near as made no difference. Certainly there was no basis for trade. As far as the galactics were concerned, the Earth was a little backwater planet that was of no importance. Nothing manufactured on the planet was of any use to galactics. Nothing grown on Earth was of any commercial importance. They had sampled the animals and plants for scientific purposes, but there was no real commercial value in them. The government had added a few credits to its meager collection when the animals had been taken, but the amount was small. McLeod thought about the natives of New Guinea and decided that on the galactic scale, Earth was about in the same position. Except that there had at least been gold in New Guinea. The galactics didn't have any interest in Earth's minerals. The elements were much more easily available in the asteroid belts that nearly every planetary system seemed to have. The galactics were by no means interested in bringing civilization to the barbarians of Earth either. They had no missionaries to bring new religion, no do-gooders to elevate the cultural level of the natives. They had no free handouts for anyone. If Earthmen wanted anything from them, the terms were cash on the barrelhead. Earth's credit rating in the galactic equivalent of Dun & Bradstreet was ZZZ, 0. A galactic Earthship had, so to speak, stumbled over Earth 15 years before. Like the English explorers of the 18th and 19th centuries, the galactics seemed to feel that it was necessary to install one of their own people on a newfound planet, but they were not in the least interested in colonization, nor in taking over Earth's government. The galactic resident was not in any case a royal governor, and could hardly even be called an ambassador. He and his staff, a small one, kept more for company than for any necessary work, lived quietly by themselves in a house they'd built in Hawaii. Nobody knew what they did, and it didn't seem wise to ask. The first galactic resident had been shot and killed by some religious nut. Less than 24 hours later, the Galactic Space Navy, if that was the proper term, had come to claim the body. They came in a spaceship that was easily visible to the naked eye long before it hit the atmosphere, a sphere 3 kilometers in diameter. The missiles with the thermonuclear warheads that were sent up to intercept the ship were detonated long before they touched the ship, and neither galactics nor Earthmen ever mentioned them again. It had been the most frightening display of power ever seen on Earth, and the galactics hadn't even threatened anyone. They just came to get a body. Needless to say, there was little danger that they would ever have to repeat the performance. The national governments of Earth had organized themselves hurriedly into the Terrestrial Union. Shaky at first, it had gained stability and power over the years. The first thing the Union government had wanted to do was to send an ambassador to the galactic government. The galactic resident had politely explained that their concept of government was different from ours, that ambassadors had no place in that concept, and anyway, there was no capital to send one to. However, if Earth wanted to send an observer of some kind, Earth did. Fine. A statement of passenger fares was forthcoming, naturally. There was no regular passenger ship stopping at Earth, and there would not be in the foreseeable future, but doubtless arrangements could be made to charter a vessel. It would be expensive, but if a New Guinea savage wants to take a passage aboard a Qantas airliner, what is the fare in cowrie shells? As far as McLeod knew, his book was the first thing ever produced on Earth that the galactics were even remotely interested in. He had a higher opinion of the ethics of the galactics than Jackson did, but 0.001% seemed like pretty small royalties. And he couldn't for the life of him see why this book would interest a galactic. Clem had explained that it gave galactics a chance to see what they looked like through the eyes of an Earthman, but that seemed rather weak to McLeod. Nevertheless, he knew he would take Clem's offer. 8 months later, a shipload of galactic tourists arrived. For a while, it looked as though Earth's credit problem might be solved. Tourism has always been a fine method for getting money from other countries, especially if one's own country is properly picturesque. Tourists always had money, didn't they? And they spent it freely, didn't they? No, not in this case. Earth had nothing to sell to the tourists. Ever hear of baylets? The Malaysians of the South Pacific consider it a very fine delicacy. You take a fertilized duck egg and you bury it in the warm earth. 6 months later, when it's nice and overripe, you dig it up again, knock off the top of the shell the way you would a soft-boiled egg, and eat it. Then you pick the pin feathers out of your teeth. Baylets. Now you know how the greatest delicacies of Earth restaurants affected the galactics. Earth was just a little too picturesque. The tourists enjoyed the sights, but they ate aboard their ship, which was evidently somewhat like a Caribbean cruise ship. And they bought nothing. They just looked. and laugh. And of course they all wanted to meet Professor John Hamish McLeod. When the news leaked out and was thoroughly understood by Earth's population, there was an immediate reaction. Editorial in Pravda. The stupid book written by the American J.H. McLeod has made Earth a laughingstock throughout the galaxy. His inability to comprehend the finer nuances of galactic socialism has made all Earthmen look foolish. It is too bad that a competent Russian zoologist was not chosen for the trip that McLeod made. A man properly trained in the understanding of the historical forces of dialectic materialism would have realized that any galactic society must of necessity be a communist state, and would have interpreted it as such. The petty bourgeois mind of McLeod has made it impossible for any Earthman to hold up his head in the free socialist society of the galaxy. Until this matter is corrected. News from Manchester Guardian. Professor James H. McLeod, the American zoologist whose book has apparently aroused a great deal of hilarity in galactic circles, admitted today that both Columbia University and the American Museum of Natural History have accepted his resignation. The recent statement by a university spokesman that Professor McLeod had besmirched the honor of Earthmen everywhere was considered at least partially responsible for the resignations. See editorial. Editorial Manchester Guardian. It is a truism that an accepted wit has only to say, "Pass the butter," and everyone will laugh. Professor McLeod, however, far from being an accepted wit, seems rather to be in the position of a medieval court fool, who is laughed at rather than with. As a consequence, all Earthmen have been branded as fools. Statement made by the American senator from Alabama. He has made us all look like jackasses in the eyes of the galactics, and at this precarious time in human history, it is my considered opinion that such actions are treasonous to the human race and to Earth, and should be treated and considered as such. Book Review, Literary Checklist, Helvar 3, Borneus Cluster. Interstellar Arc, An Earthman's View of the Galaxy, translated from the original tongue by Vonus Delph, circa 5.00. This inexpensive little book is one of the most highly entertainingly funny publications in current print. The author, one John McLeod, is a member of a type 3-7b race inhabiting a planet in the outer fringes. As an example of the unwitting humor of the book, we have only to quote the following. I was shown to my quarters shortly before takeoff. Captain Benarley had assigned me a spacious cabin which was almost luxurious in its furnishings. The bed was one of the most comfortable I have ever slept in. Or the following. I found the members of the crew to be friendly and cooperative, especially Nern Kronzel, the ship's physician. It is our prediction that this little gem will be enjoyed for a long time to come, and will be a real money-maker for its publishers. They haven't hanged me yet, McLeod thought. He sat in his apartment alone and realized that it would take very little effort to get him hanged. How could one book have aroused such wrath? Even as he thought it, McLeod knew the answer to that question. It wasn't the book. No one who had read it in 2.5 years before had said anything against it. No, it wasn't the book. It was the galactic reaction to the book. Already feeling inferior because of the standoffish attitude of the beings from the stars, the Homeric laughter of those same beings had been too much. It would have been bad enough if that laughter had been generated by one of the galactics. To have it generated by an Earthman made it that much worse. Against an Earthman, their rage was far from impotent. Nobody understood why the book was funny, of course. The joke was over their heads, and that made human beings even angrier. He remembered a quotation from a book he had read once. A member of some tribal taboo culture, African or South Pacific, he forgot which, had been treated at a missionary hospital for something or other and had described his experience. The white witch doctor protects himself by wearing a little round mirror on his head which reflects back the evil spirits. Could that savage have possibly understood what was humorous about that remark? No, not even if you explained to him why the doctor used the mirror that way. Now what? Thought McLeod. He was out of a job and his bank account was running low. His credit rating had dropped to 0. McLeod heard a key turn in the lock. The door swung open and Jackson entered with his squad of UBI men. "Hey," said McLeod, jumping to his feet. "What do you think this is?" "Shut up, McLeod," Jackson growled. "Get your coat. You're wanted at headquarters." McLeod started to say something, then thought better of it. There was nothing he could say. Nobody would care if the UBI manhandled him. Nobody would protest that his rights were being ignored. If McLeod got his teeth knocked in, Jackson would probably be voted a medal. McLeod didn't say another word. He followed orders. He got his coat and was taken down to the big building on the East River which had begun its career as the United Nations building. He was bundled up to an office and shoved into a chair. Somebody shoved a paper at him. "Sign this." "What is it?" McLeod asked, finding his voice. "A receipt. For $2,000. Sign it." McLeod looked the paper over, then looked up at the burly man who had shoved it at him. 50,000 galactic credits? What's this for? "The royalty check for your unprintably qualified book has come in, funny man. The government is taking 98% for income taxes. Sign." McLeod pushed the paper back across the desk. "No, I won't. You can confiscate my money. I can't stop that, I guess. But I won't give it legal sanction by signing anything. I don't even see the $2,000 this is supposed to be a receipt for." Jackson, who was standing behind McLeod, grabbed his arm and twisted. "Sign!" His voice was a snarl in McLeod's ear. Eventually, of course, he signed. "No beer, Mac?" asked the bartender with a friendly smile. "Yeah, Leo, thanks." McLeod pushed his quarter across the bar with one hand and scratched negligently at his beard with the fingers of the other. Nobody questioned him in this neighborhood. The beard, which had taken 2 months to grow, disguised his face, and he had given his name as McCaffrey, allowing his landlord and others who heard it to make the natural assumption that he was of Irish descent. He was waiting. He had been forced to move from his apartment. Nobody wanted that dirty so-and-so, Professor McLeod, around. Besides, his money was running short. He had never seen the 2,000. "You'll get that when the Galactic Bank cashes your royalty check," he had been told. He was waiting. Not hiding, no, that was impossible. The UBI could find him easily when they wanted him. There was no place he could have hidden from them for very long. A man needs friends to stay hidden from an efficient police organization for very long, and John Hamish McLeod had no friends. Jack McCaffrey had, since he was a pleasant kind of fellow who made friends easily when he wanted them. But he had no illusions about his new friends. Let them once suspect, however faintly, that good old Jack McCaffrey was really the Professor McLeod, and the game would be up. The UBI would find him again all right, whenever it wanted him. And McLeod hoped it would be soon, because he was down to his last $100. So he waited and thought about 50,000 galactic credits. The mathematics was simple, but it conveyed an awful lot of information. To make 50,000 credits from 1,000th of 1% royalties on a book selling at 5 credits the copy, one must needs sell 1 billion copies. Nothing to it. 5 times minus 10 to the minus 5th power equals 5.10 to the 4th power. Ergo, x equals 10 to the 9th power. McLeod drew the equation on the bar with the tip of a wet forefinger, then rubbed them out quickly. 1 billion copies in the first year. He should have seen it. He should have understood. How many planets were there in the galaxy? How many people on each planet? Communication, even at ultralight velocities, would be necessarily slow. The galaxy was just too big to be compassed by the human mind, or even by the mind of a galactic, McLeod suspected. How do you publish a book for Galactic, for galaxy-wide consumption. How long does it take to saturate the market on each planet? How long does it take to spread the book from planet to planet? How many people were there on each planet who would buy a good book? Or, at least, an entertaining one? McCloud didn't know, but he suspected that the number was huge. McCloud was a zoologist, not an astronomer, but he had read enough on astronomy to know that the estimated number of Earth-type planets alone, according to the latest theory, ran into the tens of millions or hundreds of millions. A man sat down on the stool next to McCloud and said something loud enough and foul enough to break the zoologist's train of thought. "Give me a shot, Leo," he added in an angry voice. "Sure, Pete," the bartender said. "What's the trouble?" "Tourists," Pete said with a snarl. "Laughing at us all the time, like we was monkeys in a zoo. Bunch 'em come in today." He downed his whiskey with a practiced flip of the wrist and slammed it down on the bar. Leo refilled it immediately. "I shouldn't gripe, I guess. Got a half a credit off 'em." He slapped down a $5 bill as though it had somehow been contaminated. The bar became oddly quiet. Everyone had heard Pete. Further, everyone had heard another shipload of galactics had landed and were at the moment enjoying the sights of New York. A few of them knew that Pete was the bell captain in one of the big midtown hotels. McCloud listened while Pete expounded on the shame he had to undergo to earn half a credit, a lousy $5. McCloud did some estimating. Tourists, the word had acquired an even more pejorative sense than it had before, and now applied only to galactics, bought nothing, but they tipped for services, unless the services weren't wanted or needed. Pete had given them information that they hadn't had before, where to find a particular place. All in all, the group of 15 galactics had given out 5 or 6 credits in such tips. Say half a credit apiece. There were perhaps 100 galactics in this shipload. That meant 50 credits. They didn't need anyone to carry their bags. They didn't need anyone to register them in hotels. They didn't need personal service of that kind. All they wanted to do was look. But they wouldn't pay for looking. They had no interest in Broadway plays or the acts in the nightclubs. At least, not enough to induce them to pay to see them. This particular group had wanted to see a hotel. They had wandered through it, looking at everything and laughing to fit to kill at the carpets on the floor and the electric lighting and such. But when the management had hinted that payment for such services as letting them look should be forthcoming, they had handed half a credit to someone and walked out. Then they had gone to the corner of 51st and Madison and looked for nothing. 50 credits for a shipload. 3 shiploads per year. Hell, give them the benefit of the doubt and say 10 shiploads a year. In 100 years, they'd add another 50,000 to Earth's resources. McCloud grinned. And waited. They came for him eventually, as McCloud had always known they would. But they came long before he had expected. He had given them 6 months, at the least. They came for him at the end of the 3rd month. It was Jackson, of course. It would have to be Jackson. He walked into the cheap little room McCloud had rented, followed by his squad of men. He tossed a peculiar envelope on the bed next to McCloud. "A letter came for you, humorist. Open it." McCloud sat on the edge of the bed and read the letter. The envelope had already been opened, which surprised him none. It looked very much like an ordinary business letter, except that whatever they used for paper was whiter and tougher than the paper he used. He was reminded of the time he had seen a reproduction of a 13th century manuscript alongside the original. The copy had been set up in a specially designed type and printed on fine paper. The original had been handwritten on vellum. McCloud had the feeling that if he used a microscope on this letter, the lines and edges would be just as precise and clear as they appeared to the naked eye, instead of the fuzziness that ordinary print would show. The way you could tell a synthetic ruby from a natural ruby is to look for flaws. The synthetic doesn't have any. This letter was a galactic imitation of a Terran business letter. It said, Dear Mac, I am happy to report that your book, Interstellar Arc, is a smash hit. It looks as though it is on its way to becoming a bestseller. As you already know by your royalty statement, over 1 billion copies were sold the first year. That indicates even better sales over the years to come as the reputation of the book spreads. Naturally, our advertising campaign will remain behind it all the way. Congratulations. Speaking of royalty checks, there seems to be some sort of irregularity about yours. I am sorry, but according to regulations, the check must be validated in the presence of your galactic resident before it can be cashed. Your signature across the back of it doesn't mean anything to our bankers. Just go to your galactic resident and he'll be happy to take care of the matter for you. That's what he's there for. The next check should come through very shortly. All the best, Clem. Better and better, McLeod thought. He hadn't expected to be able to do anything until his next royalty check arrived. But now... He looked up at Jackson. All right, what's next? Come with us. We're flying to Hawaii. Get your hat and coat. McLeod obeyed silently. At the moment, there was nothing else he could do. As a matter of fact, there was nothing he wanted to do more. It was no trouble at all for Professor McLeod to get an audience with the galactic resident. But when he was escorted in by Jackson and his squad, the whole group was halted inside the front door. The resident, a tall, lean being with a leathery gray face that somehow managed to look crocodilian in spite of the fact that his head was definitely humanoid in shape, peered at them from beneath pronounced supraorbital ridges. "Is this man under arrest?" he asked in a gravelly baritone. No," said Jackson. "No, he's merely in protective custody. He has not been convicted of any crime?" "No, sir," Jackson said. His voice sounded as though it were unsure of himself. "That is well," said the resident. "A convicted criminal cannot, of course, use the credits of society until he has become rehabilitated." He paused. "But why protective custody?" "There are those," said Jackson, choosing his words with care, "who feel that Professor McLeod has brought disgrace upon the human race, or the terrestrial race. There is reason to believe that his life may be in danger." McLeod smiled wryly. What Jackson said was true, but it was carefully calculated to mislead. "I see," said the resident. "It would appear to me that it would be simpler to inform the people that he has done no such thing. That indeed, his work has conferred immense benefits upon your race. But that is your own affair. At any rate, he is in no danger here." He didn't need to say anything else. Jackson knew the hint was in order and that he wouldn't get any farther with his squad. McLeod spoke up. "Subject to your permission, sir, I would like to have Mr. Jackson with me." The galactic resident smiled. "Of course, Professor. Come in, both of you." He turned and led the way through the inner door. Nobody bothered to search either of them, not even though they must know that Jackson was carrying a gun. McLeod was fairly certain that the gun would be useless to Jackson if he tried to assert his authority with it. If Clem had been able to render the UBI's eavesdropping apparatus inoperable, it was highly probable that the galactic resident would have some means of taking care of weapons. "There are only a few formalities to go through," the resident said pleasantly, indicating chairs with a gesture. The room he had led them to didn't look much different from that which would be expected in any tastefully furnished apartment in New York or Honolulu. McLeod and Jackson sat down in a couple of comfortable easy chairs, while the resident went around a large desk and sat down in a swivel chair behind it. He smiled a little and looked at McLeod. Ah, yes. Very good." It was as though he had received information of some kind on an unknown subject through an unknown channel, McLeod thought. Evidently that was true, for his next words were, "You are not under the influence of drugs or hypnotic compulsion, I see." "Excellent, Professor. Is it your desire that this check be converted to cash?" He made a small gesture. "You have only to express it, you see. It would be difficult to explain it to you, but rest assured that such an expression of will, while you are seated in that chair, is impressed upon the structure of the check itself and is the equivalent of a signature. Except, of course, that it is unforgeable. "May I ask a few questions first?" McCloud said. "Certainly, Professor. I am here to answer your questions." "The money, is it free and clear, or are there galactic taxes to pay?" If the galactic residents had had eyebrows, it is likely that they would have lifted in surprise. "My dear Professor, aside from the fact that we run our government in an entirely different manner, we would consider it quite immoral to take what a man earns without giving services of an exact kind. I will charge you 5 credits for this validation, since I am rendering a service. The bank will take a full 0.1% in this case because of the inconvenience of shipping cash over that long distance. The rest is yours to do with as you see fit." 55 credits out of 55,000, McCloud thought. Not bad at all. Aloud he asked, "Could I, for instance, open a bank account or buy a ticket on a starship?" "Why not? As I said, it's your money. You have earned it honestly. You may spend it honestly." Jackson was staring at McCloud, but he said nothing. "Tell me, sir," McCloud said, "how does the success of my book compare with the successes of most books in the galaxy?" "Quite favorably, I understand," said the resident. "The usual income from a successful book is about 5,000 credits a year. Some run even less than that. I'm not too familiar with the publishing business, you understand, but that is my impression. You are, by galactic standards, a very wealthy man, Professor. 50,000 a year is by no means a median income." 50,000 a year? "Yes, about that. I understand that in the publishing business one can depend on a life income that does not vary much from the initial period. If a book is successful in one area of the galaxy, it will be equally successful in others." "How long does it take to saturate the market?" McCloud asked with a touch of awe. "Saturate the... Oh, I see. Yes, well, let's see. Most publishing houses can't handle the advertising and marketing on more than 1,000 planets at once. The job becomes too unwieldy. That would indicate that you sold an average of 1,000,000 copies per planet, which is unusual but not miraculous. That is why you can depend on future sales, you see. Over 1,000 planets, the differences in planetary tastes averages out. Now, if your publishers continue to expand the publication at the rate of 1,000 planets a year, your book should easily last for another century. They can't really expand that rapidly, of course, since the sales on the planets they have already covered will continue with diminishing success over the next several years. Actually, your publishers will continue to put 1,000,000,000 books a year on the market and expand to new planets at a rate that will balance the loss of sales on the planets where it has already run its course. Yes, Professor, you will have good income for life. What about my heirs? Heirs? The galactic resident blinked. I'm afraid I don't quite follow you. My relatives, anyone who will inherit my property after my death. The resident still looked puzzled. What about them? How long can they go on collecting? When does the copyright run out? The galactic resident's puzzlement vanished. Oh, my dear Professor, surely you see that it is impossible to inherit money one hasn't earned. The income stops with your death. Your children or your wife have done nothing to earn the money. Why should it continue to be paid out after the earner has died? If you wish to make provisions for such persons during your lifetime, that is your business, but the provisions must be made out of money you have already earned. Who does get the income then? McCloud asked. The galactic resident looked thoughtful. Well, the best I can explain to you without going into arduous detail is to say that our government gets it. Government is not really the proper word in this context, since we have no government as you think of it. Let us merely say that such monies pass into a common exchequer from which public servants like myself are paid. McCloud had a vision of a British Crown officer trying to explain to a New Guinea tribesman what he meant when he said that taxes go to the Crown. The tribesman would probably wonder why the chief of the English tribe kept cowrie shells under his hat. I see. "And if I am imprisoned for crime?" he asked. "The payments are suspended until the rehabilitation is complete. That is, until you are legally released." "Is there anything else that can stop the payments?" "Not unless the publishing company fails, which is highly unlikely. Of course, a man under hypnotic compulsion or drugs is not considered legally responsible, so he cannot transact any legal business while he is in that state, but the checks are merely held for him until that impediment is removed." "I see," McLeod nodded. He knew perfectly well that he no more understood the entire workings of the galactic civilization than that New Guinea tribesmen understood the civilization of Great Britain. But he also knew that he understood more of it than Jackson, for instance, did. McLeod had been able to foresee a little of what the resident had said. "Would you do me the service, sir," McLeod said, "of opening a bank account for me in some local bank?" "Yes, of course. As resident, I am empowered to transact business for you at your request. My fees are quite reasonable. All checks will have to go through me, of course. But, I think in this case 0.20% would be appropriate. You will be handling fairly large amounts. If that is your wish, I shall so arrange it." "Hey," Jackson found his tongue. "The Earth Union government has a claim on that. McLeod owes 49,000 galactic credits in income taxes." If the galactic resident was shocked at the intimation that the galactic government would take earned money from a man, the announcement that Earth's government did so was no surprise to him at all. "If that is so, I am certain that Professor McLeod will behave as a law-abiding citizen. He can authorize a check for that amount, and it will be honored by his bank. We have no desire to interfere with local customs. I am certain that I can come to an equitable arrangement with the Earth authorities," said McLeod, rising from his chair. "Is there anything I have to sign, or—" No, you have expressed your will. Thank you, Professor McLeod. It is a pleasure to do business with you." "Thank you. The pleasure is mutual. Come on, Jackson. We don't need to bother the resident any more just now." "But, come on," I said. "I want a few words with you," McLeod insisted. Jackson sensed that there would be no point in arguing any further with the resident, but he followed McLeod out into the bright Hawaiian sunshine with a dull glow of anger burning his cheeks. Accompanied by the squad, they climbed into the car and left. As soon as they were well away from the residence, Jackson grabbed McLeod by the lapel of his jacket. "All right, humorist. What was the idea of that? Are you trying to make things hard for yourself?" "No, but you are," McLeod said in a cold voice. "Get your hands off me. I may get you fired anyway, just because you're a louse, but if you keep acting like this, I'll see that they toss you into solitary and toss the key away." "What are you talking about?" But he released his hold. "Just think about it, Jackson. The government can't get its hands on that money unless I permit it. As I said, we'll arrive at an equitable arrangement. And that will be a damn sight less than 98% of my earnings, believe me. If you refuse to pay, will—" He stopped suddenly. "Throw me in jail?" McLeod shook his head. "You can't get money while I'm in jail." "We'll wait," said Jackson firmly. "After a little while in a cell, you'll listen to reason and we'll sign those checks." "You don't think very well, do you, Jackson? To sign a check, I have to go to the galactic resident. As soon as you take me to him, I authorize a check to buy me a ticket for some nice planet where there are no income taxes." Jackson opened his mouth and shut it again, frowning. "Think about it, Jackson," McLeod continued. "Nobody can get that money from me without my consent. Now it so happens that I want to help Earth. I have a certain perverse fondness for the human race, even though it is inconceivably backward by galactic standards. We have about as much chance of ever becoming of any importance on a galactic scale as the Australian Aborigine has of becoming important in world politics, but a few thousand years of evolution may bring out a few individuals who have the ability to do something. I'm not sure, but I'm damned if I'll let the boneheads run all over me while they take my money. I happen to be, at the moment, and through sheer luck, Earth's only natural resource is as far as the galaxy is concerned. Sure, you can put me in jail. You can kill me if you want. But that won't give you the money. I am the goose that lays the golden eggs. But I'm not such a goose that I'm going to let you boot me in the tail while you steal the gold. Earth has no other source of income. None. Tourists are few and far between, and they spend almost nothing. As long as I am alive, and in good health and out of prison, Earth will have a nice steady income of 50,000 galactic credits a year. Earth, I said, not the government, except indirectly. I intend to see that my money isn't confiscated. He had a few other plans, too, but he saw no necessity of mentioning them to Jackson. If I don't like the way the government behaves, I'll simply shut off the source of supply. Understand, Jackson? Said Jackson. He understood. He didn't like it, and he didn't know what to do about it. One of the first things we're going to do is start a little information flowing, McCloud said. I don't care to live on a planet where everybody hates my guts, so, as the resident suggested, we're going to have to start a propaganda campaign to counteract the one that denounced me. For that, I'll want to talk to someone a little higher in the government. You'd better take me to the head of the UBI. He'll know who I should speak to for that purpose. Jackson still looked dazed, but it had evidently penetrated that McCloud had the upper hand. What did you say, sir? He asked, partially coming out of his daze. McCloud sighed. Take me to your leader, he said patiently. End of section 13. Section 14 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Helpful Hand of God by Tom Godwin. God can be very helpful indeed, but of course it's long been known that God helps those who wisely help themselves. From Vogarian Revised Encyclopedia. Saints, golden saints, properly yellow saints, a term of contempt applied by the Vogarian State Press to members of the Church of the Golden Rule because of their opposition to the war then being planned against Alcoria. See churches. Church, Golden Rule of the. A group of reactionary fanatics who resisted state control and advocated social chaos through individual freedom. They were liquidated in the Unity Purge but for 2,000 of the more able-bodied, who were sentenced to the moon mines of Bellamy. The prison ship never arrived there, and it is assumed that the condemned saints somehow overpowered the guards and escaped to some remote section of the galaxy. Kane had observed Commander Yenor's bird-of-prey profile with detached interest as Yenor jerked his head around to glare again at the chronometer on the farther wall of the cruiser's command room. "What's keepin' Daling?" Yenor demanded, transferring his glare to Kane. "Did you assure him that I have all day to waste?" "He should be here any minute, sir," Kane answered. "I didn't find the saints, after others had failed for 60 years, then to sit and wait. The situation on Vogar was already very critical when we left." Yenor scowled at the chronometer again. "Every hour we waste waiting here will delay our return to Vogar by an hour. I presume you realize that." "It does sound like logical theory," Kane agreed. Yenor's face darkened dangerously. "You will." Quick, hard-heeled footsteps sounded in the corridor outside. The guard officer, Dalen, stepped through the doorway and saluted, his eyes like ice under his pale brows and his uniform seeming to bristle with weapons. "The native is here, sir," he said to Yenor. He turned and made a commanding gesture. The leader of the saints appeared, the man whose resistance Yenor would have to break. A frail, white-bearded old man scuffled uncertainly into the room in straw sandals, his faded blue eyes peering nearsightedly toward Yenor. "Go to the commander's desk," Dalen ordered in his metallic tones. The old man obeyed and stopped before Yenor's desk, his hands clasped together as though to hide their trembling. "You are Bren," Yenor said, And you hold, I believe, the impressive titles of Chief Executive of the Council of Provinces and Supreme Elder of the Churches of the Golden Rule?" "Yes, sir." There was a faint quaver in old Bren's voice. "I welcome you to our world, sir, and offer you our friendship. I understand you can produce Illusium X fuel." "Yes, sir. Our Dr. LaRue told me the process is within our ability. He hesitated. "We know you haven't enough fuel to return to Vogar." Yunor stiffened in his chair. "What makes you think that?" "It requires a great deal of fuel to get through the whirlpool star cluster, and even 60 years ago, the Illusium ores of Vogar were almost exhausted." Yunor smiled thinly. "That reminds me, you would be one of the saints who murdered their guards and stole a ship to get here." "We killed no guards, sir. In fact, all of them eventually joined our church. We had to cut it up for our start in mechanization. I presume you know you will pay for it. It was taking us to our deaths in the radium mines, but we will pay whatever you ask. The first installment will be 1,000 units of fuel, to be produced with the greatest speed possible." "Yes, sir, but in return—" The old man stood a little straighter, and an underlying resolve was suddenly revealed. "You must recognize us as a free race." "Free? A colony founded by escaped criminals?" "That's not true. We committed no crime, harming no living thing." The hard, cold words of Yunor cut off his protest. "This world is now a Vogarian possession. Every man, woman, and child upon it is a prisoner of the Vogarian state. There will be no resistance. This cruiser's disintegrators can destroy a town within seconds, your race within hours. Do you understand what I mean?" The visible portion of old Bren's face turned pale. He spoke at last in the bitter tones of frightened, stubborn determination. "I offered you our friendship. I hope you would accept, for we are a peaceful race. I should have known that you came only to persecute and enslave us, but the hand of God will reach down and help us, and—" Yunor laughed, a raucous sound like the harsh caw of the Vogarian vulture, and held up a hairy fist. "This, old man, is the hand for you to center your prayers around. I want full-scale fuel production commenced within 24 hours. If this is done, and if you continue to unquestioningly obey all my commands, I will for that long defer your punishment as an escaped criminal. If it is not done, I will destroy a town exactly 25 hours from now, and as many more as may be necessary, and you will be publicly executed as a condemned criminal and an enemy of the Vogarian state." Yunor turned to Dallin. "Take him away." "Scared sheep," Yunor said when Bren was gone. "Tomorrow he'll say that he prayed and his God told him what to do, which will be to save his neck by doing as I command." "I don't know," Kane said doubtfully. "I think you're wrong about his conscience folding so easily." "You think?" Yunor asked. "Perhaps I should remind you that the ability to think is usually characteristic of commanders rather than sub-ensigns. You will not be asked to try to think beyond the small extent required to comprehend simple commands." Kane sighed with weary resignation. An unexpected encounter with an Alcorian battleship had sent the Vogarian cruiser fleeing through the unexplored whirlpool star cluster. Yunor and Kane, the two surviving commissioned officers, with results of negative value to those most affected. The world of the saint had been accidentally discovered, and he, Kane, had risen from sub-ensign to the shakily temporary position of second in command. Yunor spoke again. "Since Vogarian commanders do not go out and mingle with the natives of the subject world, you will act as my representative. I'll let Bren sweat until tomorrow, then you will go see him. In that, and in all subsequent contacts with the natives, you will keep in mind the fact that I shall hold you personally responsible for any failure of my program." The next afternoon, 2 hours before the deadline, Kane went out into the sweet spring air of the world the saints had named sanctuary. It was a virgin world, rich in resources needed by Vogar, with 20,000 saints as the primary labor supply. It was also, he thought, a green and beautiful world, almost a familiar world. The cruiser stood at the upper edge of the town, and in the late afternoon, soon the little white and brown houses were touched with gold, half hidden in deep azure shadows of the tall trees and flowering vines that bordered the gently curving streets. Restlessness stirred within him as he looked at them. It was like going back in time to the Lost Islands, that isolated little region of Vogar that had eluded collectivization until the year he was 16. It had been at the same time of year, in the spring, that the state unity forces had landed. The Lost Island villages had been drowsing in the sun that afternoon, as this town was drowsing now. He forced the memories from his mind, and the futile restlessness they brought, and went on past a golden-spired church to a small cottage that was almost hidden in a garden of flowers and giant silver ferns. Bren met him at the door, his manner very courteous, his eyes dark-shadowed with weariness as though he had not slept for many hours, and invited him inside. When they were seated in the simply furnished room, Bren said, "You came for my decision, sir." "The commander sent me for it." Bren folded his thin hands, which seemed to have the trembling sometimes characteristic of the aged. "Yesterday evening when I came from the ship, I prayed for guidance, and I saw that I could only abide by the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you." "Which means," Kane asked, "that you will do what?" "Should we of the church be stranded upon an alien world, our fuel supply almost gone, we would ask for help. By our golden rule we can do no less than give it. 18 hours ago I issued the order for full-scale, all-out fuel production. I've been up all night and day checking the operation." Kane stared, surprised that Yenor should have so correctly predicted Bren's reaction. He tried to see some change in the old man, some evidence of the personal fear that must have broken him so quickly, but there was only weariness and a gentleness. "So much fuel," Brennan said. "Is Vogar still at war with Alcoria?" Kane nodded. "Once I saw some Alcorian prisoners of war on Vogar," Brennan said. "They are a peaceful, dog-like race. They never wanted to go to war with Vogar." "Well, they still didn't want war, but on Alcoria were Elysium ores and other resources that the Vogarian state had to have before it could carry out its long-frustrated ambition of galactic conquest." "I'll go now," Kane said, getting out of his chair, "and see what you're having done. The commander doesn't take anybody's word for anything." Bren called a turbo car and driver to take him to the multi-purpose factory, which was located a short distance beyond the other side of town. The driver stopped before the factory's main office, where a plump, bald man was waiting, his scalp and glasses gleaming in the sunshine. "I'm Dr. LaRue, sir," he greeted Kane. He had a face that under normal circumstance would have been genial. "Father Bren said you were coming. I am at your service, to show you what we're doing." They went inside the factory, where the rush of activity was like a beehive. Machines and installations not needed for fuel production were being torn out as quickly as possible, others taking their place. The workers, he craned his neck to verify his astonished first impression. All of them were women. "Father Bren's suggestion," LaRue said. "These girls are as competent as men for this kind of work, and their use here permits the release of men to the outer provinces to procure the raw materials. As you know, our population is small and widely scattered." A crash sounded as a huge object nearby toppled and fell. Kane took an instinctive backward step and bumped into something soft. "Oh, excuse me, sir." He turned, and had a confused vision of an apologetic smile in a pretty young face, of red curls knocked into disarray, and of amazingly short shorts and a tantalizing wispy halter. She recovered the notebook she had dropped and hurried on, leaving a faint cloud of perfume in her wake, and a disturbing memory of curving, golden tan legs and a flat little stomach that had been exposed both north and south to the extreme limits of modesty. A personal supervisor from Beachville, LaRue said. She was sunbathing when the plane arrived to pick her up and had no time to obtain her clothing. Father Bren firmly insisted upon not losing 1 minute of time during this emergency. A crane rumbled into view, and its grapples seized the huge object that had fallen. "Our central air conditioning unit," LaRue said. "It had to go." "You're putting something else in its place, of course." "Oh yes, we must have more space, but Father Bren opposed the plan of building an annex as too dangerously time-consuming. The only alternative is to tear out everything not absolutely essential." Kane left shortly afterward, satisfied that the saints were doing as Bren had said. He went back out in the spring sunshine where the turbo car was still waiting for him, debated briefly with himself, and dismissed the driver. After so many weeks in the prison-like ship, it would be pleasant to walk again. A grassy, tree-covered ridge ran like the swell of a green sea between the plant and the town. He stopped on top of it, where the town was almost hidden from view, and looked out across the wide valley. Shadows moved lazily across it as cotton-puffed clouds drifted down the blue dome of the sky. Great white birds like swans were soaring overhead, calling to one another in voices like the singing of violins, bringing again the memories of the lost islands. And the Vogarian lord gazed upon his world and found it good. He swung around, his hand dropping to his holstered blaster, and looked into the green, mocking eyes of a tawny-haired girl. She was beautiful, in the savage way that the hill leopards of Vogar were beautiful, and her hand was on a pistol in her belt. Her eyes flickered from his blaster up to his face, bright with challenge. "Want to try it?" she asked. She wore a short skirt with some rough material, and her knees were dusty, as though she had walked for a long way. These things he noticed only absently, his eyes going back to the bold, beautiful face. For 20 years he had been accustomed to the women of Vogar, colorless in their party uniforms and men's haircuts, made even more drab by the masculine mannerisms they affected. Not since the spring the lost island died had he seen a girl like this one before him. "Well," she asked, "do you think you'll know me next time?" He walked to her, while she watched him with cat-like wariness. "Hand me that pistol," he ordered. "Try to take it, you Vogarian ape." He moved, and a moment later she was sitting on the ground, her eyes wide with dismayed surprise as he shoved the pistol in his own belt. "Resisting a Vogarian with a deadly weapon calls for the death penalty," he said. "I suppose you know what I can do?" She got up, defiance like a blaze about her. "I'll tell you what you can do. You can go to hell." The thought came to him that there might be considerable pleasure in laying her over his knee and raising some blisters where they would do her the most good. He regretfully dismissed the idea as too undignified for even a sub-ensign and asked, "Who are you, and what are you doing here with that pistol?" She hesitated, then answered with insolent coolness, "My name is Barbara Loring. I heard that you Vogarians had demanded that we agree to surrender. I came down from the hills to disagree. Is a resistance force meeting here? Do you think you could make me tell you? There are ways, but I'm not here to use them. I am not your enemy." A little of the hostility faded from her face, and she asked, "How could a Vogarian ever not be our enemy?" He could find no satisfactory answer to the question. "I can tell you this," she said. "I know of no resistance organization. I can also tell you that we are not the race of cowards you think, and will fight the instant Father Bren gives the word." "For one who speaks respectfully of Bren," he said, "your recent words and actions weren't very religious and refined." Fire flashed in the green eyes again. "Up in the Azure Mountains, where I come from, we're not very refined, and we like being that way." "And why do you carry guns?" he asked. because all along our frontier lines are rhino stags, cliff bears, thunderhawks, and a lot of other overgrown carnivora that don't like us, that's why." "I see." He took the pistol from his belt and held it out to her. "Go back to your mountains where you belong, before you do something to get yourself executed." Eunor, waiting impatiently in the ship, was grimly pleased by the news of Bren's change of attitude. "Exactly what I predicted, as you no doubt recall. How long until they can have 1,000 units of fuel produced?" LaRue estimated 14 days at best. Eunor tapped his thick fingers on the desk, scowling thoughtfully. "As little as 7 extra days might force Vogar to accept the Alcorian peace terms because of lack of fuel. The natives can work twice as hard as they expected to. Tell old Bren they will be given exactly 7 days from sunrise tomorrow. And summon Dalen and Graver. I want them to make use of every man on the ship for a 24-hour guard and inspection system in the plant. The natives will get no opportunities for stalling or sabotage." Brennan was writing at his book-laden table when Kane went into his cottage the next morning. "These are called edicts," Bren said after greeting him, "but I possess no law-making powers, and they are really only suggestions." Bren shoved the paper to one side. The script was somewhat different from that of Vogar. The Vogarian inspection and guard system is no more than an expected precaution against sabotage. The Vogarians must be regarded as potential friends who now treat us with suspicion and arrogance, only because they do not yet realize the sincerity of our desire to help them to any extent short of surrender. Kane looked up from the uncompleted, surprisingly humble edict, and Brennan asked, "Your commander, sir, he is now pleased with our actions?" "Not exactly. He will disintegrate a town 7 days from sunrise this morning if all the fuel isn't produced by then." Only 7 days? There was a startled disbelief on Brennan's face. "But how can he expect us to produce so much fuel in so short a time?" "I don't know. I'm sorry. It's something I would have argued against if I hadn't had too much sense to try." 7 days, Bren said again. "We can only pray that God will let it be time enough." Kane walked onto the plant. The hilltop where he had met the girl was deserted, and he felt a vague disappointment. The plant was hot without the air conditioner, especially in the vicinity of the electronic roasters. The girls looked flushed and uncomfortable, but for the redhead who still wore her scanty sunsuit. The armed Vogarians looked incongruously out of place among the girls and were sweating profusely. Kane made a mental note to have them ordered into tropical uniforms. He found Dalen prowling like a wolf among his guards. "It's inconceivable that these women could ever be a menace," Dalen said, "but I'm taking no chances." He saw Graver, the cruiser's chief technician, a thin, dry man who seemed to be as emotionless as the machines and electronic circuits that were his life. "They're doing everything with astonishing competence," Graver said. "My technicians are watching like hawks, though." LaRue was not in his office. His secretary, a brown-eyed woman of strikingly intelligent appearance, said, "I'm sorry, sir. Dr. LaRue had to go back to town for a few minutes. May I give him your message?" "No, thanks," he said. "Father Bren is probably performing that unpleasant chore right now." Since Dalen and Graver seemed to have the situation at the plant well in hand, Kane decided to make a tour of the outer provinces where the ores were being mined. An efficient plant would be worthless if it did not receive sufficient ore. He spent 4 days on the inspection tour, much longer than he had expected to be gone, but made necessary by the fact that the small Elysium mines were widely scattered in rugged, roadless areas and he had to walk most of the distance. The single helicopter on Sanctuary was being used to fly the ore out, but it was operating on a schedule that caused him to miss it each time. Each mine was being worked by full day and night crews, in fact, by more men than necessary. The reason for that, and for the way the men silently withheld their hostility, was made apparent in a bit of conversation between two miners that he overheard one day. "So why all of us here when not this many are needed?" "They say Father Bren wanted to get all the men out of town, away from the cruiser, so there would be no trouble, and you know there would have been if we had stayed. He wants to get the cruiser on its way back to Vogar, they say, so we can get busy producing weapons to fight the occupation force." He returned on the 5th evening of the allotted 7 days and stopped by Bren's cottage before going on to the ship. The old man was working in his garden, his trembling hands trying to tie up a red-flowered vine. Kane tied it for him, and he said, "Thank you, sir. Did you find the mining to be as I had said?" "I found more than that. You know, don't you, that Yenor will return with the occupation force 100 days after leaving here?" "Yes, I know that is his intention." "I understand that you're going to try to build weapons while he's gone. Don't, if you think anything of your people, let them do it. Nothing you could build in 100 days would last a minute against a cruiser's disintegrators." "I know," Bren said. "We are supposed to choose between bloody, hopeless resistance and eternal slavery, aren't we? But why should either fate befall a peaceful race?" Kane asked the logical question, why shouldn't it? The laws of God have always been laws of justice and mercy. Not even the Vogarian state can change them. He thought of the way the state had changed the Lost Islands in one bloody, violent afternoon. Bren, watching his face, said, "You are skeptical and bitter, my son, but you will learn that a harmless old man can speak with wisdom." "No," he said, "there is neither justice nor mercy in the universe. I know from experience. A man can only choose between the lesser of two evils, and almost anything is less evil than Yenor when he's mad." He went to the plant the next morning. Inside, wherever he looked, he saw girls in shorts and halters. The place seemed to be alive with partially clad women. He went to the nearest bulletin board and read Bren's edict of 4 days before. Since the excessively warm temperature of the plant causes much discomfort and thereby impairs the efficiency of all workers, and since maximum efficiency will be required to produce the fuel in the extremely short time permitted us, it is suggested that the cool sunsuits of the Beachville girls become the standard work uniform until further notice. These may be obtained for the asking in Department 5A. The next day's edict read, "Some have hesitated to follow yesterday's edict through a sense of modesty. This is most commendable. However, the situation is very critical. Our lives depend upon the highest degree of efficiency we can attain, and a hot, miserable worker is not efficient. Your bodies are God's handwork. Do not be ashamed of them." The edict for the next day read simply, warningly, "Thou shalt not commit adultery." The Bulgarian guards and inspectors, now in tropical uniforms, still looked out of place with their holstered weapons, but their former cold arrogance was gone, and the attitude of the girls had changed from polite reserve to laughing, chattering friendliness. He found Dalen in a far corner, cornered literally by the red-haired personnel supervisor who was spitting like a cat as she said, "Then tell your commander how one of your men tried to make one of my girls and got hit with a wrench for it. Ask him whether he wants us to produce fuel or make love. Go ahead, ask him. Or let me, I'll ask him. You'll have to see to it that your girls don't lead my men on." Dalen ran his finger around his collar, worry on his face. "Florence, are you trying to get me ruined? Then inform your men that there is a certain commandment we all believe in, and anything beyond our willingness to be friends calls for marriage first." "Marriage?" Dalen sputtered the word, recovered his poise with an effort, and said stiffly, "My men are soldiers, not suitors. I want them respected as such." He strode away without seeing Kane. The girl stared after him, fuming, and Kane went in search of Graver. Graver and the brown-eyed secretary were in LaRue's office, their heads together over a flow sheet of some kind. The secretary excused herself, and when she was gone, Kane asked, "Where's LaRue?" "Checking the catalytic processors, I think, sir," Graver answered almost vaguely. "Marr, his secretary, was just showing me how they improvise so much of their equipment so quickly. There was a strange light in Graver's usually expressionless eyes. It's incredible. Well, the commander gave them no time to waste, you know." "Sir, I was referring to her intelligence, sir. It is amazing that a woman should have such a thorough knowledge of such a complex process." Kane felt the birth pains of the first dark premonition. "If you don't want a thorough knowledge of the interior of a state prison," he said in grim warning, "you'd better get that silly look off your face and concentrate on your duties. Tell Dalen the same order applies to him. And tell LaRue that the commander reminds him they now have less than 40 hours to finish the job." He decided, again, to walk back to the ship. There was now a multitude of paths through the grass where the girls had been walking to and from work. 2 groups from the last shift change were a short distance ahead of him, several of Dalen's guards and Graver's technicians among them, all of them talking and laughing. In that area they could not be spied upon by Yonor with the ship's view-screen scanners, and even as he watched, a tall, dark, young guard put his arm around the girl walking close beside him. She twisted away from him and ran on to the next group, there to look back with a teasing toss of her head. Kane watched both groups disappear over the hill, then followed, muttering thoughtfully. He felt he could safely assume, if anything could be said to be safe about the situation, that the lack of discipline he had just witnessed was typical of all the men. They were all young and healthy, and for 16 hours out of each day they were side by side with the almost nude, provocatively feminine sanctuary girls. Their weakness was understandable. It was also very dangerous. Heads would roll if Yonor ever learned what was going on, and it required no psychic ability to guess whose head would roll the fastest and farthest. He would have to have it stopped at once. He took a short cut to Bren's cottage, by a sleepy, shady street he had never been down before. Halfway along it was an open-air eating place of some kind, with tables placed about under the trees. There seemed to be no customers at the moment, but he stopped, anyway, to take a closer look for errant guards. A tawny head lifted at a table half hidden by a nearby tree, and he looked into the surprised face of the mountain girl Barbara. "Well," she said, "come on over and let me offer you a glass of cyanide." He walked over to her table. She was wearing a blouse and skirt similar to that of the day he had met her, but the pistol was gone. "I thought I told you to go back to your hills," he said. "I decided it would be more fun to work in the plant and sabotage things." "Let Yonor learn you said that, and you'll be in a fix I can't help you out of." Should a Bulgarian care? But the jeering was gone as she said, "When you gave my pistol back to me, I thought it was a trick of some kind." "I told you I wasn't your enemy." "I know, but it's hard for a saint to believe any Bulgarian could ever be anything else." "It doesn't seem to be very hard for the girls in the plant," he observed glumly. "Oh, that's different." She made a gesture of light dismissal. "Those soldiers and technicians are good boys at heart. They haven't been brainwashed like you officers." "That's interesting to know, I'm sure. I suppose—" He stopped as a gray-haired woman came and sat down a tray containing a sandwich and a mug. From the foamy top of the mug came the unmistakable aroma of beer. "Do you saints drink?" he asked incredulously. "Sure, why?" "But your church—" "Earth churches used to ban alcohol as sinful because it would cause a mean person to show his true character. My church is more sensible and works to change the person's character instead." She took a bite of the sandwich. "Cliff bear steak and beer go perfectly together. Shall I order you some?" "No," he said, thinking of Yonor's fury if Yonor should learn he had had a friendly lunch with a native girl. "About your church. What kind of church is it anyway?" "What its name implies. Heaven isn't for sale at the pulpit. Everybody has to qualify for it by his own actions. We have to practice our belief. Just looking pious and saying that we believe doesn't count." He revised his opinion of the saints, then asked, "But you were practicing your golden rule when you came to this town with a gun to shoot Bulgarians?" "For Bulgarians we have a special golden rule that reads, 'Do unto Bulgarians as they have come to do unto you.' And you came here to enslave or kill us, remember?" It could not be denied. When he did not answer, she smiled at him, a smile surprisingly gentle and understanding. "You honestly would like to be our friend, wouldn't you? The state psychiatrist didn't do a good job of brainwashing you after all." It was the first time since he was 16 that anyone had spoken to him with genuine kindness. It gave him a strange feeling, a lonely sense of something rising up out of the past to mock him, and he changed the subject. "Are the Azure Mountains the edge of your frontier?" She nodded. "Beyond is the Emerald Plain, a great wide plain, and beyond it are mountain ranges that have never been named or explored. I am going into them some day, and—" Time passed with astonishing speed as he talked with the girl, and it was late in the afternoon when he continued on to Bren's cottage. He put the thoughts of her from his mind and told Bren of the too warm association between the girls and the Bulgarians. "But it is only friendship," Bren said soothingly. "I can assure your commander that nothing immoral is being done. If he knew what was going on, it would be my neck. It has to be stopped. Write an edict, do anything that will stop it at once." Bren stroked his white beard thoughtfully. "I'm sorry this unforeseen situation has occurred, sir. Will you have strict orders to the same effect given your men? There's a severe penalty for unauthorized fraternization. I'll see that they're well reminded of it. I'll write another edict at once, forbidding the girls to speak to your men, sir." Eunor was pacing the floor when Kane went to the ship, his face black and ugly with anger. "Have you been blind?" he demanded. Kane tried to swallow a sinking feeling, wondering just how much Eunor had seen, and said, "Sir?" "My guards, my so-called guards. How long have they been strolling back from the plant in company with the native women?" "Oh," he said, feeling a great relief that Eunor had not seen the true situation. "It's only that some of the outgoing shifts coincide, sir, and—" "You know, don't you, that military men march to and from duty in military formation? You are aware of the importance of discipline?" "Yes, sir." "You are further aware of the fact that you, Dalen and Graver, will be guilty of treason if this lack of discipline imperils my plans in any way?" "Yes, sir." "You have heard of the punishment for treason?" "Yes, sir." He went below when the unpleasant business with Eunor was finally over. It was the beginning of the 8-hour sleep period for Dalen and Graver, but they were still up, sitting on their bunks and staring dreamily into space. It was only belatedly, almost fuzzily, that they became aware of his glowering presence in the doorway. "I bring you glad tidings," he said, "from the commander's own lips. The multiple gallows at State Prison is still in perfect working order, especially the first 3 trap doors." The last day dawned, bright and sunny, and he went to see Bren. "I had the new edict posted immediately," Bren said. "I hope it will undo the damage." "Let's see it," Kane requested, and Bren handed him the handwritten original. It was, "Despite our affection for the Bulgarians among us, we must not endanger them by any longer talking to them. A Bulgarian military rule is now being enforced which forbids Bulgarians to speak to sanctuary girls except in the line of duty. There is a severe penalty for those who disobey this rule. It must also be pointed out, sternly to the sanctuary girls and respectfully to the Bulgarians, that flight into the uninhabited sanctuary mountains would result in execution for the fleeing couples if Commander Eunor should ever find them." "What's this?" Kane demanded, pointing to the last paragraph. "Why, a warning, sir." "Warning? It's a suggestion." "A suggestion?" Bren lifted his hands in shocked protest. "But, sir, how could anyone think—" I personally wouldn't give a damn if the entire crew was too lovesick to eat. But the commander does, and my future welfare, including the privilege of breathing, depends upon my retaining what passes for his good will. Good heavens, I shall have this edict removed from the bulletin boards at once. A great idea. It should fix up everything to lock the stable door now that the horse is stolen. He went to the plant and felt the air of resentment as soon as he stepped inside. Dalen was patrolling among his men, his haggard face becoming more haggard each time the red-haired personnel supervisor went by with her hips swinging and her head held high in hurt, aloof silence. The guards were pacing their beats in wordless quiet. Graver's technicians were speaking only in the line of duty. The girls were not talking even to one another, but in the soft, melting glances they gave the vulgarians, they said, "We understand," in a manner more eloquent than any words. In fact, far too eloquent. He considered the plan of having Bren forbid the girls to look at the guards. Discard that as impractical. For a moment wildly considered ordering the guards not to look at the girls. Discarded that as even more impractical, and went muttering to LaRue's office. LaRue was at his desk, his face lined with fatigue. "It's been a difficult job," he said, "but we'll meet the deadline." "Good," Kane answered. "Did Bren phone you about having that edict removed?" "Ah, which one?" "Which one? You mean—" He turned and ran from the office. A girl was removing the offending edict from the nearest bulletin board. Another, later one proclaimed, "We must abandon as hopeless the suggestion of some that if there must be an occupation force, we would like for it to be these men whom we have come to respect, and many of us to love. This can never be. Only Commander Yenor will leave the ship at Vogar, there to select his own occupation force, while the men now among us continue directly on to the Alcorian War from which many of them will never return. We must not resent the fact that on this, their last day among us, these men are forbidden to speak to us or to let us speak to them, nor say that this is unfair, when Commander Yenor's occupation troops will be permitted to associate freely with us. These things are beyond our power to change. We must accept the inevitable, and show only by our silent conduct the love we have for these warriors whom we shall never see again." Kane gulped convulsively, read it again, and hurried back to LaRue's office. "How long has that last edict been up?" he demanded. "About 12 hours. Then every shift has seen it?" Yes. Why? Is something wrong with it?" "That depends on the viewpoint. I want them removed at once. And tell that sanctified old weasel that if this last edict of his gets me hanged, which it probably will, I'll see to it that he gets the same medicine." He went back into the plant and made his way through the bare-legged, soft-eyed girls, looking for Dalen. He overheard a guard say in low, bitter tones to another, "Maybe 8 hours on Vogar, and we can't leave the ship. Then on to the battlefront for us while Yenor and his home guard favorites come back here and pick out their harems." He found Dalen and said to him, "Watch your men. They're resentful. Some of them might even desert. And Yenor wasn't joking about that gallows for us last night." "I know." Dalen ran his finger around the collar that seemed to be getting increasingly tighter for him. "I've warned them that the occupation troops would get them in the end." He found Graver at a dial-covered panel. The brown-eyed secretary, her eyes darker and more appealing than ever, was just leaving, a notebook in her hand. "Since when," Kane asked, "has it been customary for technicians to need the assistance of secretaries to read a dial?" "But, sir, she is a very good technician herself. Her paperwork is now done and she was helping me trace a circuit that was fluctuating." Kane peered suspiciously into Graver's expressionless face. "Are you sure that it was a circuit that was doing the fluctuating?" "Yes, sir." "Did you know that half of Dalen's guards seemed to be ready to jump ship?" "Yes, sir, but their resentment is not characteristic of my technicians." He realized with surprise that that was true. And Graver, in contrast to Dalen's agitation, had the calm, purposeful air of a man who had pondered deeply upon an unpleasant future, and had taken steps to prevent it. "I have no desire to hang, sir, and I have convinced my men that it would be suicide for part of them to desert. I shall do my best to convince Dalen's guards of the same thing." He went back through the plant, much of his confidence restored, and back to the ship. Yunor was pacing the floor again, his impatience keying him to a mood more vile than ever. "This ship will leave at exactly 23:15, Vogler time," Yunor said. "Any man not on it then will be regarded as a deserter and executed as such when I return with the occupation force." He stopped his pacing to stare at Kane with the ominous anticipation of a spider surveying a captured fly. "Although I can operate this ship with a minimum of 2 crewmen, I shall expect you to make certain that every man is on board." Kane went back out of the ship, his confidence shaken again, and back to the plant. Night came at last, and finally, the first shielded tank of fuel was delivered to the ship. Others followed, one by one, as the hours went by. It was almost morning when Graver came to him and said, "My duties and those of my men are finished here, sir. Shall we go prepare the ship for flight?" "Yes, get busy at it," Kane answered. "Don't give the commander any excuse to get any madder than he already is." An hour later the last of the fuel went into the last tank and was hauled away. Someone said, "That's all," and a switch clicked. A machine rumbled off into silence, followed by others. Control panels went dark. Within a minute there was not a machine running, not a panel lighted. Dalen's whistle for guard assembly sounded high and shrill. A girl's voice called to one of the guards, "Hurry back to your ship, Billy. The Thunderhawks might get you if you stayed," and broke on a sob. Another girl said, "Hush, Julia, it's not his fault." He went out of the plant and past LaRue's office. He saw that the brown-eyed secretary was gone, her desk clean. LaRue was still there, looking very tired. He did not go in. The fuel had been produced. He would never see LaRue again. He took the path that led toward town. Part of the Whirlpool star cluster was still above the horizon, a white blaze of 1,000 suns, and the eastern sky was lighting with the first rays of dawn. A dozen girls were ahead of him, their voices a low murmur as they hurried back toward town. There was an undertone of tension, all of the former gaiety gone. The brief week of make-believe was over, and the next Vogarians to come would truly be their enemy. He came to the hilltop where he had met the mountain girl, thought of her with irrational longing, and suddenly she was there before him. The pistol was again in her belt. "You came with all the stealth of a plains ox," she said. "I could have shot you a dozen times over." "Are we already at war?" he asked. "We saints have to let you Vogarians kill some of us first. First, our penalty for being ethical." "Listen to me," he said. "We tried to fight the inevitable in the Lost Islands. When the sun went down that day, half of us were dead and the rest prisoners. And you rose from prisoner to officer because you're too selfish to keep fighting for what was right. I saw them bury the ones who insisted on doing that. And you want us to meekly bow down here. I have no interest of any kind in this world. I'll never see it again. But I know from experience what will happen to you and your people if you try to fight. I don't want that to happen. Do you think that because a man isn't a blind chauvinist, he has to be a soulless monster?" "No," she said in a suddenly small voice. "But I had hoped. We were talking that day of the mountains beyond the Emerald Plain and a frontier to last for centuries. It was just idle talk, but I thought maybe that when the showdown came you would be on our side, after all." She drew a deep breath that came a little raggedly and said with a lightness that was too forced, "You don't mind if I have a silly, sentimental fondness for my world, do you?" It's the only world I have. Maybe you would understand if you could see the azure mountains in the spring, but you never will you? Because you lied when you said you weren't my enemy, and now I know you are, and the lightness faltered and broke. I'm yours, and the next time we meet one will have to kill the other. She turned away and vanished among the trees like a shadow. He was unaware of the passage of time as he stood there on the hill that was silent with her going, and remembering the day he had met her, and the way the song swans had been calling. When he looked up at the sky, it was bright gold in the east, and the blazing stars of the whirlpool were fading into invisibility. He looked to the west, where the road wound its long way out of the valley, and he thought he could see her trudging up it, tiny and distant. He looked at his watch and saw he had just enough time to reach the ship before it left. Bren was standing by his gate, watching the dawn flame into incandescence and looking more frail and helpless than ever. The cruiser towered beyond, blotting out half the dawn sky like a sinister omen. A faint, deep hum was coming from within it as the drive went into the preliminary phase that preceded takeoff. "You have only seconds left to reach the ship," Bren said. "You have already tarried almost too long." "You're looking at a fool," he answered, "who is going to tarry in the azure mountains and beyond the emerald plain for 100 days. Then the occupation men will kill him." There was no surprise on Bren's face, but it seemed to Kane that the old man smiled in his beard. For the second time since he was 16, Kane heard someone speak to him with gentle understanding. "Although you have not been much help to my plans, your intentions were good. I was sure that in the end this would be your decision. I am well pleased with you, my son." A whine came back from the ship, and the boarding ramp flicked up like a disappearing tongue. The black opening of the airlock seemed to wink, then was solid, featureless metal as the doors slid shut. "Bon voyage, Yenor," Kane said. "We'll be waiting for you with our bows and arrows." "There is no one on the ship but Yenor," Bren said. Graver saw to it that the ready lights were all going on the command room control board. Then he and all the others followed my suggestion. Kane remembered Graver's calmness and his statement concerning his men. It would be suicide for part of them to desert. For part of them, if every last one deserted. The drives of the ship roared as Yenor pushed a control button and the ship lifted slowly. The roaring faltered and died as Yenor pushed another button which called for a crewman who was not there. The ship dropped back with a ponderous thud, careening, and fell with a force that shook the ground. It made no further sound or movement. He stared at the silent, impotent ship, finding it hard to realize that there would be no 100-day limit for him, that the new world, the boundless frontier, and Barbara would be his for as long as he lived. "Poor Commander Yenor," Bren said. "The airlock is now under the ship, and we shall have to dig a tunnel to rescue him." "Don't hurry about it," Kane advised. "Let him sweat in the dark for a few days with his desk wrapped around his neck. It will do him good. We are a kind, harmless race. We could never do anything like that." "Kind? I believe you, but harmless? You made monkeys out of Vogar's choicest fighting men. Please do not use such an uncouth expression. I was only the humble instrument of a greater power. I only, encouraged the natural affection between man and maid, the love that God intended them to have. But did you practice your golden rule? You saw to it that 50 men were forced to associate day after day with hundreds of almost naked girls. Would you really have wanted the same thing done to you if you had been in their place?" "Would I?" There was a gleam in the old eyes that did not seem to come from the brightness of the dawn. "I, too, once was young, my son. What do you think?" End of section 14. Section 15 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Measure for a Loner by Jim Harmon. You can measure everything these days: heat, light, gravity, reflexes, force fields, star drives. And now I know there is even a measure for a loner. So, General, I came to tell you I found the loneliest man in the world for Space Force. How am I supposed to rate his loneliness for you? In mega sorrows or kilo fears? I suspect I know quite a library on the subject, but you know more about stripes and bars. Don't try to stop me this time, General. Now that you mention it, I'm not drunk. I had to have something to back me up, so I stopped off at the dispensary and stole a needle. I want you to get off my back with that kind of talk. I've got enough there, and it bends me over like I had bad kidneys. It isn't any of King Kong's little brothers. They overrate the stuff. It isn't the way you've been writing me either. Never mind what I'm carrying. Whatever it is, and believe me, it is, I have to get rid of it. Let me tell it, for God's sake. Then for security's sake? I thought you would let me tell it, General. I've been coming in here and giving you pieces of it for months now, but now I want to let you be drenched in the whole thing. You're going to take it all. There were the two of them, the two lonely men, and I found them for you. You remember the way I found them for you. The intercom on my desk made an electronic noise at me, and the words I'd been arranging in my mind for the morning letters splattered into alphabet soup, like a printer dropping a prepared slug of type. I made the proper motion to still the sound. "Yes," I grunted. My secretary cleared her throat on my time. "Dr. Thorne," she said, "there's a Mr. Madison here to see you. He lays claim to be from the Star Project." "He could come in and file his claim," I told the girl. I rummaged in the wastebasket and uncrumpled the morning's facsimile newspaper. It was full of material about the Star Project. We were building man's first interstellar spaceship. A surprising number of people considered it important. Flipping from the rear to page 1, Wild Bill Starr in the comics, who had been blasting all the way to 41st Subspace Universe for decades, was harking back to the good old days of man's first star flight, which he had made himself through the magic of time travel. The editor was calling the man to make the jaunt the Lindbergh of space, and the staff photographer displayed a still of Space Force pilot in pressure suit up front with his face blotted out by an airbrushed interrogation mark. Who was going to be the Lindbergh of space? We had used up the Columbus of space, the Magellan of space, the Van Rek of space. Now it was time for the Lone Eagle, one man who would wade out the light years to Alpha Centauri. I remembered the first Lindbergh. I rode a bus 50 miles to see him at an Air Force Day celebration when I was a dewy-eared kid. It's funny how kids still worship heroes who did everything before they were even born. Uncle Max had told me about standing outside the hospital with a bunch of boys his own age, the evening Babe Ruth died of cancer. Lindbergh seemed like an old man to me when I finally saw him, but still active. Nobody had forgotten him. When his speech was over, I cheered him with the rest just as if I knew what he had been talking about. But I probably knew more about what he meant then as a boy than I did feeling the reality of the newspaper in my hands. Grown up, I could only smile at myself for wanting to go to the stars myself. Madison rapped on my office door and breezed in efficiently. I've always thought Madison was a rather irritating man. Likeable but irritating. He's too good-looking in an assuming masculine way to dress so neatly. It makes him look like a mannequin. The polite way of his using small words slowly and distinctly proves that he loves his fellow man, even if his fellow always does have less brains or authority than Madison himself. That belief would be forgivable in him if it wasn't so often true. Madison folded himself into the canary-yellow client's chair at my direction, and took a leather-bound pocket secretary from inside his almost too snug jacket. "Dr. Thorne," he said expansively, "we need you to help us locate an atavism." I flicked a professional smile, threw at him lightly. "I'm a historical psychologist," I told him. "That sounds in my line. Which of your ancestors are you interested in having me analyze? I used the word atavism to mean a reversion to the primitive. I made a pencil mark on my desk pad. I could make notes as well as he could read them. Yes, I see, I murmured. We don't use the term that way. Perhaps you don't understand my work. It's been an honest way to make a living for a few generations, but it's so specialized it might sound foolish to someone outside the psychological industry. I psychoanalyze historical figures for history books, of course, and scholars, interested descendants, what all, and that's all I do. What you have done, Madison admitted, but your government is certain you can do this new work for them. In fact, that you are one of the few men prepared to locate this esoteric, that is, this odd aberration, since I understand you often have to deal with it in analyzing the past. Doctor, we want you to find us a lonely man. I laid my chrome yellow pencil down carefully beside the cream-colored pad. History is full of loneliness. Most of the so-called great men were rather neurotic, but I thought, Madison, that introspection was pretty much a thing of the, past. The government representative inhaled deeply and steepled his manicured fingers. Our system of childhood psycho-conditioning succeeds in burying loneliness in the subconscious so completely that even the records can't reveal if it was ever present. I cleared my throat in order to stall, to think. I'm not acquainted with contemporary psychology, Madison. This comes as news to me. You mean people aren't really well adjusted today, that they have just been conditioned to act as if they were? He nodded. Yes, that's it. It's ironic. Now we need a lonely man and we can't find him. To pilot the interstellar spaceship? For the Evening Star, yes, Madison agreed. I picked up my pencil and held it between my two index fingers. I couldn't think of a damn thing to say. The whole problem, Madison was saying, goes back to the early days of space travel. Men were confined in a small area facing infinite space for measureless periods in freefall. Men cracked, and ships, they cracked up. But as space travel advanced, ships got larger, carried more people, more ties and reminders of human civilization. Pilots became more normal. I made myself look up at the earnest young man. But now, I said, now you want me to find you an abnormal pilot who is used to being alone, who can stand it, maybe even like it? Right. I constructed a genuine smile for him for the first time. Madison, do you really think I can find your man when evidently all the government agencies have failed? The government representative pocketed his notebook deftly, then spread his hands clumsily for an instant. At least, Doctor, he said, you may know it if you do find him. It was a lonely job to find a lonely man, General, and maybe it was a crooked job to walk a crooked mile to find a crooked man. I had to do it alone. No one else had enough experience in primitive psychology to recognize the phenomenon of loneliness, even as Madison had said. The working conditions suited me. I had to think by myself, but I had a comfortable staff to carry out my ideas. I liked my new office and the executive apartment the government supplied me. I had authority and respect, and I had security. The government assured me they would find further use for my services after I found them their man. I knew this was to keep me from dragging my tracks, but nevertheless I got right down to work. I found Gordon Maverick exactly 5 weeks from the day Madison first visited me in my old office. Of course, I planned the whole thing, Dr. Thorne, Gordon said crisply. I knew what he meant, although I hadn't guessed it before. He could tell it to me himself, I decided. Doesn't seem too much to brag about, I said. Anybody who can make up a grocery list should be able to figure out how to isolate himself on Seal Island. He sat forward, a lean Viking with a hot Latin glance, very confident of himself. I reckoned on you locating me, on you hustling me back to pilot the Evening Star. That's why I hold in here. I can't accept your story, I lied cheerfully. Nobody is going to maroon himself on an island for 3 years because of a wild possibility like that." Maverick smiled, and his sureness swelled out until it almost jabbed me in the stomach. "I took a broad gamble," he said, "but it hit the wire, didn't it?" I didn't reply, but he had his answer. I scanned the report Madison had given me from intelligence concerning the man's unorthodox behavior. Maverick had quit his postgraduate studies and passed by the secure job that had been waiting for him 18 months in a genial government office to barricade himself in an old shelter on Seal Island. It was hard to know what to make of it. He had brought impressive stores of food with him, books, sound and vision tapes, but not telephone or television. For the next 3 years he had had no contact with humanity at all. And he said he had planned it all. "Sure," he drawled. "I knew the government was looking for somebody to steer the interstellar ship that's been gossip for decades. That job," he said distinctly, "is one I would give a lot to settle into." I looked at him across my unlittered brand-new desk and accepted his irritating blonde masculinity, disliked him, admired him, and continued to examine him to decide on my final evaluation. "You've given 3 years already," I said, examining the sheets of the report with which I was thoroughly familiar. He twitched. He didn't like that, not spending 3 years. It was spendthrift, even if a goodbye. He was planning on winding up somewhere important, and to do it he had to invest his years properly. "You're trying to make me believe you deliberately extrapolated the government's need for a man who could stand being alone for long periods, and then tried to phony up references for the work by staying on that island?" "I don't like that word, phony," Maverick growled. "No? You name your word for it." Maverick unhinged to his full height. "It was proof," he said, "a test. A man can't test himself." "A lot you know," the big blonde snorted. "I know," I told him dryly. "A man who isn't a hopeless manic depressive can't consciously create a test for himself that he knows he will fail. You proved you could stay alone on an island, Buster. You didn't prove you could stay alone in a spaceship out in the middle of infinity for 3 years. Why didn't you rent a conventional rocket and try looking at some of our local space? It all looks much the same." Maverick sat down. "I don't know why I didn't do that," he whispered. Probably for the first time since he had got clever enough to beat up his big brother, Maverick was doubting himself, just a little, for just a time. I don't know whether it was good or bad for him. Contemporary psychology isn't my line, but I knew I couldn't trust a cocky kid. But I had to find out if he could still hit the target uncocked. Stan Johnson was our second lonely man, remember, General? He was stubborn. I questioned him for half an hour the first day, 2 hours the second, and on the third I turned him over to Madison. Then as I was having my lunch I suddenly thought of something and made steps back to my office. I got there just in time to grab Madison's bony wrist. The thing in his fist was silver and sharp, a hypodermic needle. Johnson's forearm was tan below the torn pastel sleeve. 2 sad-faced young men were holding him politely by the shoulders in a canvas chair. Johnson met my glance expressionlessly. I tugged on Madison's arm sharply. "What's in that damn sticker?" "Polypenthium." Madison's face was as blank as Johnson's, only his body seemed at once tired and taut. "What's it for?" I rasped. "You're the psychologist," he said sharply. I met his eyes and held on, but it was impossible to stare him down. "I don't know about physical methods. I told you. I've been dealing with people in books, films, tapes all my life. Not living men up until now. Can't you absorb that?" "Apparently I have more experience with these things than you then, Doctor. Shall I proceed?" "You shall not," I cried omnisciently. "I know enough to understand we can't get the results the government wants by drugs. You going to put that away?" Madison nodded once. "All right," he said. I unshackled my fingers and he put the shiny needle away in its case, in his suit coat pocket. "I understand, Thorne," he said, "that the general won't like this." I turned around and looked at him. "Did he order you to drug Johnson?" The government agent shook his head. "I didn't think so. I was beginning to understand government operations. He only wanted it done. Get out." Madison and his assistants marched out in orthodox Euclidean triangle formation. The doors hissed shut. "You know what?" The words jerked out from Johnson. "I think the bunch of you are crazy. Crazy." I decided to treat him like a client. Maybe that was the way contemporary psychologists handled their men. I sat on the edge of the desk jauntily, confidently, and tried to let the domino mask up a father image. "You may as well get it straight, Stan. The government needs you, and it's pointless for you to say that need is unconstitutional or anything. Bring it up and it won't be long. When survival is outside the rules change." The eyes of Johnson were strikingly like Maverick's, dark and unsettled. Only this boy, younger, smaller than the Nordic, had an appropriate skin tone, stained by the tropical sun somewhere in his ancestral past. He dropped his gaze, expelled his breath mightily, and pounded one angular knee with a half-closed fist. "I'm not complaining about conscription without representation, Doctor, but I can't make any sense out of these fool questions you keep firing at me. What in blazes are you trying to get at? What kind of reason are you after for my staying by myself? I just do it because I like it that way." With a galvanic jolt, I realized he was telling the painfully simple truth. I groaned at the realization. Maverick had convinced all of us that in our well-adjusted, or at any rate well-conditioned world, somebody had to have some purposeful reason in loneliness, solitude. So on that one instance our thinking had already been patterned, discarding all the other evidence of generations that the lonely man was only a personality type, like Johnson. I felt I had achieved at least the quantum state of a fool. Johnson silently studied the half-cupped hands laying in his lap. The hunting lodge in the Andes seemed as good a place as any to live after mother and father were killed. You might think it was lonesome at night in the mountains, but it isn't at all. You aren't alone when you can watch the burning world shadow the bow of God. I cleared my throat. The poor kid sounded like he would begin spouting something akin to poetry next. "So I believe you," I told him. "That doesn't finish it. We have to convince them. I don't like this, but the simplest way would be to volunteer for their inhibitor injection. I found out Madison and his crowd don't believe men awake, only assorted dopes." Johnson deflated his area of the room with his breath intake. "Okay," he said at last, "I guess so." When Johnson gave us what we needed to clear the problem, it didn't take me long to finish processing the rest of the handful of possible loners we had located. Unlike Johnson, all the rest had reasons for their self-imposed loneliness. Unlike Maverick, none of their reasons were associated with the interstellar flight. They instead involved literary research, swindles, isolated paranoid insanity, and other things in which the government had no interest. Suddenly I found my job was done and that we had located only two of them. Madison read my final report braced on the edge of my desk, his hand comradely on my shoulder. "Good job, Doc," he vouched, replacing the papers on my blotter with a final rustle. "Now I've got good news for you. The government wants you to test these boys for us now that you've found them for us." I closed my jaw. "That's completely out of line. My line. I know you need a contemporary man for that job." Madison punched me on the bicep, fast enough to hurt. "Doc, after this project you know more about contempt stuff than any professor who got his degree studying the textbooks you wrote." It was impossible to dislike Madison, except for practiced periods. That was probably one reason he had his job. "All right," I growled. "Get your dirty pants off my clean desk and I'll get out the bottle. We'll celebrate, huh? But you know how I felt, General. You remember how I tried to get out of it. I felt like I had led in the lambs and now I had to help shear them. As a part-time historian, I can tell you there's a word for that. Judas Goat. Give or take a word. It isn't the real thing, Doc, Madison spelled out for me, wearing a lemon twist of a smile. I looked at the twin banks of gauge facings and circuit housings in which center TV screens were picturing either Maverick or Johnson. Red and sea green lights chased each other around the control boards, died, were born again. On the screens the three-color negatives mixed to purple, shifted through a series of wrong combinations and settled into normal as the stereo oscillation echoed, convexed insanely, and deepened to hold. Video reception is lousy from 500,000 miles out. I was too eye-heavy to be surprised. Don't tell me this is the strange flight of Richard Clayton all over again. Madison clapped me on the shoulder and breathed mint at me, eyes on twittering round faces. Who wrote that? Poe? No, mock up to fake space conditions for them, but calculate the cost of the real interstellar ship. We couldn't trust either of them with it yet. You didn't really think we could afford two ships. Why do you think we haven't told one man about his opposite in a second ship? No safety margin allowable in our appropriation, Doc, or so they tell me. There's enough fuel and food to take Johnson and Maverick a long way, but not the distance. He shook his lean head almost wistfully. Damn it, Madison, what do you mean? I've been beating my lobes out for weeks for nothing? I tested them. I checked them out. Either was capable of making the flight successfully, for their own different reasons. Madison took his hand off my shoulder and made a fist of it. I'm not questioning your decision. Will you ram that through your obscene skull, Thorne? Who is? I whispered. Not me. Not I. Not I. The General, I announced. Just not me. Was he actually trembling? But it wasn't concern about what I thought of him. Somebody closer, maybe. Things were building up for him. He jammed his nose almost up against the glass dial surfaces, swaying gently in his cups, staring slightly cross-eyed at the arrowed numbers. You'll continue your test from here, Madison said. Tell them they're going to die. My face was at once cool and damp. That's a tough examination, I gasped. A lie, Madison told me. The boys at Psychic Center worked out the problems. You told me you wanted me, I screamed at him furiously. Control your passionate, dainty voice. You worked well with those two. The experts could work through you better. Right through me, like a razor blade through margarine, I said. It's not fair. No, it's science. Psychology is a science, not an art. Don't damn me. I'm not the inventor, Madison continued. I'm one of them, I murmured, but I'd just as rather you didn't blame me either. Madison punched the button for me with a palsied, manicured thumb. Guess what, Maverick, I said viciously, you're going to die. What the blazes are you babbling about? The blonde doll snapped at me from the box of the video screen. I scanned the type, stiff-backed idiot prompters Madison shoved into my fist. It's true, you can't get out alive. What's happened? His face perfectly blank. Nothing out of the ordinary, I said. They have just informed me it was planned this way. It wasn't possible to build a round-trip ticket yet. You need a lot of fuel to make course adjustments for the curvature of space, so forth. The radio will send back your reports on the Alpha Centaurian planets. Undoubtedly, by all rules of probability, they won't support life without a massive equipment. They suckered me too, Maverick. I swear. You turning back? No, he said almost immediately. I thought you were after the rewards, trained to get them. You won't be able to enjoy them posthumously. The video blanked. He had turned off his camera. I guess I thought so, Maverick's voice said. But I kinda like it out here, alone. I like people, but back there's no one to touch. They smother you, but you can't reach them. I can't do anything better back there than I can do here. Madison got a bottle and he and I got sloppily drunk. leaning on each other, singing innocently obscene songs of our youth. The technicians, good government men, were openly disgusted with us. 2 hours after we had contacted Maverick, I left Madison snoring on the desk and lurched to the control board, bunching my soiled shirt at the throat with my hand. I called Johnson. "Going to die, Johnson. Tricked you. Can't get back, Johnson. Not ever. No fuel. Huh, you can't ever go home again, Johnson. Like that, you damned runny-nosed little poet." His dark face worked weakly. He sure as thunderation didn't like it. He asked for the bloody details and I fed them to him. "Turning back, aren't you?" I jeered. "I just wanted a place and time for thinking," he said, "across the solar system. But I'll die, and I don't know if you can dream in death." "Just what I thought," I sneered. "I'm not turning back," he said slowly. "People need me. I've got a job to do, haven't I? Haven't I?" "No!" I screamed at him. "You're just using that as an excuse to kill yourself. Don't try to tell me you're not weak. Don't you try to make me think you're strong. Hear me, Johnson? Hear me?" But he couldn't hear me. One of the government technicians had broken the contact before that last spurt. "This is good," Madison said, pawing fuzzily at his pocket. "Really good." I studied the 3 or 4 watch dials wobbling up and down my elongated wrist. They seemed to say it was almost sunrise. I leered at Madison. Yeah, what is it? Huh? He shoved a crumpled card into my lax fingers. "Now," he said, "now tell them." Yeah. "Tell them the whole thing is useless." My stomach retched dryly, grinding the sober pills to dust between its ulcerating walls. "Maverick," I said to the empty video tube, "they made a mistake. They underestimated the curvature. You can't reach Alpha Centauri. You can't correct enough. Free space is all you'll hit. Ever. You may as well come home." The voice came out of nowhere, from nothing. "I don't want to come back. I like it here. This is what I've always been trying to get, and I never knew it." Madison grabbed my arm with pronged fingers. "Shut up, Doc. That's just the way the government wants him to be." "Johnson," I said to the creased face on the screen, "they made a mistake. They underestimated curvature. You can't reach Alpha Centauri. You can't correct enough. Free space is all you'll hit. Ever. You may as well come back." Johnson sighed, a whisper of breath across the miles. "I'll keep going. No one has ever been so far out before. I can report valuable things." I stood there. The textbooks report it takes muscular effort to frown, more so than to smile. But my face seemed to flow into the lines of pain so hard it ached without any effort of my will, and I knew it would hurt to smile. "They passed the final test," Madison said at my side. "Tell them it was a test." I would do it for him. I didn't need to do it for myself. I motioned the technician to open both channels. "The ship you are in," I said, with no need to tell them of each other, "is not the real Evening Star. It will not take you to the stars. This has only been a test to credit your fitness to pilot the real interstellar craft of the Star Project. You must return to the lunar satellite. This is a direct order." The 2 screens remained blank. Only the windless silence of space echoed over Johnson's channel, but the tapes later proved that I actually did hear a whispered laugh from Maverick. I faced Madison. "They won't come back. They could have passed any test except the fact that what we put them through was only a test. For their own reasons, they will keep going, as far as they can." Madison took out his notebook and seemed to look for vital information, except that he never cracked the cover. "Of course, we can't get them back if they won't come," he said. "If cybernetic remotes functioned operationally at this distance, we wouldn't have to send men at all." He replaced the pocket secretary and looked at me edgewise, speculatively. I touched his arm. "Let's find another bottle," I said. He stepped back. "You found them. You tested them. You killed them." and the government man walked away and left me standing with a murderer. You see it now, don't you, General? What I'm carrying around on my back is guilt. Not a guilt complex, not guilt fixation, just plain old Abel Cain guilt. In this nice, well-ordered age, I'm a killer and everybody knows it. You see our mistake, General. We sent men with variable amounts of loneliness. These amounts could alter, but now we have a golden opportunity. The evening star is waiting, and I have found for you a man with the true measure of loneliness. It is impossible for this man to become any more or any less lonely. It isn't the ultimate possible loneliness. Understand that, General? It's just that by himself or with others, he is always in a crowd of three, no more, no less. The interstellar ship is waiting. So tell me, General, have you ever seen a lonelier man than me, your humble servitor, Dr. Thorne? No, I mean it. Have you? End of section 15. Section 16 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Walls of Acid by Henry Haas. 5 millenniums have passed since the loathsome Termins were eliminated from the world of Diskra. But what of the other planets? Reynolds stirred, throbbed sluggishly once, then lay quiescent as his mental self surged up from the deeps of non-entity, and gradually came to know that someone had entered the room, his room, far beneath the city. Now he could feel the vibrocurrents through the liquids of the huge tanks where he had lain somnolent for untold eons. It was pleasant, caressing. For a moment he floated there, enjoying to the utmost this strange sensation as the renewed thought-life force set his every convolution to pulsing. To be once more aware, oh gloriously aware. The thought came fierce and vibrant. Once more they have awakened me, but how long has it been? Then curiously, and what can they want this time? The huge brain was alert now, with a supernal sense of keening. Tentatively he set out a thought potential that encompassed the room. They're afraid, he sensed. 2 have entered here, and they are afraid of me. I shall remedy that. Brainall lowered his thought potential to 1/8 of the magnitude, and felt his mind contact theirs. "Approach, my children," he said kindly. "You have nothing to fear from me. I take it you are the imperial messengers sent by her supreme magnificence, the Empress Alazar." He felt the fright slip from their minds, but they were startled. "The Empress Udala reigns now, 4th in the royal line," came the thought. "Empress Salazar died long ago." "I am truly grieved," Brainall flashed to them. "Alazar, may she rest in peace, did not neglect me. How well I remember her interest in the stories I could tell, stories of the Diskra of old when we sent men out to glorious adventures on other planets. Aye, 5 millenniums ago it was that we achieved space travel. In those days—" Brainall ceased his reminiscences, aware that these 2 were trying to get their thoughts through to him. "That is why we have come. The Empress Udala, too, wishes a story. The story of the first space flight from Diskra, and the events that brought it about, and of how of how I came to be as you see me now. I shall be delighted, my children, to tell it again. But first, prepare the trance to lectors so that it may be recorded faithfully." Brainall directed them to a machine on the far side of the room, and instructed them as to its operation. Soon the hundreds of tiny coils were humming, and a maze of tubes fed out of the machine, on which would be recorded Brainall's every thought. For the moment he paused, gently swaying, pulsing, a huge independent brain suspended in the pale green liquid. Then he began his story. "Your Supreme Beneficence, when the imperial messengers came to me, bringing the communication with which you deigned to address my decrepit solitude, It was like a glorious ray of light come to illumine the deepening darkness of my declining years. It is with trepidation that I set about to fulfill your exalted command. 5 millenniums, aye, even more, have passed, since those who were part of that segment of history into which you inquire have become but drifting dust. Only within the feeble memory of your humblest servant is there any record of it. 5 millenniums, aye, that was truly the golden period of our beloved Diskra. Not that our period under your serene effulgence is not golden indeed. But in that day all Diskra was under the glorious rule of Paladin. His city on the scarlet shores of our central sea was the wonder of us all. Aye, we had a sea then, where there is now but desert. The intelligent planets were 3, our own Diskra, of course, 4th from the sun, and the nearest the sun, Mirla, that fiery globe, where life apes the quality of our own salamander existing by necessity near the flames, and second from the sun, Venia, the cloud-capped world, where life exalts the virtues of the fish. Of the 3rd planet, Terra, we then knew little. Our cities faced the sun in those days, towering in polychromatic splendor. Height was no obstacle then, for we had wings. Wings! Think of it, O beneficence! No need had we of clumsy metal vessels. But all that has changed. Now no whir of wings disturbs the air, and our formitectural splendors rise within. The history of this change is what your supreme exaltation would know. This, then, is the record. With the rule of Paladin was born the age of science, not so much due to the intellects of that day, as through the driving urge of ultimate necessity. For Paladin had a brother, Thid. He was unfortunately a mutant. Whereas our features were delicate and quite regular, Thid's were gross and stamped with power. His royal head was too large and cumbersome, and instead of our slender waist, he was almost asymmetrical in shape. In short, no member of our fairer sex, royal sex, could look upon him with aught but horror, and it was because of this that he was dietetically conditioned for the realm of science. It was a mistake. As the years passed, the loneliness of his virtual exile tended to derange Thid's prodigious mind. Aye, prodigious, and dangerous in his manic depressive state. Then one day Paladin called an emergency meeting of the inner council. I, Reynolds, was a member of that council. "It has come to my attention," Paladin said, "that Thid has been carrying on certain dangerous experiments. Experiments of that sort could well be inimical to us, to our very existence." We well knew to what Paladin referred, but Thid was his brother, one of the imperial ones. No one dared speak. "Why was I not made aware of it sooner?" Paladin demanded sternly. "You, Reynolds, you knew of it?" "Yes, your Majesty, I was frightened. I beg to explain. I have tried to dissuade him." Paladin's visage became less stern, as though he understood our reluctance in this matter. "True," he said, "Thid is my brother. He must be mad. And I tell you now, if he has gone as far in this experiment as I suspect, I shall not hesitate to apply the only remedy dictated by efficiency, death. Have him brought to me at once." But Thid was nowhere to be found. He had learned of Paladin's anger, and had fled into the Diskran desert where the abhorred Termins dwelt in myriads despite all our effort to eradicate them. These Termins were soft-bodied, subterranean creatures with an obstinate life force, and we had long realized that they might one day be a menace to us. So into the desert our Thid fled, spurred by the knowledge that his life was forfeit. For a time he was naturally thought dead. Who could survive unprotected the extremes of heat and cold? And if by a miracle he triumphed over the elements, how to survive the appalling enmity of the Termins, whose rudimentary brains conceived no mercy? Nevertheless, startling bits of rumor began to drift into our city, rumors that Thid had been seen, leading hordes of gigantic termins across the desert wastes. We laughed, of course, for caravanners are ever the prey of sun mirages, and legends are dear to their souls. A legend was begun concerning Thid. Arriving caravans vied with each other in fantastic reports. Some had seen him with immense hordes of the repulsive termins. Still others had discovered subterranean labyrinths being built by the termins under his command, and had barely escaped with their lives. And still we laughed, blessed by the constant climate on the shores of our sea, and the beneficent rule of our exalted Paladin. And then we ceased to laugh. Paladin called together his council of scientists. "Can it be?" Paladin asked. "2 whole caravans have vanished on the way to Etzka beyond the mountains." And he told us more, reports that had arrived from other cities. Survivors had arrived, with the light of madness in their eyes, babbling some nameless fear. Others had died from ghastly wounds, great burns that refused to heal, but spread a kind of disease through the tissues. I, Brainall, examined some of these wounds and reported to Paladin. Only a perverted, scientific intellect such as Thid's could have evolved weapons to inflict such wounds. If he has organized the termins, suggested another council member, despite their pygmy size, they will become a menace that cannot be ignored. "We have delayed too long," thundered Paladin. "Find Thid. I command it." An army, the greatest ever assembled on Diskra, was sent forth to hunt out Thid and exterminate the termins whom he had managed to organize by heaven only knew what magic. The planet must be cleansed of that leprous form of life, else there would be no peace. But we did not know what depths of horror we were to plumb. Even now, O illustrious Empress, reason reels and totters at the remembrance. I led one fine division of the Imperial Guards, armored warriors of the first magnitude. With them I felt able to conquer planets, not to speak of the trivial-sized termins. For many days we trekked, penetrating ever deeper the red desert's heart. But of the abhorred termins we caught no sight. There was only the molten downpour of sun by day, and the desiccating numbness of cold at night. But on the 6th day, as we encamped near an underground pool located by our experts, we encountered the termins. The blue wings of dusk were beating down when suddenly, from every rampart of sand dune, every crumbling hillock, out of the very bowls of the planet itself, they came like an avalanche. They carried slender metal tubes that spewed polychromatic death at us. Whenever the deadly discharge touched, would appear horrible burns that ate away the tissues. But that isn't what paralyzed us. We had known these vermin to be short of 12 inches tall, but now they reared monstrously 4 feet into the air. Their black hairy limbs lashed in an ecstasy of murder lust, their beady eyes gleamed with fiendish purpose. And they had intelligent leaders. The sight of these monsters grown to such awful size struck terror into the hearts of our legion. Nevertheless, we, who are 7 feet tall, towered above them as we fought with the strength and ferocity of desperation. Every weapon at our command was brought into play, and they were blasted and seared by the myriads. Still they came on, blindly, unswervingly, as if driven by a single prodigious force. How these life forms had grown to such bestial proportions was not known until later. We captured a few and delicately probed them, while still alive, of course, dissecting their anatomy until we found that some genius had managed to control their growth through glandular development. That genius could have only been our Thid. Soon the desert was covered by a sea of their dead, and ours. The stench was unbearable, for the termins exude an odor of their own, particularly in death, which is sheer nausea. But lest I offend your refined sensibilities, O serene Empress, perhaps it were best that I draw a veil of darkness over that shambles of horror. At last it seemed as if only utter annihilation of both sides would be the outcome. Already the battle had lasted for 3 obeisances of our Diskra to its parent sun. And then wisely, our glorious paladin flashed to us the command to retreat. Already Eska and Kraj have fallen, with all the populace wiped out, said the message. The Termans are converging upon our capital city. Return here with all haste. So it was that we retreated, those who remained of us, to the capital, and prepared to make a formidable stand. The other armies of our empire had done likewise. Who would have thought that this despised, destructive form of life could ever become such a menace? We remembered one of Thid's treatises on the noxious pests, in which he had maintained that they had rudimentary intelligence and an interesting, if sub-primitive, form of social life. How we had laughed at the thought of imputing a social order to these subterranean aphids. But we weren't laughing now. A race of malignant monsters had sprung up in the 20 years that Thid had vanished into the desert. Of Thid, nothing more was seen, but we knew he must still exist somewhere among the Termans. Under that baleful, inventive genius their weapons seemed to multiply, and we were forced to tax our scientists to the utmost in order to have weapons of defense, and yes, O beneficence, defense. For now, though we had managed to stem their attack on our capital, they were steadily encroaching on our territory. Underground lakes and streams were dammed by these fiends. Vast areas of vegetation were denuded. Precious mines of rare metals were converted by them, under Thid's direction, into sources for their ceaseless attacks. Aye, we died 1,000 deaths multiplied 1,000 times. Our etheromagnum, by which our telepathic vibrations were amplified for planetary broadcast, became a monotonous recorder of tragedy as city after city fell to the hordes. For untold years this savage struggle went on. How well we realized that this was a war for sole dominance of the planet. Until at last, only our proud capital by the shores of the Scarlet Sea and its immense valley was left to us. We must evolve the principles of interspatial travel, Paladin told us sadly. The day may come when we shall need it. Hitherto, our rare flights to Venia and Myrla had been primitive affairs in which the dangerous rocket principle was employed, with the terrific effects of acceleration crushing the crews and making landing an even greater hazard than the flight itself. But now, through inconceivable efforts of thought, through sheer desperation, our scientists evolved a system of atomic integration in which free orbital electrons were utilized to create atomic quantities beyond our known table, drawing upon the energy that could be harnessed in the process. It is difficult to describe otherwise than through pure mathematics, though if your serene effulgence wishes, I will be happy to describe it to you at a later date. It will take some little effort to recall the exact formulae. We must send an expedition to Terra, Paladin told us. From what we have been able to gather astronomically, that planet seems habitable. Myrla, we know, is out of the question. It is a holocaust of fire. And to dwell on the semi-aquatic world of Venia, a new environmental adaptation would be necessary. Fantastic, wasn't it, O exalted Empress, that we, the rightful lords of Diskra, should be compelled to abandon our beloved homes by a horde of vermin? Indeed, it was a tragic day when the first scientific expedition was assembled, and I, Brainall, was honored beyond my humble deserts by this supreme magnificence, Paladin. I was assigned as recorder on the expedition. Strapped and cushioned until not an inch of my body was visible, I was launched into space together with my fellow scientists within the spheroid confines of our atomic projectile. The agony of enduring, even for seconds, the required acceleration will forever remain in my mind as the ultimate in torture. But at last the agony was gone, as we traveled at an unimaginable speed toward the planet which we hoped would be our future home. No, not hoped, because meanwhile on Diskra the experiments with acid gas were going on, in a sort of last-ditch defense which we hoped might stem the endless hordes. It was on the 11th day that we really saw Terra in its full prismatic glory. For days it had loomed larger in our three-dimensional electrocone, where we studied its continents and oceans to select the likeliest spot for a landing. Terra was intensely blue now, rivaling in color the priceless zafarines of our own Diskra. I hope in the humblest depths of my mind, O Empress Udala, that you shall never know the unplumbed abyss of loneliness we all felt. At last we were forced to use the forward atomic beam to break our meteoric entrance to the heavy atmosphere. We had, of course, turned on the neutralizing frigirectifiers that formed a network on the outer shell of our sphere. At last we were through. Dipping lower as we circled, we discerned majestic oceans, ice-clad peaks crowning the stark glory of the landscape, and then more inviting lands crisscrossed by rivers and studded with shining lakes. It was to us, O great beneficence, a paradise indeed. Entranced, we all but forgot our landing, which would require the utmost skill. Brunoj, our greatest navigator, was at the controls, padded and cushioned beyond the possibility of injury. The rest of us retired to the special crash room. I remember we carried in our laboratory, in a special container of glass aran, 2 embalmed specimens of the monstrous termins. These we were to show as a warning to whatever race existed here. One glance at the revolting monsters would have been enough for an intelligent race. Now that would not be necessary. Terra seemed uninhabited. We had seen no cities as we circumnavigated the globe. Had intelligent life forms failed as yet to materialize on this verdant world? We assumed that fact, in our joyous eagerness to feel the good earth beneath us. Prepare to land, came the warning from Brunoj. To this day I cannot say what happened. No one knew. For the brief instant in which I remained conscious, I felt as if Terra had burst asunder under the terrific impact. Nor do I know when I finally struggled upward from oblivion. It may have been hours later or days. Many of us were dead. I was a hopelessly crushed horror who still lived somehow, miraculously. For many days we remained within our sphere, disposing of the dead, tending to the injured, conserving our strength. I might have been destroyed, but with that frantic will to live which rises within us, I flashed a message to my companions. I still live. Place me in the delocalizer. I will still be of use. This was done. The delocalizer reacted on the thalamic region of my brain, intercepted pain currents, and allowed me to exist without physical feeling. Only my mind, lucid and intensely alive as never before, continued to record the adventure in this world. It was not until later that my brain was completely dissevered from my crushed body. My companions had tested the atmosphere and found no gases that might have been inimical to our organisms. Thus they prepared for the greatest adventure of all, the emergence. The locks were opened. A draught of fragrant, if heavy atmosphere swept through our globe. It was pleasantly invigorating and bright outside, so I was told by their telepathic messages, for I alone remained within. Telepathically they kept me informed, as they wandered up the narrow valley. The soil was firm and amazingly fertile. Vegetation grew thickly everywhere. They reached the far end of the valley at last, and rocky ramparts towered over them. Then it was— how can I begin to describe to you, exalted Empress? From their minds, coming back to me, was a sudden flood of excited, hysterical thought. It seemed filled with intense loathing and fear. Imagine me there, if you can, helpless and in a frenzy of despair, wondering what they could have encountered. Desperately I extended my potential. I managed to intuit a fierce battle in which they were engaging. Some of my companions were dying. Hordes of fierce denizens from the rocks above were descending upon them. They had taken weapons along, true, but I could sense now by their frantic thought that these warlike creatures of Terra numbered in the hundreds, with hordes of them swarming from beyond. For a long while the battle raged, then I sensed that my companions were retreating. Oh, I was glad, glad! At last I would not be left alone. But of the 200 who had ventured out, only 6 returned. As they operated the lock of the ship and tumbled in, I could see, or rather perceive, a long part of the terrain behind them. Then it was that my mind sickened, for the creatures of this bright new world were termins. Slightly different from those we had battled on Diskra, true. These were even more monstrous, over 6 feet tall, with long shaggy manes and reddish fuzz covering their 4 limbs. Oh, beneficence, I swear it! Sickening blue eyes! They walked upright and carried crude weapons, shafts of wood fitted with sharp-edged stone. Not until much later did my returning companions tell me what they had seen through their telescopic lenses. Just beyond this valley were vast plains where the termins seemed to number in the thousands, huge nomadic tribes of them. There were other creatures as well, some massive beyond all belief, others fierce and blood-lusting with huge, saber-like teeth. We could colonize Terra indeed, was the consensus of our thoughts, but at what a price? To be forever battling these creatures, particularly the termins, that abominable genus Homo. Can you imagine, O Empress Udala, how the irony of it bit us? It was almost more than we could bear to think that on Diskra our own genus Formicae was in life or death struggle with these creatures, and we had found them swarming here as well. All of this lush, verdant world was defiled. There was nothing we remaining 7 could do now. Sadly we set about repairing the ship, so that we could bear the awful tidings back to Diskra. As we sped again toward our beloved planet, a sombre pall fell upon us. The interchange of thoughts were brief and tinged with a profound despair. This resolved into amazement, however, as we came ever closer to Diskra. For now, through our telectoscope we could see that our planet had been subtly altered. A few symmetrical lines had appeared on the face of Diskra, as if a cosmic hand had drawn straight lines across with mathematical precision. Not until we had safely landed did we learn the truth. Oh, joyous news! The hordes of termins had been repulsed and were even then being slowly driven back. Our scientists had created in the laboratories a type of formic acid, somewhat similar to the vesictory secretion occurring within our own bodies, but infinitely more deadly. It had been used as a weapon against the termins. And more, huge walls of gaseous formic acid, held unwavering by electronic force fields, were being erected. It was these walls that caused the astronomical illusion we had seen from space. The rest, O illustrious Empress, I believe you know well. How the termins never again were able to penetrate our walls. How we waged war on the detestable creatures for a number of years until finally no trace of them remained on Diskra. Aye, 5 millenniums have passed since the events I have related. 5 millenniums since my crushed body was done away with, and I was preserved in my rectangle of glycerin, with a constantly renovated thought-life fluid kept exquisitely warm. In this state I have accompanied many other expeditions to the planets, in my capacity of official recorder. But I am yours to command, exalted princess, should you wish to hear of them. But I have a warning. Slowly I have developed a new sense that needs not eyes, nor ears, nor sense of touch, no antennae even, such as I once possessed, but unites and transcends all these. And I beg of you in my utmost abject humility, do not venture to remove even one formic acid wall, either from above or from its depth into the ground. Rather build more. Perceptively I shudder in the awful remembrance of their occasion, and the day may come when they will be needed once more. Thus I warn humbly, and remain your supreme fertility's most insignificant servant, Reynolds. End of section 16. Section 17 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Texas Week by Albert Herrnhuter. Meeting the little man who isn't there is rated a horrendous experience, but discovery that the man is there may be even worse. The slick black car sped along the wide straight street. It came to a smooth stop in front of a clean white house. A man got out of the car and walked briskly to the door. Reaching out with a pink hand, he pressed the doorbell with one well-manicured finger. The door was answered by a housewife. She was wearing a white blouse, a green skirt, and a green apron trimmed with white. Her feet were tucked into orange slippers. Her blonde hair was done up in a neat bun. She was dressed as the government had ordered for that week. The man said, "Are you Mrs. Christopher Nest?" There was a trace of anxiety in her voice as she answered, "Yes, and you are?" "My name is Maxwell Hanstark. As you may already know, I am the official psychiatrist for this district. My appointment will last until the end of this year." Mrs. Nest invited him in. They stepped into a clean living room. At one end was the television set. At the other end were several chairs. There was nothing between the set and the chairs except a large gray rug which stretched from wall to wall. They walked to the chairs and sat down. "Now, just what is the matter with your husband, Mrs. Nest?" Mrs. Nest reached into a large bowl and absently picked up a piece of stale popcorn. She daintily placed it in her mouth and chewed thoughtfully before she answered. "I wish I knew. All he does all day long is sit in the backyard and stare at the grass. He insists that he is standing on top of a cliff." Hanstark took out a small pad and a short ballpoint pen. He wrote something down before he spoke again. "Is he violent? Did he get angry when you told him there was no cliff?" Mrs. Nest was silent for a moment. The second piece of popcorn joined the first. Hanstark's pen was poised above the pad. "No, he didn't get violent." Hanstark wrote as he asked the next question. Just what was his reaction? "He said I must be crazy." Were those his exact words? "No, he said that I was." She thought for a moment. "Loco. Yes, that was the word." "Loco?" "Yes, he said it just like those cowboys on the television." Hanstark looked puzzled. "Perhaps you'd better tell me more about this. When did he first start acting this way?" Mrs. Nest glanced up at the television set, then back at Hanstark. "It was right after Texas Week. You remember, they showed all of those old cowboy pictures." Hanstark nodded. "Well, he stayed up every night watching them. Some nights he didn't even go to sleep. Even after the set was off, he sat in one of the chairs, just staring at the screen. This morning, when I got up, he wasn't in the house. I looked all over, but I couldn't find him. I was just about ready to phone the police when I glanced out the window into the backyard, and I saw him." "What was he doing?" "He was just sitting there in the middle of the yard staring. I went out and tried to bring him into the house. He told me he had to watch for someone. When I asked him what he was talking about, he told me that I was crazy. That was when I phoned you, Mr. Hanstark." "A very wise move, Mrs. Nest. And would you show me where your husband is right now?" She nodded her head and they both got up from the chairs. They walked through the dining room and kitchen. On the back porch, Hanstark came to a halt. "You'd better stay here, Mrs. Nest." He walked to the door and opened it. "Mr. Hanstark," Mrs. Nest called. Hanstark turned and saw her standing next to the automatic washing machine. "Yes?" "Please be careful." Hanstark smiled. "I shall be, Mrs. Nest." He walked out of the door and down 3 concrete steps. Looking a little to his right, he saw a man squatted on his heels. He walked up to the man. "You are Mr. Christopher Nest?" The man looked up and stared for a moment at Hanstark. "Yep," he answered. Then he turned and stared at the grass again. "And may I ask you what you were doing?" Nest answered without looking up. "Guarding the pass." Hanstark scribbled something in his notebook. "And why are you guarding the pass?" Nest rose to his feet and stared down at Hanstark. "Just what are you asking all these questions for, stranger?" Hanstark saw Nest was bigger than he, and decided to play along for a while. After all, strategy. "I'm just interested in your welfare, Mr. Nest." Nest shrugged his shoulders. He reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out a sack of tobacco and some paper. Holding a piece of paper in one hand, he carefully poured a little tobacco into it. In one quick movement he rolled the paper and tobacco into a perfect cylinder. He put the sack of tobacco and paper back into his pocket and took out a wooden kitchen match. He scraped it to life on the sole of his shoe and applied the flame to the tip of the cigarette. He puffed it into life and threw the match away. It burned for a few moments in the moist grass, then went out. A thin trail of smoke rose from it and then was gone. "Why are you guarding the pass?" Hanstark asked again. Nest resumed his crouch on the grass. "News is around that Dirty Dan the cattle rustler is going to try to steal some of my cattle." He patted an imaginary holster at his side, "and I aim to stop him." Hanstark thought for a moment. Strategy. He must use strategy. "Mr. Nest." He waited until Nest had turned to him. "Mr. Nest, what would you say if I told you that there was no pass down there?" "Why, shucks, partner, I'd say you'd been chewing some loco weed." "And if I could prove it?" Nest answered after a moment's pause. "Why, then I guess I'd be loco." Hanstark thought it was going to be easy. "Mr. Nest, it is a well-known fact that no one can walk in mid-air. Is that not true?" Nest took a deep drag on his cigarette and blew the smoke out of his nostrils. "Sure." "Then if I were to walk out above your pass, you'd have to admit there is no pass." "Reckon so." Hanstark began to walk in the direction of Nest's cliff. Nest jumped to his feet and grabbed the official psychiatrist by the arm. "What are you trying to do?" Nest said angrily. "Kill yourself?" Hanstark shook free of his grasp. "Mr. Nest, I'm not going to kill myself. I'm merely going to walk in that direction." He pointed to where the cliff was supposed to be. "To you it will look as if I were walking in mid-air." Nest dropped his hands to his sides. "Shucks, I don't care if you kill yourself. It's just that it's liable to make the cattle nervous." Hanstark gave him a cold glare and began to walk. He took 3 paces and stopped. "You see, Mr. Nest, there is no cliff." Nest looked at him and laughed. "You just take one more step and you'll find there is a cliff." Hanstark took another step, a long one. His face bore a surprised look as he disappeared beneath the grass. His screams could be heard for a moment before he landed on the rocks below. Nest walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down at the mangled body. He took off his hat in respect. "Little feller had a lot of guts." Then he added, "Poor little feller." He put his hat back on and looked down at the entrance to the valley. A horse and rider appeared from behind several rocks. "Dirty Dan!" Nest exclaimed. He reached down and picked up his rifle. End of section 17. Section 18 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Smiler by Albert Herrnhunter. Have you ever written science fiction? Have your stories been rejected? Herein may lie the reason. Your name? Cole, Martin Cole. Your profession? A very important one. I'm a literary agent specializing in science fiction. I sell the work of various authors to magazine and book publishers. The coroner paused to study Cole. to ponder the thin, mirthless smile. The coroner said, "Mr. Cole, this inquest has been called to look into the death of one Sanford Smith, who was found near your home with a gun in his hand and a bullet in his brain. The theory of suicide has been rather hard to rationalize?" The coroner blinked. "You could put it that way. I would put it even stronger. The theory is obviously ridiculous. It was a weak cover-up. The best I could do under the circumstances. You are saying that you killed Sanford Smith?" "Of course." The coroner glanced at his six-man jury, at the two police officers, at the scattering of spectators. They all seemed stunned. Even the reporter sent to cover the hearing made no move toward the telephone. The coroner could think of only the obvious question: "Why did you kill him?" "He was dangerous to us." "Whom do you mean by us?" "We Martians, who plan to take over your world." The coroner was disappointed. A lunatic. But a lunatic can murder. Best to proceed, the coroner thought. "I was not aware that we have Martians to contend with. If I'd had the right weapon to use on Smith, you wouldn't be aware of it now. We still exercise caution." The coroner felt a certain pity. "Why did you kill Smith?" "We Martians have found science fiction writers to be our greatest danger. Through the medium of imaginative fiction, such writers have more than once revealed our plans. If the public suddenly realized that—" The coroner broke in. "You killed Smith because he revealed something in his writings?" "Yes. He refused to take my word that it was unsaleable. He threatened to submit it direct. It was vital material." "But there are many other such writers. You can't control—" "We control 90% of the output. We have concentrated on the field, and all of the science fiction agencies are in our hands. This control was imperative." "I see." The coroner spoke in the gentle tones one uses with the insane. "Any writing dangerous to your cause is deleted or changed by the agents." "Not exactly. The agent usually persuades the writer to make any such changes, as the agent is considered an authority on what will or will not sell." "The writers always agree?" "Not always. If stubbornness is encountered, the agent merely shelves the manuscripts and tells the writer it has been repeatedly rejected." The coroner glanced at the two policemen. Both were obviously puzzled. They returned the coroner's look, apparently ready to move on his order. The thin, mirthless smile was still on Cole's lips. Maniacal violence could lie just behind it. Possibly Cole was armed. Better to play for time, try to quiet the madness within. The coroner continued speaking. "You Martians have infiltrated other fields also?" "Oh, yes. We are in government, industry, education. We are everywhere. We have, of course, concentrated mainly upon the ranks of labor and in the masses of ordinary, everyday people. It is from these sources that we will draw our shock troops when the time comes." "That time will be?" "Soon, very soon." The coroner could not forbear a smile. "You find the science fiction writers more dangerous than the true scientists?" "Oh, yes. The scientific mind tends to reject anything science disproves." There was now a mocking edge to Cole's voice. "Science can easily prove we do not exist." "But the science fiction writer?" "The danger from the imaginative mind cannot be overestimated." The coroner knew he must soon order the officers to lay hands upon this madman. He regretted his own lack of experience with such situations. He tried to put a soothing, confidential note into his voice. "You said a moment ago that if you'd had the right kind of weapon to use on Smith—" Cole reached into his pocket and brought out what appeared to be a fountain pen. "This. It kills instantly and leaves no mark whatever. Heart failure is invariably stated as the cause of death." The coroner felt better. Obviously, Cole was not armed. As the coroner raised a hand to signal the officers, Cole said, "You understand, of course, that I cannot let you live. Take this man into custody." The police officers did not move. The coroner turned on them sharply. They were smiling. Cole pointed the fountain pen. The coroner felt a sharp chill on his flesh. He looked at the injury, at the newspaper man, the spectators. They were all smiling cold, thin, terrible smiles. A short time later, the newspaper man phoned in his story. The afternoon editions carried it. Coroner Bell dies of heart attack. Shortly after this morning's inquest, which resulted in a jury verdict of suicide in the case of Sanford Smith, Coroner James Bell dropped dead of heart failure in the hearing room of the county building. Mr. Bell leaves a wife and... End of section 18. Section 19 of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Day of the Dog by Anderson Horn. They came home from a strange journey, and heroes they might have been, a little dog and a man. Carol stared glumly at the ship-to-shore transmitter. I hate being out here in the middle of the Caribbean with no radio communication. Can't you fix it? This is a year for sunspots, and transmission usually gets impossible around dusk, Bill explained. It will be all right in the morning. If you want to listen to the radio, you can use the portable radio directional finder. That always works. I want to catch the 5 o'clock news and hear the latest on our satellite, Carol replied. She went to the RDF and switched it on to the standard broadcast channel. Anyhow, I'd feel better if we could put out a signal. The way we're limping along with the water in our gas is no fun. It will take us 20 hours to get back to Nassau the way we're losing RPMs. Bill Anderson looked at his young, pretty wife and smiled. You're behaving like a tenderfoot. We have plenty of gas, a good boat, and perfect weather. Tomorrow morning I'll clean out our carburetors and we'll pick up speed. Meantime, we're about to enter one of the prettiest harbors in the Bahamas. Throw over anchor. The RDF drowned him out. The world is anxiously awaiting the return of the chamber from the world's first manned satellite launched by the United States 10 days ago. The world also awaits the answers to 2 questions. Is there any chance that Robert Joy, the volunteer scientist who went up in the satellite, is still living? There seems to be little hope for his survival since radio communication from him stopped 3 days ago. Timing mechanism for the ejection of Joy are set for tonight. And that's the second question. Will the satellite, still in its orbit, eject the chamber containing Joy? Will it eject the chamber as scheduled, and will the chamber arrive at Earth at the designated place? There are so many ifs to this project which is shrouded in secrecy. The President himself has assured us of a free flow of news once the chamber has been recovered, and this station will be standing by to bring you a full report. Carol switched the radio off. Do you think he's still alive? She suppressed a shudder. God! Think of a human being up there in that thing. Well, the dog lived for several days. It was just a question of getting it back, which the Russians couldn't do. I don't know about Joy. He sounded real cheerful and healthy until his broadcast stopped. Bill peered into the fading twilight. Come on now, let's put our minds to getting the hook over. They concentrated on the tricky entrance to the lee side of Little Harbor Key. It meant finding and passing a treacherous coral head north of the adjoining frozen key. Little Harbor Key was midway in the chain of the Berry Islands, which stretched to the north like beads in a necklace. There's the cove, called Carol. About a mile of coastline ahead was the small native settlement. Once the center of a thriving sponge industry, the island was now practically deserted. A handful of cottages, a pile of conch shells on the beach, and 2 fishing smacks gave evidence of a remaining, though sparse, population. Dusk was rapidly approaching, and Carol strained her eyes against the failing light. Bill heard her call his name and saw her pointing, not ahead to their anchorage, but amidships and toward the sky. He turned his eyes to where she was indicating and saw a dullish object in the sky, some 1,000 feet up. The object seemed to be falling leisurely towards Earth. "What in the world is that?" asked Bill. "It's not a bird, that's for sure." The object seemed to be parachuting, not free-falling. The breezes were blowing it towards the island. Before they could study it further, it was lost in the lowering dusk and darkness of the shoreline. "Looks like a ball on a parachute," Bill finally said. However, the business at hand was to make secure the 7 seas, and together they spent the next quarter-hour anchoring. After setting the hook securely, Carol and Bill donned swimsuits, dove overboard and swam lazily the 300 yards into shore. "Let's try to find that thing we saw. It shouldn't be too far from here," said Carol, the moment they hit the beach. They climbed inland on the rocky island. Little green lizards scooted underfoot and vines scratched at their ankles. Bill was leading, when suddenly he called, "Carol, I see something up ahead." "There's something lying on the ground." He hurried toward what he had seen. The dying sun reflected on a luminescent bolt of cloth, somewhat like a spun aluminum fabric. Thin wires were entangling in it, and about 10 feet away lay 3 fragments of what appeared to have been a dull metal box. Carol knelt at the closest piece, evidently a corner of the box. It was lined with wiring and tubes. "It looks like electronic equipment," decided Carol, peering intently at the strange piece. Bill had approached the second and largest fragment. He carefully turned it over. It was filled with black and yellow fur. "Oh no," he cried, knowing in a flash, yet denying it in his mind at the same time. Stunned, he stared at the perky ears, the dull staring and unseeing eyes, the leather thongs that held the head and body of a dog to the metal encasement. Carol saw it the next instant. "It's some horrible joke," she gasped. "It couldn't be the second Russian satellite. It couldn't be Mutnik. My God, no, it couldn't be." Bill kept staring, his thoughts racing. There were rumors of an ejection chamber for Mutnik, but they had been denied by the Russians. But suppose the Russians had planned an ejection chamber for the dog Laika when they launched the satellite and had only denied it after they thought it had failed. But if it had worked, why had it taken so long to find its way to Earth? The satellite itself was supposed to have disintegrated months ago. "Damn," thought Bill, "I wish I were a scientist right now instead of a know-nothing artist." He touched the dog with his toe. It was perfectly preserved, as though it had died just a few hours before. It was rigid, but it had not started to decompose. "Carol, are we crazy? Is this some dream, or do you believe we are looking at the ejection chamber of the Russian satellite?" he asked, doubting even what he was saying. "I don't know." Carol was wide-eyed. "But what shall we do now? We'd better contact the authorities immediately." Bill tried to keep reason from overcoming his disbelief of their discovery. "But how, Carol? Our radio transmitter isn't working. It won't till morning. And there's certainly no other way to communicate with anyone. We can't even take the boat anywhere with the speed we're making. We'll have to wait till morning." "What shall we do with the dog?" asked Carol. "Do you think we ought to bury it?" "Lord, no, Carol. The body of the dog will be extremely valuable to science. We've got to get someone here as quickly as possible." Bill was trying to steady his nerves. "Let's go back and try to raise someone on the radio. Let's try again, it may work," called Carol, running in the direction of the boat. Bill followed her. They stumbled on the craggy rocks and exposed sea grape roots, but together in the darkness they struck out for the boat. Bill was first on board and went directly to the ship-to-shore radio. "Try the Nassau marine operator first," Carol panted as she clambered aboard. "He's a lot closer to us than Miami." As the receiver warmed up, static filled the cabin. Bill depressed the transmitting button. "This is Yacht 7 Seas calling the Nassau marine operator," he called into the phone. Only static answered. "Bill," Carol said in sudden inspiration, "give a mayday. Try every channel with a mayday. If anyone picks up a mayday call, you'll get emergency action." "Mayday, mayday. This is the yacht Seven Seas. Come in anyone." Bill called urgently into the mouthpiece. He switched to the Coast Guard channel, then to the Miami Marine Operators channel. Only static filled the cabin. No welcome voice acknowledged their distress call. Bill flipped the switch desperately to the two ship-to-ship channels. "Mayday, come in any boat." Still static. Nothing but static. It was night, a night without a moon. The island loomed dark against the black waters. The dark was relieved only by a small fire burning at the native settlement a half-mile down the coast, and the cabin lights of the Seven Seas. "What will we do now?" Carol tried to sound unconcerned, but her voice sounded thin and wavering. "I don't know what we can do, except wait until daybreak. I'm sure we can get a signal out then," Bill replied calmly as he could. He hoped she wouldn't hear the pounding of his heart. "What about the dog?" she asked. "Will it be all right there? Should we bring it aboard?" "We better leave everything untouched. Our best bet is to get some sleep and place our call as soon as day breaks." Neither of them could eat much supper, and after putting the dishes away, they made up their bunks and climbed in. After a very few minutes, Bill handed a lighted cigarette across the narrow chasm between the bunks. "I can't sleep. My head is spinning. Do you really believe that's what we found?" Carol's voice sounded small. "Yes, I do. I believe we've found the Russian ejection unit, complete with a dog, Leica, and instrumentation." They lay quietly, the glow of two cigarettes occasionally reflecting on the bulkhead. Bill finally arose. "I can't think of another thing but what's sitting out there on Little Harbor Key." He walked up to the main cabin and switched on the RDF. For a few minutes there was music, and then, "Flash! The United States government has just officially released the news that at 10:09 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the U.S. satellite ejection chamber was successfully returned to Earth at the designated location. This was some 6 hours earlier than expected. The chamber, into which Robert Joy voluntarily had himself strapped, has landed at an undisclosed site and is being raced under heavy guard to the Walter Reed Hospital at Washington, D.C. There is no hope that Joy is still living. Word has just been released by Dr. James R. Killian that instruments measuring Joy's pulse rate indicated 3 days ago that all Joy's bodily processes ceased to function at that time. We repeat, all hope of the survival of Robert Joy is now abandoned as the result of scientific data just released by Dr. Killian. The satellite is being brought intact to Walter Reed Hospital, and leading physiologists and scientists are racing to the scene to be on hand for the opening of the unit scheduled for 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Further reports will be given as received. This station will remain on the air all night. Stay tuned for further developments. We repeat, the U.S. satellite's ejection chamber, containing the first human being ever to go into space, has been successfully returned to Earth as predicted, though all hope has been abandoned for the survival of Robert Joy, the man in the moon. The chamber will be open for scientific study tomorrow morning. Stay tuned for further news." Bill turned down the music that ensued and returned to his bunk. "You heard that, Carol?" He knew she wasn't asleep. "Yes, and it makes this whole thing that we've found seem more plausible. I've been lying here trying to make myself believe it's some sort of dream, but it isn't. If we could only—" Carol's voice faded softly into the night. There was absolutely nothing they could do. Nothing but lie there and smoke and pretend to sleep. They didn't talk much, and keenly felt the terrible frustration of their enforced silence on the ship to shore. They heard several more news reports and several analyses of the news, but nothing new was added throughout the night. The radio only reiterated that the ejection unit had been recovered, that hope had faded for Joy's survival, and that the chamber was to be opened in the morning as soon as scientists had convened in Washington. Dawn, long in coming, broke about 4:30. With the lifting dark, the sunspots which interfered with the radio reception miraculously lifted also. Bill and Carol sat next to the ship to shore and turned it on. This time they heard the reassuring hum of the transmitter, not drowned out by the awful static of the night before. Bill switched to the Coast Guard channel. "Mayday, Mayday, this is 7 Seas calling the United States Coast Guard. Come in, please." And a voice almost miraculously answered, "This is the U.S. Coast Guard. Come in, 7 Seas. What is your position? Come in, 7 Seas. This is the yacht 7 Seas back to the Coast Guard. We are located at the Berry Islands at Little Harbor Key. We want to report the discovery of what we believe to be the second Russian satellite. This is the Coast Guard to the 7 Seas. Do we read you correctly? Are you reporting discovery of the Russian satellite? Please clarify. Over." A stern voice crackled through the speaker. "Last evening on entering the harbor here we saw an object fall to the ground. On inspection it was a metal box which was broken apart on impact. In it are electronic equipment and the body of a small dog. Over." Bill tried to be calm and succinct. "Coast Guard to 7 Seas. Is your boat in distress? Over." "No, no. Did you read me about the Russian satellite?" asked Bill, impatience in his voice. "Will you state your name and address? Will you state the master's full name and the call letters and registration of your craft?" "Over," crackled the voice from the speaker. "Oh, my Lord, we're not going to have red tape at a time like this, are we?" Carol asked exasperatedly. "This is Bill Anderson of Fort Lauderdale, owner and skipper. Our call letters are William George 3176, Coast Guard registration number 235465483. What are your instructions regarding dog satellite? Please stand by." Bill and Carol stared at each other while the voice on the radio was silent. "This is the United States Coast Guard calling the yacht 7 Seas. 7 Seas standing by. We wish to remind you that it is illegal and punishable by a fine or imprisonment to issue false reports to the Coast Guard. We are investigating your report and wish you to stand by." "Investigating our report?" Bill fairly shouted into the phone. "Good God, man, the thing to investigate is here, lying in 3 pieces on the middle of Little Harbor Key. This is no joke." Despite the emotion in Bill's voice, the answer came back routine and cold. "Please stand by. We will call you. Do not, we repeat, do not make further contact anywhere. Please stand by. Coast Guard standing by with 7 Seas. 7 Seas standing by," shouted Bill, almost apoplectic, his face reddening in anger. "Now what? It looks like they're going to take their time in believing us. At least until they find out who we are and if we're really here," said Carol. Bill paced the deck in frustration. Suddenly he decided, "Carol, you stick with the radio. I'm going ashore again and take another look at our Mutnik. It seems so incredible I'm not even sure of what I saw last night. Once they believe us, they'll want to know as much about it as we can tell them." Bill hurriedly put on his swimsuit and heard Carol shout as he dove overboard, "Hurry back, Bill. I don't like you leaving me here alone." Bill swam with shore-even strokes to the shore where they had gone last night. The water felt cool. It soothed his nerves, which jangled in the excitement of the discovery and in the anger of the disbelieving authorities. He reached shallow water and waded towards the shore. Suddenly he stopped dead, his ankles in 5 inches of water. His eyes stared ahead in disbelief. His brain was numbed. Only his eyes were alive, staring, wide in horror. Finally his brain pieced together the image that his vision sent to it. Pieced it together but made no comprehension of it. His brain told him that there was a blanket of fur laying unevenly 20 feet back from the shoreline. A blanket of yellow and black fur, covering the earth, covering mangrove roots, fitted neatly around the bent palm tree trunks, lying over the rocks that had cut his feet last night, smothering, suffocating, hugging the earth. Bill shut his eyes, and still the vision kept shooting to his brain. All yellow and black and fuzzy, with trees or tall mangrove bush or sea grapevine sticking up here and there. He opened his eyes and wanted to run, for the scene was still there. It hadn't disappeared as a nightmare disappears when you wake up. Thick yellow and black fur lay on the ground like dirty snow, covering everything low, hugging the base of taller things. Run, his mind told him, yet he stood rooted to the spot, staring at the carpet of fur near him. It was only 10 feet away. 10 feet? His every muscle jumped. The lock that had held his muscles and brain in a tight vise gave loose, and a flood of realization hit him. It's moving, he realized in horror. It's growing. As he watched, slowly, slowly, as the petals of a morning glory unfold before the eye, the yellow and black fur carpet stretched itself in ever-increasing perimeter. Saw it approach a rock near the beach. The mind, when confronted with a huge shock, somehow concentrates itself on a small detail. Perhaps it tries to absorb itself in a small thing because the whole thing is too great to comprehend all at once. So with Bill's mind. He saw the yellow and black fur grow toward the rock. It seemed to ooze around it and then up and over the top of it. Bill saw, when it reached the top of the rock, that it dropped a spiny tendril into the ground. Like a root, the tendril buried itself into the earth below the jutting rock, and slowly the rock was covered with the growing fur. Bill's thoughts sped ahead of his reason. The dog, growing like a plant. Its hide covering the ground, putting out roots, suffocating everything, smothering everything, growing. With almost superhuman effort, he turned his back on the awful sight and swam desperately out to the 7 seas. "Bill, what's happened?" cried Carol when she saw his white and terrified face. "Carol, the dog! It must have had some cosmic reaction to its cellular structure, some cancerous reaction. When the chamber broke open and the cells were exposed to our atmosphere again, it started some action, started to grow, doesn't stop growing. It's horrible." Bill's words were disjointed and hysterical. Carol stared at him. "Bill, what are you saying?" Bill pointed mutely to the shore. Carol rushed to the cockpit. She stared at the island. She ran back to the cabin where Bill was sitting, holding his head in his hands. She grabbed the binoculars from the bookshelf and turned them to the island. "Bill, oh no! The whole island looks as though it's covered with fur!" she screamed. Bill grabbed the binoculars and ranged the island with them. A quarter of a mile down he could see small figures in the water, floundering around, climbing aboard the 2 fishing smacks. All around, the black and yellow mounds of fur carpeted the pretty green island with a soft rug of yellow and black. "Get the Coast Guard, Carol." "They called back while you were gone. They're sending a plane over immediately." "Call them, Carol," Bill shouted at her. "Don't you realize what this could mean? Don't you realize that something, only God knows what, has happened to the cellular structure of this animal, has turned it into a voracious plant-like thing that seems to grow and grow once it hits our atmosphere? Don't you realize that today they're going to open that satellite, that other one in Washington? Suppose this is what happens when living tissue is exposed to cosmic rays, or whatever's up there. Don't you see what could happen?" Bill was hoarse from fright and shouting. "Smother everything, grow and smother." Carol was at the ship to shore. "What time is it, Carol?" "I don't know. 5:30, I guess." "They plan to open the ejection chamber at 6. We've got to tell them what happened here before they open it. Hurry with the damned Coast Guard." "Mayday, mayday. Coast Guard, come in. This is the 7 Seas. Come in and hurry." "Coast Guard to the 7 Seas. Come in." Bill grabbed the phone. "Listen carefully," he said in a quiet, determined voice. "This is God's own truth. I repeat, this is God's own truth. The remains of the dog we discovered last night have started to grow. It's growing as we look at it. It has covered the entire island as far as we can see with fur. Stinking yellow and black fur. We've got to get word to Washington before they open up the satellite. The same thing could happen there. Do you understand? I must get in touch with Washington immediately." There was no mistaking the urgency and near panic in Bill's voice. The Coast Guard returned with, "We understand you, Seven Seas. We will clear a line directly to Dr. Killian in Washington. Stand by." With his hand shaking, Bill turned on the standard broadcast band of the portable RDF. A voice cut in. "Latest reports from Walter Reed General Hospital, where the first human-manned satellite ejection chamber has just been opened. All leading physiologists and physicists were assembled at the hospital by midnight last night, and plans to open the ejection chamber at 6 a.m. this morning were moved up. The chamber was opened at 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time today. Our first report confirmed that volunteer moon traveler, the man in the moon, Robert Joy, was no longer alive. Hope had been abandoned for him some 80 hours previous, when recording instruments on his body processes indicated no reactions. Of scientific curiosity is the fact that though dead for more than 3 days, his body is in a perfect state of preservation. Flash, we interrupt this special newscast for a late bulletin. The body of Robert Joy has begun to shoot out unexplained appendages, like rapidly growing cancerous growths. His integument appears to be enlarging, growing away from his body. "Hello, Seven Seas," broke in the ship to shore. "We are still trying to locate Dr. Killian." End of section 19. Section 20 of short science fiction stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Shining Cow by Alex James. This is not a story about sinister aliens from outer space. This is simply the story of what happened to poor Junius when she found herself much too close to a flying saucer, long enough so she could be analyzed and long enough to cause some strange happenings on that farm. Robbie whined and acted like his eyes were burning, as if he'd gotten dust or something even stranger into them. Jack Stewart stared deeply into the bottom of his cracked coffee cup as his wife began to gather the breakfast dishes. Mrs. Stewart was a huge, methodical woman, seasoned to the drudgery of a farm wife. Quite methodically, she'd arise every morning at 4 a.m., with her husband, and each would do their respective chores until long after the sun had set on their 40-acre farm. "You've just got to find Junius today, Zach," Mrs. Stewart spoke worriedly. "Lord only knows her condition, not being milked since yesterday." "Yeah, I know, Ma," Zach said wearily as he rose from the table. "I'll search for her again in the North Woods, but if she ain't there this time, I give up." A dog suddenly howled outside. There was a brief instant when neither moved. Then Zach suddenly exclaimed, "It's Robbie!" and dashed outside. In the light from the open doorway, Zach saw the dog creeping along on his haunches, howling and whining, and scratching frantically at his tear-streaming eyes. "Skunk finally got you, eh, boy?" Zach spoke sympathetically as the dog, fawning, came closer. "Stay away, Robbie, stay away now," he ordered the dog. Robbie whined and scratched again, furiously. Zach sniffed cautiously, expecting any moment the pungent smell of skunk fluid to hit his nostrils. He sensed nothing but the clean, fresh smell of the morning air, so he leaned closer. Within a foot of Robbie, he sniffed again. Nothing. He realized it wasn't a skunk that caused Robbie's eyes to burn. He knelt down and took the dog's head tenderly in his rough, calloused hands and examined his eyes. They were bloodshot and watery. He took some water from the well and dashed it into the dog's eyes as Robbie struggled. "Hold still, boy. I'm trying to help you," Zach soothed. He took out a blue work bandana and wiped tenderly around Robbie's eyes. "What did it, boy? How did it happen?" Zach asked. Robbie merely whined. "What's wrong with him?" Mrs. Stewart, broom in hand, asked from the doorway. "Don't rightly know." Zack patted the dog. "Acts like he's got something in his eyes." "Skunk?" "Nah." Zack shook his head. "He don't smell. Something else." "Cat?" "No scratches either. He acts like they're burning him, like he got dust or something in him." "We'll take him out to the barn, and you better get after Junius." "Yeah, Ma. Come on, Robbie." He led Robbie to the barn and made him lie on a bed of hay in one of the stalls, then returned to the kitchen for his lantern. He put on his thick denim jacket and work cap and turned to his wife. "If she ain't in the woods, I'll come back and get the truck and drive over to the Lemurs and see if he's seen her." He left the kitchen and shone the lantern around the farmyard to get his bearings, then headed for the north end of his farm. He could see the faint glimmer of dawn in the east, more pronounced in the northeast, and even more so due north. He rubbed his eyes. A much brighter glow outlined the treetops in the north woods that made the dawn on the eastern horizon look like a dirty gray streak. His first thought was of fire, but there was no smoke, no flame. Zack walked dazedly toward the woods, his eyes glued to the light above the trees. Soon he was in the woods, and he could see the brightness extended down through the trees from the sky, on the other side of the woods. He approached cautiously as the light grew brighter, and came to the clearing where it was most intense. A thick bush obstructed his view, and Zack moved it aside, then uttered a hoarse gasp, as he clutched at his eyes. For a moment he felt he was dreaming. He squinted between the slits of his fingers. The glow was still piercing, but he could see the brightly lit Junius radiating blue-white light, nibbling at the sparse grass in the clearing. Zack stood transfixed, his eyes widening behind his fingers. He felt the tears and the burning sensation, and squinted tightly, turning his head from the unbelievable scene. Zack didn't remember his return to the farmhouse, or incoherently trying to explain to his wife the scene he had witnessed. A stiff jolt of elderberry wine drove off the jitters, and reasoning returned. His wife sat patiently, eyeing him oddly, as Zack muttered over and over again, "It's unbelievable! It's unbelievable!" Mrs. Stewart rose. "I'm going out and see for myself. And Zack, if you're lying to me." Zack jumped from the chair, barring her way. "Believe me, Ma, it's true. Don't go out there. It might be too much for you." "It's the craziest thing I've ever heard," Mrs. Stewart scoffed. "A cow that shines like the sun." "Look, Ma, will you just come with me as fur as the pasture? You can see the glow from there, and maybe that might convince you." Yes, I will." Mrs. Stewart jerked off her apron. "I declare, Zack, I think these chores are getting the best of you." They walked to the pasture, their eyes on the treetops of the north woods. A faint glow began to appear. "See? See?" Jack pointed, laughing crazily. "Let's get closer. Looks like a fire," Mrs. Stewart said. "Ain't no fire." Zack's tone was angry. "It's Junius, and she's all lit up like a Christmas tree." "Zack, now you stop that kind of crazy talk. There's a reason behind everything, and I'm sure there's one for this." "There's a reason, Ma. Junius. She got the whole clearing lit up like a noonday sun. Lord only knows how she got that way, but she's shining out there like a great big light bulb, only brighter." Mrs. Stewart quickened her pace toward the clearing. "I'm going to see for myself," she said determinedly, "and put an end to this foolish nonsense." "All right, Ma," Zack spoke resignedly, "if your mind's set. But I'm warning you, you better squint your eyes tight. She's too bright to look at. Poor Robbie must have got too good a look at her." Mrs. Stewart approached the clearing ahead of her husband, and moved the same bush aside that had obstructed her husband's view. Her gaze caught the brightly radiating figure of Junius, and Mrs. Stewart screamed, clasping her face with her hands. Zack had his head turned, but he groped for his wife, grasped her arm, and led her from the clearing. "It's too crazy to believe, Zack," she whispered in awe. "What are we going to do? What has happened to poor Junius?" "I don't know what happened to her," Zack answered, "but I know what I'm going to do about it." I'm going to call the university and get them scientist fellas down here." "You suppose they can get close enough to milk the poor thing?" Mrs. Stewart clasped her hands in frustration. "She's probably in misery." Zach shook his head. "Ain't no tellin' what they're liable to do after they seen her. Most likely they'll want to ship her to the university to examine her and see how she got that way." "Why don't we call the veterinarian?" Mrs. Stewart asked. "It might be some kind of new disease." "Ain't no disease, Ma. It's something nobody in the world has ever seen or heard of before. I just hope I can convince them university fellas to come down here. Don't you think you better tie Junius so she won't stray?" "Better wait and see what them scientists say. Besides, if she strays, all we got to do is follow the light." Zach did the most important chores, and at 8 a.m. on the dot he called the university. The operator at the switchboard answered sleepily. "Good morning, State University." "Morning, ma'am. I'd like to talk to one of them scientist fellas." "To whom in particular do you wish to speak?" "Any of them that ain't busy. I got something important to tell them." If I knew what it was about, the operator was becoming irritated, I'd connect you with the right party. Zach hesitated, reluctant to give his startling news to a mere operator. Instead, he hedged. Well, who would have charge of things that lit up? "Oh, you want the electrical engineering lab. Just a moment, sir." There was a series of clicks and buzzes in the earpiece, then Zach heard a man's deep voice. "Hello?" "Hello," Zach replied. "This the electrical engineering lab?" "Yes, sir, that's right." "Well, my name is Zach Stewart, and I own a 40-acre farm on the Canal Road, just outside of Smithville. I'm Professor Donnell. Can I help you?" "Yeah." Zach took a deep breath, then began. "My cow Junius was missing since yesterday morning, and this morning, when I went out to search for her again, I found her." "Mr. Stewart," Professor Donnell's voice was impatient. "I'm a very busy man with a heavy class schedule. Why in the world would I care if you found your cow or not?" "You'd care if you knew how I found her." "All right, Mr. Stewart. How did you find your cow? With some new kind of radar?" "No, sir. I found her by following the bright light in the north wood, and when I got there was Junius lit up like a neon sign." "Mr. Stewart, are you drunk?" "I knew you wouldn't believe me. All I can say is, come see for—" Zach heard a sudden click, then an immediate buzzing. Professor Donnell had hung up. He had no sooner replaced the phone when there was a pounding on the door. He opened it and saw 6 state troopers and 4 important-looking gentlemen in civilian dress. A trooper who looked as though he might be in charge spoke to Zach. "Sir, we don't want you or your wife to get panicky, but we have reason to believe that something strange is going on in your woods. These men are from the Atomic Research Laboratory at the university, and they are convinced that a flying saucer has landed out there." "It ain't no flying saucer," Zach spoke wearily. "It isn't?" one of the gentlemen asked, disappointed. "Then what is it?" "It's Junius, my cow." "Your what?" the state trooper exclaimed incredulously. "Are you nuts?" Angrily, Zach jerked his thumb in the direction of the north woods. "Just go out there and see for yourself, and then tell me I'm nuts." They hurriedly left the house, looking back skeptically at Zach. Zach and his wife stood in the doorway, watching them till they were out of sight in the woods. "You watch 'em come bustling back here in a minute, Ma." In a few moments they saw the men scrambling out of the woods, rushing madly for the house, holding their eyes. "Now I don't have to convince anybody," Zach smirked. By the time they reached the porch, they were all talking excitedly and rubbing their eyes. The state trooper in charge pulled Zach aside. "Mister," he said ominously, "what the hell happened to that cow?" "I don't know." Zach spoke with sarcasm. "Just the way I found her." The important-looking civilian bustled past the patrolman and confronted Zach. "I'd like to use your phone." His hands moved nervously. "Where is it?" Zach showed him, and the man rushed to it and hastily dialed a number. "This is Professor Jonathan Sims, nuclear physicist at State University. Put me through immediately to the governor. It's very important." There was a slight pause as Sims drummed impatiently on the phone. "Hello? Hello, Governor. Professor Sims. I'd like a contingent of National Guardsmen around the farm of Zach Stewart on the old canal road. A most astounding thing has happened out here. For the welfare of the public, I urgently request this farm be placed under tight security check at once and the federal government notified immediately." "Hey now, wait a minute, mister," Zach protested. Sims motioned him into silence, his ear glued to the phone. "Sir," he hesitated, glancing at the group sideways, "you won't believe this until you see it. But we have positive proof a saucer has landed here. Mr. Stewart's cow is radiating intense blue and white light, the kind that has been associated with the glow of flying saucers." Sims paused, listening to the governor. Zach saw him fidget and stick a forefinger in his collar. "Honestly, sir, I'm not drunk. The cow is radiating light." "See?" Zach grinned at him. "Now you know how I felt." Sims ignored him, concentrating on the phone. "Yes, sir, there is a state trooper here." He turned to the one in charge. "He wants to speak to you." The trooper took the receiver. "Hello, Governor." "Sergeant Les Johnson of the Highway Patrol." Pause. "That's right, sir. There's a number of people here who can swear to it." "Yes, sir." This time the trooper fidgeted. "I seen it too." "Blue-white light. Yes, sir." "No, sir, we are not having a drinking party. The light was reported by the pilot of Continental Airways early this morning, and we investigated." "Yes, sir." He held the receiver toward Sims. "He wants to talk to you again." The governor was finally convinced something indeed strange was happening at the Stewart place, but being a solid citizen and faithful servant of the people who elected him, he couldn't believe the fantastic story the professor and the trooper told him. He decided to see for himself and rang for his chauffeur after his telephone conversation with Professor Sims. Meanwhile, Mrs. Stewart turned to Sims. "Will you please tell us if Junius can be milked?" "I really don't know yet, Mrs. Stewart. I'll have to investigate the area for harmful radioactivity first. Then I'll have to check the cow herself. Pardon me." He turned to the phone again. Trying to keep his voice and emotion under control, Professor Sims called his laboratory at the university and ordered among other technical equipment a Geiger counter, a gamma-ray detector, a portable lead shield, body and temperature thermometers, a portable X-ray machine, and a dozen pairs of smoke glasses. The equipment arrived within the hour, and Professor Sims distributed it among his assistants with his instructions. It was understood that he alone would approach Junius, wearing his smoke glasses and carrying the protective lead shield, to make the initial test. If his test proved that Junius could be safely approached, he would go back for the others. "You look like one of them flying saucer fellas yourself," Zach laughed, seeing Professor Sims donned in the lead shield and the dark glasses. Sims waved at the crowd in the farmyard and walked awkwardly toward the glow in the north wood, less pronounced now in the daylight. They watched until his retreating figure disappeared into the woods, and they were still watching the spot for what seemed a long time afterward. One of the assistants fidgeted and looked at his watch. "He's been in there 20 minutes. Wonder what he's doing." "I hope he's milking her," Mrs. Stewart said hopefully. Zach chuckled as a thought struck him. "What's so funny, Zach?" his wife asked. "Junius," Zach's chuckle bubbled into laughter, "will be the first cow to give radiated milk." Finally, after another 15 minutes, they saw Professor Sims emerge from the woods. As he came across the pasture, they could see that his smoke glasses were propped above his eyebrows, and he was concentrating on a small notebook in his hand, shaking his head from time to time. When he finally joined the waiting group, he was flooded with questions. He gestured them into silence. "Please, I cannot answer any questions as yet until I have consulted with my assistants. Sergeant Johnson, will you please have your men guard the clearing while we hold a conference?" "Is it safe to get that close to her?" the trooper asked, unbelieving. "I can assure you that it is. There is just a negligible amount of radioactivity present, and no more ultraviolet rays than there are in an average sun lamp. But you must wear your glasses." Turning to his aides, he said, "Come, gentlemen," and they followed him into the farmhouse. "Can she be milked?" Mrs. Stewart wailed after them. "What a god-awful situation," Zach muttered, grabbing a pitchfork and heading for the barn. The scientists seated themselves around the big dining room table and faced Professor Sims. "Gentlemen, this is the most amazing thing that ever happened. The cow is glowing out there like a miniature atomic pile, and under the circumstances as we know them, should be deader than a doornail. But there she stands, shining like the morning sun, chewing her cud and just mooing away as if nothing happened." "What is your theory, Professor?" one of the assistants asked. "I have one, but it's utterly fantastic," Sims answered. "So is that cow out there. Let's hear it." "Do you remember how much more frequent saucer sightings were reported in this area alone?" Sims asked. All the assistants nodded their heads. "Well," Sims went on, "I am of the opinion that a saucer actually landed out there and they came across the cow by accident. They either shot her with some sort of radium ray gun or some luminous substance unknown to us." "Why didn't Junius die?" one of the assistants asked. Sims shook his head. "They wished to examine her. You see, gentlemen, whatever it was, it served a threefold purpose. It made her luminous, immobile, and," Sims placed both hands on the table and leaned forward for emphasis, "transparent." There was a gasp and exclamations. "Transparent? How?" "I was within a foot of the cow, felt her hide, and through the glasses I could see the skeletal frame, the chest cavity, the heart beating within, the entire intestinal tract, much, much more clearly than could be seen by the best X-ray." As if on command, the assistants all rose simultaneously. "Sit down, gentlemen. The cow isn't going anywhere. We shall have to face this situation with sound scientific reasoning. There will be a closed van here soon to pick up Junius and haul her to the laboratory where we can examine her more thoroughly. Now my belief is that the saucer took off in haste, with such great haste that they forgot to extinguish poor Junius. I believe they will be back looking for her, therefore we shall have to return her tonight and conceal ourselves around the area and watch." "Splendid idea, Professor Sims," one of the assistants exclaimed. Yelling voices in the farmyard caught their attention. They saw Sergeant Johnson through the dining room window, coming across the yard, yelling and pointing to the sky. Sims rushed from the house, met Johnson, grasped him by the shoulders, shaking him. "What happened, man? What happened?" Sims asked. Black light! Black light!" Johnson shouted, pointing skyward. Sims looked up. Nothing but the serene blue of the summer sky, and occasional bird caught his eye. Sims shook him again, more roughly. "Speak, man! What happened?" "Black light flashed down on the cow. Blackest light you ever saw." The group gathered round him in the yard, trying to make sense out of what he said. So engrossed were they with his babblings that none but Mrs. Stewart was aware of the fact that Junius had entered the farmyard and was eyeing them curiously. "Junius!" she exclaimed. "Moo!" The crowd looked up to see the ordinary, unlit Junius standing calmly by the gate. "Hurry and get the milk pail, Zach. Junius is all right now." Mrs. Stewart yelled happily to her husband as Professor Sims and his assistants led the hysterical trooper into the house. High over the horizon, a faint, silvery disk was disappearing at fantastic speed to outer space. End of section 20. End of 20 short science fiction stories by various authors.